Welcome back to Puba Audio. 99 Nightingale Lane continues as secrets are revealed and the love between the characters becomes more complicated. Can true feelings overcome this great challenge? Let's continue to explore with us, and don't forget to share your feelings about the new developments in the story. Click like and subscribe to follow the exciting sequels.
That when they had found David Lawrence roaming the streets, it was the first place they had thought of. When Carrie realised who David was, the relief that flooded through her was enough to almost melt her. But little did she know what had happened to David in the intervening months, from when he had left her in Secunderabad and been posted to France, had changed the man she loved. She still loved him, of course, with all her heart, but it was with a heavier, more knowing heart that she attended him each day, because she knew that without a miracle he would never be the same again. Downstairs, Pearl greeted Carrie with a smile, and Mrs. Coyle put a hand on Carrie's shoulder. "Now, come on, Carrie. Get that down ya," she said, placing a dish of steaming porridge and a mug of tea on the table in front of her. "We've a couple of new intakes coming in today. Not that you need to worry. Make sure you take the day off like you meant to. Go for a walk. Nowhere is very pretty right now, but you need to get some fresh air, my girl."
"What about David? He'll wonder where I've gone. He'll think I've deserted him."
Pearl glanced at Mrs. Coyle and sat at the table next to Carrie, taking one of her hands in her own. "Carrie, you do so much for him. You're forgetting you have needs too. You're so pale, sweetheart." She brushed a stray lock of hair away from Carrie's face. "I remember a time when I was grieving. You wanted me to take care of myself, to find some normality in my life after William had been killed." She smiled affectionately at her friend. "Now I'm saying the same to you. You've done everything you can for David, given up hours and hours of time for his care, and to no avail. You're exhausting yourself. Do you not think it's time for him to go to a specialist hospital, somewhere where they will give him the treatment he needs?" Carrie's eyes widened.
"Send him away, you mean?"
Pearl shook her head. "Not send him away, Carrie, not like that. He needs the kind of treatment we can't give him here. The nurse said—"
"The nurse? She said David would make progress, but it would take time."
Pearl sighed. I think you're hearing what you want to hear," she said. "She said if he gets the correct treatment, he would have a better chance of a recovery, but it would take time." Carrie closed her eyes and lowered her chin to her chest. She knew Pearl was right, but she hardly dare admit it to herself. David had been at Nightingale Lane for 6 months, and was as deeply affected by all that he had experienced as he had been when he first arrived. In truth, he had made no progress at all, and she was at her wits' end wondering what to do next for him. They had helped so many young men who had returned to their homeland and needed convalescence, but it seemed she couldn't mend David. She nodded as her face crumpled, and the long, held-back tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed into Pearl's shoulder. Mrs. Coyle pulled a handkerchief from the front pocket of her apron and blew her nose, then wiped away the tears that had gathered under her eyelids, misting her vision. She put a large, capable hand on Carrie's arm and squeezed it affectionately. "It's for the best, darling," she said. "You don't think so now, but in the long run you'll see. You mark my words. They'll know how to help him, Carrie, and you'll have him back again. More like he used to be, you'll see."
"He'll never forgive me," Carrie sobbed. "He made me promise not to send him away."
"Do you think he'll remember what you said, Carrie? Do you think he'll remember any of it? His memory has been affected, apart from his time in France, which it seems is all he remembers. Let them help him, Carrie. It'll be worth it in the long run. He'll see you only meant the best for him." Carrie blew her nose and nodded.
"I know you're right. I'll speak to the nurse when she gets here. She probably knows what to do and the best places for him."
Pearl nodded and inhaled a deep breath of relief as she glanced at Mrs. Coyle. "He'll be all right, Carrie. You'll see." Carrie and David sat in the gardens of Alexandria House Hospital, a hospital in name, but unlike any hospital Carrie had ever seen. She realised it was a nursing home, and she wasn't sure whether this made David's stay better or worse. She glanced at him and reached for his hand. "It's so lovely here, isn't it?" David didn't offer a reply. Instead, he inhaled and looked across the vast lawn towards a copse of trees at the other end. "You'll be all right here, won't you? At least, for the time being." "Will I?" Carrie's heart sank. He wasn't going to make it easy for her, and she knew whatever she said would not placate him. "It's just until you feel better, David. Until you feel more like yourself again. The doctors have said it could take a little while, but they're very hopeful." He turned and looked at her, his eyes like flint. She winced at the sight of his grey skin, the hollow cheeks, and the dark smudges beneath his eyes. "Oh? Why did they say that? They haven't spoken to me. Why am I being treated like a child, to be pushed and pulled and to stay where I'm put? I'm a man, a soldier. I don't need to be told what to do." Carrie closed her eyes in frustration. This was a theme that David returned to again and again, that he was a soldier, a man with 2 arms and 2 legs, and just because he'd been to war didn't mean he wasn't still a man. "I'm sure no one thinks that," she whispered. "And I know you're a man, a strong man. But sometimes we need a little help. And this is one of those times. You'll be back in Nightingale Lane in no time, you'll see." He turned his head away from her, as though talking to the trees. "To do what, Carrie? Follow you around like a lapdog? Carry the bags of the other broken men who come to you? Is that what my future holds?" She sighed and leant her head back to stop the threatening tears running down her cheeks. "Your future will be whatever you want it to be, David. Whatever you decide it to be. It's in your hands." He turned quickly and stared at her, as though seeing her for the first time. As if she were a stranger. His eyes were bright, too bright. The flinty look gone, and replaced with the sharpness of glass. "Will it?" "Of course." "I want to be Captain David Lawrence. It's who I am. It's only you and these damned doctors who say I'm not." And there it was. The blame, the accusation, it was her fault. The focus on being stopped from doing the one thing he had been trained to be. A soldier. A man of strategy. One other men looked up to. That David felt demeaned by his illness was plain to see. He wasn't used to control being taken from his hands, and Carrie understood. What she had struggled to understand was why he blamed her, when she had been hundreds of miles away from the fighting and had strived to help him since his return. "Because you are the nearest person to him," his doctor had explained. "His ego has been crushed. He wants to be the one to look after you, not the other way round. Even your trying to help can wound him. Try not to take it personally, Mrs. Bateman. You are clearly important to him. You have provided a safe haven for him when he needed it. But even though he knows you've done everything you can, it's quite likely he resents you for it. Bringing him here was the best thing you could have done. Hopefully when he settles, he will see it more clearly, and your friendship will return to the one it was." Carrie knew the doctor was being polite. Their friendship was far more than just a friendship after all, and she was perfectly aware the doctor knew it. She loved David, loved him more than she had loved anyone in her life, had grieved for him when she thought he was dead, would have waited for him for the rest of her life if necessary. That he had returned to her when everything had pointed to them never seeing each other again had convinced Carrie they were meant to be together. But she had also had to acknowledge their life together would be entirely different from how she had imagined it would be. That it was possible at the end of his treatment he may be a very different man from the one she had fallen in love with. Chapter 43. How did it go? Pearl put the kettle on the range, lit the flame, then sat at the large, scrubbed pine kitchen table in the vast kitchen at 99 Nightingale Lane. Carrie shook her head, her face expressing a look which was the epitome of sadness. "I don't think he's David any more, Pearl. Not the David I knew. His body, his physical look is almost the same.
his skin greyer. His exhaustion is evident, and he's thinner, definitely, and the healed wounds are there for all to see. But his mind is... She shook her head again. Not the same. What do the doctors say? That there were no guarantees? That they would use every treatment they could to release him from his current state? But his experiences could likely have changed him completely. And forever. They made no promises. Pearl wanted to say something, to ask Carrie something so profound that she knew it could hurt both of them. The last thing she wanted was to hurt her friend more than she was already. She was Carrie's best friend. Surely, if anyone could ask her, she could. What will you do, Carrie? What will you do if he doesn't, come back to you, as he was? Carrie covered her face with her hands, and when she placed them back in her lap, her cheeks glistened with tears. There's no love in his looks, Pearl. He used to look at me with such joy, such love, such affection. We were so close, so wonderfully close. But it's all gone. He almost blames me for what happened to him. He knows he's not the same. No one needs to tell him that. He's sadly aware that he feels different. But if there's no one to blame, then I can only suppose he's wondering what it was all for. The fighting, the fear, the terrible loss of life. I think he saw some dreadful things that no human should ever witness. The doctors said he could also be racked with guilt because so many of his men lost their lives, and he survived. Pearl left the table and filled the teapot with boiling water, taking it to the table along with 2 cups and saucers decorated with bright pink flowers and gilded handles, incongruous within the solemnity of their conversation. She stirred the pot, then left it to infuse for a few moments. Has he talked about it? What happened? No. Carrie shook her head and swallowed. I tried to bring it into our conversations, which were stilted at best, but he would turn away from me and raise his hand as though to wave it away, and I knew better than to push. I suppose it must have hurt him too much to talk about it, but I felt quite sure that if he could just shared it with me, it might have made him feel better. Not completely, but perhaps the first step. He wasn't prepared to take it. Pearl pushed a cup of tea across the table towards Carrie. You know I love you, don't you? We all do. Carrie nodded. And I especially just want the best for you. And I would never want to hurt you or make you feel bad. Carrie took a sip of tea and nodded again, her face downcast. You deserve to have a good life, Carrie. A happy life with love and joy. You know that, too. Carrie put her cup onto the saucer, which made a noise like a little chink. You mean without David, don't you? I suppose I do. If he doesn't return from the treatment the man he was, or at least not as the man who made you so wonderfully happy, you might have to consider that it wasn't meant to be. I've heard so many stories like this, of wives waiting for their husbands to come home on leave, or to be released from hospital, only to be confronted with a person they didn't know anymore. Stella Lewis, who owned the little hairdressers in Bucks Row. Her husband Danny came home on leave and didn't speak to her once until he went to the pub one night and got blind drunk. Then he hit her and accused her of seeing other men, which he wasn't, before laying on his bed and not getting up until he was due back at the front. She told me he'd never laid a finger on her before he left for war. Was the mildest, friendliest young man you could ever wish to meet. Now she says she barely knows him, and doesn't want him to go back to her on his next leave. That's if he makes it through. She just can't face his anger again, and she's frightened for their little boy. Carrie sighed. Not just us, then. Pearl reached across the table and put a hand over one of Carrie's. No, sweetheart, not just us. But Mrs. Coyle and me will support you and help you whatever you decide to do. I hope you know that. Of course I do, Pearl. You and Mrs. Coyle and John, you're my family. More than my family back home. Florrie's already told me to get rid, as she so pleasantly puts it, mainly because she thinks David's income will be affected because he's unwell. Money. That's all she thinks about.
Yeah, and look where that got her.
I know.
When's John coming home?
Tomorrow afternoon. I'm so glad Dorothy offered to have him to stay for a few days while I sorted all this out. He loves spending time with the girls, and is excited as they are about the new baby. I wonder what it will be. Dorothy's convinced it's a boy. It would be lovely for John, too, if it were. Even things out a bit.
And only 2 years between them. They could end up being great friends. She must be about due.
Yeah, but lucky her, she has loads of help. The girls have a tutor and a nanny, and no doubt the baby will have the same.
She's been amazing with those little girls. It must have been so hard to take them on when her sister died.
Dorothy's a strong woman, Pearl. She's been raised to have everything she ever wanted given to her. Her life is gilded in a way ours never was. Yet she still fights for things that she feels are important. She's not selfish or self-centred or thinks she deserves something just because of her station in life. She's determined to continue on with suffrage when the war is over. She says women are doing all the jobs blokes used to do before the war. Why shouldn't they be considered equal to the men who used to do them and get the same pay?
Well, she's right, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. And some of our men won't return. Or even if they do,
they might not be the same.
No. They'll need us then. Maybe want us to continue doing what we've been doing. And if anyone is the perfect person to further the cause, it's Dorothy. How was he? I hope he didn't give you any trouble.
Dorothy came into the impressive hallway of number 99, huge with her pregnancy, but no less elegant. Darling, he's a joy, as you well know. Placid, willing to play, the girls love him, as do I. I barely knew he was there. And actually, Carrie, he sat with the girls during their lessons. I know he's hardly 2, but he's a clever little chap. Was really taken with Mrs. Bancroft, who said he should be started as soon as maybe. If you'd like him to share her with Seraphina and Dottie, I would be very happy.
Carrie's eyes widened. Already? I hadn't thought. In my world, schooling is such a privilege, Dorothy. Not everyone goes to school, particularly at the moment. Tutors and governesses are unheard of. They're for the rich, not for the working classes.
I think you're underestimating yourself, Carrie. You're a businesswoman, aren't you? You run this amazing place, more like a hotel than a nursing or convalescence home. Your little son deserves the best. Mrs. Bancroft is wonderful. An older woman, motherly yet firm. He'll learn spellings and sums, and even French and Latin later on. Go on, do it for John. I think it would be marvellous.
Carrie smiled and reached out for Dorothy's hands. Thank you, Dorothy. It sounds wonderful. Yes, why not? We're never too young to learn. She widened her eyes at Dorothy. And shouldn't you be taking it easy, being so close to your time? Come on, lady, sit down and we'll have some tea. They settled themselves in the front sitting room. The children ran in and out, playing hide-and-seek and catch-me-if-you-can, until their mothers quietened them, and they chose a book from the bookcase and sat quietly on the rug in the centre of the room. John copied the girls, picking out a rag book from his toy box and pretending to read each page, which made them all laugh.
"He's so sweet," Dorothy said, sipping her tea, then choosing a cream slice from the cake stand. "Ooh, these are so good. I'm going to have to be strict with myself after I've had the baby. I can't stop eating, but these are too lovely to resist."
Mrs. Coyle's a gem, but not friendly to the waistline, if you know what I mean. I have to watch it too. Since I've had John, it's too easy to get round her, and I'm not ready for that yet.
Nor me, but everything's so tempting. Marcus thinks it's hilarious.
Carrie smiled and looked away.
Sorry, Carrie. I wasn't thinking.
Sorry, why?
Dorothy closed her eyes momentarily, a sad expression crossing her face.
Oh, you've heard.
There's not much Marcus doesn't hear about his colleagues. You did the right thing, darling, but it must have been incredibly hard.
He hates me.
Dorothy left the huge chair in the bay and squeezed in next to Carrie on the sofa, awkwardly putting her arm around Carrie's shoulders. No, he doesn't, darling.
How could he? He needs it, Carrie. He just doesn't realise it. Marcus and I are fully behind your decision. A few months, hopefully that is all it will take. Just a few months, and then you'll have him back again. Or not. Dorothy inhaled a deep breath and looked into Carrie's eyes. Well, it's possible, but we must be positive. I think you could cross that bridge when you come to it. Let's hope the treatment works. But remember, Carrie, you are not alone. You have everyone here, and me and Marcus. Don't cope with everything alone, please. We don't want you to go down the same route. Carrie rested her head against Dorothy's shoulder. What would I do without you and Pearl? Thank you, Dorothy. No thanks required. Chapter 44. They want men and women to work in the munitions factory in Silvertown. Tommy could apply if he wanted to as well. I'm thinking of going, Carrie. What do you think? Carrie looked up from folding bandages and tidying the medicine cabinet, surprised. Oh, you want to leave? Pearl laughed. No, Daffy, just part-time. We do a brilliant job here, Carrie, but I'd like to get involved with the other end, helping our lads out before they get here if needs be. I think they'll offer any hours, so I could help out here in the mornings and go to Silvertown in the afternoon. What do you think? And your Tommy seems so much better now after the fire at the tanning factory. I know he feels bad because he thinks he's not helping the war effort. It might help him get some self-esteem back if he's doing something positive. Carrie nodded. Yeah, I like the sound of that. What a good idea. Even if he started part-time with you, it'll make him feel included. But aren't you a bit scared of handling all that stuff? You know there've been explosions up north. People have been killed. Doesn't it put you off? Pearl shrugged. Our boys can't pick and choose, can they? They don't get a say in it, and without them fighting for us, we're sunk. The need for munitions has got bigger and bigger, and they're not protected without them. Look what happened to my William. Wrong place, wrong time, and inexperienced in the ways of war. Hopefully our boys have got a better chance now, and we need to make sure they have everything they need. Yes, you're right. The mornings are the busiest here. The men who've been sent to us rest in the afternoons, and it's the best time for you and Tommy to go. Me and Mrs. Coyle and Frances can definitely cope in the afternoons. Frances has been a godsend, and I know how grateful she and Mrs. Coyle are that she found a job here. Yeah, well, she needed it with 5 kids to feed. The explosion at the tanning factory put so many workers out of a job, and look what happened to your poor Tommy. Carrie turned her head away, with a knowing smile on her face, and continued to rearrange the bottles on the shelves, even though she'd arranged them already. What's that look for, Mrs. Bateman? Carrie's mouth dropped open in mock annoyance. Please don't call me that. It's your name. At the moment. She glanced back at Pearl. It's just that I thought you and Tommy seemed to be getting close. He likes you, you know, Pearl. Pearl shrugged and grinned, her face colouring. Well, I like him. He's very nice. Just nice? He's younger than me, Carrie. Quite a bit. But he's kind and polite and very considerate. You don't come across that very often. Does the age thing bother you? And are you ready to move on? We're in a war, Carrie. There was a time when we were in Secunderabad where I thought I could never love again. Not like I loved William. He was my everything. But time is a healer, it's true. And you should remember that too. And at the end, when it's all over, how many of our young men will never return? I think if I'm to move forward and make something of my life, I need to accept that. And his scars? The left side of his face will never be what it was. It looks much better. That red, angry wound has almost disappeared, but it can never be hidden completely. He's still a handsome boy, Carrie, even with the scars. God knows how Florrie and Arthur did it, but they produced 4 very good-looking children. Carrie threw her head back and laughed out loud. I'll tell Florrie you said so. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. It was Pearl's turn to laugh. Thrilled? Florrie? She's such an old sourpuss. I can't imagine she's ever been thrilled about anything.
The living room at Hanbury Street looked exactly the same as when Carrie left it 2 years before. The kettle still hung by a hook in the fireplace, the rugs were still faded and threadbare, and the atmosphere, it was the same, the ever-present feeling that something was about to go wrong, and she, Carrie, would get the blame. She wondered why she expected there to be changes in her parents' home, why anything would be different. Florrie wasn't one for concerning herself with how their home looked, as long as they had plenty to eat and Arthur was in work and bringing in a wage at the end of the week. It was basic as life could be, and Carrie understood it. They had had a hard life, a hand-to-mouth life, where there was never a spare penny, and luxury was a word that had never been used because it wasn't part of their vocabulary. The war had made it worse for them, much worse, because it was always the poorer members of society who suffered first. They had nothing to begin with, and the lack of work and the growing shortages increased the poverty for those who lived in places like Whitechapel. Carrie knew she wasn't a welcome visitor at Hanbury Street, not unless she brought something from Mrs. Coyle's kitchen, which today she did. Had planned to, because she knew it would make her arrival in her old home easier for Florrie to bear. There was only one reason for Florrie to welcome her, and it was if she had brought something with her. Some homemade bread, a ham hock or a pat of butter. Otherwise her mother could not see a reason for her to interrupt her daily routine. "I'd have thought you'd have had too much to do at that house of yours to come here," she said, her voice low and dour. "Was there something you wanted?" "I've come to see Tommy, and Mrs. Coyle sent this," she answered, placing a muslin-wrapped, half-used hock of ham on the kitchen dresser. "You could maybe make some soup with it, some brawn or a pie." "I think I know what to do with a ham hock, Carrie Bateman. That is still your name, I take it? Or have you got a new one since?" "You know the answer to that." "And you know he'll be round here looking for his money if he's ever posted back to London. Why you couldn't stay there, I don't know. It's all wrong, you living with that soldier without being married. It goes against the grain, our Carrie." "You don't want to know why I couldn't stay there, and I'm not living with him." Florrie looked at her, frowning. "What do you mean you're not living with him?" "He's in hospital." Carrie wasn't about to discuss David with her mother, so she kept it brief. Florrie nodded. "About time. Gone off his rocker, ain't he? That's what I heard." Carrie returned her look with one of thunder, almost ashamed that she'd never felt so much like striking someone, and disappointed it was her own mother who made her feel this way. "Why'd you have to be so nasty? He was fighting for his country, for you and me. Yet you talk about him like he's nothing at all. Have some respect." Florrie returned her look, grabbed a cloth off the sideboard, and began vigorously polishing the living room table. "When you have some respect for yourself, my girl, I might begin to feel differently. First you get knocked up by Johann Stern, then you leave your husband, someone who took you on when the chips were down, then you set up house with a ragtag bunch of people and a man you're not married to. How am I supposed to feel?" "This might come as a shock to you, Mum, but I don't care much how you feel. You didn't care how I felt when you married me off to a horrible man for money when I needed you and Dad the most. And you forgot to mention all the young men we nursed back to health in that house I've set up. But then, if you remembered it, you'd have to say something good about me, wouldn't you? And that would never do, would it?" She stared hard at Florrie, daring her to reply. "Where's Tommy?" "Upstairs," Florrie answered sulkily. Carrie turned on her heel, her blood running hot through her veins. She realised that Florrie had never asked her about John, his health, welfare, or whether he was happy. She had never brought John on any of her rare visits to Hanbury Street because she was convinced Florrie didn't deserve to have a relationship with a grandchild she didn't give a fig about. That Arthur, her father, didn't see John was a regret to Carrie, but she had also reconciled it with herself, that if Arthur was desperate to see his only grandson, he could have visited him at Nightingale Lane, although she assumed that Florrie had put a stop to that idea before he could have even suggested it. At the top of the stairs, she knocked on her old bedroom door. "Come in, Carrie." "You knew it was me, then?" He laughed. "Well, you certainly told her, that's for sure. I'm glad. Someone needed to." "She makes my blood boil. She's so holier than thou.
She makes it sound like I'm running a bordello instead of a convalescence home.
Don't be too hard on her. Different generation.
Carrie raised her eyebrows. She doesn't see any good in anyone, Tommy, that's the problem. All she sees is the bad side of people. No one is all bad.
Tommy grinned. Not even the Bosch?
She grinned back. Well, maybe them. He patted the bed for her to sit down.
You don't come here very often. Not that I blame you. So I'm reckoning something's brought you here. A reason why you want to see me.
Why did you come back to Hanbury Street? You could have stayed at Nightingale Lane. He put his head down and began picking absent-mindedly at the eiderdown on the bed.
I didn't want to take up a bed that another man needed, Carrie. You do such a great job there. All the men who come to you say how wonderful you, Pearl, Francis and Mrs. Coyle are, and how hard you work. I didn't want to be a burden.
Carrie frowned and put a hand on his arm. No longer the skinny arm of the boy she left when she went to India, but the arm of a man who knew what it was to know fear and experience great pain. But you were such a great help to us, and honestly, surely it would be better for you at mine rather than come back here and listen to her moaning all the time. Doesn't it get on your nerves? He nodded.
Yeah, it does.
He paused and swallowed.
It's not the only reason I came back.
Carrie shrugged and looked at him askance.
I got this.
Tommy reached under his pillow and pulled out a book, opened it to the middle and pulled out a white feather. Carrie's hands went to her mouth and her skin turned pale. Who gave you that?
A woman in the street. I don't know who she was. I don't think it matters. I'd just left Nightingale Lane to go for a walk on my day off, and she ran up to me and called me cowardly scum, then handed me the feather. She said I should be ashamed for not supporting my brothers at the front.
Hot tears ran down Carrie's cheeks. Oh, Tommy, I'm so sorry. He glanced up at her, his face red with embarrassment.
Why should you be sorry? It's me who should be sorry. Look at me, covered in scars, my foot so mangled by the explosion I can hardly walk some days. I'm bloody useless. Neither use nor ornament, as Florrie would say.
Carrie got to her feet to run down the stairs and have it out with Florrie. But Tom put a hand on her arm.
She didn't say it to me. I haven't told her about the woman and what happened, and she doesn't know about the white feather.
Carrie sat back on the bed, her hands tightly wound in her lap. I should keep it like that if I were you, or you'll never hear the last of it. You know what she's like about her so-called reputation in the community. If she thought you'd let her down, you'll never be forgiven. I have to face it every time I come to Hanbury Street, which is one of the reasons I don't come.
What are the other reasons?
John and David, Johan, Arnold Bateman. She says he didn't get his money's worth and thinks he'll come knocking for a rebate if ever he comes back to London.
What do you think?
I think he was glad to see the back of me as long as his precious secret didn't come out. Florrie doesn't know about that. I would love to tell her just to see the look on her face.
And will you?
Carrie smiled. Maybe, one day, if she pushes me too far.
And John?
He doesn't exist in her eyes. Her own grandson. She has never asked me about him. He's such a little boy. It's not his fault. It makes me very sad that his own grandparents don't want anything to do with him.
What about his other grandparents, the Sterns?
Carrie pulled her face. No idea. I don't want to involve them, and they wouldn't believe he was their grandson anyway. Have you heard anything about them? Tom shook his head.
Not recently. I heard the Sterns' business had gone belly up and they had to leave. Don't know where they went though.
He looked thoughtful. Then his face brightened as though he remembered something.
Anyway, why are you here?
Something that might make you feel better about that. She indicated the white feather on the bed, then proceeded to tell him about the position at the munition factory. Pearl's going to work there in the afternoons after she's helped me out in the mornings. She wondered if it was something that would interest you. The money's not brilliant, but it'll supplement your wages from me when you come back." He grinned at her. "Come back?" "We need you, Tommy. You could do the same as Pearl. Work at Nightingale Lane in the mornings, then go across to Silvertown with Pearl in the afternoons." She smiled at her brother, her face etched with love for him. "Please, Tommy Dobbs. You're very much missed there. The boys have been asking after you, said you're a right laugh."
"Really? They miss me?"
She nodded. "And I don't think they're the only ones. Mrs. Coyle's been pining after you. And, well, there's Pearl, of course."
"Pearl? You think she's missing me?"
She nudged him. "You like her, don't you?" His cheeks went bright red and she laughed. "I knew it. You could do an awful lot worse. She's a lovely girl, is Pearl."
"Florrie hates her. Says she comes from scum."
"Florrie hates everyone. Pearl's family are the salt of the earth. Would give you their last halfpenny if you needed it." "Don't listen to her, Tommy. She doesn't know what she's talking about." She waited, then nudged him again. "What'd you say? Will you come back? Will you go for a job at the munitions factory? It'll be your contribution to the war effort, and that white feather can be forgotten forever." Tommy nodded, and Carrie flung her arms around his neck.
"When should I come?"
he said, his voice muffled by Carrie's shawl. She let him loose, still smiling. "There's no time like the present. Your room's still there. We've never used it. It's your room, Tommy, and it always will be, as long as you need it." Florrie was waiting at the bottom of the stairs as Tommy followed Carrie down to the scullery.
"Where are you going?"
she asked Tommy, looking around Carrie, 2 frown lines between her eyebrows.
"To Carrie's." "Why?"
Carrie heard Tommy swallow. Florrie could be intimidating, and Tommy was usually so quiet, never one to answer back. "He has a job with me, Mum, and a place to stay."
"He has a place to stay here. Why would he want to go with you to that place?"
Tommy pushed past Carrie and stood in front of Florrie.
"To get some dignity back, Ma. I'm a man now, not a boy. I know why you want me here, and it's not 'cause you want my company, is it? Don't worry, I won't leave you and Dad high and dry. Just think, one less mouth to feed. I'd have thought you'd have been pleased."
Florrie looked from one to the other, her lip curled in disgust.
"Ungrateful, you two. Bloody ungrateful for what me and your dad have done for you."
"And what's that?" cried Carrie. "You sold me to the highest bidder, and you've made our Tommy think he can't do anything. Me and Pearl and Mrs. Coyle, we nursed him back to health, not you. You should be grateful for that. If we'd have left him here, he'd still be lying on that couch. That's if he'd survived it." Florrie raised her hand to slap Carrie, but Tommy pushed it down.
"Don't even think about it, Ma. The days when you thought you could do that are over and done with. We're adults. We make our own decisions. I'm going back to Carrie's, and I'm going to ask Pearl to marry me. She's a fine girl, and she and I have an understanding. I'm sorry if you don't like her, but I can't live my life doing only what you want me to do. You might let our Alfie off the leash as well while you're at it. He's a good kid, but you're too hard on him, and Dad, come to that."
Florrie looked around him to Carrie, who said nothing.
"This is your doing," she said, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "You're a bad lot, Carrie Bateman, Dobbs, whatever you're calling yourself these days. You cause trouble wherever you go. I always knew it would be you. You don't take after my side of the family, that's for sure."
"No, Mum, I know I don't," Carrie answered, her face implacable. "And I thank my lucky stars for that every day." She pushed Tommy in front of her and made for the front door, then turned to face Florrie again. "Have you ever thought you might be in the wrong, Mum? That treating people the way you do isn't the right way? You belittle everyone you meet. Not a good word leaves your lips." She shook her head in frustration. "I don't understand why you're so bitter. You have a good husband who has worked every hour God sends, even though he's not in the best of health, and 4 decent children. There are people out there suffering far more than you ever have. Honey and vinegar, Mum. Think about it." She turned again and pushed the front door against the wall, opening it wide. "Go on, Tommy." Tom nodded, and hefting his haversack onto his shoulder,
went out the front door. Carrie noticed there were tears in his eyes, but didn't say anything. "Say goodbye to Dad for me," he said, over his shoulder. Then Carrie slammed the door behind them. They walked in silence for a few minutes. Then Carrie glanced across at him. "I'm so proud of you." "I'm not. She's an old lady." Carrie frowned. "She's not old, Tommy. You'd think she's old because she's always looked that way, and it suits her to be like that. Dad's a bit older, but don't be worrying yourself about Florrie Dobbs. If there's one thing you can be sure of, she knows how to take care of herself. She'll never go without. You don't get that stout if you're going without." A huge smile broke across his face. "That's what I like about you, Carrie. You're an optimist." "Yep, I am. Had to be." "Was it awful in India? You don't speak of it much." Carrie shrugged and pulled a face. "Sometimes it wasn't very nice, but it changed my life, Tommy. I think for the better. I met Dorothy and Geeta, and I still have half a business over in Secunderabad, which helps fund Nightingale Lane. And I met David." "He's bad, isn't he?" Carrie nodded, the huge sadness floating above her coming to rest on her shoulders. Yes, he's bad." She drew in a breath and released it slowly. He's not the same." "Can they help him?" She looked up at him and met his eyes with her own. "I don't know." Carrie watched out of the window as Pearl and Tommy walked down Nightingale Lane to catch the tram for their first shift at the munitions factory in Silvertown. She smiled to herself as they talked, laughed, smiled. The two people she loved most in the world, apart from her beloved son, had formed a bond, a love she hoped. Tommy had shocked her when he had told Florrie he wanted to ask Pearl to marry him. She hoped it wasn't just bravado, a surge of courage because Carrie was standing behind him. She decided not to mention it until he did, and then a few days later, after her visit to Hanbury Street, he did. She held back, tried not to look too enthusiastic, even though it was something she really wanted to happen because she felt it would bring them both happiness, particularly after what they had been through. When Pearl lost William, it had been touch and go whether she would ever be the same again. Her mind was so fragile. But David had found a doctor in Bombay, Dr. Fraser, who had pulled her through, and for that she would always be grateful. Tommy had been so dreadfully injured in the blast and subsequent fire at the tanning factory in Bermondsey. He came close to losing his life. But Carrie and Pearl had nursed him back to health. Now all that remained to remind him of that dreadful time was scarring on his cheek and damage to his leg, which was crushed under a piece of machinery that had fallen on it. Some days he was in as much pain as he was then, but with careful nursing and some of Mr. Coyle's tinctures from her herb garden, they could alleviate some of the pain he experienced. They deserve some happiness, she thought, as she lowered the lace curtain. If they're happy, so am I. Chapter 45. "How long are you planning to leave me here?" David asked her as soon as she entered the drawing room at the Alexandria. Carrie had been heartened when she'd arrived. David was sitting in a wing chair, shaved and dressed, a pile of newspapers next to him, a cup of tea on an occasional table by his elbow. The tableau that greeted her had given her optimism, but she quickly realized the reality was very different. David was in a bullish mood. She had kissed him on the forehead, saying a cheery hello, trying to lift the mood, hoping for some recognition of her concern for him, but he was having none of it. "I want you to get better, David. Don't you?" "And you think shutting me away in this madhouse is the way to do it, do you? Or is it because you want me out of the way so you can converse and flirt with the other men you look after? I've seen how they look at you, following your skirts as you walk about the room." Carrie swallowed hard, her throat constricting as she tried not to cry. Crying never helped. David didn't see the tears as they glistened on her eyelashes. It simply made him angry. "Why are you saying those things? I've never given you reason to feel that way. Nightingale Lane is my job, David. My business, if you like. I give people work, women who wouldn't survive if they didn't have a job at Nightingale Lane. Mothers who have no training in anything and with children who would starve or be sent away. David, this isn't you talking, I know it isn't. Please try to understand." He turned and faced her, his cheeks hollow, his skin grey. "I do understand. I'm no good for you anymore. You think I won't be able to give you the life I promised you when we were in India. That's it, isn't it? And you put me in here to get me out of the way. I've talked to the other inmates of this prison. They feel exactly the same as me. Their wives and mothers have got shot of them because they say they've changed. Yet we think all of you have changed. The love has gone from your eyes, Carrie. Once you looked at me with warmth. Now it's disdain. I expect you found someone else. A girl like you wouldn't have any trouble finding someone else. I fell for your charms. Why wouldn't another man?" Carrie sat like a statue listening to David's diatribe, distraught, dumbstruck, realising she could never reason with him. "I think you should go. And please, don't come back. I don't need your pity."
"David."
She reached for him, but he turned from her and faced the window as though he couldn't bear to look at her.
"I love you, David. I always will."
She waited for him to respond, but it was as though she didn't exist. Carrie cried all the way home. By the time she reached Nightingale Lane, her eyes were red and swollen, and she knew she would never be able to hide it from the others. Pearl, Mrs. Coyle, and Tommy looked up, their laughter suddenly cut short, the smiles dropping from their faces as she went into the warm kitchen that usually gave her so much comfort. "What is it, Carrie?" asked Pearl. "What's happened?" She sank into a chair and hung her head.
"David doesn't want to see me anymore. He's told me not to go back to the Alexandria hospital. He said I don't look at him with love in my eyes anymore."
Tommy dragged a kitchen chair out from the table and sat beside her, then held her hand, which he noticed was as cold as ice. "You know he doesn't mean it, right? You know he doesn't know what he's saying."
Carrie shook her head. "It doesn't matter if he means it or not. He's told the doctors he doesn't want visitors. Not even Dorothy and Marcus."
"What do the doctors say?"
"That it's his choice, and they can't go against his wishes. He's even signed something to say that it's his request, and it's not being imposed on him."
"Have you tried speaking to him, talking him out of his decision?"
"He wouldn't speak to me. Turned away from me as though he didn't know me. I asked the doctor if it could be overruled, if it was in his best interests to have visitors, and they said no. His mind, as we knew him, might be damaged, but generally he is sound. He made the decision with no coercion. There's nothing I can do. Nothing anyone can do."
Later that day, after Pearl and Tommy had left for Silvertown, Dorothy and Marcus visited Nightingale Lane. Dorothy looked as though she'd been crying, and Marcus was pale. "He won't see us, darling," Dorothy said as she swept as elegantly as she could at almost 9 months pregnant. She went into the sitting room and promptly sat, kicking off her Mary Janes and massaging her swollen ankles. "We were turned away at the door." Marcus glanced at her. "Well, almost. We got as far as his bedroom door. Then one of the nurses came running down the corridor towards us, asking us not to go any further. When I asked her why, she said that David had informed them that he didn't want visitors. At all."
Carrie followed them into the room and sat opposite Dorothy, nervously twisting her fingers together in her lap. "I know, Dorothy. I went to see him earlier today and he informed me himself that he didn't want to see me again. After, when I spoke to the doctors, they told me it was a blanket request. Not just me. He didn't want to see anyone."
"But why?
I don't understand. We're his friends. Why would he not want to see us, especially you and Marcus? We've known him for years."
"But he's not the David we've known for years," said Marcus. "He's not the same man. He has been terribly affected by his experience at the front. Men he has known for many years in the military blown to bits in front of his eyes, screaming in agony, and David unable to help them. I would say it's quite likely he has survivor's guilt. Feel like he's let them all down because he's made it through and they didn't. Things over there have escalated beyond anything you would imagine, and he has been in the thick of it. It doesn't bode well. It doesn't bode well at all."
"What about you, Marcus?" asked Carrie. "Will you have to return?"
"Yes, but not yet. I'm more involved with training officers these days, but yes, I'll need to return at some point." Maybe not the best time to have a baby, Dorothy murmured almost to herself. It's always a good time and never a good time, said Carrie, finding a smile for her friend. That's what they say on the streets. Dorothy nodded, understanding the sentiment. But when you have yours, we should celebrate. All we get is bad news these days. If we can't get excited over a new baby, I don't know what we can get excited about. Dorothy and Marcus glanced at each other. And what about you, darling? What are you going to do? Carrie breathed in and closed her eyes. When she opened them, both Dorothy and Marcus were staring at her. Nothing. Nothing, repeated Dorothy. There's nothing I can do. I've tried everything. When David was here, I nursed, cajoled, even tried pleading with him to understand that I still loved him and always would, regardless of what had happened to him. I told him that if he'd returned physically impaired, no matter what it was, I would still love him. But he heard none of it. I've thought about it so much. I've gone whole nights with no sleep because I want to do the right thing by him. And yes, there is a feeling of guilt that he's in a nursing hospital and it's the one thing he didn't want. But there wasn't an alternative. I did what I did because I thought it was for the best. All I can hope now is that he will get better, that his doctors are able to do something for him. Then maybe I'll get him back. If he doesn't improve, then his refusal to allow me to visit him is his decision. But I want you to both know that I love him as much as I ever did. And I always will, even if he never wants to see me again. I'll always love David. Dorothy reached out to Carrie and gripped her hand. We know, Carrie. We know. The following day, on the 10th of January, just before dawn, Dorothy gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Exhausted after the birth, Carrie offered to take care of Seraphina and Dottie at Nightingale Lane while Dorothy was in hospital. It'll be about 10 days, said Marcus, leaving the girls in the hall and watching them run into the kitchen, giggling, a look of relief on his face. She had a difficult time, but she's all right. You know, Dorothy, as tough as they come. But you'll need help, Marcus, especially now you have 2 babies instead of 1. What a shock for you. Yes, the boy was hiding behind his sister. In shock, certainly. But so delighted, Carrie. I can't wait to get them home. The girls can stay here. We've loads of room. A couple of the boys were well enough to go home yesterday, and we're not due to receive any more until next month. I'm not sorry, to be honest. We're all exhausted, and it'd be lovely for John to have his favourite playmates here. And don't forget, Marcus, when Dorothy does return home, if there's anything I can do. Marcus nodded. I know. I expect you'll all be visiting to coo over the new babes. I'm sure Dorothy will be grateful for any help and advice. Between you and me, I think she's a bit nervous about being left on her own with them. Carrie laughed. Yeah, I remember that. It's nerve-wracking. She'll be fine. I'll do what I can. 10 days later, Dorothy returned home to Victoria Square. Marcus insisted she went to bed, but Carrie encouraged Dorothy to become active as soon as she could. She suggested a bath while she looked after the babies for an hour, and then to wear a dress that made her feel good. A trip to a hairdresser was arranged, and the application of some rouge to cheeks and lips. Honestly, Dorothy, it'll make you feel better. You should try to get back to normal as soon as you can. When's the nurse coming? This afternoon. Marcus is being a bit too careful with me, don't you think? He'd make me stay in bed for a month if he had his way. Carrie smiled. He loves you and wants to look after you. It's so lovely, Dorothy. Make the most of it. I remember when I had John. Arnold barely looked at him, or me for that matter. It should have been one of the best times of my life, the most memorable. She chuckled. Well, it was, but for all the wrong reasons. Do you hate him? Carrie shrugged. I've felt hate for him. Is that the same? I don't think it is. I don't think it's easy to truly hate someone. Usually they have some saving grace, although I'm not sure Arnold Bateman possesses one of those. No, nor me. Carrie folded some toweling nappies, shook out some muslins, and rearranged Dorothy's dressing table. Then she fiddled with the curtain tiebacks and adjusted the lace at the windows. Do you ever stop? Asked Dorothy, shaking her head. You're never still, Carrie, always changing this or that.
making good everything around you. Why don't you ever rest?" Carrie pulled a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Stops me thinking about David. The night times are the worst. I get no rest from it. Every time I close my eyes, I see him, the way he used to be. Then the image is replaced with how he is now, grey, hollow-eyed, hollow-cheeked, uncertain of everything. I have nightmares too. I've managed to do without proper sleep for so long, it's like my body doesn't need it anymore." Dorothy looked thoughtful. She glanced at Carrie as though she wanted to say something, then changed her mind and looked away. Carrie smiled to herself. "Yes, Dorothy?" She looked up at her friend. "What was it you wanted to say?" "I don't want to upset you any more than you are already, Carrie. But I hope you won't waste your life. You're still very young, still beautiful. You could meet someone else. It's bad enough David's life will change, has changed, and who knows what will happen. As your friend, a dear friend I hope, I just want you to be happy. I hope you'll consider what I'm saying is from someone who cares about you and David." Carrie went to the bed and sat facing Dorothy. She leant forward and took her hand, smiling, knowing how important Dorothy's friendship was to her. "I hear what you're saying, Dorothy, and I have considered it. It's just that I can't imagine loving anyone as much as I love David. And if I can't love them in that way, then should I love them at all? I've promised David I'll wait for him, no matter how long it takes." She chuckled. "I'm praying so hard that if he doesn't hear me, he needs a hearing aid." Dorothy laughed. "I didn't realize you were a believer." "I am lately. I think it's all I have left. I've never asked him for anything in the past. Hopefully he'll look after David, wrap him in love and make him better. I have to believe that, don't I?" Dorothy nodded, then looked worried. "There's something else, Carrie. Something I've wanted to tell you, even before I had the twins, but you had so much on your plate, I couldn't bring myself to say it." Carrie's eyes widened, and she leant forward, perplexed, suspecting something had befallen the new twins. "What, Dorothy? What is it? Please tell me, for goodness sake." "There's no way to make this sound better than it is, darling. Arnold Bateman's unit is coming back to England in a month." Carrie's mouth dropped open. Arnold was so far away, so entrenched in a country that had taken weeks to reach, she had been able to forget about him. Sometimes, if she ever dreamed of Secunderabad, Arnold would be in the background, almost a shadow, dark, unformed like a cloud of seething vapour. Her life was now so different from the one she had lived with him in India, it was almost as if it had all happened to someone else. Her relationship with Geeta still blossomed, they wrote often, but Arnold was never mentioned. The only references to the military was when a ball took place at the Secunderabad club, and the wives of the soldiers wanted a new dress or shoes. Geeta would relay all this information to Carrie, amusing gossip about the wives, even some of the women Carrie had met. While Carrie was aware, carefully and neatly sidestepping any mention of Arnold Bateman, Carrie's estranged husband. She sucked in a breath and rose from the bed, wobbling as she went to the window for air. She sensed trouble, a premonition of darkness that Arnold would bring with him from so far away. He was still her husband. They had not divorced, only parted on the agreement that Carrie wouldn't reveal Arnold's proclivity, his preference for men. Would that agreement stand her in good stead when he came back to England demanding his rights? And what were his rights? Could he demand half of everything she owned? Or everything she had acquired through her hard work? The house? Even half of the business in Secunderabad? Could he demand to be given admittance to 99 Nightingale Lane? To own it, live in it? To change everything she'd achieved? Dorothy watched Carrie, her breath held in her chest at the change in her friend. "Carrie?" Carrie turned to her, her face pale, her lip quivering. "Oh, Dorothy, I'm scared." Dorothy slid out of bed and went across to the window. She put her arm around Carrie's shoulders and held her close. "No, darling, shh. It'll be all right, I promise. We won't let anything happen to you." Carrie looked up with her eyes misted with tears. "What if he wants everything? What if he demands to live at Nightingale Lane? Can I say no?
Dorothy squeezed her. You need a lawyer, a man of letters to help you. My advice is to wait and see what happens on his return. She pulled Carrie to the sofa, and they sat close, heads together. He might be as quiet as a lamb when he returns. Don't forget, you know something about him he will not want anyone in England to know. He's ambitious and will want to make a good name for himself. If his preferences get out, he'll be finished. He's not stupid, Carrie, and I know about him and what happened in your marriage, as does David.
And Marcus?
Dorothy nodded.
Why hasn't he told anyone? He's a high-ranking officer.
Because he's as aware as I am that all the time you have this information, he can't hurt you. If it gets out and disputed and he wins, you won't have a leg to stand on.
So it needs to stay under wraps?
Dorothy nodded again. I think it's best for now. The ball is in his court. If he plays it, you know what you must do.
And if he wins?
Dorothy shrugged. We mustn't let him. It would be a travesty, and you've been praying, haven't you?
She smiled at Carrie, and Carrie chuckled. Yes, more than I ever have.
So let's hope it has stood you in good stead. Don't be scared, Carrie. That's not the Carrie I know. The twins' christening took place at St. Peter's Church near Dorothy and Marcus's home in Victoria Square. Carrie was godmother and David godfather, although in his absence. It was a wonderful occasion. The twins behaved beautifully without a peep, and when their names were announced by the presiding vicar, a secret until the great day, everyone was all smiles. Sebastian and Violet, a nod to Carrie's name, were blessed in front of friends and family, and Carrie, although sad that David could not attend, was thrilled at being asked. Back at Victoria Square, Dorothy took Carrie aside. How are you?
I'm fine, Dorothy. I'm so happy for you. You and Marcus look very contented.
Dorothy smiled. We are. The twins have brought us so much joy, and with the help of Nurse Field, they've added a new dimension to our lives. It's funny. I had always thought Marcus and I would not be blessed with children, but here we are.
It must be lovely to have a full-time nurse. At least you can do some of the things you want to do.
Well, not all. Marcus has asked me to promise. No more rallies until the twins are older. Anyway, the Women's Social and Political Union have taken on board the needs of a country at war. Our rallies have been put on hold until things change and the war nears its end. We need to find more homes for Belgian refugees, which is what I wanted to talk to you about. Carrie frowned but was curious.
Oh?
It began in 1914. The refugees from Belgium came across in their droves, about 250,000 so far, when their country was overrun by the Boche. Is there a chance you might have room for a family of refugees? They've gone through so much, Carrie, and we're struggling to find everyone places. It's as if all the residents of Belgium have upped sticks and come across to England. We have a number of families of Jewish Belgians who can't return to their homeland yet because it's far too dangerous for them. What do you think? Can you help?
Carrie thought for a moment. I would love to help, Dorothy. We have some spaces at Nightingale Lane, and I'm yet to open the attic rooms. Would they be suitable? Spruced up and made warm and pleasant, of course. It's where Pearl and I used to sleep when we were maids.
Dorothy's eyes filled with tears. Oh, Carrie, how do you do it, darling?
Carrie couldn't help laughing. We weren't in the jungle sleeping on leaves, Dorothy. It was perfectly all right, and it was where I met Pearl. So I'm grateful for my time there. You're so funny and sweet, and I think those tears are baby tears. We all have them after we've given birth. The attic bedrooms are really quite nice, and with a bit of care and attention can be turned into 2 apartments for families to stay in. Yes, we'll help, of course we will.
Thank you, Carrie. So many people need help, and I knew you'd say yes. You're such a good egg. She turned and made to greet another guest, and then thought of something. And have you heard anything from you-know-who?
Carrie puffed out a breath. No, But I'm sure I will. And there'll be someone else awaiting his return with anticipation as well as me. Dorothy tilted her head and knotted her brows. Surely he's not that popular. I can't imagine why anyone would anticipate that man's return. She's not waiting for him because she wants him to return. I would imagine she's dreading it. Who, Carrie? My mother, Florrie. He paid her, didn't he, before we came out to Secunderabad. Gave her money so he would have a wife to make him look like a family man. And he got 2 for the price of 1, bearing in mind I was pregnant with John. Not that he cared a jot for him. Will he want his money back? That's what she's worried about. And does she know about his other life? Carrie shook her head. No, but I've been sorely tempted to tell her, especially when she goes on about what a good man he is, and that I should have stayed where I was because it was the best place for me. She'll have the shock of her life if she ever does find out. But knowing Florrie, she'd rather believe him over me. Was it a lot of money? I think it was a tidy sum. I asked her once, but she dodged the question, and my father took himself out, embarrassed, I expect. He's a lovely man, but too soft by half. She walks all over him, and I know if I'd been left to him I would never have married just because I was pregnant, particularly to someone who was on his way to India of all places. He made it quite plain he didn't like Arnold Bateman, and even though he voiced his feelings, Florrie would have none of it. She decided, and that was that. Dad would have let me stay at home and sod the neighbours and their gossip. If Arnold does want some of his money back, he'll have to whistle for it. They've got nothing. Although heaven only knows where the money he gave Florrie went. Chapter 46. What the hell was that? Mrs. Coyle ran into the dispensary, where Carrie was stashing their newest supply of saline and analgesics, lifesavers for cleaning the wounds of soldiers in their care, and for halting the pain that would leave them crying out for their mothers. Carrie often wondered how some of the boys had ever survived the fighting at the front, faced with an enemy who were very likely as scared as they were, when even in convalescence they were convinced they were going to die. None of them had while at Nightingale Lane, and Carrie was proud that they had sent so many boys home or back to the front, even though she regretted their returning to the place of war. She suddenly stopped and listened, her hands that held brown glass bottles of medication in mid-air, and stared at Mrs. Coyle. It sounded like an explosion. Carrie pushed the bottles haphazardly into the dresser and ran into the sitting room, Mrs. Coyle following, to look out of the window. Do you think it was a bomb? Mrs. Coyle shook her head. I've never heard no bomb like that before. Came out of nowhere. Not like the other raids. Wouldn't we have had a warning at the very least? Or the sound of engines like we usually do? Carrie frowned. She watched as people left their homes and stood out in the street looking towards the skies. I think everyone thinks the same. The other residents are outside looking for bombers, but there's nothing. And as you say, there would have been a warning. She shook her head. I wonder what it was. Shall we get the boys into the shelter, do you think? Send some of the walking wounded to the tube? They might be using the Zeppelins again. Could never hear them, could we, before they drop their bombs? Carrie shook her head. No, I don't think that's necessary. Let's wait and see. Oh, wait a minute. There's one of the new wardens. He's talking to some of the residents. She turned from the window and ran into the hall. I'm going to find out what's happened. Carrie lifted her skirts and ran down the 3 steps in front of the house. She approached the group of residents that had gathered in the road, then spotted a neighbour, a woman she was on speaking terms with. Mrs. Brown, what's happened? What was that noise? Mrs. Brown covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes etched with dread. Oh, Mrs. Bateman, there's been a huge explosion in Silvertown, at the munitions factory. It's blown the factory to pieces, and all the houses close by have been destroyed. Carrie felt her legs turn to jelly. She wanted to ask the woman what time the explosion took place, but she couldn't find her voice. Mrs. Brown touched her arm, dismayed at Carrie's response. Mrs. Bateman, are you all right, my dear? Carrie nodded, breathless with fear. What time? What time did it happen?
Mrs. Brown called the warden over and asked him the same question. He looked as shaken as Carrie felt. 6:52, just after the afternoon shift had finished, he said, his voice wobbling.
Was anyone hurt?
Asked Carrie, dreading the answer. Oh yes, many. The changeover had already taken place. There are casualties. It's a terrible business. Our loyal men and women working for the war effort. And now this happens. There will be deaths. Some of those on the top floor were caught in the blast. They wouldn't have known what hit them. Carrie turned from them and ran back to the house, her legs almost giving way. Mrs. Coyle met her in the hall, her cheeks wobbling with fear at the look on Carrie's face. What is it, Ducky? What's happened? Carrie held onto the wall as she gasped out her answer.
It's the munitions factory at Silvertown. There's been a massive explosion. Oh, Mrs. Coyle! Mrs. Coyle!
Ida Coyle ran forward and put an arm around her waist. They might be all right, sweetheart. They might be all right. When did it happen?
8 minutes to 7.
And when did their shift end?
6:30.
Mrs. Coyle sat Carrie on the sofa in the sitting room and squeezed her ample body in next to her. So? She shook her head as she considered Pearl and Tommy and whether they would have been at the factory. They'll be all right then, won't they? Most of them can't wait to get out of there of an evening, especially on the weekend, and our two won't be any different.
Weren't they home then?
Carrie looked at the clock on the mantelpiece.
7:30. They should be walking through that door about now, looking for tea and biscuits.
We'll wait, darling. We'll wait for them to come home. They sat together, waiting, their hands entwined, their ears waiting for the sound of Tommy's key in the front door. They waited until 8 o'clock, then 8:30. When the hands on the clock reached 9, Ida Coyle stood. We should make some inquiries. Perhaps they're helping out with the casualties. You know what Pearl's like. She couldn't walk away when someone's in pain or needs help.
Should we go there, do you think? To Silver Street?
Mrs. Coyle nodded. If we're allowed to, or if the roads are clear enough. Sounds like it was devastating. Not sure we'll get a tram, Carrie. They might not be running, bearing in mind how far the blast devastated. The streets around the factory will no doubt be closed.
We must try, though, mustn't we, just in case?
Yes, of course, Ducky. Mrs. Coyle nodded again, her eyes brimming with tears she brushed away with her apron so that Carrie wouldn't see them. Yes, we must try, just in case. Tommy waited for Pearl just inside the factory gates in Silvertown. They'd arranged to meet after their shift, which ended at 6:30 in the evening. She was late, gossiping with her friends, he expected. So he sighed, chuckled to himself, and lit another cigarette to pass the time until she arrived. He nodded good night to the other workers as they went by, some walking, some cycling, alone and in pairs, some turning left outside the gates to go into Silvertown, some right, making their way to the pub. Groups of girls walked by quickly arm in arm, chatting about this and that, and what they would do at the weekend, giggling as they passed him, their eyes sliding in his direction, appreciating the handsome guy with the scar on his cheek that made him even more mysterious. Tommy was known as the quiet one, the one who smiled and nodded, but didn't say much. He thought his shyness and inability to make small talk probably put him at a disadvantage, but unknown to him, it made him an even more attractive prospect. Not from him the cheeky chat-up lines, the invitations to the pub after work, the eyeing up of the girls on his shift. He simply turned up, would join in conversations when invited, then go home. It was all he wanted, to work and earn a decent wage, to be part of the war effort, to go back to his room in Nightingale Lane, and Pearl. Pearl was the sunshine in his life. All around him was grey. The buildings, the streets, particularly where Florrie and Arthur lived in Hanbury Street. The people who were bowed down by poverty and fear of war, and what it was doing to their lives, wondering if it would ever be the same again. The bombing had increased. Every day new reports would come through about areas of the coast that had been demolished by bombing raids, and every person who lived and breathed wondered if that very day would be their last. The young men left in the streets were either in reserved occupations, had been injured at the front and could not return, or were conscientious objectors. When Tommy had been given the white feather by a woman he had never seen before or since, it had broken his heart. There was nothing worse in his eyes than a coward, a man who would allow his brothers, his friends, the ordinary man down the pub to go off to war, to risk his life in the mud and trenches of France to save his country, and not do his bit himself. He had wanted to go from the beginning of the war in 1914, but his age had prevented him. But he had promised himself that as soon as he came of age or started to look older than his years, whichever came first, he would enlist. But then came the fire at the tanning factory, the one that changed his life forever, along with his plans to join up. In his heart, he wasn't a coward, and certainly not a conscientious objector. But people on the street didn't know what was in his heart. All they saw was a man young enough to fight for his country, who wasn't where he ought to be. They chose not to see the scars, didn't think about how he might have come by them, and ignored his pronounced limp. He'd shouted after the woman after she'd pushed the feather onto him that he wasn't allowed to go to war, but she wasn't interested. She was too busy looking for her next victim, a man who may or may not have deserved the white feather. How he had felt that day, the misplaced guilt, the sorrow because of the inadequacies in his body his injuries had brought, had stayed with him for weeks, and every time an injured soldier was given admittance to Nightingale Lane, his melancholy crowded in on him even more. After a new intake, where one of the soldiers was crying in pain, a boy, clearly not of age, who had lied to get to the front, Tommy decided he couldn't face his guilt any more, which is why he returned to Hanbury Street. The prospect had daunted him. Florrie was far from sympathetic, and he knew that any welcome he received would be because he would bring his savings with him, but at least he didn't have to confront the guilt of being a young man who didn't go to war. He threw the cigarette end onto the floor and ground it out with his heel, glancing at his watch. 10 minutes to 7. Everyone on their floor had left the factory. He smiled, shaking his head, wondering what on earth girls found to talk about. Then he saw her, running down the wooden steps from the first floor of the factory towards him. She'd changed out of her work clothes into a primrose yellow dress that swished around her legs as she ran. Her beautiful red hair shone, released from the grimy scarf she wore in the factory, and her face and hands were free of the grease and dirt they encountered every day. His heart leapt when he saw her, realizing she was late because she cared how she looked for him. He smiled broadly, the love he had for her filling every part of him. The Silvertown factory exploded at 8 minutes to 7 on Friday the 7th of January. The force of the blast swept him out of the gates and into the road that ran alongside the factory. His ears rang with piercing white noise, the pain almost unbearable, as pieces of detritus, glass, brick and wood, fell around and on top of him, cutting him across his eyebrow and filling his mouth and nose with dust and pieces of brick and grit. He lay still for a few moments, the realization of what had happened not registering until his heart had stopped clanging in his chest like a funeral bell. When the debris had stopped falling, there was silence, an eerie quiet, unnatural in its density, until a siren sounded. One he knew from the bombing raids, signalling a disaster had occurred in the parish. He leant up painfully on one elbow, peering through the falling dust that was as thick as a London fog. He narrowed his eyes, lines of dust making crow's feet, squinting into the greyness. The outline of buildings in the far distance, muted as though under water, until he saw a figure, prone against the flagstones, a sweep of red hair splayed out around it, and a primrose yellow dress, its colour dulled by a thick layer of brick dust. "Poe!" Tommy's voice was barely a croak. His throat was so full of dust. He tried to lever himself to a sitting position, but a sharp flash of pain tore through his leg. He heaved onto the stones beside him, vomiting the dust he'd swallowed, and was still breathing in. He looked across at Pearl again. She hadn't moved, and a terrible thought occurred to him. "Please don't be dead," he said under his breath that rasped in his throat. "Please, God, don't take Pearl. Please don't be dead." He hefted himself up onto his good leg, looking around for a piece of wood he could use as a crutch. He leant forward and retrieved a plank that looked sturdy enough to hold him, got to his knees, and levered himself up. He began a slow, hobbling walk over to where Pearl was laying, and as he reached her, people came out of nowhere, running towards him, arms outstretched. Firemen appeared, jumping off fire engines that had hurtled into the street from fire stations from other towns. He heard someone say that the blast had damaged hundreds of buildings, including the local fire station and St. Barnabas's church. The people had been left homeless, and the blast had been seen and heard miles away. He dropped to the ground next to Pearl and pushed her hair away from her face, which was unmarked by the blast. He put his head against her chest, silently praying she was breathing. "Pearl," he whispered. "Pearl, please, sweetheart." 2 ambulance men knelt beside him, one taking his arm. "Let us look after her, sir. We'll look after her now. Get her to hospital. Is she—" Tommy swallowed the vomit rising in his throat. "Is she dead?" One of the men put a finger against Pearl's neck. "She has a pulse. Not very strong. We need to move her. Get her some medical care." He glanced at Tommy and frowned. "And you, sir. You need some attention." "I'm coming with you," said Tommy. "I'm not leaving her." The men nodded. They lifted Pearl gently onto a stretcher, wrapped her in a grey army-issue blanket, and carried her to the ambulance. Tommy hobbled towards the ambulance behind them, thanking a God with whom he had no relationship for keeping his beloved Pearl alive, and praying to him that she would stay that way. Carrie left John with Frances, Ida Coyle's daughter, who worked as a daily at number 99, who'd promised to stay with him until they returned, and she and Mrs. Coyle made their way down Nightingale Lane to the tram stop on the main road. "Where are you going, missus?" the driver asked as it pulled up. "We want to go to Silvertown," replied Carrie. He whistled and shook his head. "Not today, love. Nor any day for a while, I shouldn't wonder. I can take you as far as Limehouse. You'll have to walk from there." "What are you going there for? There's been an explosion at the munitions factory. No place for ladies." Carrie and Mrs. Coyle ignored him and got on the tram. When they got to Limehouse, they disembarked, then hurried as fast as they could towards Silvertown. "We've a bit of a walk," puffed Mrs. Coyle. "We might have been better going on the underground." "Does it go that far yet?" Mrs. Coyle shook her head, her cheeks getting redder and redder, her breath shorter and shorter. "Oh, I dunno, Ducky. I can't keep up with these new-fangled modern things. The tram or horse and carriage was always good enough for me in my day." The closer they got to Silvertown, the more the evidence of the explosion became apparent. There were fires everywhere, with clusters of firemen attempting to put them out, and ambulance men with Red Cross armbands attending to the wounded. All of the buildings around them had the windows blown out, and the street could hardly be identified, they were so covered in mounds of bricks and wood. Mrs. Coyle grabbed Carrie's arm just as they got near to the factory. Should we be here, do you think? I'm not sure we should be here. If they've been hurt, then we need to know where they've been taken. I'll ask someone." Carrie ran across to 2 ambulance men who were attending a fireman who had been overcome by fumes coming from the factory, then ran back to Mrs. Coyle. "The injured have been taken to the hospital in Poplar. We should go there. I won't be happy until I know what's happened to Tommy and Pearl." "You might not be happy when you know what's happened, either," Mrs. Coyle muttered under her breath, as she turned to go back the way she came and surveyed the chaotic scenes around them. "But at least it's on the way back to Limehouse. We can get a tram home from there when we found them." It took them over an hour and a half to get to the hospital in Poplar. They would have reached it sooner had Mrs. Coyle not insisted on stopping every few hundred yards to catch her breath. The big woman wasn't used to walking anywhere. She hardly ever left Nightingale Lane, and if she did, it was only to visit the outdoor markets to buy supplies. "I'm fair bushed," she gasped when they got to the gates of the East India Docks, which were just outside the hospital. "I hope they've got a spare bed in there," she said, as she bent over to ease a stitch in her side. "I'll be needing one myself." "I hope we find them, Mrs. Coyle," said Carrie, her voice almost a whisper. "And I hope they're all right. They've both been through so much already. Why did this have to happen?" "It's life, Ducky. Throws things at us to test us, to see how strong we are." "Yeah, well, I'm bloody fed up with it. I just want them to be all right." Mrs. Coyle glanced at Carrie. She wasn't sure everything was going to be all right. It was serious, that she knew. What she'd seen at Silvertown had shocked her. The devastation, the amount of people wounded and made homeless because of the blast. If Tommy and Pearl weren't at the hospital, she assumed they were underneath a pile of rubble in Silvertown and had yet to be found. How Carrie would cope with losing the brother she loved so much and Pearl, her best friend, after the admittance of Captain Lawrence to a nursing home was in the lap of the gods. They were in the middle of a war they thought would be over by Christmas 1914, and many had lost their lives during the intervening years. Why should luck be on their side when it had deserted so many? She saw it every day at Nightingale Lane. Young men, their lives changed forever by their injuries or the awful things they'd seen during the fighting. Some of them would never be the same again. Yes, they'd survived, but many of them were sent back to France to fight again once they were fit enough. No one knew if they ever made it back home again. The hospital was bustling with activity. The ambulances pulled up every few minutes, medical staff rushing out to meet the injured and help take them inside.
"Do you think we should go in?"
Carrie asked Mrs. Coyle. "We can try. If they stop us, we can ask them about Pearl and Tommy."
"I feel bad watching all this going on and not doing anything."
"They know what they're doing, Carrie. Let's find someone we can talk to." They went to a desk in the wide foyer, which was 3 or 4 people deep, all wanting the same thing as Carrie and Mrs. Coyle. Women carrying infants were waiting to find out about their husbands. Men worrying about their missing wives. Mothers and fathers, all looking for loved ones, praying, just as Carrie was, that they would be safe and well. They stood at the back of the group to wait their turn, then heard the sound of a voice they recognised. "Carrie?" Carrie turned, then ran towards Tommy, who had left one of the wards and entered the foyer from a corridor lined with trolleys and victims from the blast. Flinging her arms around him and holding him close, not saying anything, the tears rolling down her face as she pressed her cheek against his chest.
"You're all right,"
she said, her voice breaking with tears.
"You're all right."
He gently pushed her away from him and stared at her as though trying to send her a message. Her eyes widened and she looked behind him.
"Where's Pearl?"
Mrs. Coyle joined them and put a hand on his arm. "Where's Pearl, ducky?" she said in a motherly voice. He inclined his head towards the ward. "In there. Injured. Badly injured. They're not sure she'll make it, Carrie. It's strange. There's not a mark on her. It's all inside. The blast hit her so badly it's damaged her internal organs."
"Is she awake?"
Carrie asked in a whisper. "No, unconscious." He shook his head. "She looks so pretty too. It's why we were late coming out of the factory. I was waiting for her at the gates. Everyone else had left. She came running down the steps from the first floor. She'd cleaned up in one of the cubicles, washed her hands and face and changed into that yellow dress she knows I love. I remember watching her, thinking how lucky I was to have met her, and that I should tell her how I felt about her. The next thing I knew, I was lying in the road, covered in wood and brick dust. My ears are still ringing from the blast. I can hardly hear anything. When I managed to lean up on my elbow, I saw her, laying on the flagstones in the courtyard. The building was gone, just bits of metal sticking up out of the ground, and there were bodies of workers who were on the top floor lying amongst the rubble. There was fire everywhere. I could hear people screaming who were trapped under the debris." He rubbed the tears from his eyes, smearing soot across his face. "It was bloody awful, Carrie," he cried, his voice throaty and rasping. "I thought the fire at the tannery was bad, but this was something else."
"Have they said anything? Is she going to be all right? I mean, she's not going to die, is she?"
He pressed his face into his hands. "I don't know, Carrie. They said she had a 50-50 chance of pulling through. Not very good odds, are they? If luck is on her side, she might make it, but..." He shrugged. "I don't think anyone knows." They walked to the tram stop, Carrie and Ida supporting Tommy between them. There were no street lamps to light their way. Every one of them had been blown out by the blast, and the area was pitch black. Tommy had been patched up as best as could be under the circumstances. A piece of gauze kept in place with plasters across his eyebrow, where it had been stitched by a young nurse whose hands had shaken through the whole thing. Tommy ignored it. He assumed she'd probably seen some sights that night she'd never encountered before, and tried to make light of his injuries, but was glad when it was over. The three of them stood in the darkness, waiting for the tram to arrive. Carrie worried that the service had been stopped because of the disaster at the factory, and wondered how they would get Tommy home if it had. A Ford motorcar pulled up some way away from the tram stop, its engine idling, the exhaust puffing out plumes of vapour into the cold air. Carrie couldn't see the driver, but suddenly Mrs. Coyle threw up her hands with apparent joy. "It's Master Johann!" She turned to Carrie, a huge smile across her face. "You remember him, Carrie, Master Johann, the stern boy. Well, not a boy no more. I wondered what had happened to that young man. I think he's recognised us." She lifted her skirts and almost ran towards the car, waving animatedly, her smile still stretched wide. "Master Johann, it's Mrs. Coyle." Carrie watched with her heart in her mouth as Johann Stern got out of the car and walked towards Mrs. Coyle, who was standing on the pavement. She saw him clutch Mrs. Coyle's hands as they exchanged greetings. Then, as she pointed to Carrie and Tommy standing like statues in the dark, both dreading the moment Johann Stern offered to take them home to the house he once lived in, Ida Coyle hurried back to them as Johann stood next to the car waiting for them. "He was going home when he saw us standing at the tram stop. When he saw Tommy, he assumed he'd been caught up in the explosion at the factory and wants to take us home. I told him what happened to Tommy and about Pearl. I feel quite heady," she said. "I've never travelled in a motorcar before." "Maybe we should wait for the tram, Mrs. Coyle. We don't want to put him out," said Carrie, trying not to look at Johann. "Oh no, he said it's all right. He lives on Victoria Square. Isn't that where Captain and Mrs. Tremaine live? Anyway, come on, Ducky. We'll be home in a jiffy. And it'll be so much better for Tommy to go home in some comfort instead of a rickety old tram." Carrie knew she'd lost the argument. She glanced up at Tommy, who shrugged, then allowed himself to be helped towards the car. Johann Stern opened the door to the back seat, smiling as he did so, then helped Tommy to sit inside. "Would you like to sit in the front?" he asked Carrie, who shook her head. "Oh, no, thank you. I'll sit in the back with Tommy. Mrs. Coyle will sit in the front." She knew she wouldn't get any argument from Ida Coyle, who couldn't wait to slip into the shiny leather front passenger seat. Thank you for offering to take us." Johann smiled, and Carrie felt her stomach somersault as he answered her with a smooth, refined voice. "It's no trouble, Carrie. No trouble whatsoever." She stared at the back of his head as he drove smoothly towards Nightingale Lane. She'd registered the shock in his face when he realised he would be taking them to the house his family once owned. Observed him as the cogs and wheels of his mind carried out the machinations to accept that somehow she had found a way to acquire the house of his childhood. She watched his eyes narrow in the rearview mirror when he asked to where he was taking them, her stomach churning at his look of shock that he struggled to replace with nonchalance. "You're back at the old house, then?" he'd asked her airily. She nodded. "Yes, back at number 99. He turned to Mrs. Coyle. "And you're still the cook, Mrs. Coyle?" "Oh yes, Master Stern, still cooking. It's what I do best." He'd nodded and smiled, then looked into the mirror and found her eyes. "And you, Carrie? You're still the maid?" She turned and looked out of the window into the darkness. "I run the house as a convalescence home for injured soldiers." She decided it was enough of an explanation, then felt his stare as he clearly wondered if she had been the purchaser. She had acquired the house under her new name, Mrs. Arnold Bateman, confident that the Sterns would never find out who the buyer actually was. When she got out of the car outside the house, she saw his eyes go to her left hand and to the wedding ring she still wore to give her the correct amount of status as a woman living as a single person, to maintain her acceptability in the social mores of 1917 England. As they walked Tommy into the house, she turned and thanked Johann for his assistance. "I'm glad things worked out for you, Carrie," he said, his voice back to its smooth charm. She lifted the corners of her mouth in a half-smile that didn't reach her eyes.
"I've never been happier. I'm very glad to be back in the old house. You must miss it."
"Elizabeth and I live in Victoria Square with our child. My parents lost the business at the start of the war, so consequently needed to sell their home. They are currently staying with us until things improve."
Carrie nodded. "Please, give them my kind regards."
She saw him swallow, and surmised perhaps he was wondering how the lowliest maid could be now in a position to send his illustrious parents, the ones she had slaved for a mere pittance before the war, kind regards. Yes, of course." As she approached the front door, John ran towards her and flew into her arms, shouting,
"Mama!"
She knelt and hugged him to her, then turned her head and saw Johann peering into the hall, observing with interest the delightful tableau play out. She widened her eyes at him, saw him frown, realizing that he could never mistake the likeness of John to his own dark looks. She ran her hand lovingly across John's chestnut-coloured hair, then walked back to the front door and shut it. She waited by the door for a moment to hear the sound of Johann starting the engine and drive out of Nightingale Lane, then exhaled the breath she'd held with relief that almost melted her, saying a silent prayer that she would never see him again. Chapter 47. Tommy went to the hospital in Poplar, where Pearl was being cared for, as often as he was allowed, but would return to Nightingale Lane bowed with grief. 5 days later, and Pearl was yet to awake.
"There's no change?"
Carrie asked him, as he limped into the kitchen and sat at the huge pine table. Mrs. Coyle instantly placed a mug of hot tea in front of him, then squeezed Carrie's shoulder as she went back to her chores. "No change," he said quietly. "She's not come round, Carrie. What do you think it means?"
"That she's mending. That she needs the time to heal."
She pushed his hair away from his face like she would with John, knowing he needed a mother figure to make him feel better, and that Florrie was never going to do what was needed.
"Don't give up hope, Tommy. She might even be able to sense that you're there. Might be able to hear you. Do you talk to her?"
He nodded miserably. "All the time."
"Well, that's good."
Carrie felt the tears well up, and she made a concerted effort not to let them fall, because she knew he needed her to be strong when everything looked so bad.
"Does her mum visit?"
"Yeah," he nodded. "And her sisters. They're heartbroken. So worried for her. They love her like I do." He looked at her. "Like you do."
"We're all praying for her then, and all those prayers will do something. She's in the best place. They can work miracles in those hospitals, and she's hanging on, Tommy. She hasn't given up, has she?"
He shook his head. No, you're right. She hasn't given up, and neither must I. I have to believe in her, in us. If I give up, she might think she's got nothing to stay for."
He gave a half smile, and Carrie patted his hand. "Be strong for her, Tommy. Keep visiting, and keep praying."
"I will, Carrie. I will." 2 days later, their prayers were answered. Pearl regained consciousness, but her injuries were profound, and the prognosis was still uncertain. Carrie went with Tommy to the hospital and was shocked when she saw her friend. She had lost weight, the bones of her face and shoulders in sharp relief and her skin the colour of parchment. Her beautiful red hair was matted with blood and dirt, and Carrie wanted to weep, knowing Pearl had a steep uphill climb to regain her health. She sat in a chair next to Pearl's bed and held her hand.
"It's me, Pearl. It's Carrie."
Pearl half opened her eyes and gave a small smile. Then it seemed her eyelids were too heavy for her to keep them open, and they sunk back again. Carrie looked up at Tommy, who stood behind her, and smiled encouragement. But she didn't feel it, and she hoped it didn't show. What she felt was utter despair, devastated that once again they were faced with the possibility that they might lose one of their loved ones, that Pearl, her beautiful, wonderful, loyal friend, who had already faced the wilderness of grief, should now be asked to fight again to save her own life. In Secunderabad, with help, she had found the strength to face William's death, to begin again, to accept she could find love again. Carrie wondered if she could do it again, to find the strength to resist everything that was trying to deplete her. Her thoughts went to David, the man with whom she wanted to spend the rest of her life. How would she face life with the loss of them both? The two people who, outside of her family, meant so very much to her, more to her than even they did apart from Tommy, who, along with Pearl, was her best friend. She held Pearl's hand even tighter, willing her to fight on no matter what her injuries would mean for her future. "What have the doctors said?" Carrie asked Tommy without taking her eyes off Pearl, willing her to rally. "I keep mentioning the 50-50 thing, which tells me they're not sure. I get the feeling it's up to Pearl and her inner strength." Carrie nodded. "Then she'll be all right. Pearl's a fighter. She fought before when I thought she was done for. She'll want to come back to us, to be happy with you." Tommy put a hand on her shoulder. "Don't doubt it, Tommy. I know how she feels about you." She glanced up at him and smiled, and his eyes suddenly brightened. "Do you?" "She said then." "Oh, yes," she nodded. "She said." Pearl rallied at last. She woke one morning to find Tommy sitting at her bedside, his head resting on the blanket, fast asleep after a night-long vigil. She lifted her hand and stroked it gently across his hair. He woke slowly, trying to work out where he was, then looked at the top of the bed at Pearl, her green eyes brighter. "Pearl?" "I'm all right," she said. "I'm all right. I'm sore everywhere, and my legs feel funny, but my head feels clear." Tears coursed down his face, and he stood awkwardly and tried to hold her to him without hurting her. "I thought I'd lost you," he whispered. "I don't know what I would have done." "You haven't lost me, Tommy. I'm here. I'm still here." Carrie and Mrs. Coyle were in a tizzy. The front sitting room had been turned into a bedroom. On the bed was a white coverlet embroidered with primroses, and the curtains had been changed to finer ones, primrose yellow, Pearl's favourite colour, to let in the light. On every surface was a vase of flowers, and they had left a sofa and chair so that Pearl could have visitors. "I want her to think of this room like her own little apartment," said Carrie, "like the one she had in Secunderabad. Having her own space brought her luck before, so I want the same to happen here." Mrs. Coyle stood at the door and admired their handiwork. "She'll love it, Carrie. It's so bright and pretty. I just hope she doesn't find it too difficult having to use a wheelchair." Carrie sighed. "It may not be forever. Her spine has been damaged, but no one has said it's permanent. We'll just have to hope that in time she'll be able to walk again. In the meantime, we'll all have to help, and I can't imagine Tommy being too far away from her. He's become very protective of her of late, and he'll want to care for her. It's just wonderful you're able to help her. This house has become like a sanctuary for all of us." "I know. Who'd have thought it, Mrs. Coyle, that you and I would be back here again, and Pearl too. And then we went and ran into Master Stern. It's like all the pigeons have come home to roost." Carrie drew in a breath. "Yes, well, I don't think he'll want to come back here and roost. His memories of his parents' last days here can't be very happy, bearing in mind they had to sell the place." "No, ducky, I suppose not. And what's with this Mrs. Coyle thing? You've always called me that. You can call me Ida, you know." Carrie laughed. "You've always been Mrs. Coyle to me." "Well, I'd like you to call me Ida. It'll make me feel like I belong here." Carrie turned to her, then reached for her hand. "Oh, Mrs. Coyle, Ida, of course you belong here. What would we have done without you? You're the backbone of this house. You're 99 Nightingale Lane, like the ravens at the Tower of London. If you leave, the place will crumble." Ida threw her head back and laughed, revealing 2 rows of uneven teeth. "The ravens, indeed. Well, thank you. You saying that has made my day. I wasn't sure if you understood, Carrie. I know I work here, but, well, this is my home too, isn't it? And all of you, Pearl, Tommy, and all the boys we have here, you're like my family. Francis says the same. We're all so close, our lives so tightly bound up. Carrie threw her arms around the large woman as best she could and kissed her on the cheek. You'll always have a home here, Ida. The thought of you not being here fills me with sorrow. I can't even think of it. And I know Pearl and Tommy feel the same. I'm afraid you're a fixture here whether you like it or not. Ida pulled a hanky from her sleeve, dried her eyes and blew her nose in a loud trumpet. Well, I'll better get on. That special tea we're laying on for Pearl won't make itself. The motor car Tommy had hired pulled up outside 99 Nightingale Lane. He thought long and hard about it, wanting to make it a celebration, but not wanting to make too much fuss. He wasn't sure what Pearl would want, but he had to get her home somehow, and there was no way she and her new mode of transport would be able to get on a tram. To his delight, she was thrilled he'd been so thoughtful. Unknown to him, she had feared arriving home by ambulance like an invalid. She didn't want to be thought of like that, certainly not by Tommy, and the motor struck just the right note. Pearl had wondered how she would cope at the house now she was using a wheelchair. There had been no sign that the feeling would come back in her legs, but she wasn't prepared to give up hope just yet, and neither was she about to complain. She was going home to the place she loved, with a man she loved and who loved her. It was a miracle that she had survived the blast, everyone said so, and she couldn't help believe it herself. Because there were moments in hospital in the dead of night when everything was shrouded in mist and the figures moving around her just shadows, when she thought it was the end, that she would never get to leave the hospital or discover what it would be like to live with a person she had chosen to be with for the rest of her life. They say the darkest hour is just before the dawn, and this she could attest to, because she had experienced many dawns when she had not quite regained consciousness, and her instinct had told her she was in trouble. The fear she had felt had been all-consuming, and she could only hope and pray that her constitution was strong enough to get her through. Carrie, Ida Coyle and Francis stood by the front window to await her arrival home. They watched as the car pulled up, and Francis squeezed her mother's arm. "She's here, Mum. Pearl's back," she squealed. Ida Coyle puffed out a breath of relief. "Thank goodness for that," she said. "I wasn't prepared to believe it until I saw her outside the house. We're all back together again, just as we should be. Our little family is complete." She glanced at Carrie and felt herself go hot. "Oh, Carrie, I'm sorry, lovey. Me and my big mouth. Our family's not quite complete, is it?" Carrie rubbed Ida's other arm and smiled. "Don't be silly, Ida. This is a wonderful day for all of us, and hopefully we'll get another one very soon." She tipped her chin up to her friend, her smile still in place. "I haven't given up hope, you know. I have to keep hoping, don't I? What's the point of loving someone? I said I'd wait for him, and I will." "Forever?" asked Francis. Ida Coyle frowned and nudged her daughter, thinking it was rather insensitive to ask such a question. Carrie shrugged and nodded. "Forever." "Thought we'd lost you," said Carrie to Pearl as they snuggled up together on the sofa, with a blanket over them in front of a crackling fire in Pearl's new bed-sitting room. "And Tommy for a while there." "We heard the blast, you know. The awful noise it made was heard 100 miles away. It blew down St. Barnabas's church and the local fire station. The fire engines came from other stations around London to put the fires out. Honestly, Pearl, we thought a huge bomb had gone off." "Well, you knew more than me. I don't remember a thing about it." "What? Nothing?" Pearl thought for a moment. "I remember saying goodbye to the girls on my shift. It was the weekend, wasn't it?" Carrie nodded. "And I remember the dress I wore, the primrose yellow one that Tommy liked so much. We'd planned to meet at the factory gates. I think we said we'd go for a drink at the pub round the corner from the factory before coming home. I can see myself in one of the cubicles washing off the grease and grime from the munitions and brushing my hair after I'd taken off my work scarf.
and putting on the dress. But that's it. Nothing else. At least, not until I got to the hospital. I had some strange moments there, I can tell you. Maybe it's just as well that you don't remember, Sometimes it's best not to know. The first clear memory I have is of Tommy sitting by my bed, with his head on the covers, snoring. They burst out laughing, both loving that they could laugh together again. How romantic, said Carrie with a chuckle. I suppose it was in a way. As soon as I saw him, I knew I'd be all right. There's something about him that makes me feel safe, like he has his arms around me all the time, protecting me. It's his quietness, I suppose. He seems so dependable and strong. Carrie smiled quietly to herself, delighted that Pearl felt like this about Tommy. Only the day before Pearl was due to leave hospital, Tommy had confided to Carrie that despite his age and that Pearl was 3 years older, he planned to ask her to marry him. I'm frightened she'll meet someone else, he'd said. If I leave it too long, She's a gorgeous, lovely girl. I know she has things to get over, especially with the wheelchair and all, but it makes no difference. I know how I feel, and waiting until I'm older won't make no difference to that. What about Florrie and Arthur? She'd asked him. They might not approve. You know what it's like there. Dad'll be all right. His mum will have something to say about it. But to be honest, I don't care. You said Mum doesn't like anyone, and I've been thinking about it. You're right, she doesn't. And it doesn't matter if it's Pearl I marry or any other girl. She's never going to like it, whatever I do. She'll always find something wrong with them or something to complain about. I know she doesn't like Pearl, so I might as well do what my heart tells me to do. And that's ask Pearl to marry me. So you think he's the one, then? She asked Pearl. The one who can mend your heart? Pearl looked sad for a moment. You mean William? She sighed and looked into the fire. William's gone, Carrie. He's never coming back. Never coming home to me. If it was the other way round, and I'd been taken from him, I'd want him to be happy. And he knew Tommy. It's almost like it was meant to be. She looked back at Carrie. Do you know what I mean? Carrie nodded and hugged her friend. Yeah, of course I do. Some things are meant to be, aren't they? Someone said to me once, if something's meant for you, it won't pass you by. And I think that's true. Tommy was saved from the fire at the tannery, and you were saved from the blast in Silvertown where over 70 people died and lots more injured. I think it means something. Do you? I do. And I, for one, hope you and he stay together and make a go of it. Honestly, Pearl, I know it would make you and Tommy happy to make it official, but I'd be just as happy as you two. My best friend and my brother in their own little family. What more could I want? She said, smiling. David? Carrie's smile dropped from her face. Yeah, well, I've done all I can for the time being. I'd love to see him. Even turned up at the Alexandria hospital unannounced, hoping he would relent and let me visit him. But the doctor said his request was unambiguous. What's that mean? Asked Pearl, screwing up her face. It means he hasn't changed his mind. It means he didn't care that I was standing in the nursing home foyer feeling a right chump because he refused to see me. It means that I cried all the way home and made a right fool of myself on the tram. That's what it means. Oh dear. Pearl pulled a conciliatory face. Carrie inhaled, then exhaled a deep sigh. But I won't give up. If he doesn't want to see me at the moment, fine. I'll have to accept it. But one day he might change his mind. And when he does, I'll be waiting. Chapter 48. May brought with it some cool weather and some deluges that Carrie prayed wouldn't spoil the big day. But on Sunday, the 28th, the sun shone bright and warm as soon as daylight broke across the rooftops of London, glistening after an early shower. Carrie ran down the stairs and knocked on Pearl's door. You decent? She heard Pearl puff out an answer. Sort of. Come in.
Carrie opened the door to find Pearl trying to get herself into her wheelchair, her face bright red with the exertion.
"Oh, Pearl, for goodness sake, why didn't you call me?"
"I need to learn to do it by myself, Carrie. You, or Tommy for that matter, won't always be around to help me all the time. I want to feel like I've got a bit of independence, that I can do at least some things for myself." Carrie sat on the sofa, leaning towards Pearl, her hands between her knees.
"I know, sweetheart, but today of all days, today is your day, to be pampered and preened and made even more beautiful than you are already, if that was actually possible. Ida, Francis and I want to do things for you today. Please let us. It will give us as much pleasure as you. Francis wants to do your hair. She said she can't wait to get her hands on those lovely red locks. Ida's making you a special wedding day breakfast with all your favourites. And I'm going to be your beauty person for today. I'm going to use some of that lovely cream we bought in India, and the cosmetics too that Geeta advised me on." She went to the cupboard in the corner of the room. "Oh, and this came for you yesterday." Pearl's eyes shone. "Is it Dorothy's wedding dress?" "Say it is." Carrie laughed. "Oh, Pearl, of course it is. Do you think she would have forgotten? She's even sent these." She bent to retrieve some ivory satin pumps, and this, a stunning pearl and ivory rose headdress. "I know you were worried about finding a wedding dress during wartime, but here is one of the most beautiful I've ever seen. You'll look so pretty in it." "Do you think it will fit?" Pearl asked, fingering the Italian lace confection. "Well, make sure it does. A nip in here, a little folding there. It'll look like it was made for you." Pearl nodded and grinned her delight. "I don't have a veil, do I? Where will I get one from?" "I didn't expect Dorothy to send me hers. They're so personal to the bride. She offered, but I said no thank you. Told her to put her away for Violet or Dottie or Seraphina, for when their big days arrive." Carrie made for the door, her finger raised in the air. "Ah, well, I might be able to help you there." Pearl smiled and frowned at the same time, wondering what Carrie was up to. When Carrie returned, she had a stunning lace veil laid across her arm. Pearl's mouth dropped open. "Is that for me?" Carrie laughed again. "Well, it's not for Tommy." "But how? How did you get lace like this? I know how difficult it is to get things now. Everything's running out. And lace is the last thing on anyone's list." "It was the first on mine, Pearl. A present from Geeta. I telegraphed from the post office and got a message to Geeta at the shop. I didn't know if it would work, but I thought it was worth a try. I must admit there was a moment when I thought it wouldn't arrive on time, but here it is." "Carrie, it's so beautiful. Oh, I wish Geeta could be here. I miss her, don't you?" Carrie nodded. "I do, Pearl. I miss her dreadfully. But we write to each other often. I hope to see her again one day." "Thank you, Carrie. You're the best friend any girl could ever have. I'm so lucky." "Friend? Is that all I am? In about 4 hours we'll be sisters," Carrie giggled. "Who would have ever thought it? You and me sisters. The sister I always wanted. Just you, Pearl." Tears rolled down both their faces as they hugged. Pearl pushed Carrie gently away from her, and she wiped her tears away on her sleeve. "You have another sister, Carrie, and a niece, little Rosie." Carrie nodded and sat in the opposite chair. But it sounds like Elsie's gone off the rails a bit." She glanced at her friend. "I know you know. You're just too kind to say anything." Pearl shrugged. "I must admit I was shocked when I heard, after what Florrie's put you through. And even though you've worked so hard and made so many people's lives better, then Elsie goes and does that. Makes you wonder why, though. Why would she choose that kind of life? She married him, didn't she, that bloke of hers?" "Yeah. A rum old dude too, by the sounds of it. Not that mine was any better. Definitely not the beautiful wedding I'd dreamed about, that's for sure. Apparently both she and Len got blind drunk after the wedding, and he got thrown out of the pub because he got himself into a fight. Ida told me. Took me aside one day and asked if I knew. Well, of course I didn't. Didn't even get an invite, did I? Or my John. That would have been Florrie's doing.
She wouldn't have wanted me there, and Elsie wasn't about to fight my corner. She can't stand the sight of me. Anyway, I was in Secunderabad. Didn't make no difference, really. I couldn't have gone. But it would be nice to have been asked, though, or even told they were getting married at the church. Pearl frowned. But I thought they were already married. Why did they get married again? They had a gypsy wedding the first time. Len's Romany. It was all right, to be honest. Not the way we do things, but it takes all sorts to make a world. They considered themselves married, although Florrie wasn't thrilled. Well, nothing thrills her. You have to go a long way to get her thrilled about anything. I've no doubt it was her that insisted they had a church wedding when Rose was born, poor little mite. I do think about her. Did Tommy go? Did the second one, I mean? Yeah. He didn't want to admit it because he was worried he'd hurt my feelings, but I told him it didn't make no never mind to me. Even if I'd been in Whitechapel, I doubt I'd have been invited anyway. It went quiet, both girls deep in thought. So why's she on the game? Pearl piped up. Carrie shrugged. God knows. We always heard Len West had his fingers in lots of pies, was making money hand over fist, even now when there's a war on. That's what he told everyone, including Elsie, and of course Florrie wanted to believe it. She thought she'd do all right out of it, but then she's always judged people by what they've got in their pockets. But not pimping, surely. If Elsie's on the game, and from what I hear she definitely is, then let's hope she got shot of him, and she's doing it for her and the kiddie, and not paying for his other interests, if you get my meaning. I'm not going to judge her. Sometimes women have to do things to make ends meet. It's not ideal, I know, but I also know what it's like to be judged by everyone, and half the time they get it completely wrong. She's still my sister, and yours soon. She glanced sadly at Pearl. If she ever needed me, well, yes, I'd help her, of course I would. But she's never helped you. She wasn't much of a sister when you were pushed on to old Bateman and sent off to India. She should have said something to Florrie, been in your corner, said it wasn't right. I would have. Carrie smiled benignly at Pearl, her eyes full of affection. I know you would, and that's the difference between you and Elsie. Elsie's always been out for herself. Len was probably a match made in heaven for her because he's exactly the same. There's a story there somewhere. I just don't know what it is. All I care about is poor little Rose. I want to ask Florrie about her, but I haven't been back to Hanbury Street since Tommy and I left the day he came back here. She'd probably welcome him with open arms, but she won't want to see me, that's for sure. Would you like me to ask Tommy to find out about Rose? Yes. Thanks, Pearl. That would help. I've never set eyes on her. She's a few months older than John. I bet she's a pretty little thing. Elsie was always the popular one. Suppose it was the blonde hair and blue eyes that did it. She glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. Oh my God, look at the time. We're sitting here gossiping and you're going to be late for your own wedding. I thought I was supposed to be. Yeah, but not that much. A shaft of sunlight hit the church as Pearl, Carrie, John, Ida Coyle and Francis arrived. Pearl was radiant, her red hair shining in the May sunshine. Dorothy's dress had been a little large for her, but with some nifty needlework, Mrs. Coyle and Francis had altered it so that it fitted her slim figure. I suppose that's one advantage of being in a wheelchair, smiled Pearl. No one will know this dress was a bit big for me. It looks wonderful. Thank you both. As Tommy and Pearl said their vows, tears rolled down Carrie and Ida Coyle's cheeks. All I've done is cry today, said Carrie, but I'm as happy as Larry. They'd glanced across the aisle at Pearl's family, her mother and sisters who were also in tears, and when they caught their glances, they all ended up laughing. What a lot we are, said Pearl's mum quietly. But this is the happiest day for me. Tommy's a wonderful chap, Carrie, and he dotes on our Pearl. I couldn't have wished for a finer son-in-law. Carrie had smiled her thanks, then looked around the church for her own family, wondering if Florrie, Arthur, Alfie and Elsie would turn up. She squinted her eyes into the gloom at the back of the church. Arthur was sitting on the very last pew on their side. Carrie excused herself, and passing John over to Ida's lap, made her way down the side of the pews and sat next to him. As she slid closer to him,
He put his head down. You came then? It's nice to see you at your son's wedding. I'm just wondering why his mother didn't turn up. I understand Tommy went to Hanbury Street to tell you all he was getting married. Arthur nodded. He did. Where is she then? And Alfie and Elsie? We don't have a lot of truck with Elsie these days. Well, she don't have much truck with us. Too ashamed, I expect. And Florrie wouldn't let Alfie come. I'm surprised you're here then. Does she know? She knows. You'll be under house arrest from now on, Dad. Is defying her a new thing, or has it been going on for some time? Carrie glanced to the front of the church, where Tommy was wheeling Pearl into the vestry to sign the register. Arthur sighed. Look, Carrie, I know you've got your grievances, but there's no point in taking it out on me. Your mother's not a bad person, but she has fixed ideas, and you know as well as I do, when she's got her dander up, there's no pushing it down again. Fixed ideas? Carrie narrowed her eyes, astonished that Arthur would attempt to defend Florrie. Is that what you call it? Sending her daughter to a country she's hardly heard of with a man she didn't even know because she had a fixed idea? And what about today? What fixed idea has she got about Tommy's wedding, her eldest son whose big day she couldn't even be bothered to turn up to? Why would she hurt him so much, Dad? What's he done? Arthur turned to face her, his eyes as bright as shards of glass. He's living with you, and he's marrying Pearl. It's enough for her. Well, she's a very selfish and heartless woman, and I, for one, will never forgive her. Do you know, I could have let what happened to me go. I'm tougher than that. I've bloody well had to be. But to take it out on a gentle soul like Tommy, it's disgraceful, Dad, and you know it. Arthur said nothing. How about Elsie? Arthur didn't reply. Dad? She's dragged our family down. Admittedly, we didn't have far to go, but we did the best we could, our Carrie. That Len West, the one your mother was so keen on, is a bad un. I told her he was trouble, but Florrie wouldn't listen. He left our Elsie high and dry with little Rose to look after. We didn't have a halfpenny to bless ourselves with, so we couldn't give her anything to help out. And what happened to the money Arnold Bateman gave Florrie? Arthur stared at her again, and Carrie thought he would berate her for not using Mum instead of Florrie, but he seemed to think better of it. To your sister, and him, on some scheme or other he had going. Lost a lot, didn't she? Anger infused Carrie like a hot poker in her veins. If she hadn't been sitting in a house of God, she would have exploded. And that's why I was sent away to India with Bateman, was it? So she could invest in some tin pot scheme that fell flat on its face. That's if it even existed. Arthur reverted to silence again. Well, I'm glad, hissed Carrie. I'm glad she lost it, because it's what she deserved. And you, Dad. It's about time you became the man of the house, because frankly, it's obvious who's wearing the trousers. Arthur looked glum. I can't help how she is. No, but you can help how you are. She should be here, and you should have made sure she was. I feel so ashamed that Tommy's own mother couldn't be here for his wedding. Although why I should worry, I don't know. She's the one who should be ashamed, not me. I'll tell her. But will you, though? Will you tell her? Because maybe you've left it too late to do anything about it. She's a harridan. I'm sorry to speak so plainly, but there it is. I speak as I find. And she's made all our lives a flippin' misery. Get Alfie away from her, Dad, because she'll try and ruin his life too. Bring him to me. I'll take care of him. But please don't leave him in her hands. He's only 15. There's still time for him. Please, Dad. Arthur closed his eyes momentarily. He knew he had been too soft over the years. Acknowledged he should have been stronger with Florrie. But she was a spitfire when she got going. He nodded, then left the pew, and Carrie watched as he went through the big wooden double doors at the front of the church, allowing them to close with a clang. Everyone turned round at the noise the doors made, which echoed under the vaulted ceiling. But there was nothing to see. Arthur had gone.
The wedding breakfast was held at Nightingale Lane. Ida, Francis, and a few helpers Ida had known from the old days had been busy in the kitchen from early light, with Ida taking a couple of hours away to see Pearl and Tommy make their vows. She had done them proud, with salads, a ham, salmon and aspic, bread straight from the oven, and a wonderful 2-tier wedding cake Ida had insisted on making herself. There was a champagne toast provided by Dorothy and Marcus, and sweet desserts for John, Lottie and Seraphina. The wedding day was a complete success, and Carrie was delighted she had witnessed her brother marrying her best friend. She and Pearl were sisters. To Carrie it was the best thing to have happened in a long time, and she couldn't help thinking that God moved in mysterious ways, and that someone was looking down on them kindly from on high. Pearl wheeled her chair over to Carrie and reached for her hand. "Thank you, Carrie, for this amazing day. I've been watching you. You've had a smile on your face all day, and it's so lovely to see." "I'm so happy for you, and Tommy, Pearl. I know it's your day, but we've all needed this. Something wonderful to take our minds off the war and those poor young men overseas." Pearl nodded. "I know. I wondered if it was the right time to be getting married, what with everything going on, that maybe I was being selfish because I wanted to become a wife when there were more important things going on in the world, terrible things." Carrie smiled gently. "We're all selfish then. We've had some rocky times, haven't we? We all deserve this lovely day, you and Tommy most of all. I can't believe how well it's gone." Pearl looked across at Tommy with pride. He was sipping champagne and chatting with Dorothy and Marcus, throwing his head back and laughing at something Dorothy said. "I'm so proud of him. Look how handsome he is in his suit. I'm so used to him in his work clothes. I think I'll make him wear it for work." "Have you thought about that, now that the factory's gone?" "Not yet. We've got a bit saved up, so we've got a few weeks before we get desperate. In the meantime, Tommy can look for something else." She squeezed Carrie's hand. "And we'll look for somewhere else to live, Carrie. We can't expect you to house us now we're married." Carrie widened her eyes and chuckled. "You will not!" Pearl stared at her. "What? You're going to stay here? I insist. Tommy can move his stuff into your bed-sitting room. You can decorate it how you wish, do what you please with it, turn it into a little place of sanctuary for you and him. No one will bother you there." "But Carrie—" "No buts. And hang on to those savings. If you want to save up for a place after the war, that's up to you. You might have a little family by then. But right now you can stay here. Tommy can have his old job back here and look for another in the meantime." "But don't you want your room back? We don't want to put on you, Carrie." "You could never put on me. Why are you saying that? I couldn't bear it if you left. We're a family. Of course, when you're ready to leave, yes. It's your decision, but we're in the middle of a war. Tommy and you have lost your jobs through no fault of your own. I won't have you roughing it. Stay here, please, or I'll be worried sick. Stay here for me." "Thank you, Carrie. I'll tell Tommy. He'll be over the moon." She turned her chair and wheeled towards Tommy, who bent down on his haunches to listen to Pearl as she told him her news. Carrie watched as Tommy looked up at her with sparkling eyes, then straightened up and went across to Carrie, kissing her on the cheek. "Thanks, sis." "No need to thank me, Tommy. You'll be helping me out too. I need you both here." He winked at her and went back to his new wife, lifting her hand and kissing it. Carrie thought how romantic he was, and felt a surge of pride that he was her brother, handsome even with his injuries, and now a married man. She wondered how long it would be before he started his own family. Then she thought about Florrie, and the surge of pride dissolved into a surge of anger. She shook her head, wondering how bitter someone would need to be to do what Florrie had done today. She was the groom's mother. There was Pearl's mum sitting in the corner with her daughters, all getting tiddly on champagne. The bride's mother in the place she should be on her daughter's wedding day. But no one except Carrie and John were here for Tommy, and she hadn't told him that Arthur had turned up at the church. She was in two minds whether she should, wondering if it would hurt him all the more. Her mind then began to wander to another wedding that took place at 99 Nightingale Lane. only 3 short years before. Johann Stern, the son of the family she worked for as a maid, and John's father, to Elizabeth, an heiress to a publishing fortune. Carrie had always thought she and Johann would be together, that when John came along they would be a family. But of course Johann's family had other ideas. He had married Elizabeth, an American whose family had business connections to the Sterns, without telling Carrie he was getting married. He had used her, then cast her aside, without knowing he was to be a father, and still didn't know unless he had realised John was his when he had seen him with Carrie in the hall after visiting Pearl. John was made in his image, the dark curly hair, the olive-blushed skin, the long sensitive fingers. If Johann hadn't worked it out, then he would be a simpleton, and she knew that he wasn't. But she was also aware that sometimes men with children they didn't want to own up to shirked their responsibilities, and she was almost certain Johann would not want to tell Elizabeth he had fathered a child born out of wedlock. If Carrie pursued him, it would bring great shame not just to him, but his wife and children. In the society in which they lived, it would never be forgotten. They would all be tainted by it, and she was sure Johann would never risk it. The common practice was to have an arrangement with the mother, who would be viewed as a harlot, and the one at fault if it was ever discovered, which would be kept secret. Sometimes an open secret, but a secret nonetheless. A subject never mentioned in polite circles, except with a nod and a wink. "Penny for them, darling." Dorothy sat next to her, a glass of champagne in one hand, a twin snuggled into the crook of her other arm. "You were miles away. Where did you go?" Carrie smiled, a little shaken by her own thoughts. "I was just thinking about the last wedding I attended here. I say attend when I mean served at. I was one of the waitresses, with a uniform that was getting tighter by the day." "Oh, you mean—" "Don't say it," Carrie interrupted her. "That ghost was put to rest long ago." "Are you sure?" Carrie glanced at her. "I don't have any feelings for him, if that's what you're wondering. Maybe some sadness at my own naivety. I thought he loved me, that the times we spent together meant love, but clearly not. Well, not for him, anyway." "I hate to say it, Carrie, but it happens quite a lot. We know a number of men, young and old, who have secret children. The women are sometimes kept in apartments with their own income, provided by the men, of course, to ensure they don't spill the beans, as it were. Some of the women set out to catch a man with a title and a fortune, often those who have no other means to earn. They are perfectly aware what some men are like, that when something's offered to them, they find it impossible to turn it down." "Like the fishing fleet who go to India?" Dorothy pulled a face. "Do you know, you're right. But being part of the fishing fleet seems to give it respectability." She shook her head. "I suppose it's the same thing, apart from the fact that the girls who go over to India to catch a man come from middle and upper-class families who hope their daughters will marry officers, preferably from the same or higher social class." Carrie sighed. "What a load of tosh. Prostitutes in everything but name." "Yes, I suppose it could be looked at like that. But they don't always get gold at the end of the rainbow. Some of them are very unhappy. They hate India, the heat, the strange food, the culture, but have to stay because of their husbands, and then their children are sent back to England when they're 7 to go to boarding school." "Arnold's plans were definitely going in that direction for John. Over my dead body." "Yes, I meant to ask you about that. Any news there?" Carrie shook her head, and without realising it, her shoulders drooped. Her heart began to beat faster, so she took a breath to quell the anxiety the mention of Arnold's name caused her. "Nothing so far. I'm guessing he's gone home to Dolores, his mother, although I pity her. She's a nice woman, but scared of him. He treats her like dirt." "What a shame." "Yeah, well, she should kick him out, but I hope she doesn't. He might think he's entitled to come here." "He isn't. You've discovered that, not without good reason. And now you've filed those papers with the solicitor, it should keep you safe. Perhaps you could divorce him somewhere down the line." "Divorce, Dorothy? Unheard of. A woman divorcing her husband. How far will I get?" Don't know, darling. Have you thought of an annulment? Perhaps we should look into it. Although he must agree. She shrugged. You know, it's something my fellow suffragettes and I are working on. Everything is so unbalanced. All in favour of the male of the species, of course. Might not happen soon enough for me. Dorothy thought. Perhaps you need some muscle. Do you remember those Belgian refugees I was telling you about? We've got some more families coming over next week. Could you be ready to take a family or two by then, to fill your rooms? At least then, if Bateman pushes his way in, there won't be anywhere for him to stay. Except in my room. Dorothy's lips twitched. Can't imagine him wanting that, darling. They glanced at each other and burst out laughing. Everyone in the wedding party turned and looked at them with smiles on their faces. What's so funny, sis? Asked Tommy, his mouth stretched into a wide grin, happy to see Carrie laughing again. Nothing, nothing, she cried, still laughing. Conversation for another time. The conversation came around far too quickly for Carrie. Within 2 weeks of the wedding, she got word from Tommy that Arnold Bateman had been seen in Whitechapel. He was in civvies, Carrie. I heard it from the boys at the pub. Apparently he was in there telling them all about his exploits in India, how he'd been promoted, and that he would be living somewhere better than his usual billet, said Tommy, breathless from his walk back to Nightingale Lane. Do you think he means here? Sorry to bring you bad news, but I thought you'd want to know, to be prepared just in case. Carrie sunk into a kitchen chair and rested her chin in her hands. There is no just in case, she said gloomily. He's bound to come here, isn't he? I'm his wife. You've got those papers, though. The ones with the solicitor. Which will mean nothing when he's pounding on the front door, demanding to be let in. Tommy slid into a chair next to her. So, don't let him in. She turned and looked at him, her expression unreadable. Do you know, the only place I can get a divorce is the High Court in an open courtroom, meaning everyone gets to know your business. And even then I have to prove he committed a rape or incest because they won't consider any other reason. There is no other way. And it costs a fortune. And as I'm the one bringing the case to court, it will probably fail because I'm not a man. What if he brings it to court? A divorce, I mean. She turned away, a sick feeling in her stomach. He won't. Why not? Why would he? He could say he owns everything. That it was because of me being with him that I was able to buy 99 Nightingale Lane. I'll probably have to give him everything to get rid of him. It's so unfair. Tommy whistled through his teeth. I didn't realise. When you put it like that, it's wrong, isn't it? Of course it is, Tommy. And what about voting in elections? Why is it only men who get the chance to vote? Women have kept this country running since August 1914 because of men going to war. They're working on the buses and trams selling tickets, in the hospitals saving lives, in the fields growing food for the population, fighting fires, in the shops and offices, and as you well know, making ammunition to keep our boys well stocked. And we're still giving birth, looking after the babies and running the home. All that, and only a few lucky women, those over 30 and who own a property, are allowed to vote. And that's only because of the suffrage movement and their supporters in Parliament. Not you, then? No, not me. Not for years. I'm 23, and even though I've worked my arse off and own a property, I'm not allowed a say in how the country's run. Things might change. Yeah, they might. They both went quiet. So, what will you do about you-know-who? She rested her chin on her hand again and sighed. I'm thinking about it. Chapter 49. I hope they like mutton stew, said Ida, as she ladled the steaming stew into bowls. Not sure what they eat over there. I'm sure they'll love whatever you cook, Ida. Who wouldn't? And that stew smells delicious. It's making my mouth water. I thought the government were trying to get them home. That's what it said in the papers, that they wanted them repatriated into their home country before too long. Carrie nodded. That's true, Ida. But the families we have are Jews, and they can't go home yet. I think it's important we help out, especially when they've got kiddies.
I can't see them be in need. If I thought they would be sent back to danger, I'd never forgive myself.
No, I'm sure you're right. It's terrible what them German soldiers did over there.
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
Especially to the women. Absolutely awful by all accounts.
They won't be here forever, just until it's safe for them to take their families back to their homeland. I'm sure they'd rather be there than here anyway. You know what they say, there's no place like home. Although I'm not sure they would agree with that at the moment, from what I've heard. A noise in the doorway made them look up. A little girl was standing in the entrance to the kitchen. She wore a brown woolen dress and a once white smock that had seen better days, covered in the grime of her travels from Belgium to England. A faded scarf covered her hair, which was blonde, but looked brown because of the dirt caught up in it. Her cheeks were sunken, and under her eyes were purple smudges of tiredness. She looked like she hadn't washed for weeks. Carrie turned and smiled, wanting to put the child at ease. "Hello, is there something you wanted?" The girl made a mime of eating and chewing.
"They're hungry, Carrie," said Ida, pouring the last of the stew into a jug. "There, that'll do for Tommy when he gets back for his tea. Any luck with the job hunting so far?"
Carrie sadly shook her head. "Not yet, Ida. He's worn out his weight in shoe leather going from place to place, but there's nothing doing. He says he feels bad, like he's letting Pearl down."
"That's silly, that is. Not his fault he lost his job in an explosion. He wasn't the only one. Everyone who worked there did. And more besides, some of them," she said wistfully. "Anyway, you get them Belgians into the dining room and I'll dish up. Just hope they eat it. I can't bear waste."
7 empty bowls wiped clean with hunks of bread from a basket in the middle of the table were testament that the families ate the mutton stew with relish and were completely satisfied. The men, women and 2 children leant back in their chairs, sighing with comfort at the first decent meal they'd eaten in days. As Carrie cleared the table, one of the men stood and made a shallow bow to her. He looked about mid-20s and had blonde hair that reached the frayed collar of his shirt. His eyes were grey, an unusual colour that gave him an almost otherworldly appearance. He clutched an old cap that he turned around and around in his rough hands. The fingernails split and blackened with ground-in dirt.
"Thank you for the food and the help you give us. My name is Joshka, and here are my parents, my mother, Elitsa, and my father, Gabor."
He indicated 2 older people sitting next to one another, faces pale with exhaustion, their skin indicative of the outdoor life they led. Their clothes all brown wool with a greying cotton apron, and a shirt almost threadbare. They didn't make eye contact with Carrie, but sat with their hands clasped together in their laps, their eyes half closed, as though they waited for something to happen. Their demeanour was one of quiet acceptance, of giving up the fight, and Carrie's heart went out to them. Elitsa wore a loose scarf over her hair, a piece of gauzy fabric that had once been bright with red and yellow flowers, but was now dulled with dust, which did not successfully contain the grey wisps that had escaped and were hanging untidily around her face. And Gabor, a cap which he had not removed as he ate, pulled down low over his eyes so he did not have to meet the eyes of the others sitting around the table. Carrie made a single nod to Joshka, holding the empty bread basket in front of her, almost to shield herself against these strangers who had come into her home and were now living among them. "I'm Carrie," she said, "and this is Ida, our cook. She cooked the food for you today and makes all the food we give to our wounded soldiers who come here to rest after being at the front."
"Yes," he answered. "Very good. Very warm now."
He turned to Elitsa again,
Then back to Carrie. "My mother likes to cook, yes. Very good cook. She will help in the kitchen, make food for soldiers."
Carrie glanced at Ida, thinking that it was unlikely that Ida would allow anyone in her kitchen, which she guarded jealously as her own domain. Yes. Help is always appreciated, isn't it, Ida?" Ida gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes as she leant towards the table to clear the bowls.
"Oh, yes. Help is always appreciated."
Carrie sat alone in her sitting room, mulling over her decision to help the Belgian families to whom she had offered aid.
In her heart, she knew it hadn't been a completely altruistic decision. Every room in the house was now taken. Even the attics had been scrubbed, repainted by Tommy, and filled with beds and furniture for families from Belgium looking for refuge. Filling the house with people was her way of defending herself against Arnold Bateman, whom she knew would eventually make his presence known to her. She had been awaiting his arrival since Dorothy had told her he had been posted back to England, anticipating the knock on the door, the drunken confrontation that she had been faced with time and time again in Secunderabad. It was not an if, but when. Her plan wasn't perfect, this she knew. If he evoked the law of wife being subservient to husband and owning everything in the marriage, she doubted there would be anything she could do to stop him. But because she possessed information with regard to his proclivities, he would take a huge risk if he decided to challenge her. She had discovered him in their marital bed with one of his lovers. She had written down the date and the name of the young soldier Arnold had charmed and persuaded into a liaison. She also had witnesses, the not inconsequential Marcus and Dorothy Tremaine, who had promised to speak for her should the necessity arise. She felt her case was a strong one, but still the sickening heat of anxiety coursed through her. She knew it was fear, and it grieved her that she was still frightened of Arnold, even though he had not been part of her life for over a year. The power he had over her was thanks to her mother, and even if Carrie could ever find it in her heart to forgive Florrie for handing her over to Arnold in a business transaction, it was the control over her life and of John's, a little boy Arnold couldn't even bear to acknowledge, that she would never be able to forgive. Florrie had written Carrie's future and that of her grandson without even a glance to the years ahead. She had sold it for a sum of money she had squandered on a tricksy man who had promised her a fast shilling, and she had fallen for it. That Carrie had survived her time in Secunderabad and thrived with the aid of those friends who cared about her welfare as a cuckolded woman had been pure chance, and nothing whatsoever to do with the man she had been unfortunate in marrying, and who couldn't have cared any less about her if he tried. Carrie knew that the outcome of what happened next would depend very much on keeping her nerve and not letting Arnold intimidate her. She also knew who she could depend on to support her when circumstances became difficult, which they certainly would, and who would be in her corner, as they always had been, those who were utterly loyal, who knew what a great wrong had been served on her, and who could be counted on. And it definitely did not include Florrie Dobbs. "I got a job." Tommy burst into the kitchen, his mouth pulled into a wide grin. "I got a flipping job." Pearl turned her wheelchair away from the table in the kitchen from where she was peeling potatoes and held her arms out to him. "Oh, Tommy, well done. After all this time. What will you be doing?" He knelt down and took her in his arms, kissing her forehead, then brandishing a bunch of flowers he'd had hidden behind his back, he presented them to her with an excited flourish. "Rebuilding Silvertown. There's to be a massive rebuilding of about 400 houses. Also, they're going to repair others that were damaged but can be saved. They want roofers and people to put in windows. I'm going in on the painting and decorating side. I'm a dab hand with a paintbrush, even with my limp. I can still get up a ladder and stay on it." Ida clapped her hands with glee, which sent clouds of flour billowing into the kitchen, making Carrie, Tommy and Pearl laugh out loud. "Well, there you are. Something good has come out of all that devastation." Tommy nodded. "Yeah, and the pay's not bad either. Means we can afford, you know what?" He stood and looked at Pearl, his eyes misty with love. Pearl put her head down, her face the colour of her red dress. Carrie frowned and inclined her head to one side. "What's a you know what?" "Oh, Tommy," chastised Pearl. "We weren't going to say anything. Not yet." "Say anything about what?" said Carrie. "For goodness sake, don't keep us guessing. What's going on?" Tommy said nothing, and Pearl looked up at them, smiling. "I'm expecting." Ida and Carrie cried out with happiness. "Oh, Pearl, Tommy, how wonderful! This is such a good day. Tommy's found a good job, and now we're going to have another little one around the place. I'm so excited." Ida began kneading her bread again with gusto. "I knew our luck would change. This is the best news we could have hoped for. Another babby for us all to love. When, Pearl? When will it be here?"
Pearl laughed, delighted she was surrounded by so much love. I think the middle of February. I'm about 2.5 months, so we've ages yet. I wasn't sure if we should tell anyone, just in case. Sometimes things happen, don't they? You know, sometimes, well, because of my injuries, I thought maybe. Carrie engulfed her in a hug. Please don't think like that, Pearl. You're pregnant, and you said you thought it might not happen, and it has. Let's be positive and look forward to next year when you'll be welcoming a new little one. It'll be lovely. Pearl beamed with pleasure, and Tommy stood by her as proud as Punch. There was a rapping on the front door, and Ida sighed at the interruption. That'll be the next lads who are due, I expect. We're expecting 2 new ones today. Only young they are too, bless their hearts. She smiled widely at Pearl, Tommy and Carrie. You stay here and enjoy your moment. I'll go. She called up the stairs. Francis, the boys are here, my love. Need you down here. Francis bounded down the stairs, duster and wax polish in hand. Here, Mum, all present and correct? Ida went to the front door and opened it, her welcoming smile dropping off her face like a stone. Yes? She waved Francis away, who frowned and tutted her annoyance. Can I be of help? I'd like to see Mrs. Bateman. And who shall I say is calling? Arnold Bateman, her husband. Arnold, said Carrie flatly as she opened the door again. Ida had shut it in Arnold's face in disgust before telling Carrie she had a visitor. Arnold stood on the front step, his hands in the pockets of his suit trousers, his jacket buttoned and his shirt crisply starched. He wore a brown fedora that matched the colour of his suit perfectly. Done all right here, haven't you? What do you want, Arnold? He pursed his lips. Only what's mine. And that is? Carrie sensed Tommy coming to stand behind her, rather than see him. He placed a hand on the small of her back as if to say, I'm here. You're not alone. You, for a start. You're still my wife. I think you'll find we're estranged, Arnold. We haven't lived together for over a year. I'd like to put that right. It's already right, and you're not welcome here. I think the law says I am. I think the law says you've broken it. I have witnesses as well as me to support that. Carrie saw him falter. That was then. Yes, it was then, in the first year of our marriage, when you should have been making an effort to make the marriage work. The marriage wasn't consummated. No woman worth her salt would put up with it. No man would put up with your adultery. Carrie's eyes widened, but it was no less than she had been expecting. There was no adultery, as well you know, and I think you're going to have a hell of a job convincing anyone of it. Lives here though, doesn't he? At that moment, a flash of something went through Carrie. She wasn't sure if it was power or triumph, or just pure and utter intense dislike. For the first time since David's problems came to light, and his admittance to the Alexandria Hospital, she was glad he wasn't living at Nightingale Lane. No, he doesn't. That's not what I was told. By whom? Your own mother. She told my mum, Dolores, months ago. Carrie laughed. My mother doesn't know anything about me. David Lawrence does not live here. She got it wrong. She always gets it wrong. Now, I'm busy, and I'll thank you to get off my step and stay off. She slammed the door, then ran to the window in her sitting room and watched him saunter down the street, hands still in his pockets, his fedora cockily pushed further back on his head. Tommy followed her into the sitting room. What now? Carrie shook her head, still watching Arnold until he got to the end of the street and turned the corner. I don't know, Tommy. If we get lucky, that will be the end of it and we'll never see him again. But if I know anything about Arnold Bateman, he won't give up until he gets what he wants. And if I'm not mistaken, what he wants is 99 Nightingale Lane, our home. How are the refugees, Carrie? Have they settled in? Carrie sipped from her china cup and nodded. I think so, Dorothy. It's hard to tell, to be honest. Their expressions don't change much. They eat everything Ida puts in front of them without question, keep their rooms clean and have offered to help with cooking, although Ida has managed to sidestep it until now. She guards that kitchen like a sentry. I just can't see her allowing anyone to use her stove or her pots and pans. She says a woman's stove is like the thing she keeps on her dressing table. Personal. Something to be cherished. Not something you can just pass to someone else to use. It's quite funny, really. Have the soldiers you're looking after met them yet? I wondered how it would work out. The soldiers and the male refugees mix in the common room. You know what men are like when they're discussing what they've done in the war. And I think it might have helped some of those who found being on the front hard to bear. Brought them out of themselves when they realised that there are others in Europe who have experienced terrible hardships as well. Some of the Belgians have had a terrible time. It's the children I worry for. Oh, yes. My heart goes out to them. But the two little girls with us look more relaxed than they did when they arrived, easier within themselves. I just hope when they return to their home they can be happy again. Dorothy nodded and crossed her legs, arranging her skirts around her. Something on your mind, Dorothy? I heard you had a visit. Carrie sighed, put her cup on the table and nervously entwined her fingers in her lap. What can I do, Dorothy? What does the solicitor say? That if he decides to pursue it, there's nothing I can do. Dorothy drew in a breath, then settled back into the settee in her drawing room. The twins were in the nursery with Nanny Field, fed, changed and sleeping soundly. On the table in front of her and Carrie, there were little cups of chai and some honey and almond cakes untouched, to remind them of their time together in Secunderabad. Carrie had loved the sentiment, but nothing could detract from the anxiety Arnold had brought to her door. I always think about what Marcus would do in situations such as this. And what would that be? Dorothy laughed. Maybe not what's needed here, but I'm sure he would handle it in the way he handles everything. He's so measured, so reasonable, for want of a better word. He would take Bateman aside and talk to him, man to man. I can just imagine it. She put on a voice. Now look here, old man, let's discuss this like gentlemen, etc., etc. I'm not sure it would cut much ice with whom you're dealing with. He is a tricky prospect, I think. Carrie pulled a face. If only David was... Have you not considered that perhaps it is as well David is not on the scene at present? If he were living at Nightingale Lane with you, you would have to disclose it to Bateman, and would that not make life much more difficult for you? Carrie nodded. For the first time I was almost glad David was out of the picture. I could at least tell Arnold truthfully that David wasn't living with me. He was surprised because he had banked on having something over me. Sounds like Florrie told Arnold's mother, Dolores, that David and I were living in sin together. In sin? Honestly. It's so old-fashioned, don't you think? I can't wait for the war to end so I can get back to the suffrage movement and change things for women. Men can do just as they please, but we have to abide by the laws and rules they make for us. It needs to change. It must change if we're ever to move forward. Carrie walked from palatial Victoria Square, where Dorothy lived, back to Nightingale Lane. She took her time, looking in the shop windows and pretending she was out on a shopping trip. Anything to get her mind off the one thing that wouldn't leave her alone. Yet again Arnold Bateman was turning her life upside down, infecting it with his poison and threatening the happiness she had found. Yes, she had information about him that would jeopardize not only his reputation but his position in the army of which he was so proud. But would she be believed, even with Dorothy and Marcus's sanctions of her experiences in her marriage, which would surely be believed even more readily than her own testimony? There were people he would depend upon to uphold his own story. Florrie, for one, who would be under pressure to say he was happy to make a marriage with Carrie, and Dolores, who was terrified of him. Then there were his superiors in the army, who would not want to be seen sanctioning Arnold's lifestyle. He had supporters, and it felt to her rather like stalemate, or would have been if she were a man. Being a woman meant everything was weighted in his favour. She had a fight on her hands, of this she was sure. She continued to wander the streets until she came to a tiny tea shop.
Someone had painted the outside in red, white and blue of the Union flag, making it look somewhat incongruous against the more austere buildings either side of it. Inside were quaint tables set with crisp white tablecloths, on which were little vases of antirrhinum and lily-of-the-valley. Carrie sighed and decided to treat herself to some tea and some fingers of buttered toast. She had been unable to eat anything at Dorothy's because of the anxious, sick feeling in her stomach, but her walk had made her hungry. She sat at one of the tables in the window and gave the waitress her order. As she waited, she watched people as they walked past. Uniformed nannies pushing prams, mothers holding the hands of children as they bowled hoops along the paths with sticks, and elderly couples, their lives so changed once again by war, when perhaps those who went to the Boer War thought they would never see conflict again in their lifetime. She knew this was a different scene to the one playing out in the streets near Hanbury Street, where Florrie and Arthur lived, where children ran the streets, some without shoes and pushing homemade pushchairs with the latest addition to the family inside, their noses running with snot, their bellies crying out for a decent meal. Women made meals from nothing. The men, either their husbands or their sons, or sometimes both, would have gone to war in Europe. Some never to return. Some to return, but not as they were when they left. She wanted to do something to change their fates, to ensure they had lives well lived. It was why she'd opened 99 Nightingale Lane as a convalescent home for wounded soldiers. She'd wanted to do her bit, something positive for the community, and she hoped that by looking after the young men who came to her for care, she also gave something back to the women who waited for them, the families with children that had been divided by the conflict hundreds of miles away from the fighting. "You look sad, Carrie. I'm sorry to see you looking so melancholy." She looked up, shaken by the interruption of her thoughts by the smooth tones of a velvety voice to see Johann standing by her table. "Johann." He indicated another chair at the table. "May I?" She hesitated, and he held up his hand. "If it's not convenient, of course, I will sit at another table. I don't wish to interrupt you." She shook her head, feeling wrong-footed but obliged to offer him a seat. "No, please. I'm sorry. I'm just surprised to see you. Please, sit down, Johann. I've ordered already, but we can share a pot of tea." "Thank you. Please, let me order another pot, and some of their cakes, perhaps. They are very good here." He beckoned to the waitress with a charming smile and ordered tea and cake for them both, then turned his attention to her. "So, you're back in London. I had heard you had left our shores for a more exotic place. How fortunate for you that you have travelled." She had watched him as he spoke to the waitress with a ready smile that had charmed her. The waitress had blushed slightly as he ordered from her, and Carrie couldn't help a small smile at his effect on her, but then remembered how he had charmed her to follow him into his father's study, to lay down on the rug under the desk as he kissed her into a desire for an affection and closeness she had never known, persuading her to lift the skirts of her maid's uniform and allow him to make love to her, as he had described it. Only when she'd realised that his idea of love was different from hers had she understood that he had used her, and that there had never been any intention of a future with her, and that the baby she carried would never know a life where his father was present. "I went to India with my husband. He was posted there for a while, but it was necessary for me to come home. My brother was injured in the fire at the tannery, and my family were struggling to take care of him." "Is he better now?" Johann frowned. "He was injured when I saw you at the tram stop with Ida Coyle. Surely he is better now. The fire at the tannery was well over a year ago." Carrie felt herself go hot, and she wondered if her lie had given her away. When she had told Pearl she was pregnant with Johann's child, Pearl had begged her not to tell him the child was his, because his family would have muddied her name. Since then, she had never intended for Johann to find out about John. Thought she would never see Johann again, let alone take tea with him in a London cafe. For the first time she'd wished she'd called John something else. Unfortunately, he worked at the munitions factory in Silvertown when it went up in January. When you saw us, we had just left the hospital where Pearl had been admitted. Do you remember Pearl?
She was also a maid at Nightingale Lane, and sometimes shared my shifts with me. Johann delved into his memory, his eyes sliding to the side, and then he nodded. Yes, I remember her. A nice girl. Very polite and hard-working. Is she well now? She was injured too? She is well, but in a wheelchair. We don't know if it's permanent. She and Tommy are married now, since May this year. That is wonderful news. I'm glad they overcame their injuries. A happy ending, yes? And is your husband back in England now, or has his posting continued in India? I envy you that you have seen that country. How different the people are there. My husband was posted back to England recently, and India was awful and wonderful at the same time. But I made some wonderful friends there. I believe you might know two of them, Dorothy and Marcus Tremaine. They live on Victoria Square. Johann shook his head. No, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting them. The residents of Victoria Square keep themselves very much to themselves. Carrie took a sip of her tea and looked out of the window. She wasn't surprised that Johann and Elizabeth Stern had not met the Tremaines. Dorothy and Marcus were gregarious, social people. The Sterns had always been rather insular, their social circle very much in the Jewish communities and through their business connections, which had always seemed more important to them than making lifelong friends. The Sterns never missed an opportunity to make money. And you have a son, yes? She felt her voice catch in her throat. Here it is, she thought. This is where I lie through my teeth, or just blurt it out. I can't tell him. I can't. Yes, Gregory, she lied. Ah, yes. I saw him the other day at the house, a fine-looking boy. He stared hard at her. How old? 20 months, she said, looking down at her cup. Nearly 2. Not an easy age for parents. Do you have children? For the first time during their meeting, Johann looked disconcerted. He placed his cup carefully onto the saucer and inhaled a breath that seemed to wobble in his chest. Carrie was transfixed by the change in his manner, from charming confidence to morose. A boy, 9 months old. He is not very well. His heart, I'm afraid. Elizabeth is. We are desolate, very worried about him. The doctors say they have done everything they can, so now we wait. We wait to see if he will thrive. Carrie swallowed and watched Johann as he seemed to grow smaller in front of her eyes. He was only 5 years older than her, but it occurred to her that he seemed much older. Clearly the worry of his son had aged him. I'm so sorry, Johann. Our children mean so much to us, don't they? Poor Elizabeth. The worry and not knowing must be unbearable. Yes it is. The doctors tell me Caleb is unlikely to survive, but Elizabeth doesn't know this. I cannot bring myself to tell her. She will find out soon enough, I think. He drained his cup and rose from the table. Please, enjoy the rest of your tea. It is all taken care of. She thanked him, her throat tightening with grief for him, and her memories of the love she had felt for him when she was too young to understand and didn't know any better. Perhaps I will see you again, Carrie. I cannot tell you how pleased I was to hear that you had taken over the house at Nightingale Lane and the good work you are doing there. It was a house of such happiness, at least until the war came and we could not stay. I wish you peace and good health. Shalom, Carrie. She watched him as he left the cafe. She realised that when they had met at the tram stop after leaving Pearl in the hospital, there was something different about him. But she hadn't known what it was, couldn't put her finger on the subtle change that was like an aura around him. Now she knew. He was stooped like a much older man, weighed down by the worry of his ailing son and his devastated wife. Not just physically, but emotionally too. This was not the Johann she remembered. The charm was still there. The velvet voice that could make you do anything he wanted was still present. But he was diminished. Perhaps he has also learnt some lessons, she thought, like I have. The hard way. What a terrible way to learn humility. The Belgian refugees in her care were so quiet, Carrie often wondered if they had left without telling her. She worried about their reticence, the sense that they had no authority over their lives, but realised this was probably learned behaviour because of their shocking experiences before they left Belgium. She was reluctant to talk to them about what had happened, yet like everyone else in the house, would have liked to discover why they felt it necessary to leave their homeland. Carrie was also aware that there were many in Britain who felt the refugees should return to Belgium because they were taking jobs from women who needed to earn to keep their families while their husbands were away fighting. The goodwill that had overwhelmed the refugees when they first arrived in London had since diminished. Every family had to be housed, and Carrie had found notes put through her door, anonymous of course, that asked why she was giving refuge to foreigners who should have been fighting the Boche in their own country, instead of taking care of their boys who had returned from the fight abroad and needed care and assistance. Part of her agreed with the sentiment, but Carrie had her own fight, and she needed able-bodied men around her who would hopefully make Arnold think twice before he pushed his way into the house to make a claim on everything she had built. This was her dread, the nightmare that assaulted her sleep night after night, that Arnold Bateman, her husband and tormentor, would get drunk, force his way into her home and never leave. She had confided this dread to Tommy, who said he would never allow it to happen, but he was due to begin work on the redevelopment of Silvertown and would therefore not be around to stop him. A few days after Tommy had begun work, he told her that more men were needed on the project, and if Joschka, Gregor and Asher, the father of the two girls, would like to work, there was plenty to be had. Carrie had encouraged the men to go to Silvertown with Tommy the very next day and line up to be given work. She knew that it had not been in her plan for the men to be out at work, rather that they would be here if she needed them. But as time moved forward and Arnold did not make an appearance, she thought it was selfish of her to deny them the chance to earn money for their families, and also to stop men capable of working to make sure the homes in Silvertown were fit for families to live in. "Do you think it's a good idea?" Tommy asked her when Joschka and Asher had been so enthusiastic about going to work. "They seem to like the chance to work again. It means they can pay their way here and also save some money for when they go back to Belgium." "Yes, of course it's a good idea. I can't stop them providing for their families, and they should pay their way. We're not a charity. Well, not in that sense anyway. I've heard the comments made about them taking assistance when our own need it just as much, especially lately with the explosion ending people's way to earn money and the increase in the bombing. It's not reported like it should be. Sometimes we don't hear about it for days, but we know it's happening, and the more it happens, the more of our people need help. I think it will be good for them to work." Tommy nodded and smiled, glad he hadn't made a mistake by suggesting it. "And I've spoken to Ida about teaching the girls to cook, and encouraging Elitza and the girls' mother Hannah to make some dishes of their own so we can all join in. It's Pearl's birthday next week. I thought we could have a party." Tommy grinned. "Really? A party? In the middle of a war?" "We need it, don't we? Look how happy your wedding made everyone. I heard and saw laughter and happiness that day. Something in short supply around here lately. Let's push the boat out a bit. We can invite Pearl's family, and Dorothy and Marcus and their growing brood. It will give us something to look forward to." "Yeah, all right. Should we make it a surprise, do you think, for Pearl?" Carrie smiled and hugged him. "Even better." Ida reluctantly agreed to allow Elitza and Hannah into her kitchen, with a tacit understanding that if they started to take over, Carrie would explain that Ida was the cook and needed her kitchen. "Why would they take over, Ida?" Carrie asked her. "They know whose kitchen this is. They know you plan the menus for everyone. Also, I think it would be good for them to learn some of the lovely things you make, the cakes, tarts and blancmanges." Ida still looked unsure. "Do you think they eat peasant food?" "Well, our boys want to eat peasant food." Carrie shrugged. "They will if it tastes good. You know what they're like, especially when they begin to feel better. They can't get enough of your food. I tell you what, I'll speak to Joschka. He seems to have the best knowledge of English, and I'll ask him what their national dishes are. Would that be all right?" Ida pulled a face and picked up her potato peeler. I suppose so. We love stump in Belgium, said Joshka. It is like potato. He made a mashing gesture with his hands. Oh, mash, cried Carrie. Mashed potato. Joshka nodded enthusiastically. Yes, with other vegetables, carrot and cabbage, all together in oven. Very tasty. With sausage made from chicken. That sounds good. Carrie took a pencil from the dresser and wrote everything down so she wouldn't forget anything. Ida, Elitza and Hannah would go to the market together to get the things they needed. She hadn't suggested this yet to Ida, and she wondered how she would take it. Anything else? Water, Zoe. Carrie's eyes widened. Water, Zoe? Is that right? Joshka laughed. Yes. It is like your stew, with vegetables, egg, and some cream. Right, Carrie answered, feverishly writing. And we have sweet food, speculoos biscuit, with, I think you say, toffee inside. Very spicy. We have with tea or coffee. So good. Carrie grinned. Thank you, Joshka. I will tell Ida. I'm hoping your mother will make these lovely things for us, and Hannah too. Joshka looked happy, and Carrie was sure she'd hit the right note. My mother will be very proud to cook for you, Carrie, and the young men you help. She needs to work. My mother is used to working in her own house, her kitchen. This is hard for her. I know, Joshka. It must be so difficult to be away from everything you know. It is, but we pray. We pray that soon we will be home again. Please, you have been very good to us, Carrie. We could not have wished for more from you and Mrs. Coyle and Tommy and Pearl. You are all such good people. But our home, it is special to us. I understand, Joshka. Everyone loves their own home. You've all been through a terrible time. I hope you can soon return to your home country and be safe. Chapter 50. The group of women, Belgian and English, left the house with Ida following behind, shopping bag in hand. Carrie stood behind them, watching them as they went through the front door, smiling at Ida's reluctance. Just as she crossed the threshold, Ida turned and stared at Carrie. I hope this is a good idea, Carrie. You know, I'm not sure. I go to the same people at the market and they know me. I don't know what they'll think of me turning up with strangers. Carrie laughed. I should think if they spend money they'll be pleased to see them, she said. Are they paying for their own stuff then? Of course. Joshka, Gregor and Benjamin are earning now. They said they'd be pleased to help out. I'm not sure what will be available to you, bearing in mind how the shortages are hitting us all now. But do what you can. You buy what you usually get, but give them a free hand. It'll be nice to try something different, and we might all learn something from each other. Ida shrugged and sighed dramatically. If you say so, Ducky. Carrie giggled to herself and joined Pearl, who sat at the kitchen table making biscuits. Oh dear, she chuckled. Someone's not happy. Carrie laughed again. No, but she'll be all right. I understand how she feels, though. This has always been Ida's kitchen, and will go back to being solely her kitchen when our guests go home. These women need something to do. They sit in their rooms day after day doing nothing apart from some mending. Must be very depressing, don't you think? And they don't seem to speak to each other much either. How awful it must be just to up and leave your home, the place you know best in the world, without any of your personal things, just the clothes you have on your back. And Elitza and Gregor are not young. The journey must have been difficult for them. I know our boys are over at the front, but at least their families can stay in their own homes. She glanced up at Carrie. As long as they don't get blown to bits in any munitions explosion. Carrie pulled a small smile and rubbed Pearl's arm affectionately. You're here, Pearl. You survived it. Maybe not in one piece, but you'll soon bring another life into the world, Something you thought wouldn't happen. It's so wonderful. And hopefully this awful war that's hurting so many people will be over soon. Pearl nodded, looked up at Carrie and smiled. I'm praying for it, she said. Me too, said Carrie. Ida, Elitza, Hannah and the two girls, Lila and Rebecca, came back from the market smiling and chatting in a mixture of languages and hand gestures. Carrie was transfixed by the change in Ida. She and Elitza were at the back of the group, making themselves understood to each other. When Ida threw back her head and laughed at a gesture Elitza made with her hands, Carrie's heart was fit to burst. It had worked. Sending the women to market together was the best thing she could have done. The universal language of shopping had brought them together as she hoped it would. The women took their bags of vegetables, flour, a little sugar they had managed to find from one of Ida's contacts to make a special meal for that evening. Carrie felt sure if they could work together on one meal for the whole household, the party for Pearl would surely happen, hopefully with some unusual food that they had never eaten before. That afternoon, Elitza, Hannah, Lila and Rebecca found themselves under the careful and exacting ministrations of Ida, who taught them how to make a liver and bacon dumpling, and a blancmange in the shape of a rabbit, which Lila and Rebecca exclaimed over with excitement and astonishment. Ida taught them a few words, blancmange and rabbit, and explained that she thought blancmange was a French word, but couldn't be sure, and that if it was, they probably stole it from the English anyway. Carrie thought the girls were probably wondering why the blancmange was in the shape of a rabbit, but as she didn't know either, decided to keep quiet. The laughter from the kitchen was infectious. Ida's the loudest of all. It brought Pearl out from her sitting room, pale after a bout of morning sickness, but bright-eyed and wanting to join in. The 7 women worked alongside one another, the huge pine kitchen table awash with vegetables, potatoes ready for mashing with butter and cream, soft, fluffy dumplings made by Elitza waiting to be boiled then fried, and the biscuits made by Hannah, Lila and Rebecca Joshka had enthused about to carry, the strangely named speculoos. That evening they shared a meal they had made together, sitting around the huge dining table that could seat so many people, elbows rubbing, but the closeness not bothering them at all as it had when they'd first all met. Tommy had raised his eyebrows at Carrie, a grin spreading across his face, his wonder and pride at his sister's talent for bringing people together, something his shyness had prevented him from getting the hang of. Even Gregor seemed brightened that Elitza had seemingly found a new friend in Ida, a woman of roughly the same age with an interest in cooking. He watched his wife with amused eyes as he forked the steaming dumpling, filled with liver and bacon, into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. He glanced at Carrie sitting at the head of the table and lifted his fork to her, a smile playing on his lips. She nodded to him, then bent her head and smiled to herself. This was a moment she would cherish. She glanced at John in his high chair. He sat next to Joshka, who kept him amused by making funny faces and helping him with his food. John giggled, relishing the attention he was getting from everyone around the table. Their guests from Belgium were clearly family-orientated, and Carrie wondered about John and whether he missed a father figure in his life. A rush of sadness went through her. David loomed up in her mind's eye. She wondered how he was, whether he was still at the Alexandria. She had made inquiries, but staff had resisted her entreaties for news, telling her that the information she required was private, and they were not allowed to divulge anything about Captain Lawrence's treatment or whereabouts. She had accepted this with stoicism, but then, once home, had gone to her room, thrown herself on her bed and cried and cried. Afterwards she had felt silly, chastising herself for wasting time crying over something she could do nothing about, and when she'd told Pearl about it, her friend had said her tears were natural, a human thing, and that she shouldn't feel bad about it. After the meal, they went back to their own little sanctuaries in 99 Nightingale Lane. Gregor and Elitska to their room, he to read, she to mend. Joshka went to the pub with Tommy, Joshka pushing Pearl in her wheelchair, while Tommy held her hand. Benjamin and Hannah took Lila and Rebecca up the 3 flights of stairs to their rooms in the attic, now suitably furnished and carpeted, to put the girls to bed and to spend some time together. Ida joined Carrie in her sitting room and shared a pot of tea and the remaining speculoos. "It was a good day, Carrie," said Ida. A good thing you did. Carrie looked up in surprise. I didn't do anything. Yes, you did, ducky. You always amaze me. So young and yet such a head on your shoulders. I wish my Frances was more like you. She bred all those kids of hers as if it was going out of fashion, without a thought of how she would feed them. And then when her husband upped and left her before the war, she never knew how she was going to cope. It's only thanks to you that she's managed to keep them fed with a roof over their heads. Carrie bit into a biscuit, relishing the buttery, spicy flavour. You wouldn't have let them starve, Ida. You would have helped them. Ida nodded. Yes, but it's better this way. She's working here and earning her own money. It's given her some respect for herself. It's all we want, isn't it, Carrie? A bit of respect and friendship. Do you know, Ida, you're right. And we do have it here, don't we? Oh, yes, my love, we certainly do. Our lives aren't perfect. We're in the middle of a war, after all. But I think we're about as near as we can get. She went quiet. And it would be even better if that captain of yours would sort himself out. Carrie closed her eyes and drew her lips into a small smile. Have you heard anything? Ida asked in an almost whisper. Carrie shook her head. I'm not allowed to hear. Ida frowned. What do you mean? I went to the Alexandria last week. I'm not allowed to ask about him. He doesn't want anyone to know what's happening to him, his treatment, or even where he is. If he left there, I wouldn't know. I'm not allowed to know. Ida shook her head with exasperation. But that don't mean to say he can't know about you. Carrie stared at her. How would that happen? Write him a letter. A letter, said Carrie, staring off into the distance. Why didn't I think of that? 'Cause you're too close to it. You're trying to do your best for everyone while dealing with your own unhappiness. Of course you can't think of everything, but a letter is the best way to go. Just 'cause he don't want you to know about him, don't mean he can't know about you. Do it. Chapter 51. David Lawrence sat on the end of the bed, looking out of the bay window in his room. He noticed that the leaves were beginning to turn very slightly at the edges, from the dark green of high summer to the oranges and reds that heralded the beginning of the autumn temperatures. It was September. August had come to a close, and he would welcome the end of summer. Not with any sense of excitement, but purely with resigned acceptance that this was the way of things. The days had been far too long, each one had dragged interminably, and the thought of the nights closing in earlier brought him scant optimism. It was nearly time for the evening meal. The odour of food had wafted along the corridor from the kitchens, meat and onions probably. It was Tuesday. They usually had meat and onions on a Tuesday, although heaven knows what kind of meat it actually was. Some of the men took a sweepstake each Tuesday on whether it was mutton or beef. Doubtfully chicken, much too expensive. He thought it was mutton. He thought it was usually mutton. And afterwards there would be trifle, with little fruit, even less custard, and a thin layer of jelly. But they still called it trifle. They always had trifle on a Tuesday. He looked down at his hands in his lap, mostly at his right hand, that held a letter from Carrie. He hadn't read it, but he knew it was from her, recognised the neat script, the letters so tiny, as though they had been written on the page with an apology, an expression of regret at the audacity of taking up room on the page. The nurse had brought it in to him, asking if he wanted it to be returned to whoever had sent it, bearing in mind he had stated he didn't want to hear from anyone. No contact, he had stipulated, whatsoever. Not family, not friends, not lover. So not Carrie. He had held out his hand and taken it from the nurse, saying if he changed his mind he would leave it on the desk in reception. She nodded, thinking that maybe he was regretting his decision, but somewhat doubting it because apparently he had been so adamant. His eyes rested on the envelope again. It had been delivered by hand, no postage stamp in the corner. He saw her in his mind's eye, wearing a pale blue cotton dress and matching shoes,
and carrying a parasol to protect herself from the unforgiving sun of the clear, unbroken skies of the Indian summer. Her hand shaking a little as she took the champagne cocktail from his, her smile beautiful, clear, her teeth sparkling like polished pearls. He closed his eyes. He had fallen so hard for her, a married woman, but he hadn't had the strength to put her out of his mind. She had returned the love he professed, but the man she had fallen for was no more. That man didn't exist, couldn't exist, had seen too much, had heard more than he had ever wanted to. These were the images that clouded the ones he had of Carrie. These were the memories his mind wouldn't allow him to overcome. How could he ever offer her the life they had planned together at a time when he was whole in his mind and body? A man with confidence in his own abilities, with direction, who was looked up to by his men, the ones who no longer walked the earth, blown to bits on the fields of war, the fellow soldiers he should have protected. But of course protection had been impossible. The chaos around him had been like a cacophony, an orchestra in total disharmony, difficult to direct, to predict. His orders to his men had fallen on deaf ears as one by one, second by second, they had left the trenches to run towards the Boche, and one by one they had been felled. Some died immediately, most didn't, their screams of agony assaulting his ears and turning his stomach to liquid, his legs to jelly. He'd run out by their side, his rifle poised, his heart beating so hard he thought it would give up pumping the blood around his body. He'd almost wished for it, to allow him to sink into the mud. His breath taken from him, his lungs deflated. An act of God. He was so sure he would die along with his men, his limbs shot from his torso, or his stomach ripped out by shrapnel. As he ran from the trench onto the field, he saw what remained of his unit. The carnage, the bones stripped of flesh, the smell of blood and excrement from men who only a few months before had been ordinary men, some with young families, some just boys, young men who hadn't even begun their lives. How could they have ever known they would end their lives like this? Why were they being sent into the fighting like lambs to the slaughter, with no chance of avoiding the inevitable? As he ran, firing, ducking, slipping on the blood, entrails and severed limbs of those who had gone before, he had thought it was no different to murder. His men had been murdered by a decision taken by anonymous men who weren't even in France, who sat around a table hundreds of miles away and made an arbitrary decision based on a flawed plan, because the loss of all these desperate men could not win a war or quell the advance of an enemy. And now all he could hear when he closed his eyes at the end of the day was the sound of cannons, the explosion of shells, the screams of men who had been ripped apart. His body was intact. He had received an injury to his leg from flying shrapnel, a deep wound that would leave an unsightly scar and a cut above his eye, a miracle he knew, because he had managed to get to a group of trees which gave him cover and fire on the enemy from a place of relative safety. But his mind was like the bodies of those men he had seen on the field of battle, ripped to shreds, uncontrollable, leaking lifeblood, his thoughts taking him to the place he did not want to go. The horror would not leave him. It had him in its grasp, gripping him tightly even in his dreams. The nightmares, so realistic, he travelled back to the front every night and relived the sight of the macabre cutting down of his men, the heart-wrenching loss of so many of his friends. He had asked himself again and again, could I have done more? Could I have saved them? It was a question he could not answer. He would never know if he could have done things differently. And if he had, would he have saved them? They were gone, forever, never to return to the place they called home. And his mind had gone with them. Captain Lawrence? A soft voice from the bedroom door pulled him out of his thoughts. It's time for dinner. Your place is ready. He nodded and looked down at the letter again. Not yet, Carrie, he said under his breath. Not yet. He slid the letter into a book he'd been trying to read since he'd arrived at the Alexandria nursing home, but hadn't got far into because he couldn't concentrate, allowing the corner of the pale blue envelope to show from between the yellowing pages, then rose from the bed and, like every other day at this time, made his way to the dining room. "You received a letter, I understand." Dr. Marston looked down at his notes, then glanced up at David, waiting for his reply. David nodded. "And you accepted it?" David nodded again. "I was surprised to hear it." "Were you? Why?" "I was led to believe you wanted no contact with anyone you knew." "That still stands. Yet you accepted the letter. Someone took the time to write it. You've read it?" "No." Dr. Marston inhaled and crossed one leg over the other. "You were fortunate it was offered to you. The nurse started here only recently. If it had been one of the other nurses who took it from the person who delivered it, it would not have been given to you. As I'd requested." "Yes, so you did." Dr. Marston waited for him to continue, while David hoped this was not going to be like some of the other sessions he'd had with him, where no one said anything. "You know who wrote it?" "I do." Dr. Marston reversed the crossing of his legs, the left over the right this time. "How are you feeling, David?" David shrugged. "How am I supposed to feel? There's no right or wrong way for you to get back to full health. You knew it would take time, a great deal of time, for you to feel that you could join society again and be as you were." "How will I ever be as I was, Dr. Marston? How can that be possible after what has happened?" "It is possible, but you have taken on the mantle of responsibility for what happened to your unit, and that is a hurdle you must overcome. My telling you you are not responsible for their deaths will likely be of no help to you, because you are telling yourself the opposite. I am a doctor, yes, but my opinion is of someone who was not there when those things happened, and I know this is something you question. It's not just that." Dr. Marston tried not to take a breath. Didn't want to give David any reason not to speak about his feelings. He had been a hard nut to crack. His guilt and anger at himself were feelings that were difficult to dissolve. Dr. Marston was convinced it was because David was a man of honour, a brave man who had done all he could for his men under the most devastating of circumstances. The hard part was encouraging him to believe it of himself. "Oh, Carrie." "Your wife?" "Not yet. Probably not ever, not now." "I see. Do you?" "I think so. She's waiting for me." Dr. Marston nodded his understanding. "Is that a bad thing?" "She loves you. Would you prefer that she didn't love you and didn't wait for you to recover?" David didn't answer, but looked to the floor, his eyes now glistening with tears. This was the first time he had shown emotion during a session, and Dr. Marston knew it was a turning point. I would like to be what I was to her. I treated her terribly when all she did was try to help." "She runs a convalescent home, doesn't she, for soldiers?" David nodded. "And she has helped many others?" He nodded again. "But not you?" "No." "You blame her?" David inhaled. "No. It's not her fault I'm broken. A broken man." David paused, then opened his mouth to say something but changed his mind. "Don't waste it." David narrowed his eyes and held Dr. Marston's gaze for a few seconds. "Waste it?" "The thought. The one you are about to release." David lifted his chin in understanding. "I promised her the man I was, Doctor, not the man I am now. Yet she persists in trying to see you, even delivering the letter by hand in the hope you would relent. I can't help thinking you have wrapped yourself in chains, her too, chains that keep you apart, but she continues to attempt to shake them off. She cannot do it without your permission, David. If you refuse to give it, you will get your wish of never seeing her again.
David paled, his face blanched with fear. It's not my wish. I have never wished for it.
All I can say to that is, don't leave it too late. Do you trust her?
Yes, of course, I couldn't love someone I didn't trust.
Then trust her to make the correct decision. My guess is that she will wait for you no matter what. That is something we all hope for in our lives, David. Someone who loves us enough to wait for us, to support us when the chips are down. She is familiar with men who have fought in France, who have been damaged both physically and mentally, some seemingly beyond repair, yet she has helped them. They have gone on, either to return to the front, or, if their injuries too great, to their homes and families. I urge you to resist being the one she failed to help. He woke with a start, his skin overlaid with a sheen of sweat, the heat from his body threatening to melt him. Even though the snow lay thick on the lawn outside his window, and every following night's temperature was lower than the one before, the room was spinning, and he closed his eyes to stop the revolving walls as nausea rose from his stomach to his throat. He breathed deeply as he'd been advised, the panic gradually subsiding, the revolving room coming to a stop. He gritted his teeth and thanked all that was holy that the attack was over. He would never get used to this surge of adrenaline powering through his body, and he wondered if there would ever be a time when he didn't beleaguer his sleep. He sat up and poured water into a glass from a carafe on his night table. Sipping it slowly, he exhaled to a count of 5, then breathed in again, feeling the palpitations of his heart reduce until the sound of his blood racing around his body and pulsing in his ears disappeared. As he replaced the glass on the table, his eyes fell on the book, the corner of the pale blue envelope peeking out as if to dare him to open it. He wondered if this was the right time, then decided there would never be a right time, and slipped the envelope out from the book's pages. He turned the envelope over in his hands, squinting at the writing on the front, then sat up and switched on the lamp by his bedside. He knew once he ran his finger under the flap of the envelope and pulled the paper from within, there would be no going back. He slipped his thumb into the envelope, releasing the flap, and took out 2 sheets of blue flimsy paper. Unfolding it before reaching for his glasses, a recent necessity. He swallowed hard, staring at the familiar handwriting, then folded the letter in 2. He dragged his eyes away for a moment and stared through the gap in the curtains, knowing there was still time to replace the letter back in the envelope and pretend it didn't exist. He didn't have to read it. He looked down again, slowly unfolded it, and began to read.
Dearest David, I write this letter with the faintest hope that you might read it. With all my heart, I hope you do. Your decision not to see me or your friends is your choice, but even with the choice you have made, I wanted you to know how much you're missed. You're still in my heart, David, and always, always in my thoughts. I told you before you were admitted to the Alexandria Hospital that I would wait for you no matter how long it took for you to feel that you could return to us, and that vow will never change. That is my promise, and it is a promise I will keep. I love you. You are still the man I fell in love with in Secunderabad. I know how you've suffered, and still suffer, and it breaks my heart to think of you being in such terrible pain while I am unable to be with you to give you my undying support, to hold your hand and help you through the worst of times. Here at number 99 life goes on. We are taking care of a group of Jewish Belgian refugees who came over to England when life in their homeland became too dangerous for them to stay. Like you, they too have been through so much. But we have all become friends, and the atmosphere here is very uplifting. The influx of young men joining us for rehabilitation continues, and with our care and Ida Coyle's wonderful cooking, they leave here with hopefully the knowledge of how much their efforts at the front are appreciated, and of the pride we have in them. I am only deeply sorry that I could not do the same for you, but I know the doctors and nurses looking after you are the absolute best and will take good care of you until you are better and ready to come home. Please remember, David, that I and John and everyone here would love you to return. We miss you terribly. I, of course, most of all. I love you with all my heart and remain truly yours. Until we see each other again, I send my enduring love to you, David. Carrie. Tears dropped from David's chin onto the letter, smudging some of the words Carrie had written. He closed his eyes and pictured her. Her eyes a velvety blue that had captured him when he first laid eyes on her. The way her hair swept in waves across her shoulders and fell down her back. Her kindness to the soldiers in her care, her laughter echoing throughout the house, lifting the spirits of those men whose lives had been shattered but had been nursed back to health and strength by Carrie, Ida and Pearl, with respect and understanding. He thought too of Tommy, his face so terribly burned, yet who could still find a smile and joke for him, offering to read to him or join him in a game of chess. These were the people he had turned away from, the ones who had offered him stability when he had been found wandering the streets of London in a fog of vagueness, his head fuzzy with all he'd seen and heard at the front after he'd left the military hospital. He hadn't been truthful to the doctors there, had told them that he was taking a bed from someone who really needed it, and that he should be discharged, that he had a home to go to and would thrive better there. They had chosen to believe him. David Lawrence was a captain in the British Army, had seen warfare and survived. Why would he lie? Unaware that his mind was damaged, he had been released. He had become disorientated and forgotten who he was, believing he was back in France and running from enemy fire. It was simply chance that led him to be found by 2 soldiers on leave and taken to Nightingale Lane. But even though the relief of finding her had almost melted him, he quickly realised, even though he didn't care to admit it, that expecting Carrie to heal his terrible mental anguish was impossible. He knew he needed expert medical help, but to acknowledge it made him feel weak, like a lesser man. The thought that he couldn't be to Carrie what he had hoped was too much for him to bear. She had made the decision, had taken it out of his hands, and had admitted him to a place of which he thought he would never see the inside. A psychiatric unit for men suffering with shell shock and warfare trauma. It had angered him in his confused state of mind that she had taken the decision from his hands. Her actions had simply underlined his frailty, and he had resented it. It was the reason he had prevented her and his friends' admittance to Alexandria's, knowing it was kinder to her to include everyone in that decision, and not just her alone. He refolded the letter and placed it in the envelope, wiping the tears from his cheeks with the heel of his hand. Light was pushing through the gap in the curtains, and he realised he had been sitting with the letter in his hands for hours, just looking at it, turning it over and over, while his thoughts took him to a place he had not visited for months, because he knew it would break him to linger there, even in his mind. Carrie deserved better. She had suffered because of him. His anger had been misdirected, and had hit her just as surely as gunfire had hit his men. You always hurt the ones you love. It was a song, he thought. He had loved Carrie more than anyone he had ever met, still loved her deeply. But in his heart, he questioned if his love had brought her more hurt than happiness, and whether he could ever find the strength to become the man he so desperately wanted to be. Chapter 52. December stepped forward to be acknowledged in a flurry of icy rain and plummeting temperatures. Carrie scraped the inside of the window with her fingernail to peer outside, shivering at the sight of the frost on the railings and the grey skies, and went across to the fire to put on another log, wondering how the men in France could survive the wet, muddy conditions, now likely overlaid with snow. She shivered again,
knowing they would need to anticipate even more men coming to them for care, even through Christmas, which was only 10 days away. A knock on the door to her sitting room evaporated her thoughts, and she straightened up to answer it. "Come in." Ida poked her head around the door, not wanting to impose. "Did you send it, Ducky? The letter, I mean." Carrie smiled affectionately at Ida and beckoned her in. "I did, Ida. I took your advice and wrote to him. I took it myself and gave it to the nurse and waited for about 15 minutes in the foyer." Carrie sat in one of the wing armchairs near the fire and encouraged Ida to do the same. "I think the nurse thought it was a bit strange, me just sitting there waiting, and I know she wanted to say something, but I knew what I was waiting for." "And what was that?" "To see if she had the letter in her hand when she came back from David's room." Ida sat forward in her chair, anticipating the answer. "And? Did she?" Carrie gave a small smile and a brief shake of her head. "No," she said, sotto voce. Ida clapped her hands with glee. "So he read it then?" Carrie shrugged. "I suppose. There's no guarantee of that, but it looks like he kept it." She sighed. "Oh, Ida, I hope he reads it. I just want him to know how much he is loved, and that we're missing him and want him back. I don't know what else I can do." "Nothing, sweetheart. You've done everything you can. It's up to him now. You've told him how you feel. What more can you do?" "Wouldn't it be wonderful if he came back for Christmas, Ida? Think of the get-togethers we could have with everyone here. Will Francis and the children stay, do you think? John would love it if they did. He needs the company of children. And Dorothy, Marcus, the girls and the twins, and Tommy and Pearl, you and me, and our new friends from Belgium. And if David were here, if only he could be." Tears glistened in Ida's eyes for the girl she had come to look on as a daughter. No one deserved to be loved and cherished more than Carrie. She had given so much to so many, had come through some difficult times, and still had a smile for everyone. She thought about little John and Arnold Bateman. Of course, Bateman wasn't John's father. Any fool could see that. Ida had a good idea about who his real father was, but until Carrie confided in her, she could never say anything. It didn't matter anyway. The child was adored by his mother, and would grow up surrounded by love and stability. She knew Carrie would see to it. As far as Ida could see, there was only one blot on the horizon that wouldn't sort itself out, and that was Arnold Bateman. Unknown to Carrie, he had been back to the house every other day to talk to her, bully her more like, Ida thought. But she hadn't told Carrie, had made excuses to him about one thing or another. She knew she couldn't keep it up much longer. The time would come when he would play his hand, and Ida wouldn't be able to protect Carrie any longer. With the men across at Silvertown rebuilding and renovating, she had no one to back her up. Ida's husband used to call her "my old dragon." Affectionately, she knew, but she also knew that this old dragon was getting older, and her tongue of fire was dimming. How long she could continue putting Bateman off was anyone's guess, but she would keep doing it until he got the better of her. As yet, he hadn't forced his way in, but she guessed it was his next step. Arnold Bateman wouldn't give up, that was certain. But he'd have to step over her dead body to get to the girl she loved. Chapter 53. John ran to the window, squealing with delight, and knelt up on the upholstered window seat in Carrie's bedroom. "Mama, Mama! Snow! It's snow!" Carrie chuckled to herself when she pulled back the curtain and saw only a fine smattering of snow covering the railings outside, making the flagstone sparkle. "Oh yes, John, so there is. Isn't it pretty?" He turned to her, his eyes shining like the baubles they'd placed on the Christmas tree at the front of the house. "Snowman?" She leant down and wrapped her arms around him, resting her cheek on his soft dark brown curls, inhaling his just-bathed smell of soap and baby powder. "Oh, sweetheart, I don't think there's enough for that. We'll have to see how much snow falls.
If there's enough by tomorrow, we'll go out into the garden with the others and make a big snowman. We'll call it John. Would that be all right?" He turned to her again, disappointment etching his face, his eyebrows drawn up into a knot. "Not now." "I'm sorry, John. Not now. There isn't enough snow. Let's wait until tomorrow. I promise you if there's enough snow, we'll make the best snowman in London." "Well, will you be a soldier?" "Of course. We'll ask one of the boys if we can borrow a cap or scarf. How does that sound?" John nodded, then squealed again, pointing out of the window. "Dotty! Dotty! Dotty!" Carrie pushed back the curtain. In the street below, Dorothy stepped out of a motor car with Dotty and Seraphina. The children's nanny followed her with the twins, Violet and Sebastian, in a baby basket, one at each end, snuggled in a satin-edged blanket against the chill weather. Dorothy's outfit drew admiring glances from passers-by in Nightingale Lane. Her fur-trimmed coat with an attached cloak, fur hat, soft leather gloves and leather boots made her the height of fashion. Nothing like the belted jacket and long grey skirt she wore for the suffragette rallies she attended. Carrie smiled to herself. It was something she had never expected to see. Dorothy is a parent of 4 children, but her family had grown quickly with the death of her sister, Naomi, and her pledge to give her girls a loving home. The birth of the twins meant she had an extremely busy life, one she had never envisaged. John slid off the window seat and ran out onto the landing. Then, taking the stairs very carefully with both hands sliding down the wall, he reached the bottom stair and ran down the hall to the front door, shrieking Dotty's name. Carrie followed him, laughing at his excitement, and opened the front door with a huge smile, to find Arnold Bateman standing on the front step. Dorothy, the nanny, and the children were standing on the pavement behind him. The smile dropped from Carrie's face when she saw him on the front step, standing with his feet apart to prevent Dorothy and her brood's admittance. "Arnold," Carrie said flatly, "what are you doing here? Can't you see I have visitors?" At the sound of Arnold's name, Ida Coyle rushed out of the kitchen, her apron skew-whiff, a rolling pin in her hand, her face like thunder. She stood behind Carrie, the rolling pin held up to shoulder height, ready to defend Carrie in case Arnold should push his way in. "Oh, Mr. Bateman," she said. "You're not wanted here." Dorothy frowned and stepped up to the front door, confidently elbowing Arnold aside. "Come, children, Nanny. We were invited this morning." She glanced at Bateman. "Unlike some." "Mrs. Tremaine," Arnold said, tipping his fedora patronisingly towards her. Dorothy ignored him, and she and the children passed him on the step and went into the sitting room. "What do you want, Arnold?" asked Carrie. "I told you before, I have nothing to say to you." She met Dorothy's eyes as she walked past her, who squeezed her forearm. "Ah, but I have plenty to say to you, Mrs. Bateman. We have things to discuss." "It's coming up to Christmas, Arnold. I've a house full of people and a family Christmas to prepare for. I don't have time for this." "Clearly, Carrie, you could do with more help." He glanced behind her at Ida. "Or different help. Maybe someone more capable." Ida raised the rolling pin ready to clout him, but Carrie put a hand on her arm. "The people who work here are not your concern. Now get off my step, or I'll call the police." He smirked. "And you think they'll do what?" "If I tell them you're threatening me, they'll do plenty." He shrugged, the patronising look back on his face. "Not so, I think you'll find. As your husband, I have rights." "Really? Shall we put it to the test? What about your unit captain? Who is it again? Captain Foster, if I remember. Wonder what he'll think of you befriending the young soldiers in your special way, Arnold. Shall we tell him about that? I think your so-called career in the army might take a bit of a nosedive, as it were." "Well done, Carrie," Ida muttered, although she had no idea what Carrie meant. Arnold looked at her with eyes as black as coal. "I won't believe you." "But do you want to find out if they believe me, Arnold? That's the question I'd be asking myself if I were you." He turned on his heel and stood on the pavement, taking a packet of cigarettes from his inside pocket and lighting one which he put to his lips, his eyes narrowing through the plume of smoke. "Think you've got it all sussed out, don't you? I've been to a solicitor. Carrie's heart dropped. So what? You'll know, so what, when you hear from him. I won't hold my breath. He turned to walk down Nightingale Lane, the smirk fixed on his face. But as he walked away, the smirk dropped from his lips, and his face darkened with the thought of the storm he planned to release on Carrie Dobbs. The usual rhythm of the house continued as it ever did, but with a merrier atmosphere because of the imminent festivities. With Christmas around the corner, Carrie, Ida, Pearl and Tommy were filled with a sense of optimism. They were all aware that 1918 would bring a new adventure for them with the birth of Pearl and Tommy's child in February. Carrie did her best to forget Arnold's threat, and when she had discussed it with Dorothy, Dorothy was dismissive of him. "What can he do, darling? Honestly, what can he do? Is he going to forcibly drag you and the boys in your care and Mrs. Coyle and Pearl and the Belgian refugees out of the house by the hair? His threats are empty. He's a jumped-up little pipsqueak." "I know what you're saying is true, Dorothy, but he threatened to take John. I gave birth to him after I married Arnold. If he says John is his son, how am I to deny it without damaging my reputation, casting a shadow over John, and possibly forced to name his real father? It would cause so much trouble." Dorothy leant towards the decorative side table by the settee, opened a beautiful marble cigarette case, and took a cigarette from it, lighting it with a match from a huge crystal box. "I knew there was something worrying you more than just the house. I know how much you love number 99 and the work you do there is phenomenal. But I was sure there was more to your worries." She blew out a smoke ring and stretched her arms above her head, leaning back in the settee to release her aching muscles. She was tired after a sleepless night with the twins, both of whom suffered from colic, and even with Nurse Field's assistance, had spent hours walking the bedroom floor, hoping to rock them off to sleep. She sighed and glanced at Carrie, wondering if she should say what was on the tip of her tongue. "I wondered," she said. Carrie raised her eyebrows and waited. "Oh, yes? What were you wondering?" "About Johann Stern." Carrie glanced away, knowing what was coming next. It was something she had also considered. "What about him?" "You could tell him about John. At least that way John will be safe from Arnold. I'm sure Johann would corroborate your story. And you have John's birth certificate, don't you?" "That would confirm your dates." Carrie sighed, looking troubled, and not a little embarrassed. "Except that I've already told Johann that John is called Gregory, and is months younger than he really is, so he wouldn't put 2 and 2 together and come up with 5. Dorothy raised her eyebrows and took a deep pull on her cigarette, blowing the smoke to the ceiling. "Don't you mean 4, darling? Let's face it, Johann Stern is an intelligent man. He received the best education money can buy, so I'm fairly sure he can count. Just because things didn't go as you expected to when you were pregnant with John, it doesn't mean Johann has forgotten what happened between you. Although I can understand why you've assumed that. And the likeness, Carrie. John is nothing like Arnold Bateman. All his looks are Johann Stern, apart from his eyes." She frowned. "And when on earth did you tell him about Gregory?" "The last time I visited, remember? I walked home instead of taking the tram, and went into a little tea shop for a cuppa and to think. Johann passed the window and he saw me sitting alone. I was thinking about Arnold at the time, and I thought how ironic it was that Johann should appear out of the blue like that. He asked if he could join me at my table." Dorothy's eyes widened. "Oh my goodness, you mustn't have thought he would do that." "You're right, I didn't. In fact, when I saw him pass the window I prayed he would keep going. Even found myself ducking slightly. Except he looked into the tea shop window and saw me, and I could hardly tell him he couldn't sit with me, could I? He told me that he and Elizabeth have a son, Caleb, who is very unwell. Heart problems. Just a baby of 9 months.
"That's incredibly sad."
Carrie nodded. "Yes, he's very worried. About Elizabeth too. I don't think she's coping. Well, who would? She's his mother, and Caleb's their only child. He said he knows that Caleb will probably not survive, and that he hasn't told Elizabeth, because she will know soon enough."
"How awful.
Poor man. Poor all of them. Yes, but you can see my dilemma, Dorothy. How could I tell him he had another son when he and Elizabeth are going through something so terrible? And I suppose I must be honest about it, with you anyway. I never planned to tell him about John. I just didn't think it was necessary after I'd left England. Being in India meant I was so far away from Johan, I didn't need to think about him anymore. It was almost like he didn't exist. Dorothy pulled a face. He may see it very differently, particularly now you and John are back in London. Carrie nodded, looking miserable. I know. I've thought about it. What it could mean to John to have a father in his life. I thought it would be David, but that's looking more unlikely by the day. You haven't heard from him? No. She looked up at Dorothy, her eyes darkened with pain. Have you? Dorothy shook her head. Carrie sighed and leant back on the settee. I know I must do the right thing, not just for me and Johan, but for John too. But is it right to tell Johan about John just because Arnold's threatening me? Is it the right reason? Dorothy shrugged, and they both looked at the door when they heard a wail from the nursery. I'm not sure the reason matters. Johan Stern is John's father. The poor man is going through hell with the impending loss of his baby son. And let's face it, darling, he doesn't need to tell his wife about John, or about you for that matter. Carrie looked astonished, and Dorothy put a hand on her shoulder. Don't look like that. You know as well as I do that sort of thing happens all the time. I think you should tell him. The time for secrets is gone. And really, I think you'll feel better after you've told him no matter what the consequences are. It will protect John and shoot down Arnold Bateman's biggest threat against you in flames. It might make me feel better, but would it make him feel better? Dorothy shrugged. Would you? Tell Johan, I mean? Definitely. And if I don't go to the nursery soon, the twins will begin to wail even louder. It seems it's dinner time, again. They hugged, and Dorothy walked her to the door. It's the right thing to do, Carrie. But I think you must choose your moment. And really, it's your decision no matter what I or anyone else thinks. John's safety is the most important thing. And if telling Johan Stern he's John's father keeps your son from Bateman's clutches, I'm not sure you have a choice. When Carrie returned to Nightingale Lane that afternoon, she was met at the door by a troubled-looking Tommy. Tommy, what's happened? She took off her hat and coat and hung them on the stand in the hall. It's Pearl. She says she doesn't feel very well. Why? What's wrong? Tommy frowned and shook his head. I don't know. I'm new to all of this. I don't know what to do. I'm worried that the pregnancy has got too much for her after the explosion and her injuries. I'm beginning to wish we'd waited. It wasn't planned, Carrie. We didn't make a decision to start a family or anything like that. It just happened. Carrie made her way to the front sitting room, which Pearl and Tommy had made their home. It mostly does just happen. She gave a benign smile of sympathy, remembering the time when it just happened to her. Would you like me to go in and see her? Tommy nodded and sighed with relief. Carrie knocked gently on the door and was surprised to hear Pearl's voice much weaker than the day before. Come in. The room was in semi-darkness, gloomy as the brightness of the afternoon drew in, made even darker by the curtains closed against the outside. Pearl? Pearl was in bed, her face sallow against the white pillowcase. Oh, Carrie, I feel so rough. Carrie went across the room and sat on the side of the bed, reaching for Pearl's hand. What's wrong, Pearl? You were so good yesterday, so happy. I know. I felt good then, but not today. I've got a really bad stomachache. Well, just below my ribs. She put a hand to her side. My head's pounding and I'm sore down there, she said, her eyes going to the lower part of Carrie's body. Have you been sick? No, but I feel dizzy. I don't want to feel like this. I've only got a few weeks to go. I thought I'd got over the worst of it, you know, the sickness and everything. Carrie put her palm against Pearl's forehead. You're very warm, Pearl. You've got a high temperature. Maybe it's the flu. Pearl looked stricken. Oh my God, don't say that. They might have to take me out of here in a coffin. You know what the flu's doing to people. They said it could get really bad. Carrie swallowed, wishing she hadn't mentioned the flu. The virus had been sweeping across Europe and seemed to be getting worse by the week. Some of the newspapers were leading with it, and everyone had been talking about it, saying it could take as many off as the war, as if they didn't have enough to worry about. They won't be carrying you anywhere, but I think we should call the doctor. Oh, Carrie, no, please. I don't want to leave here. I'll be all right. It's probably just a chill. It's just to be on the safe side. Better than that, to let it get worse. At least we'll know what it is. Hopefully the doctor will give you something to take away the pain. It's Christmas soon. You want to be well for that, don't you? Only 3 weeks to go. Of course I do. Well, there you are then. I'll get Tommy to go round to the doctor's. He can make sure he comes here, and we can get the mystery cleared up. You'll be fine, Pearl. Promise? Promise. The doctor diagnosed toxemia. Pearl's blood pressure was too high, and when protein was found in her urine, she was admitted to hospital. Tommy stayed by her bedside until he was told to go home because there was nothing he could do to make it easier for Pearl. What will happen? He asked the sister, who was looking after the ward. The nurse took him to one side, out of Pearl's hearing. The doctor may want to deliver the baby, Mr. Dobbs, she said. Tommy stared at her. What? But she's only about 33 weeks gone. Surely the baby won't survive. The nurse looked grave, but tried to be reassuring, which did nothing to increase Tommy's confidence. Some babies do survive, and if the doctor decides it's safer for Mrs. Dobbs to deliver early, then I think you should be willing to take his advice. Preeclampsia can be dangerous. We want to reduce the risk of Mrs. Dobbs having fits, which can happen with the condition she has if it's allowed to continue. They could have a lasting effect on her. Preeclampsia? The doctor said toxemia. Yes, it's medically termed preeclampsia now. Is it common? It can be, but obviously the severity differs from mother to mother. Tommy looked so crestfallen the nurse took pity on him. Try not to worry, Mr. Dobbs. Everything will be done to make sure your wife and child get the best treatment. If the baby started early, will Pearl deliver naturally? The nurse put a hand on his forearm. That was always in doubt, Mr. Dobbs, because of your wife's previous injuries. Delivering a baby naturally is awfully hard work. It's why it's called labour. It will take it out of her. She will need every ounce of strength to push the baby out, and with her injuries sustained previously in the explosion, I think the most likely course will be a caesarean section undertaken by a surgeon. Mrs. Dobbs needs her strength to get better, doesn't she? An operation? She nodded. Yes, we have a good team here. She's in good hands. But an operation? It's not what she wants. It's not what I want. She's already been through so much. How will her body stand up to an operation? The nurse nodded and fixed Tommy with a stare, hoping he would understand how serious things were. The thing is, if we leave Pearl for too long, she might not get the chance to tell us what she wants. This isn't ideal, not the outcome either of you would have wanted. But in medicine we must deal with what we have. When all else fails, we try to provide solutions, and we want to save your wife's life and that of your baby. There are no guarantees, Mr. Dobbs. There are never guarantees, particularly with surgery. Even with a simple tonsillectomy, there are risks, because as with any operation, nothing is simple, and nothing is without risk. Tommy rubbed his eyes with the finger and thumb of his right hand, which shook with tiredness as he lowered it. Go home, said the sister. Go home and get some rest. If there's any change, we'll get a message to you. But if Mrs. Dobbs' condition doesn't improve, your baby will be delivered tomorrow. That night, when he'd returned from the hospital and had used the rear entrance into the house so he wouldn't meet anyone and have to explain things, Tommy sat in his and Pearl's bed-sitting room, the one they had made into a home, nursing a glass of whiskey as he stared into the fire. Around him was the evidence of the expectation of a new baby, a swinging crib, a table stacked with baby powder, lotions and soaps, and a stack of pristine white toweling nappies hemmed with the tiniest stitches by Pearl's own hand. Anger ran through him when he thought of everything he and Pearl and his sister Carrie had been through.
Nothing had come easy to them. They'd fought for everything they had. Yet here they were, a threat hanging over Pearl's life again, and of the infant she carried, their baby, their child, their firstborn. He brooded silently, his thoughts careering from one to another. Now it was Arthur and Florrie he could see in his mind's eye, the parents he had looked up to in his youth, but felt strongly now, and depressingly so, were two people who had let him down, let them all down in a way. Florrie because she was so hard-hearted, and Arthur because of his weakness and unwillingness to stand up to Florrie, even though he knew she was wrong in just about every bigoted opinion she held. He remembered what Florrie had said about Pearl years ago, that she was scum because her dad had left them when Pearl had been a wee thing, to set up home with a tart who plied her trade in all the pubs in Whitechapel, and was still doing so by all accounts. He shook his head, wondering at how Florrie could now, with any real conviction, reconcile that opinion with the fact that Elsie, Florrie's own daughter, was doing exactly the same thing, and she with a nipper too, Rose, whom they'd never laid eyes on and knew nothing about. He bit his lip, feeling guilty that he hadn't made more of an effort to find out how little Rose was and how she was living, to try and help her in some way. She was still a baby after all, and it wasn't her fault that Elsie had chosen the path she was on now. He wondered why Florrie and Arthur hadn't made more of an effort to find the child and offer some support. Then something occurred to him. Florrie and Arthur had 2 grandchildren, and if the good Lord saw fit to ensure his and Pearl's baby survived, they would have 3 little mites who would have benefited from having loving grandparents, not one of which they ever saw, because he was certain Florrie wouldn't want to see his child because she hated Pearl, looked down on her, and wouldn't allow Arthur to make up his own mind to see the child either. He shook his head again and frowned, unable to comprehend how his parents could be content in the knowledge that they would be grandparents to 3 children with whom they had no relationship and didn't attempt to seek any contact. He lifted the glass to his lips and drank deeply, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, then put his glass on the little occasional table by his elbow and got down on his knees, putting his hands together and closing his eyes like he used to do when he was a boy, forced to go to Sunday school because Florrie said only urchins, ragamuffins and tricksters didn't attend Sunday school, and it was just as well because God wouldn't have wanted the dirty little buggers in his lovely church anyway, because they reeked of how they were brought up and their language was as foul as the shit in the gutters. "Dear God," he said aloud, "I never pray, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that now because you're all I've got left. Please, God, don't let me become like Florrie, bitter and mean and liking no one. And don't let me be like my father, the dad I wanted to be like when I was a boy because I admired him, because he worked hard and seemingly put his family first. Or did he do what he did simply because he was frightened of Florrie's sharp tongue? Don't let me be weak like that, a pale version of the man I always wanted to be. I know I shouldn't care what they think of Pearl, but I do care. I care because she doesn't deserve to be spoken about like that. She deserves only the best of everything, and I will do everything I can to give it to her." Tears ran down Tommy's cheeks, copious and unchecked, as though he was unaware they were there. "And most of all, dear God, keep my lovely Pearl and our little one safe. Please, please don't let them die, because if they do, so will I. I'll make sure of it, because I'll have nothing left to live for. There'll be no point to anything, and I don't want to carry on like that. We're good people, Pearl and me, and we'll raise our child to be good too. Please save them, Lord. Please let them live, and I promise I will take care of all of them. Carrie, John, little Rose, and Pearl, and our little one. I'll go to church, and I'll raise our baby in your eyes. And when I've found Rose, I'll take her on too. You have my promise, Lord. I will keep them safe, all of them, and I won't let anything or anyone harm a hair on their heads. I'll be their protector, no matter what. I love them all so dearly, and if you're the God I think you are, I think you do too. Amen." Carrie stood silently in the hall, ramrod straight, ready for battle, her hands clutching her carpet bag, her fingers pressed so tightly against the wooden handles her knuckles were almost white. Tommy left the bed-sitting room and closed the door, his face pale, his eyes red-rimmed with exhaustion. He glanced up when he sensed he was not alone in the hall. "Carrie?" He frowned when he saw her. "I'm coming with you." He shook his head and made for the front door. "No, Carrie, you can't." She put her hand on his arm and grabbed his sleeve. "I promised her, Tommy. I promised her everything would be all right. When I made that promise, I didn't know. I didn't know what was happening to her. I shouldn't have said everything would be all right, because how could I know it would be?" She released his arm, her eyes awash with tears. "That's me all over, isn't it? You said I was an optimist, and I suppose I am. But I got it wrong, didn't I? My optimism was wrong this time." Tommy leant against the wall as if all the fight had gone out of him. "You weren't to know, sis. Sometimes we say things just because we want them to be right. We think if we say them enough times they'll come true. You weren't to know how ill she was. It came on so suddenly." "What did they say, the doctors, yesterday?" "They might have to deliver the baby today." Carrie's eyes widened. "What? But she's weeks away from her time." Tommy sighed. "I know, but they said it's the only way to stop what's happening to her." "Let me come, please. I want to be there for you and Pearl." She stared at him, her eyes pleading with him. "Let's face it, Tommy. We're all we've got. We have to look out for one another, don't we? Who else will?" His thoughts went to his prayer, promising that he would take care of them all if only he would save Pearl and the baby, and nodded his head in agreement. Her face was the colour of muslin, her lips so pale they could barely be seen. Tommy and Carrie quietly approached her bed, neither saying a word. Carrie looked up at him, wondering if he saw what she saw, but his eyes didn't waver from Pearl, her breathing so shallow it was as if she had no breath at all. Carrie wondered if they were too late, that Pearl had left them and no one had noticed. But then her eyelids fluttered and Carrie's heart slowed, and she released the breath she'd been holding since they'd entered the ward. After a few moments, a nurse came towards them, her starched apron rustling in the heavy silence that surrounded them. "Mr. Dobbs?" Tommy nodded. "We're taking her down to theatre in about half an hour. The baby will be delivered as planned by Dr. Kingston. He's an excellent surgeon." "Does she know?" he asked the nurse. "Did someone tell her, before she went to sleep, what was going to happen?" The nurse nodded. "She knows, Mr. Dobbs. Dr. Kingston spoke to her himself. We hope the baby's delivery will release your wife from danger. Will it be all right?" Tommy's voice broke with emotion, and Carrie's heart lurched for him. She was so scared, so frightened of what might happen to Pearl and the baby. She could only imagine what he was going through. "He's too young," she thought. "Much too young to go through something like this. How will he cope if things go wrong?" "Dr. Kingston will do everything he can to save both of them. There is every chance they will both survive. This is not the first surgery he's carried out on a mother suffering in the same way as your wife." Neither Tommy nor Carrie wanted to ask how many of them survived. They stayed quiet. They waited for news, sitting on hard wooden chairs in the corridor, silent, knowing that the next few hours could change the course of both their lives. Pearl was an important part of their family, had been like a loving sister to Carrie, and as Tommy's wife was the sisterly companion she'd always longed for. They had shared everything. Pearl was the first person apart from Tommy Carrie had told about her pregnancy with John. She was the only person she could trust, and trust her she did, knowing Pearl would resolutely be in her corner no matter what happened or what anyone said about her and what she'd done. Tommy couldn't imagine life without Pearl. They had been married such a short time, but he had known her for much longer, and she had always been the one he'd admired from afar. Her winning smile and copper-coloured hair falling down her back in waves made her stand out, and he knew when William was so sadly killed in action someone would snap her up. When she'd finally agreed to marry him, he considered that he had won the top prize, hardly able to believe she had fallen for a quiet man like him, when so many others had more to say and perhaps more to offer, and there was no one to match up to her. Her kindness and stoic sense of humour was well known to everyone, but only he knew the loving warmth, the listening ear, the absolute belief that she gave him without question or condition. She was his best friend, the best he had ever had, his lover and his soulmate. To lose her was unthinkable. No, he would not think it, would not contemplate a life without his beloved Pearl. When she was injured in the explosion, he had acknowledged how fortunate they'd been that she'd survived. She had already suffered so much. Sometimes the pain in her back was almost too much for her to bear, and he would spend hours rubbing her muscles and making warm compresses to ease the pain. But she never complained, would just say, "Think how lucky we are, Tommy, that we still have each other, when so many don't after what happened at Silvertown. We're the lucky ones." She had been the one who kept them going, and he knew if the boot was on the other foot, she would never stop believing in him, never doubt that he would pull through, and he must believe the same of her. He was tired, so very tired. He hadn't slept a wink the previous night, yet his senses were on red alert. He watched the doors with an eagle eye. Each time a nurse or doctor or patient came through, he flinched, thinking it was someone coming to tell him about Pearl. Then the moment came, too soon because now he would know, yet not soon enough because the wait had been too long. "Mr. Dobbs." Tommy stood, awkward, not knowing how to behave. He wanted to grab the doctor by the front of his coat and beg him for good news of Pearl, but his natural reticence prevented it. He took a breath. "Yes, I'm Tommy Dobbs. Dr. Kingston." The doctor held out a hand towards him. Tommy took it shyly, and they shook hands. "Congratulations, Mr. Dobbs. You have a baby girl." Tommy's eyes widened, and he glanced down at Carrie, who wasn't sure if it was too soon or even appropriate to smile and congratulate him. "And Pearl?" asked Tommy. "Is Pearl all right?" "At present. Mrs. Dobbs has shown great fortitude. She's clearly stronger than she looks. The surgery went well, and at the moment mother and baby are satisfactory. Your child will be cared for at the hospital until she has gained the weight she requires, and we can be confident that she will survive in the outside world. Please understand, there are never guarantees with this kind of surgery. We can only do our best. The rest is up to your wife and child." "Is Pearl awake?" Carrie asked. Dr. Kingston shook his head. "She will wake in an hour or so. The condition she experienced before surgery should now be relieved, but there may be some after effects from which she'll need time to recover. We will keep her here for 10 days, longer if we think it's necessary, but I am sure you would like her home for your Christmas celebrations." "Could it be possible?" Tommy asked him. "I understand your wife and Mrs. Bateman care for convalescing soldiers." Carrie nodded. "We provide care for them after their hospital treatment. It gives them some recuperation before they go home or back to the front. Pearl will be safe with us and well looked after. We know how to take care of those in need." Dr. Kingston nodded. "I think we can safely say Mrs. Dobbs will be home for Christmas, but it must be bed rest for her for at least 2 weeks after discharge. On no account must she attempt to do anything too soon, and even then only light duties, no lifting or carrying. It could take her months to recover completely." Tommy grabbed his hand again and began pumping it up and down, thrilled that there was some good news when he had imagined in his darkest moments that it would be so bad. "Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. I thought I'd lost her and our baby. I can't wait to see them." Tommy turned to Carrie uncertainly, and then back to the doctor. "The baby? Where is she?" "She's with our nurses who give special care. I rather think she's already a favourite because she's so doll-like." "Can I see her?" "Of course, but she's in a confined ward, and we advise that you don't hold her. She's receiving specialist treatment, and it's imperative we keep contact to a minimum to allow her immune system to develop before she encounters anything we would find normal. I'll point you in the right direction." Carrie grabbed Tommy's hand and he glanced at her. She could feel him shaking, so she squeezed his hand and smiled. "You're about to meet your daughter, Tommy." Tommy nodded, and she saw him swallow nervously. "You'll be all right," she whispered. He grinned at her, and she grinned back. "There I go again, ever the optimist." Dr. Kingston led them through a tangle of corridors before stopping in front of a window. Tommy and Carrie stood next to him and peered into the room. A masked nurse sat holding a tiny bundle wrapped in a fleecy sheet, a little mop of golden hair at the top. The nurse looked up and smiled, then turned on the chair so that Tommy and Carrie could look into the baby's face. Carrie grabbed his arm. "Oh, Tommy, look! She's a miniature Pearl!" He nodded, lost for words, unable to speak as tears ran down his cheeks. "She's beautiful." Tommy cleared his throat, emotion taking his voice from him. "Yeah, she is. She's beautiful, just like her mum." "Will she be all right, Dr. Kingston?" Carrie asked him. "She looks so tiny." "She has a long way to go, but she's not the smallest baby we've delivered in this hospital. She's in the best place. She has a good chance." "And Pearl?" "Mrs. Dobbs needs to rest. I cannot stress that enough. Her recovery is dependent on her body regaining its former strength. She needs sleep, rest, and nourishing food. More than that, well, as I said before, it's rather up to her, although I'm under the impression she's a fighter." "She's had to be," said Carrie. "She's been through so much since the war began. She's had her own war to fight, particularly after the explosion at the munitions factory." He nodded. "Yes, we had many of the casualties here. She and you, Mr. Dobbs," he glanced at Tommy, "were fortunate to survive. There were 79 deaths and hundreds of injuries." It was as though the front in France had been brought to our doorstep at Poplar. He bade them goodbye, and Tommy and Carrie returned to the front hall where they asked to be informed when Pearl awoke from her operation. "What a day," said Tommy, as he sat on one of the chairs pushed against the wall. "I can't believe I'm a dad. I just didn't think it would be like this. It's nothing like I'd pictured in my mind, I can tell you." Carrie shook her head. "No, I'm not surprised." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "What are you doing?" "Praying. Praying that from now on, we're left to get on with things. That Pearl and little Pearl," Tommy chuckled, "or whatever you decide to call her, will fight on and come home to us where they should be. I want to take care of them, make them strong and ready for you to live together as a family. It's all I want right now." "Really, Carrie? All you want? I'd have thought there were other things for you to want. You've had your own battles to fight." She lifted her hand as though batting away a fly. "They can wait. They were there yesterday, they're there today, and no doubt they'll be there tomorrow. What can I do about it?" Tommy smiled. "Fall for different men?" She grinned and batted him affectionately with the back of her hand. "I hardly fell for Bateman, although he could have been my downfall if I'd let him be." "Well, you know what they say, Carrie." She glanced up at him and smiled. "What's that?" "Everything will be all right." 10 days later, Pearl returned home to Nightingale Lane in an ambulance, a much quieter homecoming than after the explosion in Silvertown. She was carried into the bed-sitting room by 2 ambulance men and accompanied by a nurse who checked the room before she would even allow Pearl to disembark from the ambulance. Clearly it came up to scratch as she ushered the 2 men through the front door, carrying Pearl between them. Tommy, Carrie and Ida stood by, wringing their hands, feeling like spare parts. The nurse gave Carrie Pearl's hospital discharge papers and medicines with a repeat of the instructions that Pearl should do nothing for a fortnight, and only when given the all-clear to leave her bed by a nurse who would visit her daily.
"What about food? Is there anything special I could give her?"
"Just as nutritious as you can. I know it's difficult in these trying times, but hot soups, broths, milk and cream if you can get it.
Have you thought about planting your own vegetables? Many are doing so now, and you have lots of room out there."
Carrie looked out into the garden and wished she'd thought of it sooner. "It would ensure a good supply of vegetables, not just for you, but for the soldiers you take care of."
"You could outwit the shortages, Mrs. Bateman."
Carrie nodded. It was a good idea. She had the manpower, and Ida could direct them to the things they needed.
"And a few chickens, perhaps. Had you thought of it?" "I hadn't, but thank you for giving me the idea. It's something we'll definitely look at, and it'd be such a good thing to do. When Pearl is better, we can perhaps give her the job of overseeing it. She's very organised, and it's something she can begin gradually. What do you think, Tommy?"
Tommy nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, it will give her something to talk about while she's recuperating. I think she'll love the challenge, and she'll want the little one to help when she's old enough. Something for us both to look forward to." Every morning the household kept a routine, an early start to the day, the drawing of curtains to let in whatever light there was in the strange greyish hue tinged with a wintry light that meant Christmas was close. Pearl remained quiet, uncomplaining, constantly tired, but day by day a touch of pink returned to her cheeks. Her hair lost its dull colour and began to gleam like copper again. Tommy lost his haggard, worried look and became more animated as Pearl gradually regained her strength. Every evening he went to the hospital to visit the baby, reporting back to Pearl about her progress, then repeating it 3 times more to Carrie and Ida, the Belgian families they'd become so close to, and the young soldiers in their care. "Have you chosen a name yet?" Carrie asked Pearl one evening when Tommy had gone to the hospital. "Or are you keeping it a secret?" Pearl smiled. "We like Eliza," she said. Carrie flushed and looked delighted. "Oh, that's sort of one of my names." "Yes, Carrie, we know." She shook her head in mock humour. "It's one of the reasons we chose it, and because we love it. It's such a beautiful name. She'll be Elizabeth on her birth certificate, but we both love Eliza, and we think it will suit her." "You got to see her, didn't you, before you left the hospital?" "Yes, I saw her. They took me in my wheelchair so I could watch her through the window being fed and changed. It took all my strength to stop from wheeling myself right in there and taking her in my arms. I just wanted to hold her, Carrie. To hold her and love her like a real mum." Carrie took her hand and held it tight. "Oh, Pearl, you are a real mum. Look what you went through to have her. And as soon as she's home, you'll be able to bond with her and do everything for her." Pearl looked away, her face etched with worry. "What is it, Pearl? What's worrying you?" "What if I'm not strong enough to look after her, Carrie? Taking care of a baby is hard work, isn't it? Dorothy said she hadn't realised how much work it took, especially after a bad night. Both of hers get colic after their last feed, and she says some mornings she's dead on her feet. How will I cope?" "You'll cope because you love Eliza. And yes, it's not easy, I won't pretend. Having a newborn is hard because it's all new. But you'll be fine." "I'm sorry. I feel terrible worrying like this, and I don't want to upset Tommy. Look what you went through. You had John on an old ship and no midwife to look after you. Then had to get used to a new country, and you're with Bateman of all people who couldn't give a sod about you. I don't remember you moaning about it." Carrie laughed. "I did nothing but moan about it. It's just you weren't in Secunderabad when I was doing my moaning. Ask Geeta and Dorothy. I moaned to them. And we're allowed to moan. I wanted John more than anything, love him more than life itself. But sometimes it was very hard. If he had the wind that wouldn't come up, I would sit on the end of the bed trying to burp him for what seemed like hours. It probably wasn't, but it felt like it. And in the morning, I looked like I'd been pulled through a hedge backwards. I know you don't want to hear this, but I hope you'll let me and Tommy help. He wants nothing more than to get Eliza home so you can be a family. He wants to help, sweetheart, and I think you should let him. It doesn't make you less of a mum, just a very caring one." Pearl nodded, looking happier. "And don't forget, you've been through a difficult time, one that no mother would want to face. The most important thing right now is for you to be stronger. You feel better, don't you?" Pearl nodded. "By the time Eliza comes home, you'll be ready to be her mum, believe me." Just then the door swung open, and Tommy came in, a huge grin animating his face. "She's doing so well, Pearl. She's feeding well and put on another ounce. In a few days, when you're stronger, I'll hire a car and take you to see her. She needs to see her mum." He went across to the bed and wrapped his arms around Pearl, who rested her head against his chest. Carrie left them then, praying it wasn't too early for her to expect a happy outcome for them. She knew the dangers that lurked around a new baby, particularly one of such a low birth weight. The nurse who was attending Pearl had told Carrie what could happen to a sickly baby who hadn't gone full term. "She's doing well enough, though," she'd said to Carrie. "That little mite must have got some strength from somewhere. Either that, or someone up there is looking out for both of them." She raised her chin, and Carrie had looked up to the heavens, knowing she wouldn't see anything but sky and a few clouds scudding by, but wondering if the love William had had for Pearl before he was killed was seeing her and Eliza through. Whatever it was, she hoped it would continue. Pearl and Eliza needed all the help they could get. Chapter 54. It was the 20th of December. Pearl had continued to make good progress, although slept much of the time, which was worrying her husband. Every day he would come home with something new for Christmas. A gaudy bauble he'd found on the market, a little mug with Father Christmas on for Eliza when she knew what Christmas meant, a pebble picked up from the detritus at Silvertown on which someone had painted a Christmas scene. "To bring us luck," he'd said. "Something beautiful from something devastating." Pearl would look at the gifts lovingly and give Tommy a thank-you kiss, then settle back against her pillows, content to close her eyes and drift off again. "It's all right for her to sleep," said Ida. "It's when the body mends when we're sleeping. We know that, don't we, from the boys? They're always much better when they've made up for the sleep they've lost in them damn trenches." She sighed and threw a huge lump of dough down onto the floured table, ready for kneading. "Reckon we've been in our own trench, what with everything what's happened," she muttered to herself as much as anyone. "Give her time. I've got faith in the body doing what it needs." Tommy took his breakfast plate over to the window and dropped it into the suds in the butler sink. "Yeah, you're right, Ida. I know I worry too much, but I can't help it. What with Pearl recovering here and then little Eliza in the hospital, I don't know who to worry for most." "Do you know what, Tommy?" Ida said, as she gave the dough a thump. "I've always thought that all the worrying in the world don't ever change anything. You're doing yourself no favours, believe me. You should be looking after yourself too, my lad, because when that baby comes home, you'll be swept off your feet with sleepless nights, nappies, feeds and the rest. Let Pearl do what she needs to do, and that's sleep. If I know her at all, she'll be wanting to be hands-on with Eliza, so she's doing the right thing getting a rest now." She bobbed her head to Tommy as if to say, "There, don't argue with me," and he ran across the kitchen and put his arms around her, pushing his face into her neck. She screamed and laughed her head off as he tickled her around the middle. "Get off, Tommy, you're a bad un, you really are," she said, still laughing and straightening her apron, then tucking her stray grey hair under her cap. "You love it, really. You're the only one I can do that to, Ida. I wouldn't dream of mucking about with anyone else. You're more of a mum to me than Florrie ever was. And I didn't do that to her, she'd go mad. Well, she's the one who's missed out. You've got to have a laugh sometimes, haven't you? Otherwise we'd all go demented. There's enough going on in the world that's difficult and hard to live with. Sometimes you've just got to let go a bit." "Definitely. Any of those buns going you made this morning?" Her mouth dropped open. "You've just had your breakfast, Tommy Dobbs. You don't need no buns." "Oh, go on, Ida. I'm always hungry, you know that." She reached up to the top shelf of the dresser and brought down a cake tin, opening it with a pop. She brought out 2 buns thick with confectioner's sugar and handed them to him. "Now, go on with you, or you'll be late for work. And don't be telling Joshka and the others what I've just given you, or they'll be down here looking for them as well. I'll have none left for tea." Tommy chuckled and stood in the hall waiting for the others to join him as he took a bite out of one of the buns. Joshka, Gregor and Asher joined him, and he swiftly stuffed the remains of it into his mouth. He didn't want Ida's wrath to come down on him. She was capable of giving him a clip round the ear no matter how old he got. The men left the house together, laughing and joking as they made their way down Nightingale Lane to the tram stop for the early morning tram which would take them to Silver Street to continue the renovations and rebuilding after the explosion at the munitions factory. When they got to the end of the road, Tommy noticed a group of men hanging about on the corner. They were all smartly dressed, yet somehow cocky in their manner. Their hats pushed to the back of their heads, their jackets open, 3 with their hands in their pockets. 2 were smoking. In the centre of the 5 men was Arnold Bateman. Tommy narrowed his eyes and watched him as he spoke quietly to the other men, and he wondered if Arnold had recognised him. His step faltered. Was Arnold planning to pay Carrie a visit? All the able men had left the house and were waiting at the tram stop. Is this what Arnold was watching for? For the men to leave until there were only women and wounded soldiers at the house, those he could bully. And what about the others? Were they there as muscle because he planned to push his way in, just as he, Carrie and Ida had discussed? He took a deep breath. If he didn't go to Silvertown, he would lose a day's wages and maybe even his job. It was something he couldn't risk, especially now when they needed every penny. If he had to go home and tell Pearl his job had gone, it would be something else for her to worry about. He looked to the end of Albany Street and saw the tram in the distance as it rumbled towards them. He knew he had a decision to make. Carrie would tell him to go to work because his job was at risk if he didn't. Ida too. And he and Pearl needed the money for Eliza for when she came home. If he lost his job, it would be a disaster, and they'd had enough of those to last a lifetime. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that Arnold was there. Maybe one of his army pals lived close by. He continued to watch the men as the tram pulled up at the stop. Joshka, Gregor and Asher got on and Tommy held back. "Tommy," cried Joshka, "you need to hurry, man. You'll make us late. You know what the boss is like." Tommy nodded and stepped up to where the conductor was waiting on the metal platform. "Yeah, I'm here," he said. As the tram continued down the street, Tommy grabbed a strap that hung from the roof of the tram and peered out of the window, his eyes on Arnold and the group of men as they crossed Albany Street and went into a cafe on the other side of the road serving cheap breakfast to soldiers back in London on leave. Tommy knew this should have made him feel better, but it didn't. He wanted to warn Carrie that he had seen Arnold Bateman near the house, but there was no way he could, and he made up his mind to try and leave Silvertown earlier than usual that evening to make sure everyone at the house was safe. Arnold stood on the corner where he had arranged to meet the soldiers from his unit who were on leave for a few days. They were the lucky ones, the ones who made it through the gunfire, the carnage, and the inevitable deaths of some of their mates. It made Arnold feel blessed, as though he and those other survivors were special, though for some reason they deserved to survive more than those who hadn't. Why else would they have made it through? The cafe on Albany Street made the best breakfasts around, and they were offering soldiers a chunk off the bill as a thank you for fighting for their country. When he'd got his friends together to have breakfast in Albany Street, he thought he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and he had chuckled at the analogy. He didn't want to kill Carrie Dobbs, although he had felt like it sometimes when they were in Secunderabad, and recently when she'd spoken to him like he was a no-one, a piece of dirt that she kept on the doorstep until she could clean it off. He hated her confidence in herself, the fact that she always seemed to have an answer for everything he said to her. Florrie Dobbs had led him to believe she was a young, quiet, impressionable girl who had got herself into trouble because she was a bit soft and naive and needed a means of leaving Whitechapel to get away from the wagging tongues who would make their family's life a misery. He'd realised pretty early on that this was not what he'd got when he agreed to pay for her hand in marriage, so he could be seen by his superiors as a steadying influence. That Carrie was a girl with her own mind and a strength of character that would see her through the extremes of living in a country like India. And she had, better than he had in some ways. What he hadn't realised until it was too late was that she had a talent for attracting the right kind of people he considered would have been useful to him in his ambitions to further his career and his standing in society, and he'd regretted his treatment of her. Not because he didn't think she deserved such censure. She was a bloody nuisance most of the time, and the slaps he gave her were justified, but because the connections she'd made would have been beneficial to him. Her friendship with Dorothy Tremaine had angered him. Carrie had been a scullery maid in the kind of house that Dorothy would have simply visited and been shown hospitality, then returned without giving Carrie a second look to her palatial surroundings in Victoria Square where she now lived. He knew this because, unknown to Carrie, he'd followed her there when she'd visited Dorothy. He also knew Carrie had met with Johann Stern at a tea shop on the return journey after one of her visits. He had wondered about this. Perhaps Carrie had started up her relationship with Johann Stern again, a man who was married to someone else with a child between them. So typical of her to be complicit in such an arrangement. Did she not have such an arrangement with David Lawrence when they were in Secunderabad, the captain he'd once looked up to but now disliked with a passion that verged on uncontrollable hatred? And did Stern know that Carrie's child was his? He doubted it. Not once had she mentioned Johann Stern's name when they were in Secunderabad, although at the time it suited him for everyone to know that he, Arnold, wasn't the father. He wanted his fellow soldiers and wives to know what kind of girl she was, so if things didn't work out he could blame her. But she had managed to turn things her way. He resented it more than she knew, but eventually she would know. He had paid good money for her, and as far as he was concerned, hadn't had his money's worth. She owed him, as did her mother. Carrie was still his wife, and what was hers was his. It was the law. He felt someone's eyes on him and glanced up as he took a long pull on his cigarette. Across the road was a group of men, Belgians, he guessed. They were the bastards who were taking work from their men. There wasn't much to be had, as it was for those who were unable to go to the front, and along they came and took the jobs from underneath the feet of honest working men who were either injured or had conditions that prevented them from fighting for their country. It was diabolical. He knew they were refugees. He'd seen firsthand what the Boche had done to them, to their homes and to the women. But why did our men have to pay? He knew men who could barely put food on the table because work was so hit and miss. Yet here it was, the country he was fighting for handing out paid work to foreigners. He squinted across the road and saw that the group of men wasn't made up entirely of Belgian refugees. He recognised Tommy Dobbs instantly. Arnold smirked to himself. So the house was a house full of women today, was it? Maybe this would be a good day to pay Carrie Dobbs another visit, as long as that battle-axe of a cook didn't make her presence felt. He'd already warned Carrie what he would do if she didn't play ball, and he'd already prepared the groundwork. Betty Baker, if that was her real name, a woman he'd met in the Lamb, the public house at the end of his street, had already agreed to play the part of his girl if push came to shove. He'd had to pay her. She'd giggled, saying that it was the most money she'd ever earned standing upright, which he'd ignored with disgust, turning his nose up as if there was a nasty smell under it. God, women were revolting. He even deplored his own mother, who had proved she was no better than she should be. He'd revered his father, who had shown Dolores who was boss, kept her in her place, and he'd made sure he'd followed in his father's footsteps and treated her the same way. That's the thing with women. You had to let them know who you were and what you thought of them. He always made sure he did. He watched as the tram approached the tram stop. The Belgians couldn't wait to hop on and earn their money, but Tommy Dobbs seemed to be holding back. Arnold wondered why that was. Tommy was waiting for something, that was clear. Had he seen Arnold? One of the refugees called out to him to get on the tram, and he'd lifted his chin and hesitated as though not sure what to do, and then got on. Not like the others, of course. He couldn't move like the others because of his limp. How he'd managed to find a wife was beyond Arnold, but then it was only Pearl. She was a no one, and now she was in a wheelchair. Her chances were almost nil. She was probably grateful to him that he'd taken her on. As the tram passed him and his mates as they made their way to the cafe in Albany Street, he saw Tommy Dobbs' strap hanging in the centre aisle of the tram, watching him out of the window until the tram turned the corner and he was out of sight. There was nothing he could do. He was on a tram leaving Nightingale Lane, and if Arnold was correct, on his way to Silvertown, which left the field clear for Arnold should he decide to go to number 99. In the cafe he laughed at his mate's lurid anecdotes, usually at the expense of some woman or other, only half listening. As he ate his breakfast, his mind was on his next move to convince Carrie that she should give him what he deserved, and that the alternative was that he could simply take it. He fancied himself as the owner of 99 Nightingale Lane, an imposing house he was certain befitted his recent promotion. He was fairly sure there was nothing she could do to stop him. Only that little mistake with the blonde soldier he'd taken a fancy to stood in his way. Yes, that incident had left him feeling undermined. If that hadn't happened, he would have been totally confident that the way was clear for him to walk in and take what was owed to him. But he knew if Carrie used it against him, it would cause trouble for him, which was why he had secured the help of Betty Baker. He needed to dispute anything Carrie accused him of with confidence and authority, and he could only do that with a woman in tow to prove that her accusations were ridiculous and had no foundation. Had he known that Carrie had planned to return earlier than expected the day she and Geeta had gone to James Street in Secunderabad, he would have taken the young man to a hotel, as he had with his previous liaisons, but he had been sure he would be safe. An error on his part which he hadn't repeated. He squirmed in his seat at the thought of the look on Carrie's face when she walked into the bedroom of their bungalow on the Mofussil in Secunderabad, and felt sick at heart. The breakfast he'd eaten had been swimming in grease and the bacon undercooked, and the more he thought of the day Carrie had found him out, the worse he felt. His stomach rolled and dipped, and he rushed past the counter to the outhouse in the backyard of the cafe and threw up the breakfast he'd just eaten, then wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and took a deep breath. "She won't beat me," he said under his breath. "I'll claim what's rightly mine and put her in a place where she belongs. And that Florrie Dobbs had better barricade the door as well. She's not innocent in any of this." "You all right, mate?" called out one of Arnold's mates, as he made his way back into the cafe and sat down, taking a big swig from the mug of tea on the table. Yeah, I'm fine. Must have been a dodgy bit of bacon," he said, his eyes going to the cafe owner, who stood behind the counter watching the group of men and wishing they'd leave. "That's if it was bacon and not cat. Some of the moggies round here have gone missing, I hear." His mates guffawed, and the owner slammed down her tea towel and went across to their table. "Well, you know what to do if you don't like it," she said, her hands firmly on her ample hips. "And don't come back and all. There are plenty out there who would love to get their hands on a cheap breakfast. You won't be getting another one, that's for sure." Arnold and his mate stood, scraping the chair legs across the linoleum and leaving them standing out from the table, lighting cigarettes before they left the cafe, then sauntered cockily through the door, leaving the owner tutting behind them. "Soldiers, eh?" she said, shaking her head. "What a bloody disappointment. You try to do something nice for 'em, and that's the thanks you get." "It's the married ones what appreciate what you're doing, missus, 'cause they don't have much, do they? What with having kiddies and all," said an old man sitting at another table, who had sensibly kept his head down while the argument was going on. "Them lot," he indicated the parting group of men with his thumb, "all they care about is beer and women, and the more the better. I've seen them before in the pub, causing all sorts they were. Suppose they're just letting their hair down after the sights they've seen." "Yeah, well, they can let the hair down somewhere else. I'll be keeping my eye out for them in future, that I will. Don't need the likes of them in here." Arnold and his mate separated at the corner of Nightingale Lane and Albany Street, with his friends making for the tram to take them up west. Arnold hovered, shoving his hands in his pockets while he decided what to do. "You coming, Arnold?" asked Bert, the friend who was closest in age to Arnold, and whom Arnold considered to be the only one he could rely on if needs be. "There's a pub opening outside of ours, so us on leave soldiers can get our fill." He nudged Arnold, "if you know what I mean. Reckon there's some decent birds there, not like the trollops round here, classy like. Could do with a bit of that, how about you?" Arnold shrugged and smiled. "Wish I could, fella. Got some things to do that I can't put off, legal things that can't be left. Well, you know I would, next time, eh?" Bert clapped him on the back. "Yeah, next time. I'll keep you to it. Though I'll have to be on our next leave, going back in a couple of days." They shook hands and Bert ran to catch the others as the tram drew up alongside them. Arnold waved as they went by, then shoved his hands back in his pockets and stared down Nightingale Lane. He knew there were no men in the house apart from the convalescing soldiers, the majority of whom couldn't punch their way out of a wet paper bag, so it was probably the safest time to pay a visit. Then he thought about Ida and her rolling pin. She wouldn't be against clouting him around the head with it, of that he was certain. "Can't let that stop me from taking what's rightly mine," he thought, as he headed down Nightingale Lane. "She's just a bloody old woman. Perseverance, it's always won the day." And he would win, whether they liked it or not. He stood in front of the house and stared at the door. Someone had painted it recently, black, shiny, and had fixed new brass number 9s in the centre that looked like they'd been polished. To the left, by the black wrought-iron railings, was a Christmas tree, complete with red and gold baubles and some tinsel. He'd forgotten it was nearly Christmas. It didn't mean much to him. He couldn't see what all the fuss was about, and he certainly wouldn't be celebrating it. He would be going back to the front after training, and it had rankled him that he was being sent to the front after being in Secunderabad, which, apart from the frequent battles with the insurgents, had not tested him. There had been times when he'd felt fear, but he'd overcome it, certain he was meant for greater things, and his promotion to staff sergeant had proved it. When he got to the front, he would be responsible for more than 30 men, many of them young and who required training. He smiled to himself. He'd been told that if he kept his nose clean, he could shortly be made a Class 2 warrant officer, and from there the sky was the limit. "And this house would reflect it," he said under his breath, "with or without Carrie Dobbs." He stepped up to the door and lifted the knocker, letting it fall against the door with a clang. He could hear sounds from inside, and a child's high voice piping in the background.
"Mama! Mama! It's the door. Who is it? Is it Dottie?"
Then Carrie's voice, soothing, a tinkle of laughter at her son's excitement. The turn of the key in the lock, the door opening wide, then the look of shock on Carrie's face.
"Arnold,"
Carrie sighed and pushed her little boy behind her.
"What is it you want? Why do you keep coming back here?"
"You know why. Why don't you just admit that there's nothing you can do and let me move in? It will prevent us both being dragged through the courts and paying solicitors their fees." He changed tack. He'd already decided how he would play it. He'd realised that pushing too hard had the opposite effect to the one he wanted. A softer approach, he thought. "Look, Carrie." He held out his hand as a friendly gesture, as though falling on her graciousness, her kinder side, he hoped, if she was capable of one. "I know I was less than the perfect husband when we were in Secunderabad. It was all new to me, and I didn't come out of it very well. I admit that, and I'm sorry if I caused you distress." He waited to see if her expression changed. It didn't, and he inhaled an imperceptible breath, hoping his new approach would do the trick. "As for the other thing..." Carrie's eyes narrowed.
"What other thing?"
He glanced down at John, who was peeking out at him from behind his mother's skirt. "I'm not sure we should talk about it in front of the lad."
She nodded. "Oh, you mean that other thing? I can't imagine there's anything you can do about the other thing."
"No. Well, I'm not expecting us to be together in that way, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to either. But this is about my rights. I have rights, you see. Under the law, my rights are that what you have is mine, a bit like a dowry. So really, you can't refuse me."
Carrie closed the door, and he heard her go down the hall. When she came back, she was alone. She shut the front door and stood on the step directly in front of Arnold, her hands on her hips and her body leaning towards him. She gritted her teeth, her dislike for him apparent in the expression contorting her face. "I reckon you had your so-called dowry from what I hear. I want you to go, and I don't want you to come back. This is my home, the home I bought with money I earned. It has nothing to do with you. Not one single penny of yours went into the purchase of this house, so why you think it's yours is a mystery."
"You know why, Carrie. You're Mrs. Bateman, my wife, and you can get as difficult as you like, but it makes no difference. What's yours is mine."
Carrie frowned, then chuckled patronisingly. "This house is for John, for when he's older. I didn't work all hours God sends just to give you an easy life. You'll take this house over my dead body."
Arnold took a step back and raised his arm. "If necessary," he roared, then swiftly brought down his hand and slapped Carrie across the cheek. She reeled at the force of the blow, clutching her face as she staggered against the front door. "And that little bastard will get nothing," he screamed, pointing at the front door. "He's a nothing and he'll get nothing, and I'll make sure of it."
A voice from behind him made him lower his hand and turn in surprise.
Sir, what have you done?" Carrie uncovered her face and looked past Arnold to where Johann stood, shock contorting his features, his arm raised towards Arnold as though beseeching him not to hit Carrie again. "Stop, sir! You must stop or I will inform the police!" Arnold spun on his heel, a sneer curling his lip. "Mind your own business, Stern. She's my wife." Johann lowered his hand and his voice and stared hard at Arnold. "Then may I suggest you show some respect, sir? That is no way to treat anyone, let alone a woman, and more importantly, your wife. If you do not leave, I will report you to the police. I am sure the officers in your regiment will not look kindly on what you have done. Please, don't underestimate my intentions." He tentatively edged past Arnold and went to Carrie, his hand closing around her arm and opening the front door. "Go inside, Carrie. Let me quieten this situation."
"But Johann—"
"Go inside, my dear," he said, sotto voce. "I will join you in a moment, if I may." Carrie nodded and went inside, her cheek smarting sharply from Arnold's slap. Johann turned again to speak to Arnold, but could only watch his back as he retreated down Nightingale Lane, turning back now and again to stare at Johann, his eyes as hard as flint, his lip curled in dislike. Johann rapped his knuckles against the door, not wanting to walk in uninvited. He heard someone bustling down the hall, their laboured breath coming thick and fast, as though they were trying to run. The door opened and a breathless Ida stood in front of him, her jowls wobbling, her skin pale with distress. Her eyes were full of tears, and she could hardly keep them focused as she beckoned him inside.
"Oh, sir, sir! Now look what's happened."
Tears ran down her cheek.
"He's gone at her again, that awful man. He keeps coming back here looking for a free ride. I've kept him away as much as I can, but a woman with a rolling pin can only do so much. He's upped his game, and that's a fact."
She showed Johann into the hall and took his coat, hanging it on the wooden coat stand. "What do you mean, Mrs. Coyle, again? He has done this before?" Her hand fluttered to her chest and she swallowed hard.
"When they were in India," she whispered. "More than once I've been led to understand. He's very handy with his fists, that one, and he doesn't mind hitting women. Knocked her out once, apparently, Pearl told me."
Johann shook his head. "But why would she marry such a man?"
"Well, I'm not sure she had a choice, Master Stern."
He frowned. "Everyone has a choice, surely." "No, Master Stern, not everyone." He followed Ida into the kitchen where Carrie sat at the table with John on her lap, holding a wet cloth against her cheek. She glanced up as he entered the kitchen, then looked away, embarrassment mottling her neck. "My dear," Johann said quietly. "You're in pain." She nodded.
"A little, but it won't last long."
"You know this?"
"Yes, I know."
He sat in the chair next to her, tickling John under the chin, which made him giggle. Carrie stiffened, thinking of the impossible situation she was in, that here was John's real father, yet neither of them were aware of it.
"Would you like some tea, Johann?"
She nodded to Ida, who filled the kettle and put it on the range.
"Were you just passing?"
"No. I came to see you. Clearly I chose the right time, or the wrong time, depending on how you see it. I am shocked, Carrie. Very shocked that your husband would treat you so badly. I understand he is a soldier fighting for his country and was with you in India. I trust he is the reason you also travelled there. Of that I would respect him, but I cannot respect what I have just seen. It must stop. And the boy." He glanced at John, his eyes taking in his dark curls and round face. "He must not see his mother treated so by her husband." Carrie noticed he didn't mention the word father. She stared at him as she took the cold cloth away from her cheek and folded it, placing it on the table in front of her.
"He has never seen it, or at least not since he could understand. I wouldn't have wanted you or anyone to see his treatment of me. He is a cruel man. I'm ashamed to call him my husband."
He leant back in the chair and sighed. "It would beg the question as to why you do." "It's a long story. I might tell you one day when you have time." "I will always have time for you, Carrie. I hope you know that." Ida Coyle cleared her throat noisily, breaking the spell and interrupting Johann's closeness to both Carrie and John. Johann rose and made a little bow. "What I wanted to tell you can wait for now. I hope you will permit me to return." Carrie smiled as best she could. "Of course, Johann. You will always be welcome." Ida saw Johann to the front door and was about to bid him goodbye when he asked her a question. "Why does he come here, her husband? Why does he return?" "He wants the house, Master Stern. He says it's his right to have it because they're married. He has no claim on it, not really. It's all Carrie, all her hard work, and India, and when she got back here. And he hates the little boy with a vengeance. Has never shown him a moment of concern, even when they were in Secunderabad." She scratched her chin. "I think that's how you say it. Anyway, the law might say what's Carrie's is his, but not one penny of his is in this house. Of that I promise you. He'll come back here, you mark my words. He won't be happy till he's got what he wants." When she closed the door, she paused before she went back to the kitchen and considered what she had long suspected. She was almost sure that Johann Stern was John's father, and what she had just seen passing between Carrie and Johann gave her cause to believe her suspicions were confirmed. She shook her head. It was something she could hardly believe, that a scullery maid had given birth to a child from the son of her employers. Something had told her when Carrie had left Nightingale Lane in 1915 to get married there was something not right about it, and seeing Carrie and Johann Stern together had confirmed her suspicions. It was a closeness, an almost imperceptible thread between them that Carrie had at least tried to veil. She had also heard along the grapevine about Johann's little boy, Caleb, who had been ill from birth. Could that have been the reason why Johann Stern had called on her at Nightingale Lane? Had something terrible happened? Ida went back into the kitchen, nervously rubbing her hands together. "Well, thank goodness he came along when he did. What would we have done if he hadn't?" "You'd have got out your rolling pin, Ida, like last time." Carrie eyed the big woman, wondering if her secret had been made more transparent by Johann's visit. She had never confided in Ida about John's father. Perhaps now was the right time. "You know, don't you?" Ida smiled nonchalantly as she peeled the potatoes for the lunchtime soup, trying her best to convey a picture of someone with little interest. "Know what, ducky?" "John's father." She gently pushed the little boy off her lap and told him to take one of his puzzles into her sitting room. He didn't want to go, but she gently encouraged him and promised him an early Christmas chocolate from the tree. He grinned and instantly left the kitchen. Carrie sighed and laughed. "Bribery and corruption. There's nothing like it for getting your own way." "So I hear," said Ida. "I wouldn't have kept it from you, Ida. There just didn't seem to be a right time." "Not my business, love. I'm just the cook." She gave a little chuckle. "No, Ida, you're not just the cook. You're one of my best and closest friends, and I should have told you. But I know how you feel about the Sterns, how you look up to them. Johann is John's father." Ida got flustered. Well, it's nothing to do with me. I'm sorry you were treated so badly, Carrie. Young men from upper-class families think that young girls like you are there to be trifled with. I'd have hoped more from Master Stern. That I did."
"No, Ida. Please don't think that of Johann. I fell for him. Fell in love with him as young as I was then. In a big way. I was naive. I didn't realise it was not appropriate for a girl of my class and religion to set her sights on someone like Johann. I thought he loved me. Expected us to be together when the baby was born. But he married Elizabeth, and I had to leave my job. Mum married me off to Arnold. He paid her." Ida's mouth dropped open, and she dropped her peeler. "He what? And she took it. He gave Florrie money which Dad said she wasted on some scheme my sister's husband had going. I was pregnant. I had no husband and no money. Going to Secunderabad was the best thing that could have happened, although I didn't think it at the time. I met Dorothy and Geeta and learned how to stand on my own 2 feet. Unfortunately, Arnold Bateman was part of the package, something I'm still having to cope with. Does he know about Captain Lawrence? I think he has probably made it his business to know everything. In some ways, it's best David isn't living here. He will go against me if there's any sort of legal fight, which I just can't even think about. I really wish Joanne hadn't seen Arnold hit me, though. It's embarrassing. Ida flung her hands to her hips and puffed out a breath. Embarrassing my arse. Ida! Well, you're talking rot, Carrie. Why is it embarrassing? It shouldn't be embarrassing for you, only for him. It lowers a woman, Ida, when a man hits her. Makes her seem like a kick dog. And no woman wants to be thought of like that. You're no way a kick dog. A man should never hit a woman. That Arnold Bateman is a monster, and I'm glad Master Stern saw it. You need as many witnesses as you can get for when he starts slinging mud at you, Ducky, and I've no doubt he will. Who slung mud? They both looked up. Tommy was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, his eyes on Carrie's face. What the hell? What happened, Carrie? He cried as he enfolded his arms around her. It was Bateman, wasn't it? That bastard. I saw him on the corner of Nightingale Lane and Albany Street with his friends this morning. I wondered if he would come here. I nearly didn't go to Silvertown this morning because I was worried. I wish I hadn't now. Look at the state of your face. You're home early, said Ida. Yeah, well, I wish I'd come home earlier. I'd have punched his bloody lights out. Carrie stood, and gently pushing Tommy's arms away went to the door, aware John had been alone for a while and would be getting bored. Please don't get involved, Tommy. You've got enough on your plate with Pearl and the baby. I'd better not see him, Carrie. He'll wish he'd never heard the name Dobbs. Johann was here. Tommy frowned. Johann? Stern? Carrie nodded. Why? He came to talk to me about something, although I don't know what. He stopped Arnold from hitting me, stepped in and made him leave. To be honest, I don't know what would have happened if he hadn't turned up. I never thought I'd be grateful to someone like Johann Stern. Bateman is making enemies hand over fist. Yeah, he is. But he won't give up. He's determined to get what he wants. She rubbed her hand across her eyes, weary of worrying about it. I just don't know what I can do to stop him. I think the law is on his side. That's my problem, and he knows it. The only reason he hasn't pressed things legally is because... Ida stared hard at her. Because of what, Ducky? Carrie glanced at Tommy, then left the kitchen. Ida tutted. What now? More secrets? She'll tell you, Ida. One day she'll tell you. But it's hers to tell. Ida nodded and shrugged as Tommy sat at the table and poured a cup of tea from the huge teapot that was always hot with a brew. Do you know about Johann Stern? Ida nodded. She's just told me. I can hardly believe it. She shook her head in wonder. Whatever's going to happen next, Tommy? It's like one of them plays at the playhouse where everything is going on all at once. I can't keep up with it. We're all waiting for you to tell us your secrets. I bet you've got loads. Ida threw back her head and laughed, her mouth open wide. Oh, you, go on with you. I ain't got no secrets. What you see is what you get with me. I'm what's called an open book. Tommy rose from the table and pushed the chair underneath while holding onto his mug of hot tea, then poured another cup for Pearl. You would say that, Ida Coyle. I'll find out about your secret liaisons one of these days. I bet you were a bit of a girl. Ida shrieked with laughter again and wiped her eyes on her apron. Bit of a girl? Look at the size of me, Tommy. I was never a bit of a girl. Tommy went round the table and kissed her on the cheek. Ida flapped her hand at him. Get away with you. Go on. You're stopping me from getting on.
Tommy laughed with her, but as he went into the hall his expression changed. Arnold Bateman was making life impossible for his sister, and he felt he should do something to protect her and John. Carrie had asked him not to get involved, but he felt involved. He lived at Nightingale Lane and was her brother, and the only man she could call on. He knew Carrie was strong and forthright. The last thing she needed was anyone telling her what to do or how to live her life. But Arnold Bateman was something else. It was time the man was told what the score was, and Tommy felt he was the only one to do it. Chapter 55. Arnold sucked hard on his cigarette, his blood running so hot it threatened to boil him. It was clear now that Carrie wasn't going to give in, and he would have to ramp things up. He hadn't wanted to take such intense action, particularly as he was going back to the front after Christmas, and couldn't keep his mind on it. But he would put it all in the hands of his solicitor. Well, that's what he called himself. Arnold was fully aware he wasn't a genuine solicitor with the qualifications that you needed to call yourself one. Arnold thought he had been once, but had been struck off. But there was a war on, and people were doing all sorts of things to get by. And he knew this man looked after some important people. People you wouldn't want to meet on a dark night, it was true. But he was the type of person he needed. Someone who wouldn't be squeamish about certain aspects of his life. What had enraged him more was Johann Stern's assumption that he could step in and tell him what to do. The man was a disgrace, had managed to dodge going to war although he looked as fit as a butcher's dog and could still afford to wear sharp suits. And that pin in his lapel had a real diamond in it. Of that Arnold was certain. He threw his cigarette butt into the gutter as a thought came to him. How could he afford to live like that, even though there was a war on? The man's life had seemingly hardly changed, one iota, and now he was behaving like Carrie's protector. Why was he there at number 99? What possible business could he have with Carrie, unless he knew about the boy and went there to see him? There was something going on there, no doubt about it, and he would find out what it was. And he'd been digging into what happened to David Lawrence. He had definitely been living with Carrie because her mother, Florrie, told Dolores that he was there, but was apparently in a hospital for victims of shell shock. How would he feel, he thought, if he knew Carrie was carrying on again with Johann Stern? He grinned to himself and looked up at the street sign fixed to the wall over the shabby public house that stank of stale beer and urine, even though it was closed. Hanbury Street. He looked around at the houses and seedy shops that made up the street. A grocer's with nothing in the window, a butcher's with a counter full of what looked like rabbit, tripe and little else. He couldn't imagine what the people who lived in the streets of Whitechapel would use their ration cards for in 1918. What's the point of rationing sugar when there wasn't any to be had? There was nothing to buy except offal and a few knobbly potatoes, and a few months later they would probably be rationed too. His thoughts went to the smart, well-kept houses in Nightingale Lane, the place he was determined to live, and forgot that the streets of Whitechapel were the streets he was brought up in, the ones where his mother and father had spent the years of their marriage, and where they had given him life. He made his way to a shabby front door that had once been a glossy dark green, but had been painted so long ago the wood underneath showed through, and all that was left of the original colour were flakes of paint that diminished by the year. He rapped on it with his knuckles and waited, but there was no reply, so he went to the window and peered through the shabby net curtain, squinting his eyes into the gloomy front room. He saw a movement. There was someone in, he was sure of it. He banged hard on the window, then went back to the front door. Seconds later, it was opened a crack, then would have been pushed closed again, except Arnold had swiftly got his boot into the inner step, which prevented the door from shutting. "There's no need for that, Florrie. I just wanted to talk to you." "Why?" she answered sulkily through the almost closed door. Arnold pushed hard on it, forcing her away from it on the inside, and it opened to reveal Florrie in a shabby, once pink dressing gown pulled tightly around her stout middle and fastened with a piece of cord. Her face was deathly white, and her eyes were rimmed with red and watering so much she could barely see.
"What do you want?"
She sneezed and searched her pocket for a handkerchief, which she brought up to her face and wiped her streaming nose.
"You ill?"
Arnold asked her, frowning.
"A cold. I've got a bad cold, that's all." "Right, well, we need to talk about that daughter of yours."
"Which one?"
"You know which one. Not the tart, Carrie. The one you pushed onto me."
Florrie gave a throaty chuckle.
"Pushed onto you? I never pushed her onto you. You came knocking. Dolores told you she was expecting with no man in tow, and you thought it would work to your advantage."
She sat heavily on the settee covered with bits of fabric that had seen better days and rubbed her forehead with a calloused hand.
"And it did, didn't it? You got what you paid for." "Well, not exactly. She left me. That wasn't in the deal, was it? She was meant to be my wife for the sake of appearances, but it seemed like you left that bit out when you told her she was to be married to me. I didn't want a wife, just someone who would act like one. Seems you didn't tell her that bit."
Florrie leant against the back of the settee, breathing heavily, wiping her mouth with her sleeve.
"She didn't want to marry you, so it would have made no difference what I told her. If you couldn't keep her, that's not down to me, that's your fault. From what I hear, you didn't exactly act much like a husband to her. So I think the blame should be at your door."
Arnold pushed the front door shut and sat in one of the parlour's chairs by the fire.
"Oh? And what exactly have you heard?" "Only that your preferences lay elsewhere. You didn't say anything about that. What did you expect her to do?" "And who told you that?"
Florrie pulled a face.
"Can't quite remember. What's it matter? You and she aren't together anymore. Why should you care?" "Yeah, well, I do care. I care because she's got that big house. And I've got nothing. And she got the money to buy that big house, working in a shop she part-owned while she was married to me and living as my wife after I'd paid you every penny. That means I've got a right to it. And after giving you £10, all the savings I had, and then her leaving me after 18 months, I hardly think it was money well spent. I think I'm owed, don't you?"
Florrie shrugged, feeling so unwell she couldn't care less. This moment had been the one she had dreaded. She had thought that Arnold would expect her to pay at least some of the money back he had given her. But as she listened to him talking about what he thought he was owed, she realised he wanted more from her than that. "So what do you want me to do about it? There's nothing I can do."
"There's plenty you can do. You can back me up for a start. I've got someone onto it. A solicitor of sorts. I go to France in a few weeks. I'm going to send him to see you, and I want you to tell him that Carrie diddled me out of my money and make sure you lay it on thick. Don't leave any gaps. Don't leave anything out. Tell him how difficult she is and that, I don't know, you're ashamed of what she did when she slept with her employer's son. People who took her in on trust and gave her work, and she trashed it. Don't say the boy's his. I want people to think he's mine. Just for now. When I've got what I want, I'll make sure everyone knows he's not mine, and then he can go and live with his father. I don't want that little shit living with me." "And why would what I say hold any sway?" "It might not, but the more people I've got on my side, the better for me. And I want you to be one of them, because you're her mother, and know her better than anyone else. Or at least that's what everyone will think. Personally, I don't think you know her at all. And that husband of yours, too. He didn't turn the money away I gave you, did he?"
Florrie shook her head, frowning.
"He won't say anything against her. He didn't agree with me sending her away with you. There's no point me talking to him about any of this. It won't get me anywhere."
Arnold laughed patronisingly.
"And that's not what I've heard. Dolores told me he does as he's told."
Florrie closed her eyes, wishing fervently he would just go.
"Maybe once. Not any more. I don't know why. Barely looks at me, let alone speaks to me.
And he doesn't listen either. You done something he's not proud of. No, I haven't. Arnold laughed again and rose from the chair and made for the door. Florrie nearly melted with relief. He was going, and right at that moment it was all she wanted. When's this bloke meant to be coming here? Achoo! She sneezed explosively again, followed by 2 more. Few days, and don't give him the welcome you've just given me. Open the bloody door when he knocks, all right? She didn't answer. All right. She nodded. Good, because if I don't get what I want, I'll be knocking here again for a return of what I gave you. Are we clear? She nodded again, and Arnold left, slamming the door behind him. Florrie inhaled deeply and leant forward, feeling sick. She tried to sit up, but the room swam in front of her eyes, and the resultant nausea made her cry out. She took some deep breaths, and when the room stopped spinning, pushed herself up from the settee and made her way to the stairs, holding onto the walls as she went. When she got to the stairs, she knelt on each step, pushing herself upwards and resting on the step above with her forearms, her head resting down on them with each step she scaled. Finally, she made it to the top. She crawled into the room she shared with Arthur and pulled herself up onto the unmade bed where she sobbed into her pillow. Never had she felt so ill. She needed help, but there was no one to ask. Florrie knew she was on her own. Chapter 56. Johann got into his car, parked down from the house in Nightingale Lane, and sat for a while. His stomach churned with adrenaline after his altercation with Arnold Bateman. He shook his head in disbelief, then opened the glove compartment and took out a box of black Russian Sobranie cigarettes and lit one with a match from a small gold box he fumbled for from his inside pocket. He drew deeply on the cigarette, taking the nicotine deep within his lungs to help him calm the anger flowing through his body. He'd heard what Bateman had called Carrie's son. A bastard. It incensed him to think that a man would call a young child something so cruel. But now he knew the man for what he was. That the person Carrie had married was violent and not afraid of using his fists on a woman. What to do? He murmured to himself, tapping the fingers of his other hand on the steering wheel. He smoked the cigarette down to the gold rim encircling it and threw it out of the window, where it sizzled on the cold pavement before it was snuffed out. His mouth formed a straight line of fury that was uncommon to him. Johann was a gentle soul who had lived his life by the rules that governed his family and so governed him. His mother and father had adhered rigidly to them, and those rules of society, class, and religion had stood him in good stead. But because of what he had seen and heard that very morning, he felt compelled to break out of those rules and put right a wrong, one he had been implicated in, but had been duty-bound to ignore. His marriage to Elizabeth had been arranged between his mother and father and his father's close business associate in the United States, initially without his knowledge. When Ida Coyle had told him about Carrie's own marriage and that her mother had been paid to arrange it, the story resonated with him. How strange, he thought, that Carrie and I, although from different levels of society, should in fact be prey to the same constrictions, that the rules and expectations of the life they had been raised in, regardless of class or religion, should enforce the path of their future. He closed his eyes and thought of the times he and Carrie had spent together. She had been his first love. From the very first time he had laid eyes on her, when she had been serving his mother tea in the drawing-room, a rare occurrence as she was only the scullery maid, he had known his true feelings. His breath had caught up in his throat. Her dark-eyed beauty had almost melted him. She had smiled at him, a small smile, not seductive in any way, perhaps recognizing their comparative youth in a household caught up with the formal, constricting ways of a family and a society where breeding and etiquette were more important than anything else. He had told her he loved her. He remembered telling her many times that he wanted to spend his life with her, and she had agreed and returned his love. But on a day that was carved into his memory, his father asked him to meet him at his office to discuss his future. Johann had been overwhelmed with delight, thinking that he would be given a role in his father's business that would ensure him some say in his own future. But it had come with a condition, the marriage to Lisbeth, one that would ensure the future of his father's company, which Johann realized was far more important to his father than any feelings he might have. He tried to argue with his father, at least attempted to persuade him that it wasn't the only way to ensure a future for the business, but to no avail. He wanted to tell him about Carrie and his feelings for her, but knew he had stretched his father's temper to the limit, that anything Johann said would make no difference. He had married Lisbeth in a sumptuous ceremony. All the guests were chosen by his mother and father. Not one of his friends had been invited. Those who attended were old Jewish friends of the family and business contacts that Johann had never met. He opened his eyes and recalled the moment he had seen Carrie serving guests at his wedding. His heart had dropped in his chest. She looked different somehow, drawn, tired, and then it hit him. He lowered his eyes to her middle, and immediately he knew she was pregnant. He would know, of course, more than anyone else. He knew her body like he knew his own. They had lain together whenever they got the chance, mostly when Johann's parents were out. He and Carrie had even met at the park. It was risky. Had they been caught, the fallout would have been immense. The summer had afforded them the chance to escape into the copse of trees away from the street, where they had loved one another. He had even taken a picnic so they could behave like a normal couple, even though he knew in his heart they were far from what was deemed normal. A young man of his class courting a scullery maid was unheard of, would have been frowned upon and regarded with utter disgust, even though he knew his father had other children with a young mistress whom he accommodated in an apartment in a seedier part of London, a woman he visited on a regular basis. He knew it was common behaviour for the wealthy, but the knowledge that it was significant in his own father's life had devastated him. At first he assumed his mother had no knowledge of the woman and the children she had borne his father. One evening when Conrad Stern was late for a dinner party at their home, he'd heard her say to her closest friend, who was a guest, she assumed he was with his tart. It had shocked him to the core that she had known about his father's other family, yet seemed to accept it. This wasn't what he wanted for Carrie. But while he was on honeymoon with Elizabeth, she had left his parents' employ without telling him about the baby. Then the war began. It was Ida Coyle who told him she had married and travelled with her new husband to India after she'd left Nightingale Lane. He'd stoically accepted that he would probably never see Carrie again, and certainly not have a relationship with his child. It was purely by chance that he discovered Carrie had returned to England. Curious about the new owners of his former home, he had driven by on a number of occasions, until one fateful day he had seen Carrie leave the house by the front door. Intrigued, he had parked at the end of the street until she walked by, unsuspecting of his watching her. She was beautifully dressed in a pale green suit with hat and shoes to match, and carrying herself with a new confidence. He had smiled to himself, assuming that her husband must have purchased the house for them. But when he'd made inquiries into who was living there, the purchaser's name was Caroline Bateman. The house was being used as a convalescent home for wounded soldiers, and it was then that Johann realised Carrie was no longer with her husband. A thrill had gone through him at this knowledge, until he reminded himself of Elizabeth and her grief at Caleb's heart condition, one he'd inherited from Johann. He'd wanted to tell Carrie that any child he fathered would be at risk of inheriting his condition, but to do that would alert her to the fact that he knew of her pregnancy. He had deserted Carrie at a time when she needed him most. He should have been stronger, more forthright with his father, and not allowed him to bully him into a marriage he did not want. To say he didn't love Elizabeth was wrong. He had found a love for her, built on mutual respect and friendship, and since Caleb's birth, their joint devastation and concern for his health. But there was no passion between them. Elizabeth had been treated like a princess by her mother and father, and expected the same from Johann. She was a delicate woman. Her tolerance of anything unpleasant or difficult was almost nil, and Caleb's illness had highlighted her fragility. Their home was like a palace, beautifully furnished in expensive fabrics and in a desirable location, financed almost entirely by her father since the collapse of the Stearns business. This was a situation Johann found almost intolerable. Their reliance on the generosity of her parents was a situation he would have rebuffed had things been different. But Caleb had to come first, and therefore he could not expect Elizabeth to accept a drop in the standards she had been used to while they were caring for him. Only 2 days before, Caleb had passed away. They had both held him as he'd struggled for the last breaths he would ever take, the memory of which would never leave Johann. Elizabeth was inconsolable. She had shut herself into their bedroom, the blinds permanently down, the curtains closed, neither eating nor drinking. She said the world was too cruel with its brightness and twinkling lights, that being in darkness allowed her to feel closer to Caleb, and even though Johann had entreated her to leave the room even just for a moment, she had refused. That morning, after another night spent alone in his dressing room, Johann had made the decision to speak to Carrie about the boy she had told him was called Gregory. He was well aware this was not his name and that she had called him John. This alone pointed to the boy being his son, and when he had seen him in the hall and then later sitting on Carrie's lap, he had become convinced John was his. His dark chestnut curls and features were like Johann's when he was a child, almost his double, and Johann's heart had lurched at the sight of him. Had he given the condition to John he had unwittingly passed to Caleb? He prayed not, but he knew he must tell Carrie of his fears, which would be at the expense of his marriage to Elizabeth, should she ever discover what had happened between Johann and Carrie in the past. He started up the motor car and drove without speed to the end of Nightingale Lane, his thoughts in turmoil. As he turned the corner, he saw Arnold Bateman talking with a woman. She was young, as thin as a rake, and in need of a good meal. Her hair brassy with peroxide, and her lips painted bright red, the antithesis of Elizabeth, of Carrie. Johann narrowed his eyes and drove as slowly as he could around the corner where he parked the motor car, allowing the engine to idle. He turned in his seat and watched out of the back window as Arnold grabbed the woman's arm, pointing down Nightingale Lane. He watched them until the woman yanked her arm away from Arnold's hand and walked away from Nightingale Lane with Arnold walking in the opposite direction. "He's up to something," Johann said under his breath. "I won't let you harm a hair on my son's head," he murmured, "or Carrie's. It will not happen." 2 hours later, Johann arrived at his home in Victoria Square. He switched off the engine and rested his forehead against the steering wheel, wondering what he would face when he entered his home. The lights were on downstairs, his parents no doubt reading and sipping an aperitif before lunch was served, as was their usual habit. He glanced up at the windows on the second floor. The blinds were down, the curtains closed. Elizabeth was still in her room. He sighed and swallowed hard. The loss of Caleb had hit him hard, and his grief was almost more than he could bear. But he'd had his mother and father to turn to, and they had comforted him. Elizabeth had no one. She had not settled well in London, had made no friends while they had lived in Victoria Square, and because of Caleb's condition, had hardly left the house. He wondered if he should take her to her home in the United States where she could spend time with her family. He nodded, agreeing with himself. Yes, he would suggest it after the funeral. It would be the best place for her to be. She would be safe there.
Chapter 57. Carrie knocked on the door of Elitza and Hannah's rooms and asked them to join her and Ida for lunch. The women had asked Carrie if they could help her look after the soldiers who came to her for care after a hospital stay. The workload had increased, and Carrie wasn't sure if recruiting the women as her helpers was the right thing to do. She discussed it at length with Ida and Pearl in Pearl's sitting room as she continued her bed rest recovery from Eliza's birth. "Why wouldn't you agree?" asked Pearl as she sipped her tea. "They must be so fed up, sitting there in the attic all day. The only time they're happy to leave the house is when they go to the markets with Ida. It would release you to do other things." "What other things?"
Pearl placed the delicate china cup lightly on the saucer and gave a small smile. Carrie, you hardly ever mention David these days. You work so hard, and this new problem with Arnold Bateman is taking up whatever is left of your time when you finish looking after the boys. When do you get a chance to be Carrie again? Ida nodded. She's right, Carrie. These last few months have been like a whirlwind. We've barely had a chance to breathe, what with all the new boys coming in and taking in the Belgian refugees. And then there's the Bateman thing. And what about John? Carrie looked upset and stared down at her cup. Do you think I'm not a good mother to him? Have I neglected him? Ida shook her head vehemently. You're a wonderful mother, but you're tired and overworked. Perhaps you and John could take a little break. Carrie widened her eyes. And go where? How about the seaside? Said Pearl, grinning. Little boys love the sea. What? And get bombed? The coasts are coming under fire from the Bosch, you know that. Yes, but it's slowed down a bit now, Ducky. You could get a train to Brighton, for instance. A train ride for little John, he would love it. But it's nearly Christmas. I can't go before Christmas. Then go afterwards, when things have calmed down a bit and it'll be cheaper. Places are always more expensive over the Christmas time. And you could go shopping for some nice things. Go up west to that big store. Selfridges, isn't it? I've heard it's amazing, said Pearl. You could get some little gifts. Pearl sipped her tea again, glancing at Ida. Dorothy could go with you. Carrie turned to Ida, then back at Pearl. You planned this, didn't you? Between you and Dorothy. Honestly, look what I'm up against. I don't stand a chance. Ida and Pearl laughed. We're a united force, said Pearl, and we want you to think about David again. We know you haven't given up on him, but we think you should try again to see him. Perseverance, Carrie. It's what you've always said to me. Carrie nodded. Yes, I know you're right, but I've had so much on my mind. It's been never-ending lately. And as for David... She sighed, wanting so much to think deeply about David, but unable to bear the hurt thoughts of him brought her. I feel that it's out of my hands. You know what he said. He doesn't want to see me again, or Dorothy and Marcus, or anyone. I wrote to him as Ida suggested, and was encouraged when I was so sure he read it. At least he didn't return it. But he didn't reply. I don't even know if he's still at the Alexandria. She sighed again. I suppose I could ask, but I'm scared of what I'll hear. If he's left there without telling anyone, well, that would be awful. Elitza and Hannah had been sitting with Hannah's daughters in Elitza's room knitting gloves and scarves as presents for Joshka, Gregor and Benjamin. They had gone to the church hall with Ida to one of the jumble sales and bought woolens for the price of pennies to wash, unpick, roll into skeins and reknit into garments the men would wear while they were working. Lila and Rebecca, Hannah's daughters, had giggled when they'd seen the bright colours of some of the woolens, but Hannah had insisted they give something bright to cheer the men up. I will knit Benjamin a hat in black, red and yellow stripes, like our flag, she said, smiling, to remind him of home. Lila, you can knit him socks, and Rebecca, gloves. We must all do what we can. Elitza had picked a green woolen pullover to unpick and reknit into a scarf for Gregor and a blue one for Joshka. I wish we could go home, she said wistfully. Everyone here is so kind, but it is not our home. Not our country. I will die before we get there. Hannah had shushed her, frowning. She didn't want her girls to hear such talk. Elitza had taken to talking about Belgium as if they would never see it again, and she was worried the girls would be scared. They had been so frightened when the soldiers had invaded, and all she wanted for them was some peace and the knowledge that they would soon be in their farmhouse again, taking care of the sheep and goats as they had before the war. As she knitted, she wondered what was left there for them to go home to. If their home had been left unscathed, she doubted it, but she was determined with Benjamin to rebuild their lives, if only they would be given the chance. The knock on the door startled them out of their private thoughts. Rebecca left her seat and ran to open it, grinning when she saw Carrie standing outside. She loved Carrie and wanted to be like her when she grew up. Carrie was beautiful and strong, and she knew Joshka had special feelings for her. She had heard him speaking to her father one night when they had thought the girls were asleep. They had brought a bottle of whiskey home from work with them and smuggled it up to the attic where both families were staying. The whiskey had loosened their tongues, and she'd heard Joshka say to Benjamin that Carrie was a special woman, that he thought her beautiful and would like to have a woman like her. Rebecca dreamed that Carrie would return to Belgium with them when they were allowed to go home, that she would marry Joshka and be part of their community. She wished for it, she hoped for it, and she prayed for it. To have a friend like her in their community would be a wonderful thing.
"Carrie,"
she said, her voice carrying a huge smile.
"Hello, Rebecca. Can I speak to your mother?"
In the months they had lived in London, the refugees had learnt a little English, and Carrie hoped they knew enough for them to take on what they'd asked for. Rebecca opened the door wider, and Carrie stepped in, marvelling at the work the women were undertaking.
"This is very good," she said, smiling. "You work hard."
The women nodded and smiled. "For my husband," said Hannah, "and Gregor and Joshka." Lila and Rebecca giggled when Hannah said Joshka's name, and Hannah frowned at them crossly. "Shush, girls, and duchende." The girls' faces changed, their giggles dropping from their mouths and their eyes on their knitting. Hannah turned to Carrie again, smiling. "I'm so sorry. What is it?"
"You and Elitza said you wanted to help with the soldiers."
Elitza glanced up, her old eyes shining. Hannah nodded. Yes, I do. And Elitza."
"Well, I'd like to offer you a few hours starting from tomorrow to see how you get on. Sometimes the work isn't very pleasant and nice. It can be hard, sad."
She pulled a sad face and hoped they could understand her. Hannah stood, allowing her knitting to drop from her lap, and rushed forward to clasp Carrie's hands. Yes, we would like to help. We need to be part of family to help, yes?" Carrie nodded, her heart lurching at how happy they seemed.
"Tomorrow then, early. 5:30 to check the boys and serve breakfast."
Elitza was standing now too. Hannah turned and smiled at her. "Elitza, morgen früh 5:30. Elitza nodded her agreement. "Ja, bedankt." "She says, thank you," said Hannah. Carrie laughed. "I should thank you. So, thank you." The following morning, Hannah and Elitza arrived in the kitchen at 5:30. Their faces were scrubbed clean, their hair swept up into chignons and covered with new cotton scarves brought from the market. They waited expectantly at the door for Carrie to give them some instruction into the care of the boys, looking nervous and out of place. "Have you eaten anything?" Ida asked them. Both women shook their heads. "It's probably best to eat afterwards, when the boys have been served theirs and we've cleared away and washed up. We usually get breakfast at about 7:30. We like to sit together and talk about the boys and anything that needs doing." Hannah and Elitza nodded again as Ida glanced into the hall. "Here's Carrie now. She'll guide you."
"Morning,"
Carrie said brightly as she went to a cupboard in the kitchen where a schedule was written in her neat hand and pinned to the door.
"Right. Follow me, ladies. I'll show you where we keep the iodine and the morphine. Do either of you have any nursing experience?"
They both frowned, and Carrie realised she must speak more simply.
"Right."
They followed her into the pantry where the medication was kept under lock and key.
"We lock it,"
she mimed the key in the lock,
"to keep it safe."
They smiled and nodded. Carrie took a rolled bandage from the pantry and held it up.
"You know this?"
"Ja," said Elitza. "Verband."
"Bandage?"
said Hannah. "You wrap." She mimed wrapping a bandage around her arm. Carrie grinned.
"Yes, that's right."
She held up a bottle of iodine. "This is used to clean the wound, but first warm water that has already been boiled." She held up a pitcher of warm water and mimed cleaning a wound with a muslin pad. Then she tipped the bottle of iodine up, allowing a little to fall on a new damp pad, and mimed washing the wound, dabbing at her arm.
"This is an antiseptic, to stop infection. You understand?"
Hannah nodded and translated for Elitza. Elitza nodded enthusiastically.
"Right,"
said Carrie, smiling encouragingly at the two women.
Let's see the first patient. His name is Bertie, and he's 19. He has burns on one of his legs, so we must be careful to make sure there is no infection present. Ready?" She led them up the first flight of stairs to the first floor landing and knocked on one of the doors. "Bertie, it's Carrie. Good morning." "Come in, Carrie." Carrie opened the door. A young man lay on a bed in a room painted a calming pale green, with lace curtains at the window. He was clothed apart from his leg, which was resting on a cushion on top of the covers, and enfolded in a clean white bandage from calf to thigh. "How are you today? Has the morphine dulled the pain?" "It's definitely helped, Carrie, but it's a bit rough this morning. Suppose it's worn off." "Your last dose was at midnight, so you can have some more now. This is Hannah and Elitza, our guests from Belgium. They're going to help you for a few days." "That's all right. Just want to get rid of the pain. I'm worried about the burn. I don't want to go back to hospital. I'd rather stay here." "Shall we have a look at it?" Bertie nodded unenthusiastically, knowing that the removal of the bandage would be painful. "We'll give you a dose of morphine now, and hopefully by the time the bandage comes off and the new one's in place, you'll be feeling better." She gave him the morphine in a cup, scrubbed her hands at the small sink in the corner of the room, then proceeded to remove the bandage. Bertie winced as she got closer to the flesh on his leg, tensing shoulders that he pulled up to his ears in anticipation of pain. "It looks all right to me, Bertie. It's clean and healing well. Fresh skin is appearing at the site of the burn. You should be pleased." He smiled and sighed with relief. "I am. Do you think I'll be able to go home for Christmas?" Carrie shrugged. "The thing is, Bertie, it depends on who's at home. You still need medical attention, and it's not really my decision. It'll be the nurse who decides if your wound is healed enough. She's usually spot on." "Mum's at home, and I've got 3 older sisters." Carrie laughed. "And I bet they dote on you." His face flushed, but he smiled. "They do a bit. I don't think I'll be short of nurses, let's put it that way. In fact, if I know anything about them, they'll be fighting over me." "Lucky you." He raised his eyebrows. "Not always. It can get a bit much." "Well, I think you should tell the nurse about your mum and sisters when she comes. I reckon there's a good chance you'll be going home soon." Back in the corridor, Carrie, Elitza and Hannah stood outside the door. "What do you think, Hannah? Could you change Bertie's bandage for the next day or 2? I administer morphine, so you don't have to worry about that. As long as you follow what I've shown you, you'll do all right. Just make sure you wash your hands before you touch every patient. Infections can spread from patient to patient, and it's the last thing we want." Hannah translated for Elitza, and Carrie took them to meet some of the other patients, specifically those who would shortly be ready to go home. When they'd finished, they returned to the kitchen where Ida had been readying the trays to be delivered to the rooms. "Right," said Carrie. "We take a tray to each room. They all had the same breakfast, porridge and then an egg and a bit of bacon as long as we can get it. We return after they've eaten and clear the trays. Ida and Francis will have already taken them up a cup of tea. They get tea first thing, almost as soon as they wake." The trays were taken to the patients and then cleared. Tommy came into the kitchen to fetch a tray for Pearl and was surprised to see Hannah and Elitza washing up. "This is new?" "Yeah, I know. I'm going to try and rest up for a bit." He chuckled. "You? Rest up? Is that a joke? You don't know how to keep still." "Ida and Pearl have arranged a shopping trip for me with Dorothy. We're going to Selfridges tomorrow to buy things for Christmas. That's if they've got anything to buy." He looked at her with approval. "It's about bloody time and all. You need some fun to take your mind off things, especially with Bateman hanging around." She looked away. "I don't want to talk about him." "Hopefully you won't have to for too much longer." She frowned. "How do you mean?" He leant towards her, baring his teeth. "The Bosch might get him." She shook her head. "Tommy!" "What? It's the best thing that could happen. We can all forget about him then. Let's hope they make him their main target. Boom, and he's gone." "You're terrible saying things like that." "Am I? The good Lord will be my judge. I'm not sure how happy he'll be to hear what you just said." Tommy shrugged. "Bateman runs with the devil. I don't think the good Lord will have a problem with what I've said. I'm banking on him helping us out a bit." She watched him walk out of the kitchen with Pearl's breakfast tray. Feeling someone's eyes on her, she glanced up to find Ida watching her. Carrie raised her eyebrows,
and Ida shook her head. "That's dangerous talk, that is," Ida said sotto voce. She glanced at Hannah and Elitza, who were standing at the sink washing up, their backs to them. "I don't like to hear our Tommy talking like that. It's not like him." "No, he isn't. He's not the same. He seems angry lately." "Perhaps you should have a talk with him." "He's married with a child, Ida. How much notice do you think he's going to take of what I think?" "He respects you and your opinions, but you're right, he's not the same. I'm hoping it's just because of what happened to Pearl and his worry over Elizabeth. He needs to forget about Bateman and let you sort it out." "Yeah, and I need to sort it out, don't I? Sort it once and for all, and then we can forget all about him." "What will you do?" "There's only one language Arnold speaks, and that's money. I've got some savings. I'm just hoping it will be enough." Ida gaped at Carrie, her shoulders dropping in dismay. "Oh, Carrie, no, not your savings." "What else can I do, Ida? It's all I have to give him, and I just want him to stop coming here. I worry about it all the time, and I'm not sleeping. At first it was worrying about David that kept me awake at night, but now it's Bateman. Well, both really. I don't know who keeps me awake the most. I'm so tired." Ida came round the table and put her arms around Carrie, resting her flowery cheek on top of Carrie's head. "I know, sweetheart. You look tired and all. You're too young to have all these worries. It's not right. It really isn't. And to give him the money you've worked hard for." She tutted. "Makes my blood boil." "I know what Tommy means, though, Ida. Life would be so much easier if he wasn't around." Ida gently pushed Carrie away from her and looked at her kindly. "Promise me you'll forget about him tomorrow," she said softly. "Promise you'll enjoy yourself. Don't even think about David either. You can worry about him another time. We all want you to have a good time and put your worries aside just for a day." Carrie smiled at the woman whose heart was the biggest she'd ever known. "And I will, Ida, I promise. I'm looking forward to it, and Dorothy will help me forget for a while. She'll want to be Dorothy again for a day, I'm sure. It'll be fun. A day to remember." Carrie was awake and out of bed early the following morning. She knew Dorothy would dress to the nines for their day out, and she'd bought a new outfit. A dark blue shift dress with a coat to match, one she hoped would give her confidence. As she pinned the matching hat onto her hair that she'd swept up into a chignon of curls, someone knocked on the door of her bedroom. With one hand holding her hat in place, she opened the door to find Pearl sitting in her wheelchair in the hall, a floral housecoat wrapped tightly around her frail frame. "Pearl, are you right?" Carrie peeked out of the door and looked both ways. "How on earth did you get up here?" Pearl smiled and chuckled. "Of course I am. Stop worrying. This is the first time I've been out of bed and come up onto any of the other floors for ages. I just wanted to say have a lovely time and familiarise myself with the house again. Honestly, Carrie, I feel like one of them suffragettes on house arrest. I'm feeling so much better now. Tommy and Joshka carried me up the first flight. They're in the kitchen having breakfast, but I wanted to come and see you before you went out." "Oh," she sighed, "so nice to get out of that room, as lovely as it is." "I know how hard it's been for you," Carrie said through a mouthful of hairpins as she finished pinning her hat. "But you've still got to take it easy. We don't want any setbacks. And I promised your doctor I would take good care of you and not let you do too much." "It's all right. Tommy's already warned me. He said if I behave myself, he'll take me to the hospital on Christmas Eve to see Eliza." "Oh, Carrie, I can't wait to see her. They might even let me hold her. She seems to be doing well, Tommy says. Putting on weight, which is what you've both been hoping for, isn't it? Don't get your hopes up, Pearl. It might be you and Tommy looking through a window again like you did before. And if it is, it's only because they're protecting her, you know that?" Pearl nodded. I know. It'll be for the best, but I can't help hoping." A car horn sounding in Nightingale Lane made Carrie go to the window. She smiled and waved at Dorothy, who was standing on the pavement waiting for Carrie to go down. "I thought we were going to go by tube, but it looks like Dorothy has use of the car. She's got a driver too. Blimey, Pearl, I think we're going in style." Pearl clapped her hands. "Of course you are.
It's your special day." Carrie leant down and placed a kiss on Pearl's forehead. "What would you like me to bring you back? Anything. I'll try and get it for you. Be nice to have some chocolate. I could do with putting on a bit of weight. Some of Selfridge's posh chocolate would be nice. Oh, and maybe a pretty scarf I can wear during Christmas. I'm not sure Tommy will want me to dress and be up and about properly Christmas Day, but a bright scarf would be lovely." "Your wish is my command," cried Carrie as Pearl giggled. "Wait here, and I'll tell Tommy and Joshka to come and get you." "Have a lovely time, Carrie." "I will, sweetheart. See you tonight." Dorothy leant back into the leather seat of the motor vehicle and lit a cigarette. She closed her eyes and inhaled, her face relaxing, a smile playing on her lips. "I know it sounds awful, darling, but I'm so glad to get away for a while. I love being a mother. The twins are my pride and joy, but honestly, it's so draining. And I haven't been shopping once since I gave birth. Can you imagine?" Carrie laughed and looked at Dorothy with affection. "You're so funny. Yes, I can imagine. Although having one baby was hard enough, having two at the same time, that I can't imagine." "I feel like I've lost myself, Carrie, as if all I am is a feeding machine like some cow. It worries me that Marcus may be looking at me differently, not quite the woman I was." "Don't be silly, Dorothy. He adores you." "Do you think?" "No, I know. And it doesn't last forever. I must admit, I'm surprised you're still feeding Violet and Sebastian. What will they do today?" "I expressed my milk and left it for them. I'm padded up to the hilt, I can tell you. I don't want anything to spoil today. I may have to lose some milk when we're shopping, but I understand Selfridge has built a powder room within the store for ladies. He's quite the forward-thinking man, so I can go there and do what I have to do." "Is it normal? Doing that?" Dorothy shrugged. "I have no idea, but I can't think of another way." "Is it true that the owner of this store supports the suffragettes?" asked Carrie, as they got out of the car on the corner of Oxford Street. "I heard he's very much for them and thinks women should be given more rights." "Yes, it is true," said Dorothy. "His name is Harry Selfridge, an American. He even sells items in our colours, white, purple and green, and has taken out advertising for the store in suffragette magazines." "Why do you think he supports them?" "Maybe he does, or maybe he doesn't. Or maybe he can see that most of his customers are women, mainly with money and from middle and upper-class society, who wouldn't frequent Selfridges if he took a firm stand against the suffragettes. He's a businessman, Carrie, who, no doubt, always has his eyes on the bottom line. And he's a married man. Who's to say it's not his wife who encourages his patronage? Plus, since he has shown support, he hasn't had a brick through his window lately, like some of the other stores in London." "But a suffragette did throw a brick through one of the windows, didn't they?" "Yes, about 4 years ago. But Harry Selfridge refused to press charges, and all has been quiet for him ever since." Carrie nodded. "He's very shrewd. He knows that in the salons of Eaton Square, Knightsbridge and Holland Park, it's the women who spend the money, and don't think the war has meant there is no money to be had. You'll see when we get inside. Watch the people as they walk round the store and see who's doing the persuading." "I will," said Carrie. "This is all so new to me. It's like there's a world outside of the one I know. The suffragettes are so brave. They don't seem to worry about being arrested or put in prison." "They don't. But increasingly it's women with money who are making names for themselves in the suffragette movement. They have others to look after their children, to do the things in their homes that poorer women must do for themselves. Consequently, women from the working classes aren't able to take part in the rallies or be part of any action." She looked at Carrie with contrition. "Sorry, darling, I didn't mean to—" "It's all right, Dorothy. We can't all be the same." Dorothy stood on the pavement in front of Selfridge's and looked up. "Well, what do you think?" Carrie stopped and stood next to Dorothy, her mouth dropping open. "I've never seen anything like it. Is this one store?" "It is, and waiting for us. Are you ready?" Carrie giggled. "I've never been more ready." A commissionaire stood in the entrance and greeted them as they went through the engraved glass doors.
Inside, the vast interior glowed with countless sparkling chandeliers hanging from the ornate ceilings, sending sparks of light from the dangling prisms onto the counters and floors and the faces of the customers. "This is so beautiful," breathed Carrie. "It's like another world." "Yes, and Selfridge has kept the store going even though there's a war on. Haven't you noticed everyone who works here is female, except the rather elderly commissionaire, of course. Even the porters are women. We've taken over the jobs men did, you see, in every walk of life. We've had to do it to keep the country going. I hope we get the recognition we deserve. And when this damnable war is over, there won't be as many men to do the jobs they used to do. Women will have to take the lead." She glanced at Carrie and gave a little smile. "Sorry, I do go on about it, don't I? But it's so important and will become even more so. Anyway," she flapped her hand in the air, "let's forget all that for now. Are you looking for something in particular?" "I don't know where to look first. There's so much here. Pearl wanted some posh chocolate and a pretty scarf. Maybe we could start there." Dorothy stood on tiptoe, then pointed to a corner of the store. "Over there. Scarves. Lots of them. Let's go and look." They wended their way around the counters until they came to the scarf counter, where a young woman was folding scarves and putting them in the glass display cabinet, and hanging others on displays that looked like Christmas trees. "Oh my goodness, there's so many," cried Carrie. "I'm spoiled for choice." "What are her colours?" asked Dorothy. "She has rather fetching red hair." "I think she wanted something Christmassy. How about this lovely green one? It would look so beautiful on her, and it's got flashes of gold through it. I think she'd like this one." "How much is it?" Carrie turned the label over. 10 shillings. Blimey." "Definitely worth it. It's silk, darling." Carrie nodded. "Yes, you're right. And it's lovely. And I really think she could do with a little treat. Now for the chocolate." "Chocolate too?" "I promised her. And I'd like to get some for John as well. What about you? Will you get some for the girls?" "Yes, I think so. They do love it so. I try to limit it. Must say I think a bit too much of it sends them silly. At least Marcus thinks so. I never give it to them before bedtime." They wandered around the counters, picking up trinkets and little gifts they thought their loved ones would like. "We mustn't forget ourselves," said Dorothy. Carrie laughed. "I can't ever imagine you doing that, Dorothy." Dorothy laughed good-naturedly and made for the clothes department. "We'll have to go up the stairs to the first floor. They have a salon there where they hold fashion shows. Perhaps you and I can come when they have the next one. It's often held to raise funds for a charity. We did one for the Belgian refugees." Carrie gazed at her in disbelief. "Do you know Harry Selfridge?" "Yes, of course," Dorothy said, as though it was the most ordinary thing in the world. "Everyone knows Harry Selfridge." Dorothy led the way up the stairs to the salon, where she bought herself a dress for an evening musical soiree she and Marcus were attending the following week. And before the morning was over, they were both laden with carrier bags, emblazoned with the Selfridges logo. "Time for some lunch, I think. My treat. You go to the restaurant. I must go to the bathroom before I eat. I can feel something happening, and that would be very embarrassing in front of all the ladies who lunch." "I expect it's happened to them too." "Not in Selfridge's restaurant, it hasn't." Carrie looked out for the signs etched in gold leaf that guided her to the restaurant. She walked along a carpeted corridor to a set of mahogany double doors, where a young woman stood at a lectern, wearing an outfit in the Selfridges livery. She looked up and smiled as Carrie approached. "Yes, madam?" "Oh, do we need to book?" "Yes, madam. Do you wish to make a reservation?" "I think a table may have been reserved. May I wait for a moment? My friend will be here soon. I think she may have arranged it." The girl frowned. "The name?" "Mrs. Tremaine." The girl ran her finger down the list of reservations, then slowly shook her head. No, I'm sorry. There's no reservation for Tremaine." "I'm Dorothy Tremaine," said Dorothy, who joined Carrie at the lectern. "Harry, Mr. Selfridge, made the reservation for us." The girl looked down again at the huge book in front of her. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Tremaine. There's nothing down here." "It's all right, Felicity," said a male voice with a strong American accent behind them. I made the booking for that. I just forgot to put it in the book. It's my fault, he said, holding his hands up. I'm sure Felicity isn't pleased with me. He made a small bow to the girl. It'll never happen again, I promise, he said, smiling broadly. Dorothy grinned. Oh, Harry, it's lovely to see you, darling. How's Rose and the children? Hi, Dorothy. They're absolutely fine. Rose would have loved to have seen you, but she's out on one of her art hunting forays. You know how she loves it. Oh, I do. We'll have to arrange something. It'd be so good to get together again. I'll make sure we do. Now, Dorothy, I'm sure you and your guests need some refreshment after your morning shopping. He eyed their bags. Looks like you've made me a few more dollars between you. Go to your table, ladies. Lunch is on Harry Selfridge. Carrie's eyes widened, and she glanced at Dorothy. She could hardly believe she was about to be treated to lunch by the famous Harry Selfridge. She couldn't help staring at the bespectacled, immaculately dressed man standing in front of her. Thank you, Harry. That's so sweet of you. My turn next time, said Dorothy. The maitre d' showed Dorothy and Carrie to a table next to a large window looking out onto Oxford Street and dressed with the finest lace curtains. The walls were painted in an elegant cream, and among the round tables were pedestals on which there were tall vases planted with ferns. Above their heads were the biggest chandeliers Carrie had ever seen, and she surveyed it all with the eyes of a child in a toy shop. This is so beautiful, she breathed, as they perused the menu and ordered aperitifs. Dorothy, whispered Carrie, I can't believe this is happening. What, darling? Said Dorothy, not taking her eyes from the menu. That we're eating lunch here and it's being paid for by Mr. Selfridge. Dorothy moved the menu to one side. Well, I don't see why not. We've just spent money here, and we're friends of sorts. No, darling, enjoy it while you can, she chuckled. I do. They ate a sumptuous lunch of quail's eggs and salmon, followed by fresh berries and cream. That was gorgeous, said Carrie. I'm fit to burst. Yes, me too. Think I overdid the cream a bit, said Dorothy, wiping her mouth on a napkin. Never mind, I'll walk it off tomorrow. She looked over Carrie's shoulder and frowned. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Tommy? Carrie started and looked up, frowning. What? She cried, turning in her seat to where Dorothy was looking. Her heart dropped in her chest when she saw Tommy standing by the doors to the restaurant, looking totally incongruous in the palatial surroundings, his eyes searching for her in the throng of lunching ladies. Tommy! Tommy, over here! He glanced in her direction, then shook his head as he turned his cap round and round in his fingers. Carrie glanced at Dorothy, who nodded. She rose swiftly from her seat and went to where Tommy was standing, looking ready to take flight. What are you doing here? She began before she'd even got to him. Oh my God, Tommy, what's happened? Is it Pearl? Her face blanched. Or Eliza? Why are you here? He grabbed her arm and pulled her past Felicity, who was still at the lectern, watching them with interest, and into the corridor. It's Mum. It's Florrie. I'm sorry, Carrie, I know today's important to you, but I knew you'd want me to come. Yeah, but why? What's happened to her? She's been ill, apparently, and taken a turn for the worst. Dad came to Nightingale Lane to find you. What? Carrie's stomach somersaulted. The first time her father had ever visited her home, and it was to tell her mother was ill. When you say ill, what are we talking about? Flu. She's got the flu? Yep. And it started to take some people off. Especially people like her. Badly nourished and of an age. Yeah, I know that. But I don't know anyone it's taken, do you? People get colds and flu all the time, particularly at this time of year. He shook his head. Tommy, are you sure it's not just Florrie looking for attention again? You know what she's like. Wants to be the first in everything. To be honest, I think it's serious. It's not something you'd want to be first in, is it? Dad had tears in his eyes when he was telling me how ill she is. Did he come into the house? No. Carrie breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God for that. I'll come now, we can take the tube.
I'll leave my shopping with Dorothy and she can take it in her car. We'll go to Hanbury Street from here. Carrie went back to Dorothy to explain. She immediately handed Carrie her bags. We'll go in my car. It's waiting for us. Dorothy, I don't expect... I know you don't, but it sounds as though it's crucial you make good time. This will be much quicker than waiting for those damn trains. Dorothy had her chauffeur drop them off outside Arthur and Florrie's house. Carrie was ashamed to admit to herself she hadn't wanted Dorothy to see her old home, but Dorothy didn't bat an eyelid. I hope she's all right, darling, she said through the rear passenger window. I'll drop your shopping off at Nightingale Lane. Let me know how she is. Stay in touch. Inside the house, every curtain was closed, and Carrie reflected that the odour that permeated the tiny front room was the sour smell of illness. Arthur had taken Carrie and Tommy into the room in silence, leaving the front door open so they could stand at a distance. He hadn't spoken since they'd arrived, simply nodded when he'd opened the door. Carrie and Tommy stood together, shoulder to shoulder, looking at Florrie lying on her back in a bed made up on the settee. Carrie swallowed the lump in her throat. She had never seen her mother look so emaciated. Her hair, usually a froth of blonde tied under a scarf, lay flat to her scalp. The roots had grown through dark, and Carrie realised that she had never known her mother was a brunette like her, had always thought she was blonde. So that was a lie too, she thought. And then she admonished herself, telling herself it wasn't the time or place for such thoughts. Florrie's cheekbones were in sharp relief in her face, her complexion sallow and shiny with sweat. Around her eyes were dark smudges, making them look deep in the sockets. The lids pulled so tight they were almost transparent. Alfie, Florrie and Arthur's 17-year-old son, was sitting on the end of the settee, tears rolling down his cheeks. I've been called up, he said. But they said I could stay home until... He looked over to the head of the bed, where Florrie's face seemed so inert, so without its usual expressions of scorn or irritation. Carrie thought how much pleasanter she looked, even with the obvious signs of serious illness. She might be all right, Alfie, she said to him. She might pull through. People do, you know. He shook his head, copious tears running down his face, the skin red raw and blotchy with crying. I know, Mum. She's never been like this before, has she, Dad? He looked up at Arthur, who morosely shook his head. She's never gone to bed because she hasn't felt well, and she's been like this for days. It was a cold at first, but then it got worse and worse. The doctor gave her some stuff, but it was useless, cost us too. Dad had to fork out for it, but didn't do anything except make her sick. What did the doctor say, Dad? Carrie asked him. She saw him swallow before he could answer, and she realised that he was utterly distraught at the possibility he would lose his wife, the woman who had tormented him for years and made his life hell, making him seem a much smaller man than he really was. He said it was just a chill at first, but then he could see her getting worse. He advised us to keep her at home, said the hospitals wouldn't want her because she was likely contagious. You don't want to get too near. Alfie and I have been all right, but don't go any nearer to her. It's bad enough her being like this. We don't want anyone else getting it. But why has she caught it? Asked Carrie. I don't know anyone else who has. She went to see that Dolores, Arnold Bateman's mother, about 2 weeks ago. They've been friendly-like since you and Arnold. Anyway, they went into that pub on the corner of her street for a drink. What's it now? The Dog and Fox? Something like that? Rough old dive it is. And it was full of soldiers on leave from the front. Doctor reckons she caught it there. Carrie looked sceptical. Mum went into a pub? On her own? No, she was with Dolores Bateman. But she wasn't with you, Dad. Why was she there with Arnold's mother? How the hell should I know? They just met up, that's all I know, and now look at her. Has Dolores caught it? Arthur shrugged. I don't know, and I don't much care. Can't stand her, or her bloody son. He doesn't care about her though, Dad. She might be alone and ill. She was kind to me, as kind as he would allow her to be. Someone needs to find out. Well, it isn't going to be me. I've got enough to deal with. Carrie looked at Tommy, who shrugged. Let's see what happens with Mum, he whispered.
She might go over this. She glanced at Florrie laying motionless in her bed, then glanced back at Tommy and shook her head. She heard him take a deep breath that wobbled in his chest. She knew how he felt, the maelstrom of feelings fighting for dominance in his brain and in his heart. That Florrie had been a cold mother was indisputable. That she'd often said cruel, unkind things could not be argued. But she was a human being and their mother, and it looked quite certain she was about to lose her life. An hour later, Florrie Dobbs had gone. Carrie took her time as she walked down a street she thought she'd never see again. Pratt Street in Camden, and the house where Dolores and Arnold Bateman lived. She had hoped Tommy would offer to visit Dolores, but when he'd said if he saw Arnold he wouldn't be responsible for his actions, she decided to visit herself. Dolores hadn't been unkind to her. In fact, when Arnold had been at the pub with his mate, she'd taken Carrie under her wing. It was she who told Carrie that even though their marriage was an arrangement, she would be expected to be a wife in every sense of the word, nodding her head to her to ensure Carrie knew what she meant. And Carrie had known. She remembered being filled with utter dread that when Arnold came back to the house with drink on him, she would be expected to give him his conjugal rights. Yet he hadn't gone near her, complaining when she had got too close to what he said was his side of the bed. Their married life had never been consummated, and it was then she realised that Dolores had no idea about her son's preferences or the other life he led, one where being in the army took young soldiers into his path. She slowed down as she got to number 13, apprehension rising in her chest as she was aware that it might not be Dolores who opened the door. "I should have known," she said to herself under her breath, "when I saw that bloody number. 13's never brought anyone any good." She knocked, noticing the peeling paint on the front door and that it was still held together with random pieces of wood nailed to keep the thing from collapsing altogether. She waited a few moments, then knocked again, praying that Arnold was no longer in London and that his leave was over. The door began to shift inwards, the sound of someone pulling the door with great effort. "Push it, can you?" cried a voice that was recognisably Dolores. "Put your shoulder against it, otherwise we'll be talking through the door." Carrie wondered if this wasn't for the best, but she did as she was asked. The door opened abruptly with a crack, revealing Dolores standing in the opening, her mouth dropping open when she saw Carrie. "Oh, Carrie, you were the last person I expected to see," she frowned, as it dawned on her that her daughter-in-law was an unlikely visitor. "I came to see how you are, Dolores. Florrie, Mum, has been ill with flu, and I'm afraid she passed away yesterday. I know you and Mum saw each other a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to make sure you were all right. I didn't know if Arnold was here or in France." Dolores' hand fluttered to her throat. "Oh my goodness, Carrie. I'm sorry, so sorry. Will you come in?" Carrie shook her head. "I'm sorry, Dolores. This is a flying visit. I have to go back to Hanbury Street and see to Dad. He's in bits after losing Mum. As long as you're all right, that's all I came for." "Oh, thank you for caring about me, Carrie. I'm still your mother-in-law, aren't I? But why did you think I might have caught it?" "The doctor reckoned Mum caught it when she was in the pub you went to." Carrie lifted her chin to the pub at the corner of Pratt Street. "She told Dad there were lots of soldiers in there that were on leave. When the doctor found out where she'd been, he said he thought it had been brought over by soldiers who had caught it when they were in France. They might not have been ill with it, but they'd passed it on." "And you think it's what happened to Florrie?" Carrie shrugged. "We can't be certain, Dolores, but it's an explanation. Florrie didn't really go anywhere apart from the market, and she and Dad rarely had visitors at the house. Suppose the pub could have been where she caught it." Dolores nodded. "I feel sad about Florrie. It's the one and only time I'd been in there. I know Arnold goes there when he's home, but I'm not what you'd call a pub goer. I think we thought we were being adventurous. If only we'd known." Carrie inhaled. She had questioned Florrie and Dolores' friendship. Florrie didn't like anyone much and rarely socialised. "So you and Mum were friends then?" "Of a sort. She said we had something in common, what with you and Arnold being married. A bit like a family.
She asked about Arnold or when he was due home, that kind of thing. Just chit-chat, really, nothing of any consequence. Not for you, thought Carrie, but definitely something of consequence for Florrie. She was checking up on Arnold. That's why she'd befriended Dolores, trying to discover when she was safe and when she wasn't. Florrie knew that if Arnold was due home on leave, she would need to batten down the hatches and be more aware of who she answered the door to. You never changed, did you, Mum? She thought. Always covering your own back, without a thought for anyone else, not even your daughter and her little son. And the funeral? Asked Dolores. Is it too early for a date? It won't be till after Christmas, Dolores. You know how it is when it's so close to Christmas. It's so cold and more people are taken off because of it, especially the elderly. Funerals are always late this time of year. You'll let me know, Carrie. I'd like to pay my respects to your family. Carrie nodded and smiled benignly at Dolores. Yes, of course. I'll send a message. I hope you have a peaceful Christmas, Dolores. And to you, Carrie. Then Dolores chuckled, looking dubious. I think the peace in this house very much depends on whether my son's home or not. Don't you know if he'll be here for Christmas? Dolores shook her head. I thought he was going back to the front before Christmas, but I know he didn't go. He'd mentioned training for a new job, but I'm not sure. There must have been a reason, I suppose. But he's not been staying here for the last couple of weeks. That boy never told me anything, and still doesn't. Back at Hanbury Street, Carrie set about cleaning the house with a zeal that she hadn't felt in a long time. Florrie had been taken to the undertaker's, and it concerned her that the illness that had taken her off would infect Arthur and also Alfie, who had taken to his bed since Florrie had died and not been seen since. She knew better than to try and coax him out of his room, that he needed to confront his grief at the loss of his mother in his own way. She was also terrified that her little brother had been called up to fight. It was what he'd wanted, at least, it was what he'd said he'd wanted, but she always thought he wanted it because he thought he was meant to, and didn't want people to think he wasn't up to it. Florrie had babied him, the only one of her 4 children for whom she seemed to have an affection. Perhaps that was the point. It took Carrie the rest of the day and half of the next to feel satisfied that the house was free of germs. She'd worn a scarf over her hair and one over her nose and mouth because she was worried that something unseen could be lurking in the curtains or behind the beds that could wriggle into the pores of her scalp or seep into her nose and mouth. She realised that for all her bluster and negativity, Florrie was a clean woman. There was little dust to be seen, only a fine layer which had fallen in the day she had been ill, and the small range was scrubbed and blackened and not been used since. Mum must have done it before she got ill, murmured Carrie under her breath. Only the good Lord knows what Dad and Alfie have been eating for the last couple of weeks. She stopped in her tracks. What have they been eating? She tutted and shook her head. Bet it was bread and cheese and a pint down the pub. Well, that can't go on forever. She waited upstairs in the bedroom for Arthur to get back from his job unloading the few boats that came into the docks, heard him open the back door, a hacking cough racking his chest as he shrugged out of his overcoat, one he'd worn every winter for 20 years, and held his hands in front of the fire she'd made. Dad? Jesus, Carrie, you gave me a start. What are you doing here? I wanted to know what's going to happen now with you and Alfie, Now Mum's gone. He frowned and shook his head. She saw his hands shake as he held them out to the fire. He shook with the cold, and she knew the work he did was too much for him. Yet without it, they would have nothing. She shut her eyes for a moment to stop the tears from leaving the rim of her eyes, where they welled in droplets, threatening to roll down her cheeks. Her dad was a quiet, lovely man, who had suffered over the years because of the poverty they'd been forced to endure, and she grieved for him even more than he did for Florrie, who seemed to have brought him little in the way of comfort or affection. I don't know what you're talking about, Carrie. What do you mean, what's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen. Alfie will go after war because he's been called up, and I'll just get on with it, like most other people are in this terrible time. What else can I do? You can come with me to Nightingale Lane. We've got room. The refugees will likely be going home to Belgium after Christmas, and you and Alfie can have the attic flat. It's lovely up there now. Tommy's painted it, and Ida and I have furnished it really nice. Please, Dad, come home with me. Oh, no, Carrie, don't take on. He turned from the fire and sat in the old kitchen chair, pulling on his slippers that had holes in where his big toes poked through. This is my home, mine and your mother's.
I've lived here all my married life. Why would I want to leave the place where all my memories of her are?
Because you're getting older, Dad. And because it'll mean I won't have to worry about you being on your own. You've never lived alone, have you? Mum's always been here. She did the cooking and the cleaning. And how are you going to keep up with that as well as going to work?
Arthur said nothing.
So, you and Alfie, what have you been eating since Mum was ill?
Arthur raised his eyes to look at her, then stared into the fire.
I looked in the cupboard, Dad. There's not enough there to keep a flea alive, let alone 2 grown men. You can't go to the pub and eat there every day. That will kill you stone dead within a fortnight.
I know how to cook, I'm not daft. She sat in the old chair opposite his and put her hand on his, resting on his knee. She felt the coarse, wrinkled skin under her palm, the calluses on his thumb, the scratches and cuts from lifting and stacking wooden crates, the splinters ingrained in his flesh.
You're the undaftest man I've ever met.
He raised a little smile when he heard her say that. I haven't heard that in a while. Undaft. That was one of your mother's funny words. His voice broke, and he collapsed in the chair, silent sobs racking his body.
What will I do? What will I do?
Carrie leant forward and put her arms around him, holding him while he cried. She could hardly believe what had happened. She had always imagined Florrie outliving them all, her domineering personality and unforgiving nature fending off any illness that would break an easier-going person. But here she was, comforting her father, who was reeling from the loss of the woman who had been the author of all their lives.
Look, Dad, I understand what you're saying, and there's no hurry. I'm not my mother, and I won't push you into doing something you're not comfortable with, but I'd like you to just think about it. Me and Tommy talked about it last night, and I know he and Pearl would love it if you came to us. You've got grandkids there who need you.
He looked up then, his face blotchy from crying, and stared unblinking at her. Why do they need me?
Because you're their only granddad. Granddads have magical powers that parents don't have. You know that. It's time John got to know you, and you to know him. And then there's little Eliza. She needs you too.
Who?
Carrie frowned. Eliza, Tommy and Pearl's little girl, born premature. Did you not know? He shook his head, and then it dawned on them both that this was something else that Florrie had kept from him. Pearl was taken so bad, so they took her into the hospital in Poplar and delivered Eliza early. Pearl's at home now, still recovering, and Eliza's being cared for at the hospital until she's strong enough to come home.
I just don't understand how you'll have room for everyone in that house. You make it sound never-ending.
Carrie chuckled. Do you know, Dad? It almost has been. The thing is, you've never visited. You don't know what it's like, and you're my dad. If anyone should know, you should.
He nodded. I'm sorry, Carrie, for the way things turned out.
She hugged him to her. They turned out fine in the end. But I've missed you, Dad. Tommy misses you too. He needs his dad around. He might be a husband and father, but he's still young. He's always looked up to you.
I don't know why. I was never allowed to be myself.
He smiled, and Carrie knew he bore no malice against Florrie for her domineering him. What do you think about it? Please.
He looked around the sparse front room, the shabby furniture, the faded curtains and the moth-eaten rugs, and nodded. But what will happen to this place?
Carrie shrugged. Another family can make their own memories here like we did. You'll bring yours with you, and we'll join them together with ours. We can reminisce until the cows come home.
You got cows in that garden of yours?
She smiled broadly, and he returned it. Will you think about it then? She asked him, squeezing his hand. He nodded.
I will, Carrie. I'll think about it. Chapter 58. The world seemed a different place from the one Carrie knew as she watched the flames leap up the chimney in her sitting room. It was though she was in a dream, that what had happened hadn't really, and that soon she would wake up and everything would be as it was. That Florrie had died had hit her harder than she ever thought possible. How many times had Carrie cursed her mother for what she'd put her through, for the way she treated Tommy, and for the life she had led Arthur. Yet here she was, morose, tearful, and feeling wretched, and she knew what she was feeling was the grief of the bereaved. She'd never understood Florrie, and Florrie had never understood her. That alone had been the biggest problem between them. Carrie was like Arthur, but with a harder centre. For her, complying with Florrie's ethos on life would have been totally wrong, and it was why they had never agreed on anything, even when she was little. Florrie had favoured Carrie's sister Elsie at first, a blonde, blue-eyed girl with a perfect skin who could do no wrong until she met Len West, whom Florrie thought she could mould like everyone else. But Len had other ideas. Instead, he had taken her money, the money she had received from Arnold Bateman, money that hadn't done anyone any good, least of all Carrie, who was still paying the price for Florrie's deceit. Florrie had shifted her favouritism onto Alfie, Florrie and Arthur's youngest son. Yet Carrie knew it was a favouritism no one would want. It was Florrie's way of moulding the boy to her whims and wishes. That Alfie had been the only one to cry at her bedside had been telling, and she wondered how he would be now that her guiding hand was no longer with him. He would need to grow up fast. He'd been called up to fight, and it would make a man of him, and as terrified as she was for him, she thought it might be the one thing that would turn him around and allow him to be his own person instead of Florrie's puppet, and at times her whipping boy. Carrie rose wearily and went into her bedroom where she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Around her was everything she had chosen with David in mind. She wanted the room feminine with a classic edge, so that David didn't think he was entering a boudoir. He was masculine in his outlook. His role in the army was important to him, and she'd wanted the room to be for both of them, for their shared private moments that only they knew. When he was missing in action, everything she had done had been with David in her thoughts and in her heart, her prayers beseeching whoever was listening to return him to her. She lay her hand flat against the eiderdown on the other side of the bed and imagined him there, laying with her on the softness. She turned onto her side and closed her eyes, picturing his face, his soulful eyes like brown velvet, the long dark lashes, the smattering of freckles across his nose, and the kind, generous mouth and almost sculptured chin. He was a handsome man. Even when he had returned to her in Nightingale Lane, he was still attractive. His need for her had almost made him more so. But the sharpness had been softened by his experiences. The eyes had lost their bright alertness, the full lips had become a morose straight line, and his nature had been soured by the hatred he felt for the enemy in France where his men had been slaughtered. Was he lost to her? Completely lost to her? She woke some hours later. The fire in the sitting room had burnt down to a hissing glow, and in that strange place between sleep and awake, she thought she'd heard a noise from John's room. Reaching for the clock on the dresser, she realised she'd slept through the evening rounds. Training Hannah and Elitza to take over for a few hours had been one of the best decisions she'd made, and she knew that with Ida's help, they would easily provide the care she usually gave the soldiers who came to Nightingale Lane for convalescence. All that was left to do was the evening morphine dosages, which only Carrie was permitted to deliver. She swung her legs off the bed and pushed the joining door into John's room a little wider. He'd spent much of the day at Dorothy's with Dottie and Seraphina's tutor, and had been exhausted when he'd returned home. He was only 2.5, still a baby really. Yet she felt safe knowing he slept in the room next to hers. She'd expected him to be a soft mound in his bed, snoring gently with his thumb half in his mouth. But he was kneeling up on the window seat, looking out of the window, a curtain drawn aside to reveal the night sky.
"John, sweetheart, what are you doing? Why aren't you in bed?" "It's that man again,"
he said without turning to her and pressing his nose against the glass.
"It's the man from before."
Carrie's blood ran cold, and she went across to the window and looked out onto the street. There were no streetlights because of the blackout, but someone had painted the top half of a porch light with black paint, so just the bottom half gave out an eerie half-light that puddled on the ground. It had been snowing again, heavier this time, and even with no lighting, it made it possible to see the dark smudges of leafless trees that lined the street. the pavement curb edge where the snow had become slushy with footfall, and the attic windows in the houses opposite from where muted light had been allowed to escape through the leaded lights. "What man, John? Were you dreaming?" "No, Mamma. John not dreaming." He pointed to the other side of the street. "The man was there. The man from before." Carrie pulled John gently away from the window and let the curtain fall back into place. "The man from before? Can you tell me, John? Who is it?" He frowned and shook his head. "He wore a hat." Carrie inhaled deeply, acknowledging to herself that to question John too closely would do more harm than good. She picked him up and laid him on his bed, pulling the covers across him and tucking him in. "It's just a dream, sweetheart. Nothing to worry about. I think you should go back to sleep now. It'll soon be Christmas, and we have lots to do tomorrow." She smoothed his curls back from his forehead and glanced back at the window. Someone had been in the street opposite the house. It could have been perfectly innocent, but anxiety flooded through her when she thought of who it might be. Arnold said he would take whatever she wasn't prepared to give him, and he knew the way to hurt her was to hurt John. Dolores had told her he was meant to be in France, yet wasn't sure, and he had friends, people like him who would do anything for money. She swallowed as nausea threatened to overwhelm her. But she felt sure this had been a warning, one she could not ignore. "Who was it?" asked Ida, as Carrie prepared the morphine doses. "Do you think John knew him?" "He said it was the man from before. He's so little, Ida. How can I question him? It could have been anyone." "Who could have been anyone?" Tommy came into the kitchen with Joshka, just returned from a late evening shift at Silvertown. They were covered in brick dust and still wearing their work boots. "Will you get out of my kitchen, please?" cried Ida, looking cross. "Look at all that muck, Tommy. You know the rules. Get clean before you come in here. There's food about." "Yeah, sorry," said Tommy, looking contrite. He lifted his chin to Joshka. "We better leave before Ida blows a gasket." "I don't have gaskets to blow, but I won't have brick dust in my kitchen, do you hear?" Tommy held up his hand, a grin across his face. "We're gone, we're going," he said, moving towards the kitchen door, then leaning in towards Carrie. "But who could have been anyone?" Carrie followed him out into the hall and leaned against the wood panelling. Whoever it was standing outside John's bedroom window. "What?" "He said it was the man from before." She shook her head, her face etched with anxiety. "I'm scared, Tommy. Arnold said he would take whatever I wouldn't give him." "But he doesn't want John, does he?" "No, but he knows how to get to me. The thing is, I went to see Dolores yesterday, and she told me he was due back in France, but she didn't think he went. I don't know why that would be, unless her story about training is true. I know he's been promoted. Maybe that's why he hasn't gone yet." "But you're worried if he did, it could be someone he'd asked to stand outside on his behalf." Tommy's lips formed a straight line and drew in a breath. "Can't hurt you though, can he? Whoever it is. He can stand outside as much as he wants. He's just trying to put the willies up you. It's what he does." "You know what kind of man he is. He cares about no one but himself. His own mother said as much. And I think he's desperate. He says he'll go to law to get what he wants, but he'll try intimidation and bullying first because he's frightened of what I might say about him. This kind of scaremongering would be typical of Arnold. He's a horrible man." "Don't I know it?" Tommy looked thoughtful. "Have you thought about reporting him to his regiment? What about Marcus? Can't he do something about him?" She nodded. "I've thought about it, but if I scupper his career in his beloved army, there's no telling what he would do. And as for Marcus, I'm not sure I want to ask him to get involved, at least not before I've tried something else." "Which is?" "Offering Arnold money." Tommy turned away in frustration. "No, Carrie, don't give him anything. Why the hell should he have it?" "Because I want him to leave me alone, and it's all I've got to give him, apart from a share of the house which he thinks he's entitled to, and if I had to part with half of it, it would break my heart." "So if you give him money, it's going to have to be enough to satisfy him. You could be talking—" Tommy blew out a breath. "God, Carrie, I don't know. Surely you don't have that kind of money." "No, but I'd have to get it." He looked aghast. "A moneylender?" She nodded. "I've got some money saved,
It's not a fortune, but if I use that as well, it might just be enough.
Until he comes back for another cut.
It might be a risk I'll have to be prepared to take.
Have you washed yourself yet, Tommy? Ida called from the kitchen. Don't be dropping all that dust all over my nice clean floor.
Tommy rolled his eyes.
I better go. I want to try and organise a visit for Pearl with the hospital in Poplar to see Eliza. I think she's ready for it, and I want her to see the progress Eliza's made.
She's doing well, isn't she?
A broad smile transformed his face. She really is. She's a tough little thing like her mum. He put a hand on Carrie's shoulder. Don't give in to Bateman, Carrie. He's no better than a cheap crook, and if you give him anything, he'll just expect more and more. It's a dangerous road to go down. 2 days later, and 4 days before Christmas, Carrie received news that the Belgian refugees she had taken in would be returning to their homeland. She had been expecting that her families would want to leave sooner rather than later. Many had been repatriated when the front had been made relatively secure for returnees. She knew that for them this was wonderful news. They would be given assistance to return to their homes, and she could only imagine how they had felt when they had had to leave everything they knew and loved in a great hurry, with little opportunity to take even a change of clothing with them. She told Hannah, Benjamin and their daughters first. They were elated that they would be going home. Rebecca and Lila held hands and jumped up and down, ecstatic that they would be seeing their friends again. And Hannah threw her arms around Benjamin and then Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you for telling us.
We have been waiting for the news. Some of us have returned already, but as Jews, we waited, yes? You'll still be here over Christmas, Hannah. I don't know if you want to join us in our celebrations. Many of our soldiers will be well enough to go home to their families until they're called up to fight again. So there won't be as many of us, just the family, and Ida, of course. We'll have dinner during the afternoon, which Ida will want to cook. I hope you'll join us. Hope all of you will want to join us. Benjamin nodded, and Hannah's smile didn't leave her face.
A last meal together, yes. What a journey we have been on since we left our village near Namen. I can't believe we will see it again. I thought we would not see it again.
Carrie reached for her hand, a friend to a friend. You never told us, Hannah or Elitza, and Gregor or Joshka. You've never confided, told us what happened. Hannah sat on the bed and encouraged Carrie to sit beside her. Benjamin and the girl sat on cushions on the floor as Hannah spoke, haltingly, her voice laced with emotion, as she recalled the fear they had felt when they left their home.
We had to leave. Many had already been killed. When we got to the road leading out of the village, our neighbours were there. People walking for their lives. We were all... She fluttered her hands out in front of her. All went to different places. To France, to England, to the Netherlands. Our family, aunts, uncles, we live in the same village. We don't know where they are. We were so frightened. Old people die by the road. Sick people die on the way to England. Children too. So tired. So much walking. We were all so sad to leave our homes, to leave each other. We did not know where we would go. We did not know we would come here, to you, Carrie. Many people not so lucky. Some children without their parents. We worry what will happen to them.
She looked at the girls, and they got up from their place on the floor where they had sat quietly, listening to their mother, and ran to her, throwing their arms around her.
Benjamin and I are lucky to have Rebecca and Lila with us. But my parents? I don't know.
You don't know where your parents are?
No. We think maybe the Netherlands. We were separated. My father walked very slow. They told us to take the girls and get away quickly. We didn't want to leave them, but they said to go.
I'm so sorry, Hannah. They might already be back at home in your village.
Hannah nodded. Yes. We hope. We pray.
I'll pray too. We'll think about them during Christmas. My friend Dorothy, Mrs. Tremaine, might be able to find something out about your parents. Write their names on some paper, and I'll ask her to inquire for you.
Hannah squeezed Carrie's hand and smiled. Thank you, Carrie. You are a good friend.
Alitza and I will never forget you, and Ida, for helping us, for making us welcome in your home." When Carrie closed the door to Hannah and Benjamin's room, tears pricked her eyes, and she felt humbled. She wondered how they had survived all they'd been through, how they had endured the walk across Belgium and witnessed such heartbreak without it changing who they were, without making them bitter and vengeful. They had been strong. Their children had depended on them to find a place of safety for them, and Carrie recognised that a strong will, a strength of character, and the desire to provide a safe haven for your child will galvanise a parent to do everything they could to protect that child, even if it meant putting oneself in danger. The child was the most important person, the one who mattered the most. John, her John, the little boy who had brought her so much joy. She would do all in her power to make sure his future was secure, ensure that 99 Nightingale Lane would always be his home. It was where he belonged after all. It was the house where his father was born and lived, the house for which Carrie had worked and had bought so that she and her family could live in safety, and where she could provide a safe haven for others. She would never let anyone take it from them. "Over my dead body," she said under her breath. Chapter 59. Carrie tried to make the following days after Florrie's death as routine as she could, as much for her own sake as anyone else's. John had sensed that Carrie had been upset by something, because he insisted on climbing onto her lap and putting his arms around her neck. "Mama?" he'd whisper to get her attention, his breath warm against her ear and her hair. It was as if he were asking her the question, why? Why was she so quiet and seemingly so far away? Why were she and Tommy constantly talking quietly about someone called Arthur? And why were they always mentioning what would happen after Christmas, when they hadn't even opened their Christmas presents yet? Carrie always had a smile for him, but the change in her family dynamic had affected her. The strongest character hadn't proved to be so, and she thought there was no rhyme or reason to it. It challenged her belief system, the one that had told her the strongest always survives, the stoutest the most formidable, the fiercest. Yet here they were, confronting the death of the most hard-headed of them all. She had thought about it a great deal, and considered that it was perhaps Florrie's inflexibility that had caught her off guard. She would never bend to anyone else's will, was brittle in her approach to other people, exacting to the last degree and deeply antagonistic. Carrie administered her duties as though on automatic, the routines and necessary practices so ingrained in her she could have dispensed them in her sleep. And Florrie's death wasn't the only thing that occupied her thoughts. When her mind went to the man standing on the pavement opposite the house, her limbs and torso would quiver with anxiety, making her legs turn to jelly. She had tried to apply some loose logic to it. Unconvincing, she knew, but a possibility that it was no one in particular, that John had got it wrong, and it was someone he thought he knew. That the man waiting in the street was wearing a hat gave no clue. Men wore hats. She had also considered showing John photographs, but realised that she did not possess one photograph of the man she was convinced was watching the house, and if he had organised someone else to intimidate her, they wouldn't know who it was, so a photograph would be useless. She wondered what the next step would be, whether he would try and get into the house, or whether he would accost her on the street. What did criminals do when they were trying to extort something out of someone? And this was how she thought of Arnold Bateman. She realised it now, as a criminal. Not because of the way he wanted to live his life. She had learnt over the years that everyone was different, and even if the law was not on his side, she felt everyone should have a choice. It was because of his disrespect for others, for Carrie, whom he'd married under false pretences and used violence to get her to do his bidding, for his mother, who was a good woman, and even the young men he coerced into his way of thinking. How much choice had he given Carrie when he'd laid a fist on her and left her senseless, sprawled on the floor of the veranda at the bungalow in Secunderabad? How much choice did his mother have that she had suffered under the fists of his father, and been forced to raise a son in his image, and in his philosophy that women were no better than slaves? How much choice did the young men he should have been training to be good soldiers have when they perhaps thought that not to comply with Arnold's wishes would mean an unbearable life in the ranks?
The following 2 nights after Florrie's death, and when John had alerted Carrie to the man in the street, she had stood silently by the window in his bedroom after putting John to bed, the curtain pushed slightly away from the window frame so that she could clearly see the pavement opposite the house, and waited and watched. She had marvelled at how her eyes became used to the gloom outside the window, how different everything looked when there was nothing to light the street. There was a permanent blackout. No street lamp shone from the beautiful wrought-iron lamps that lined Nightingale Lane, or from the intricate porch lamps that every house had at its entrance. Curtains had to be drawn to block out the light from the windows, and bending of the rules was reported immediately, and the penalty was not just a fine, but derision from those who thought that anyone selfish enough not to adhere to the instructions the government had given the people of Great Britain could not possibly care about the war effort and the young men sent to fight. Some had painted their porch lamps so that any pale light emanating from them showed only the steps in front of their house and did not flood the pavement. This was of no help to Carrie, but the snow that had fallen constantly for the previous 2 days did help, and she wondered if it was that very thing that had prevented the man, whoever he was, from continuing his watch on the house. He wanted to be seen, but not by her. Was it only John he was interested in? She shuddered and gave up her surveillance, glancing into her bedroom and the clock on the bedside table. 11:30. She hadn't realised how long she had waited. Sighing, she pulled the curtain tight across the window. She still had her duty to the soldiers, and staying up all night was out of the question. She made for the door, but something made her turn and put her hand to the corner, drawing it slightly aside for one last look. She drew in a breath and felt her skin go hot. A movement in the shadows of the houses opposite. There was someone there, she was sure of it. She let the curtain fall again and took deep breaths to compose herself. I must know who it is, she thought, because until then I won't know what to do. She took another breath, then drew the curtain slightly aside. A curl of smoke gave whoever it was away, then an increasing orange glow as someone pulled deeply on a cigarette. Carrie hardly breathed, frightened to allow her body to move in case it alerted them that she was there. She waited. After a few minutes, a cigarette stub was thrown onto the pavement, where she saw it glow brightly for a moment, then become extinguished by the snow. She swallowed hard again and levelled her breath. I will know who you are, she thought. I have to. Suddenly the light in the porch of the house opposite was illuminated. Just the bottom half could be seen where the top had been painted with black paint, but it drew enough light into the porch to show an outline of a man wearing an army overcoat and a peaked cap. The shadows the porch light cast sharpened the contours of his face, the wide-set eyes, the jaw resolute, the lips unsmiling now yet generous. She leant back a little, her mouth dropping open in surprise. She didn't want him to see her, didn't want him to know he had been discovered in case it frightened him into believing he could not return. David Lawrence, standing opposite her home, hiding in the shadows, was David Lawrence, the man she had never stopped loving or wanting, the man for whom she waited and would continue to wait until he needed her again, needed her enough for him to realise he could always come back into her life. She pressed her lips together to prevent her instinct to cry out to him from taking over. Tears flooded her eyes, and she stepped away from the window to brush them away, wanting nothing to mar her vision. She wanted to see him, all of him. She wanted to hold him, to touch him, to talk with him as they had when he was well. She needed him so badly, and it was only now that she could admit to herself that her need for him had weakened her because she knew there was no way for her to reason with him. The decision had to be made by him and he alone. There was nothing more she could do. She inhaled again and leant forward, pulling the curtain aside just an inch or so. She needed one last look at him before he left to return to wherever it was he now made his home. The pavement opposite the house was cast in shadow. The porch light had been extinguished, and darkness prevailed once more. There was no curl of smoke, no minuscule orange glow from a lighted cigarette, and no one hiding in the shadows. David Lawrence had gone.
Darling, are you absolutely sure? Carrie nodded. It was him, Dorothy. I'd know him anywhere. She had taken John to Dorothy's to be included in Dottie and Seraphina's music lesson because she wanted everything to remain the same for him. There had been so many changes in such a short space of time that it concerned her that he might become unsettled. It was nearly Christmas, just 2 days away, the first Christmas he would have any knowledge of, and she wanted nothing to spoil it. Dorothy raised her glass to her lips and sipped her gin fizz, encouraging Carrie to do the same. So what will you do? Do you think he's still at the Alexandria?
I'm thinking he isn't, but I don't know for sure. The only way for me to know is to ask for him there.
They might not tell you. If he has forbidden them to give out information on his behalf, they won't divulge his whereabouts.
To be honest, I'm not expecting them to tell me where he is, but I'm hoping they'll take pity on me and let me know if he's still in the nursing home or not. At least then I'll know whether he's either been discharged or he discharged himself and they sanctioned it.
It will mean he's staying somewhere else.
For the time being, I'd be happy to know just that.
He still loves you, doesn't he?
Carrie ran her hands over her face. She'd cried when she'd discovered it was David watching the house, and the discovery had brought with it a new set of emotions that she was struggling to contain. Sleep eluded her still. She had always believed a good night's sleep would help mend many things, and Ida Coyle believed in the benefits of sleep wholeheartedly. But finding that sleep, allowing her body and mind to let go and lose the worries that beset her, was almost impossible. I never doubted his love for me, Dorothy. Through all of this, I could never believe that David had lost his love for me. We meant so much to each other, had made so many promises to each other. He risked his position in the army, his reputation, and the respect of his men and his seniors so we could be together. Arnold could have ruined him. And if I hadn't known about him and the life he led, he almost certainly would have. It was still a risk, because we can never be sure what someone is capable of when they're out to get revenge, especially someone like Arnold. David was Arnold's captain, and Arnold and I were married. A frown knotted her eyebrows. Such as it was, she nodded, as much to herself as to Dorothy. Yes, he took a risk, and he did it because he loved me. Sadness crossed Dorothy's face as she acknowledged her friend's loyalty and undying love for David Lawrence, a man who had all but cast her aside. Is he the same man, darling? Do you think it's possible that David will come back to himself, to return to the life he knew, to the love you shared? I have to believe it, don't I? I must believe it. I still love him with all my heart. No other man will take his place, apart from my sweet John. He's everything to me, and I will wait. I will wait for him until he's ready to make that decision. What if it was Marcus? You adore him, don't you? Dorothy smiled and leant her head to one side, her husband appearing in her mind's eye. Oh, I do, she nodded. Yes, I adore him. He is kindness and understanding and loyalty wrapped up in one man. She reached for Carrie's hand. I know how lucky I am, Carrie, believe me. I know I can be a bit brash sometimes, and I like to have my own way, everyone knows that about me. But the good Lord smiled on me the day he sent Marcus Tremaine into my path. From the very first time I saw him, I knew he was the one, and he always says he felt the same. My sister, Naomi, said the room crackled when we stood next to each other. We were meant to be together. We feel strongly that Violet and Sebastian are the visible proof of that love. We made them together. Yes, I know, I'm lucky, darling. Carrie squeezed her hand. I knew you'd understand, Dorothy. We may have been brought up in different worlds, but we're very much the same. Love is all, isn't it? The path that David and I have walked has been very different from yours and Marcus's. Ours has been strewn with rocks, still is, and I don't know what will happen. But I love him enough to want to find out. If he cannot find it in his heart to continue our life together, to build on the love we have, I will have to accept his decision. It will break your heart. I think my heart is already broken, Dorothy. I'm hoping that David will find the courage to mend it. That evening, Carrie joined Tommy in his and Pearl's sitting room to talk about Arthur. John sat on the rug in front of the fire playing with a wooden train set. Have you asked him? Tommy asked her. Does he know we want him to come here? He knows, but I'm worried about him, Tommy. She sighed and rubbed her fingers across her eyes. There just seems to be so much to think about. There's no thinking about it. If he doesn't want to live here, he won't. I reckon he can be stubborn too, you know. It wasn't just Florrie who knew how to dig her heels in.
But he and Alfie aren't eating properly. They had nothing in the cupboard apart from a jar of onions Mum had pickled last Christmas and a knob of bread that was so old it had gone hard. What are they living on, for God's sake?
Tommy shrugged. Well, I know what I'd do.
Pearl chuckled. Yeah, we know what you'd do too. The pub isn't always the answer. The food they serve there would see you off if nothing else did. And they've had illness in their house. Don't they need feeding up? Alfie's going to the front at the beginning of the year. He won't last 5 minutes without some food inside him. They need to come here.
Bloody hell, are you two ganging up on me? I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah, they need to come here, but not by sticking their arms up their backs. It don't work like that. They're their own men. If Dad wants to come here, he'll come. You can't force him.
Carrie shook her head in frustration. Why am I always waiting for someone to do something? It's life. People don't always do what you expect them to do. Ain't that the truth?
Tommy stared at her and she blinked at him.
What?
I hear it was David who was outside the house that night.
Who told you? Oh well, it must have been Ida.
He nodded and raised his eyebrows.
I don't know why you're looking at me like that. There's nothing I can do.
Why don't you run outside and drag him in? Let him know how much you want him here.
Pearl chuckled again. There you go again, Tommy Dobbs. Mr. Sensitivity. Do you really think that would work after everything that's happened?
Just a thought.
Yeah, well, it's a daft one. The knocker clanging against the front door made them jump, and Carrie laughed. We're all on pins. What's wrong with us?
We're in the middle of a war.
So who do you think this is then? Carrie said with a grin on her face. The Boche?
Might be. I'll get me gun.
Yeah, you do that.
Pearl and Tommy waited for Carrie to return. When she joined them, the expression on her face told her it wasn't a German soldier at the door.
We've got a visitor.
Someone pushed past Carrie, nearly knocking her off her feet.
So, when were you ever going to tell me about Mum?
Obviously not, because I heard about her passing down at the pub. Some brother and sister you turned out to be.
Tommy's eyes widened, and Carrie looked away.
Elsie, he cried, what are you doing here?
What the bloody hell do you think I'm doing here? Me ma was dead and no one thought to tell me. Her eldest and the one she was closest to. I bet you didn't even give me a second thought, did you? Thanks a bunch. Why don't you take the weight off your feet, Elsie, said Pearl, and you might want to think before you speak. There's a little boy sitting over there. Please don't swear.
What have we all turned into, eh? La-di-da, I suppose now you're living here.
She lifted her chin to John.
I suppose he's Johann Stern's bastard, isn't he?
Right, said Carrie, that's enough. You either watch your language, Elsie, or you're out in your ear. Sister or no sister, do you hear me?
I don't know why you're so up yourself, Carrie. At least Rose's mum and dad are married.
Carrie crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared hard at Elsie. Oh, is that right? And where is he, that husband of yours? Elsie's face took on a sulky look. Away on business. Business, is it? And how is business these days? He's doing all right. The last I heard, he'd been in a punch-up at the pub and the police got involved. Spent a few days at His Majesty's pleasure, didn't he? How come he's not in France?
His eyesight's bad, and Len can't help it if people are jealous of him. People don't like it when you're doing well.
He's a businessman. It's what people don't like, and they think they can say what they like about him.
She glared at Carrie. Even when it's got nothing to do with them.
Carrie could feel her anger rising, and she was worried to ask the next question. Where's Rose tonight?
Elsie sniffed, then wiped her nose on the back of her hand.
At the flat? She's all right. On her own?
Elsie glared at Carrie.
I said she's all right, didn't I? Anyway, I know what you're doing. You're trying to change the subject. I came here about Mum and why I wasn't informed, of her passing, I mean. I can't believe you didn't even try to find me to tell me. I'm very hurt. I'm still part of this family, whether you like it or not. Carrie went across to John and took him by the hand. Shall we get you into bed, John? It's getting late, sweetheart. Can't I stay up because we've got visitors? Carrie smiled. Not tonight. And we've only got 2 more night times and then Father Christmas will come. Bet be a good boy then. Auntie Ida's said. Auntie Ida's right. When Carrie returned to Pearl and Tommy's sitting room, Elsie had made herself comfortable on the sofa in front of the fire, a big glass of amber-coloured whisky in her hand, of which she took liberal gulps, wiping her mouth on her sleeve and leaving smears of bright red lipstick on her shabby coat. "Oh, that's good," she said, pressing her lips together to savour the alcohol. "They don't sell whisky like this down at the pub, just the crap stuff that would take paint off a door. Christ knows what it's doing to our insides." "Maybe it would be best not to drink it then," said Tommy, his face hard with disappointment. "Yeah, that's right, Tommy. It's all right for you, though, isn't it? Living here with Madam Bountiful. You've really fallen on your feet, haven't you?" She gave him a steely glare, then glanced at Pearl. "And you, Pearl? You living here now?" "Pearl and Tom are married, Elsie. And they work here. Not that it's any of your business," said Carrie. "Now what do you want?" Elsie turned in her seat, her eyes bright with alcohol. "Why are you talking to me like that? I'm his sister. Not that anyone would know it. Our mum has passed, and you didn't even have the decency to let me know, and you're talking to me like I don't matter." She slammed the glass down on the side table, spilling what was left of the whisky over her hand. "She was my mother," she began to sob. "The only one I'll ever have. I know she was difficult, but I loved her." She growled at them, her teeth bared. "Which is more than you two ungrateful wretches. You couldn't have cared less, and you couldn't care less about me and Rose neither." Carrie shook her head at Elsie's histrionics. This was usual behaviour for Elsie when she didn't get her own way in anything, but Carrie had hoped she'd grown out of it. "For a start, we didn't know where you were living, Elsie, so you can get off your high horse about that. And from what I hear, you don't even respect yourself, let alone anyone else," said Carrie, the sympathy she had begun to feel for Elsie swiftly deserting her. "That businessman husband of yours has led you into quite a life, hasn't he? And I'll thank you to keep your voice down. We have soldiers here who are convalescing, and they need peace and quiet, not some loud-mouthed fishwife screaming at the top of her voice." Elsie picked up the glass from the table and drained it, placing it back on the table. "Well, I'm sorry, aren't I? I didn't know you had sick men here. Any of them want a bit of fun? I've met some of these soldiers. They like a bit of How's Your Father?" She looked around the room, then at Carrie, Tommy and Pearl. "This place could be a nice little earner for me," she said, grinning. Carrie stood. "Out!" Elsie stared at her. "What?" "I said out. This is a convalescence home, not a bloody knocking shop. Go on, Elsie, pick up your skirts and get out of here. You'll give us a bad name. And please don't think there are any easy pickings here. If you thought that, you're very much mistaken." Elsie got sulky again. "I'm not going till I know when Ma's funeral is. I've got a right to be there. You can't stop me, I'm a daughter. And Dad will want me there, I know he will. And when we know, we'll let you know." "What? Have you organised it yet?" "It might have escaped your notice, Elsie, but it's Christmas. The churches don't carry out funerals over Christmas. It will be in the new year." "So how will you let me know?" "Where's your flat?" Elsie held her hand up to her face and inspected her fingernails. "It's not exactly a flat." Tommy frowned at her, and then it dawned on him. "You're living in a brothel, aren't you? Don't tell me. It's the one down Buck Row, isn't it?" Elsie turned a flirtatious look on him. "Oh, Tommy. Know it well, do you? I'll be keeping an eye on him if I were you, Pearl. There's no saying what he's getting up to." Tommy stood and got hold of her arm, and Carrie couldn't help noticing, none too gently. "I know what they say about it, and none of it's good. If you're living there with that kiddie, and I pity you and her, more her, poor little mite, I'll ask you again, is she on her own there?" "Not exactly on her own." "So you've left her with the other tarts, probably in your room by herself. So really she is on her own, because your so-called friends are all probably flat on their backs." "A girl's got to earn somehow." She glanced at Carrie. "We haven't all got men to pay for everything." Tommy pushed her towards the door and into the hall. "We'll let you know when Mum's funeral's taken place. And now we know how low you've sunk, we'll get a message to you." "You should come yourself, Tommy. They'd all love you there." Tommy opened the door and pushed her out into the snow. "Yeah, that's right," she sneered at him. "Push me out. Me and my little un have got nothing, and here you are in all your finery. You and that sister of mine have certainly come up in the world. Well, you mark my words, Tommy Dobbs. It won't last. It can't last. 'Cause there's some who think she doesn't deserve what she's got. There's some who think it's time she shared it out a bit and do what's fair.
And who might that be? She tapped the side of her nose, giggling, then sauntered unsteadily down Nightingale Lane as she slipped on the snow, turned slushy by the horses that had gone by that afternoon and frozen solid. Her unsteadiness not just because of the iciness underfoot. Tommy was sure the whiskey they'd given her hadn't been her first drink that evening, and was certain it wouldn't be her last. He went into the sitting room and warmed his hands by the fire, the presence of their visitor weighing heavily on the three of them. He shivered and rubbed the top of his arms to warm them, shaken by the change in his older sister.
"That was awful," said Pearl. "I don't ever remember her being like that."
Carrie stared into the flames.
"She wasn't, was she, Tommy?" She glanced at her brother, who said nothing. "She was always the one with airs and graces. Why she had them I never knew. As a family we were as poor as church mice. I reckon the mice had more to eat than we did, and we had nothing to spare. I always got the impression that Elsie thought she was a cut above us somehow. She has sunk about as low as she can get." She looked at her friend and sighed. "You're right, Pearl. It was awful. I'm heartbroken. She's my sister, and I hardly recognise her as the girl I was brought up with." She glanced at Tommy. "Tommy, you're quiet."
"Don't know what to say. She's changed so much. Her hair, it's like brass. She always had lovely blonde hair. And something's happened to her
body?"
Carrie finished the sentence for him.
"Her body is ravaged, scrawny. Her skin looked as though it hadn't seen a flannel in weeks. I hope she hasn't caught anything. Them soldiers she's been going with could have brought anything back from France. I don't suppose they were playing tiddlywinks if ever they managed to get time off." "Do they get time off at the front?" asked Pearl in a quiet, faraway voice. "I dunno," said Carrie. "Maybe we should ask the boys. I've tried not to ask them things because I haven't wanted to upset them. Suppose I could ask them."
"Can't leave them like that," said Tommy. "We must do something. Dad would want us to do something for her, and Mum, wouldn't she?"
Carrie shrugged. "Who knows? She never mentioned Elsie and Rose to me whenever I saw her. It's like they'd disappeared into thin air. Who knows what she wanted? Whatever it was, she never told me. That's not really a surprise. Mum never discussed anything that meant anything with me."
"It doesn't matter, does it? We can't leave them like that, especially little Rose. Only the good Lord knows what's happened to that child. She could be witnessing all sorts."
Pearl shrugged, then looked at her husband with admiration. "But Tommy, you've already said tonight that if someone doesn't want to do something, they can't be forced. It didn't look to me like Elsie was complaining about her life. If anything, she seemed to enjoy it, unless she's a good actress."
"I don't care," said Tommy. "She's made her choice, or maybe she didn't have one. I don't think we should be judging her for what she does. Len West is a complete and utter bastard, and why the hell Mum and Dad agreed for her to marry him is beyond me. But there it is. They are married, and there's nothing can be done about it now."
He sat opposite Carrie and leaned towards her.
"You do agree with me, don't you, that we must do something?"
Carrie nodded. "Yes, of course I do. But she'll bring trouble to our door. I just want you to realise what it might mean, what it will mean. She's been with Len West too long not to have learnt some of his ways. He sees everyone as a mark, and she's probably been taught to think the same thing. She's our sister, Tommy, and we need to help her and Rose. But it's not going to be easy, especially if Len West is still on the scene."
"It doesn't sound as if he was," said Pearl. "If she's living at the brothel in Bucks Row, there's no way he can be living there, surely." "He won't be living there unless he's using it as a business address, and I'm using the words loosely," said Tommy. "But whether he is or not, you can bet your bottom dollar Elsie's not the only one he's got on his grip. There'll be others. There's bound to be. It's one of the ways he makes his money, pimping out women for his own gain."
"So what will we do?" asked Pearl, reaching for Tommy's hand.
The thought of him going into the world of brothels, pimps and madams frightened her.
"I don't like the sound of it."
Tommy squeezed her hand to reassure her. "Carrie and me will go, won't we, sis?"
Carrie's mouth was a grim straight line, but she nodded, then rubbed Pearl's arm to reassure her. "Yeah, we'll go, and soon. If I'm honest, I'm worried sick about little Rose. I can't imagine the life she's leading. No child should be living in a brothel, and I can hardly believe one of our own would allow it to happen."
A heavy silence descended on them, and suddenly the excitement of Christmas together seemed a million miles away. "Merry Christmas?" said Carrie as she attempted a small smile. Tommy sighed. "Let's hope so." Chapter 60. "Will we go in the daytime?" Carrie asked Tommy the next morning. "The thing is, tomorrow is Christmas Eve." "Does it make a difference?" Carrie pulled a face. "I don't know." Tommy closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, I don't know either. Some of me mates went to the Bucks Row brothel. They wanted me to go, but I was too scared." Carrie took a long swig of her tea. "Thank God for that." "Anyway, I don't think it'll make a difference to that little girl, will it? She's stuck in that place whether she likes it or not." He tutted and banged his hand on the kitchen table, which made Carrie and Ida jump. "I know she's my sister, but I could bloody well—" He gave a deep sigh. "You know what I mean." Carrie nodded. Yeah, I do. I know what you mean. The fact that she's family makes it harder in a way. I'm mad as hell at her, but she's my sister, and I'm worried for her. Anything could happen to her." "My mum was a prostitute." Carrie stared at Ida. Her mouth dropped open, then at Tommy in disbelief, then at Ida again. "Ida?" Ida looked up from the breakfast tray she was preparing for the soldiers and nodded. Yes, she was. From when she was a young girl to the day she was killed. Murdered by the one they called Jack the Ripper. That's what they said, anyway. Or it might have been one of the two men she was seeing. She was 47 when he took her life, leaving me and my sister to fend for ourselves until an aunt took us in. Well, she said she was our aunt, but we didn't know any other, and there was no one around who cared whether she was or whether she wasn't. She weren't much different, mind. Always had different men in her rooms. We weren't allowed to say nothing unless they spoke to us first, and then we had to do a little curtsy and call them uncle. Uncle, indeed. They weren't no uncle, that I do know. "Oh, Ida, I didn't know." Ida smiled to herself. "Well, why would you, ducky? It's not the sort of thing you tell people, is it? And she came to a sticky end, so I suppose I put it to the back of my mind. I don't really remember her, to be honest. Just a faint memory, not even a photo. Shame, really." She pulled a chair away from the table and sat down heavily, her thoughts far away. Women don't have it easy. They never have, you know. If I was younger and more agile, I'd be one of them suffragettes. She glanced at Carrie. Like your friend Dorothy. And I understand why they do what they do, because no one will listen to them unless they stir up the water. They probably don't want to do it deep down, because nothing will change unless they change it. She rose from the table and straightened her apron, ready to start work again. But it don't matter what they do or how they change things. They'll always be prostitutes. They serve a purpose, and if a woman needs to make a few bob to feed her kiddies, there'll always be a punter ready to part with his change. Those girls don't make it easy on themselves, I grant you. Like your Elsie, she comes across as being hard-faced and up for anything. But you know, I don't think she's really like that. You remember her different, don't you? Carrie and Tommy both nodded. So perhaps you should think about her the way you remember, and not how she is now. She's married to that rat, Len West, and all he could think of her was that she was sitting on a gold mine, and he was going to make sure she used it. And it's likely she had no choice in the matter. Don't be too hard on her. Carrie and Tommy looked at each other, then both went over to Ida and put their arms around her. "You know we love you, don't you?" said Carrie. "You're a wonderful person, Ida. Whatever your mum did or didn't do, she brought you into the world, and you're the best person I know, so she did something right." Ida went bright red and got flustered. "Oh, don't be daft," she said, but she smiled broadly. I love you too. You know that. My life here is more than I could ever have wished for, and I'll always be grateful. I could have ended up like your Elsie, but I had a skill. I can cook. We all need to have something we can do, women especially. Don't forget that. You tell your Eliza, Tommy, to learn to do something. I'll teach her to cook. How's that?" Tommy gave her a squeeze. I'll keep you to it. Carrie watched the snow from the open front door as she stood waiting for Tommy. It gave Nightingale Lane the look of a Christmas card, clean, bright and sparkling with glitter. And she couldn't help her spirits rising, even though the task in front of her and Tommy was one of the most challenging she had ever undertaken. Her presents for John were packed and ready, hidden in an armoire in her bedroom. She had enjoyed every moment of wrapping them, wondering what Christmas morning would bring as he tore off the paper and string to see what Father Christmas had brought him. She had felt an excitement that she hadn't felt before, and realised that her happiness came from her son, and if no other person came along to share their life with them, she would be satisfied with the one they had together. Ida had advised her that the best time to visit the brothel would be early evening. The girls will be getting ready for their visitors, she said. If you go too early, they'll be asleep. They don't keep the same hours as you or I. If their madam and the maid have got anything about them, they won't answer the door until then. Carrie had shaken her head in astonishment at Ida's vast knowledge of so many things, and realised they had a real diamond in their midst. She had accepted Ida almost as a mother figure, her rotund comfortability and kind nature making Carrie feel a security and cherishing she had lacked from Florrie. She had grown to love the generous woman like a daughter loves a warm and caring mother. "You ready then?" said Tommy, as he shut the door to his and Pearl's room and shrugged on his overcoat. He held up a pair of knitted gloves and a tasselled scarf. "Pearl hasn't wasted her time while she's been resting," he said, comically rolling his eyes. "I'm not allowed to go out on the ice-bound snowdrifts of London without my scarf and gloves." Carrie giggled. "Stop complaining. You've got someone to care about you, haven't you?" "Yeah, I suppose so," he said, as he wound the too long scarf around his neck. "That quiet, caring, reasonable wife of mine's got a bossy streak in her. She's going to need it for when Eliza starts to grow up. I hear it gets worse before it gets better. You'll have 2 women to please, not just the one." "Great." They left the house and stepped out onto the snow-covered street. Carrie clutched Tommy's arm, tucking her hand into the crook of his elbow, relishing the warmth against her leather-gloved hand. It seemed suffocatingly dark, as though a black velvet cloak had been laid over the houses, even with a sharp white of snow. As they got to the end of Nightingale Lane, the appearance of the snow changed to slush mixed with detritus from muddy boots and horse excrement, turning it a filthy brown. "I'm scared, Tommy," she said. Her breath made a cloud of vapour as they walked at a good pace, the iciness leaving a sharpness against her lips and the back of her throat. "Everywhere seems different in daylight. I think if we could have gone to Buck's Row this morning, I would have felt more confident. But when the night draws in, everything seems more frightening. I don't like the shadows." Tommy chuckled. "You were always scared of the dark." She raised her head and looked at him. "Was I?" "Don't you remember?" She shook her head. "Mum said you were being feeble, and Dad said he didn't like the dark neither, because I think he was trying to make you feel better. So she said you were both feeble." "I don't think Mum was scared of anything." "No, but there's nothing wrong with a bit of healthy fear." He inhaled and shook his head. "Feels strange she's not in Hanbury Street anymore. I know it sounds bad, but I thought Dad would go first, didn't you?" She nodded. "Yeah, I did. What with that cough and all. He's had that cough for as long as I can remember. Maybe he's got used to it and it's just part of him now." They walked to the tram stop and took the tram to Whitechapel Road, where they got off at the 3rd stop. "Should we go and see Dad?" asked Carrie. "Perhaps he needs to know what's going on, with Elsie, I mean." "Afterwards. We want to talk to him anyway, don't we? So let's get this thing over and done with. You never know, we might have some good news for him." "Yeah," she raised her eyebrows. "Then again..." Bucks Row had been touched with the same magic as the rest of London. Thanks to the recent fall of snow, the seedy street looked like any other. But both Carrie and Tommy knew this place had a reputation, not least because it was a street where the murder of a woman had taken place, one of the sites of the Whitechapel murders. "It was a long time ago, Carrie," said Tommy, trying to sound confident. "And a way away from where the others were found." "I know, and I'm being silly, but I just wish Elsie wasn't living here, and Rose. What's she thinking, Tommy, to bring little Rose to live in a place like this?" "Remember what Ida said. Some women don't get a choice. And her being in a brothel is safer than doing what she does from her own front room. I reckon there's loads of women in Whitechapel doing what they have to do to put bread on the table. We said we wouldn't judge.
I'm trying not to, really I am. But all she had to do was go back home when Len West made it known to her that he wanted her to be a working girl and he would be a pimp. It's all she had to do. Florrie would have never turned her away because she was one of her favourites. Elsie and Alfie, the apples of her eye. Me and you? Not so much. He snorted.
Not all, come on. I asked Joshka where it was. It's right opposite the school.
He knew where it was,
she cried. Yeah, of course he did. Why wouldn't he? He's a single bloke, earning his own money. She looked contrite.
Oh, right. Then she frowned. Why did they put it opposite a school?
He laughed again. They probably didn't give it a thought. Just took the first house that came up for rent. He led her to the outside of a house, nondescript, the same as every other house in the street. Its door painted an unattractive brown. What were you expecting? Tommy whispered. A sign saying here's the brothel. She batted his arm in jest, and he knocked on the door. 3 knocks, then 2, he said.
Carrie rolled her eyes. Oh, blimey. A secret code for punters. We'll make sure you forget it after this, Tommy Dobbs.
The door was opened by a young woman dressed in a black dress, with her hair pulled severely off her face and swept into a bun at the back of her head. She wore spectacles that gave her an owl-like appearance, her nose sharp like a beak, thought Carrie. Yes, she said. She had an East End accent, but was doing her best to lace it with a high society timbre. We've come to see Elsie West, Tommy said. He drew up his chest, and Carrie knew he was holding his breath. She found his hand and squeezed it. The girl frowned, making her glasses slip down her beaky nose. She swiftly put them back with a finger and pulled her hand down just as swiftly, but not before Carrie could see her nails were bitten down to the quick. Who wants her?
We're family, said Carrie, and it's urgent.
Wait here, she said, and slammed the door, which remained closed until it was opened again by a sleepy Elsie dressed in a faded housecoat that gaped at the front, which did not provide any modesty. What the bloody hell do you two want? What are you doing here? You'll get me into trouble.
We want you to come with us, Elsie, said Carrie before Tommy could say anything. We want you to leave this all behind and stay with us at Nightingale Lane.
Elsie frowned. Why?
Carrie bristled. Why? Why do you think? You're living in a brothel with your child. That good enough an explanation for you? She felt Tommy grip her arm, and she collected herself and slowed her breathing. Pack your stuff and Rose's, if she's got anything to pack. There's a room waiting for you there. For a few minutes nothing was said, and all that could be heard was the snow hitting the pavement, as it fell even heavier than it was before they left Nightingale Lane, soaking the top of Carrie's hat. Then Elsie started to laugh, and laugh, and laugh. She could barely stand for laughing as she doubled up, holding her stomach as though she had a bellyache. Oh, she said, wiping the tears from her eyes, I've heard it all now. You want me to come and live in your posh house in Nightingale Lane? A whore in Nightingale Lane? Don't make me laugh. Oh, too late. You already did. It's not posh, Elsie. It's a convalescence home, like a hospital. It's not posh, I assure you. We live there, yes, but we work there too. Elsie wiped her nose on her sleeve. And what will I do? We can find you a job. Everyone who lives there does work of some kind. There's always plenty to do, and it's got to be better than what you're doing now. Elsie sniffed and wiped her nose again, then shook her head. This must be sending you half mad, having to come here and offer me anything, she said to Carrie. You and me are sisters, aren't we, but never friends. Carrie swallowed, but Elsie held her gaze. Just didn't get along. And you know why as well as I do. I'm like my mother, just like Florrie. She shifted her hip and leant on the other side of the doorframe. It'll never work. I wouldn't do it to you. Me in your house, trying to be something I'm not. And I wouldn't do it to me either. I know you think I'm scum and lower than low, but I've seen the high life, and when this war is over, I'll see it again. Len's earning decent money from his sidelines, and I'm doing all right here.
Why would I give that up?" "Because he's turned you into a whore," said Tommy through gritted teeth. "That was never you, Elsie." "How do you know what was me?" she said, turning on him suddenly angry. "You don't know anything about me, Tommy Dobbs. And you didn't care neither. Or you, Carrie. You two as thick as thieves, always whispering in corners and sharing things. Did you ever think to include me? Did you, hell? I know you didn't want to be sent away, Carrie, but I reckon Florrie did you a favour. Look where you are now. Wouldn't have that big house and people working for you, would you, if you hadn't been sent away?" Carrie didn't answer, but pulled Tommy's sleeve. "Come on, Tommy. I can't be bothered to explain it all to her. We tried." "No. Wait a minute." He pulled his arm away. "What about Rose? This isn't the right place for her, Elsie. Surely you can see that." "Her place is with me." "But she's not just with you, is she? She's with all the other tarts and all those men who come and go. Men you don't have a clue about. You don't know what they might do. It's not right, Elsie. Not for a little kiddie like that. Let me and Carrie look after her until things improve for you and Len." Carrie kept silent. She knew he was cajoling Elsie, and she knew he could do it too. "We can make sure she gets some schooling along with Carrie's lad. And you can get on with whatever it is you do without having to worry about her. And I know you worry about her, 'cause you're a mum, aren't you? All mums worry about their kids." To her surprise, Carrie saw Elsie's eyes fill with tears, which she quickly brushed away, looking embarrassed. "Of course I want better for her. Everyone wants better for their kids. But I'm doing my best, can't you see that?" "Yes," he said. "We can see how much you love her, and you're doing your best for her. So, do the right thing and let her come to us, just for the time being. You can come and see her whenever you want to." He glanced at Carrie. "That's right, isn't it, Carrie?" Carrie nodded. "And you'll be free from the worry. What about Len? What will I tell him?" "Oh, I dunno. Make something up. Tell him someone tried to get into her room and it's not safe for her anymore. Say anything. He's her dad. He won't want anything to happen to her, will he?" Elsie looked at them both, taking a deep breath, then disappeared from the hall, shutting the door against them. "What do you think that means?" said Carrie. "Has she dismissed us or what?" Tommy shook his head. "I dunno." He blew out a breath. "Christ, I'm exhausted. I'm bloody freezing." "You did all right, though." She smiled at him. "You meant it, didn't you, all that? That you said to her?" "Yeah, I did. I just hope it got through to her." Moments later, the door opened, and Elsie appeared with the sleeping Rose in her arms. "She's not eaten since this morning," she said. "I've been sleeping, so I haven't had time to get something for her. She'll be starving when she wakes up." She pushed the sleeping bundle into Tommy's arm and stepped back into the hall. "I want her to know who her mum is. I want her to know I did my best for her, and that if things had been different, we would have a nice little cottage in the country with a pony for her to ride by now, and everything else that's nice. And that one day, that's what we'll have. And as soon as I do, I'll come and get her. Do you hear me?" Tommy nodded, as tears ran unchecked down Carrie's cheeks as she watched her sister give away her only child. Ida was right. This was the Elsie she remembered, the one she knew, not the brash, brassy streetwalker she had become. "Don't let her call anyone else Mum and Dad. Me and Len, we're her Mum and Dad, we always will be. This is just for a little while. I'll come and get her soon. Tell her I haven't dumped her, but I'm a working woman just for now." She took a breath as her eyes filled with tears, and her voice wobbled with emotion. "I will come and get her. I will. When I've got everything in place for her." "I know you will," said Tommy quietly. He and Carrie stood on the front steps, flakes of snow covering their heads as Elsie quietly shut the front door. They both looked into the child's face, flushed with warmth, speckles of snow landing on her eyelashes. "Let's get off to Hanbury Street," said Tommy. "Dad might not have much to eat, but at least it'll be warm. It's brass monkeys out here." They turned and went down Bucks Row the way they came, walking as fast as they could to get the little mite inside. The streets were deathly quiet, with little evidence of the anticipated celebration only a day away. "I think Whitechapel's forgotten it's Christmas," said Carrie. wiping the tears from her cheeks with the front of her shawl. "I don't remember it being so quiet." "Pubs aren't open yet. And even when they are, they're not allowed to show any lights, don't forget. You wait. In an hour, there will be a never-ending stream of men going into the bars, and a bunch of girls waiting outside to make sure they get some of their money before they go in and pour the lot down their throats. I reckon Elsie's got the right idea. Street walking's a mug's game." "I can't believe what we've just done. I can't believe she gave Rose up, just like that. It nearly broke my heart." She knew, Carrie, deep down. She knew it was the right thing. We don't know what kind of life they've led there. We can only guess, and I reckon we'd not be far off the mark. Whatever Elsie decides to do is up to her, but it's no place for Rose, and she knows it. That's why she gave her up to us, because she knew we'd give her a decent home. Do you think she'll ever come for her?" "No, I don't." When Arthur opened the door in Hanbury Street, he looked pleased to see them, but surprised that Tommy had his arms full, and what was in the bundle he was carrying. "That can't be your little un, Tommy," he said, frowning. "No, Dad, it's Rose, Elsie's girl." "Elsie?" he exclaimed, glancing past them and looking hopeful. "Is she here too?" "No, just us, Dad," said Carrie. "You got anything in your cupboards yet?" "Oh, bloody hell. You checking up on me already? Give me a break, girl." "No, I'm not checking up on you. But when Rose wakes up, she's going to need something to eat. She hasn't eaten since this morning, apparently. That's if you can believe it, which I don't. More like yesterday, I reckon." "Why?" Carrie glanced at Tommy. "It's a long story." "I've got some food for me and Alfie. There's some new bread and a fresh block of cheese. I even got a couple of eggs and some butter, although I had to practically beg to get them. And there's spuds and a few knobbly carrots. And I got a beef bone from the butcher's." "A beef bone, eh?" said Carrie, grinning. "And what are you going to do with that?" "I ain't got a clue, but Florrie used to get them." "I expect she made soup, Dad. How'd you fancy some soup to go with your new bread?" Arthur looked up to her and smiled, and Carrie's heart nearly broke in two. "Now that would be lovely, duck." She settled Rose on the sofa, undoing the blanket that Elsie had wrapped around her body. "Well, she's clean enough. Look. Her clothes are old, practically threadbare in places, but they're clean. She kept her clean and tidy, so that says something." "What does it say?" asked Arthur, frowning. "Have I missed something? Because I'm struggling to work out why she's with you." "She's coming to live with us, Dad," said Tommy. "We went to see Elsie and told her we thought it wasn't the right place for a child to be raised." Arthur sat up, blinking. "What? You went to that place, that brothel where she lives?" Carrie came out of the scullery, a tea towel wrapped around her middle, a knife in one hand, a potato in the other. "Did you know she lived there, Dad?" "Yeah, I knew. Your mother told me. She said some of the neighbours had been talking. Elsie had been seen going into the brothel in Bucks Row. No woman goes into a brothel unless she's got something to do with it. And our Elsie never could cook, and as for being someone's maid, forget it. She was always a lazy sort. Never helped around the house, that's for sure, when she was here. Not even when the baby came. Would rather lay on her back and earn her money that way than do anything worthwhile." "Did you not want to get Rose out of it? She was only a few streets away from you and me ma." "I did, but your mother said we should leave well alone. I don't think she liked that, Len. Not after he diddled her out of—" Arthur went quiet and flushed a little. "Oh, you know. She said Elsie had made her choice and that she'd come home when things got too bad." By the time the soup was made and ready to be poured into bowls, Alfie had come downstairs, enticed by the mouth-watering smell, and Rose had woken. She looked around at the strange room, then at Arthur and Tommy, and immediately burst into tears. Now, little one," said Carrie softly. "You're safe. I'm your Auntie Carrie. This is Uncle Tommy. And here," she pointed at Arthur, "this is Grandad." Rose stopped crying and stared at Arthur. "Grandad," she said in a soft little voice. "My Grandad." "Yes. Do you know him?" "Ma told me. Ma said Grandad would come for me one day, to look after me and buy me a dolly." Carrie wiped the tears from her eyes and led Rose over to Arthur, who promptly sat the little girl on his lap. "Are you hungry, Poppet?" he asked her. She nodded.
Would you like some of Aunt Carrie's soup, what she just made, and some nice bread to go with it?" She nodded again. Carrie took 2 bowls of steaming soup and placed them on the little table by Arthur's elbow, then a plate of bread neatly cut into fingers. "What about you, Tommy? Our Alfie's already digging into a bowlful in the scullery. Want some?" "Daft question, sis. Smells that good. Couldn't be better for a night like this." Carrie, Tommy and Alfie sat close together on the sofa, their elbows knocking into one another as they spooned soup into their mouths. Rose ate hungrily, and Carrie watched the little girl benignly, her eyes going to Arthur as he encouraged Rose to finish her bowl. "You all right, Dad?" Carrie asked, as he wiped the last piece of bread around his bowl to pick up the last remnants of soup. "Cool, that was blinding, Aunt Carrie. Haven't eaten like that for ages. Well, since..." He looked down at his empty bowl and then stared into the fire. "I miss that woman. Can't believe she's gone. Just can't believe it. It's not right, you know. It should have been me what went first. I'm older. I've had me problems over the years with my chest and everything. It should have been me what went." "I'm not sure it works like that," said Carrie. "Mum was taken off by something we can't see, wasn't she? Maybe she had a weakness. We don't know, do we?" Tommy stared hard at Carrie, and she caught his stare. They'd come to Hanbury Street to talk to Arthur about moving into Nightingale Lane. "Have you thought any more about coming to us, Dad?" Arthur sighed. "Yeah, I've thought about it. The thing is, if I give up this place, someone else will move in. And if I want to come back because I feel I've made a mistake, I won't be able to, will I?" Tommy put his spoon into his bowl and leaned forward, ready to take over the conversation. "You will if you don't tell anyone. They don't need to know you've moved out. You could be coming to us for a holiday, or to spend Christmas at Nightingale Lane." "Tommy's right, Dad. Who needs to know? And you could come to us for Christmas. It's a good idea. And it will give you a chance to see what we do there and how we live. If it suits, you can stay, and if you don't, well, you come back here, no harm done." Arthur looked from one to the other and took a deep breath. "I've got to admit, I wasn't looking forward to spending Christmas by myself, and I know Alfie wasn't looking forward to it either." He held Rose tighter to him, who had now stuck her thumb in her mouth and looked ready to go to sleep again. "And I'd get to know my grandkids, wouldn't I? Little Rose here and your John." He sighed again. "I said to Florrie we was missing out, but she said once people left home they didn't need their parents fussing around them all the time. I never agreed with that, but you know how she was. It was her way or no way. Not that I'm running her down. She was a good woman who meant well. She just got it wrong sometimes." "So you'll come to us then," said Carrie, smiling. "At least for a while, until you know how you feel." Arthur nodded. "The only problem is I've got the rent on this place. Work's been a bit short of late, and the kitty's a bit low on funds. Could I, if it's all right, I'll take care of it, Dad," said Tommy. "Put it out of your head. I'll put down a month's rent, and you can forget about it. That should give you long enough to decide what you want to do." "Are you sure, son?" Tommy smiled and glanced at Carrie, who smiled back. "I'm sure, Dad." They got back to Nightingale Lane in time for Carrie to put John to bed. "It went better than I thought," she said to Ida, who was sitting in one chair with her feet up on another as she sipped a mug of tea. "Did it, Ducky? In what way?" "Elsie saw sense about Rose. She's in my sitting room with John, and they're getting on famously." Ida took her feet from the chair and rested her elbows on the table. "Dear God, that must have been hard for her, giving up a kitty like that. Why do you think she did it?" Carrie shrugged. "It's not nice there, Ida. Elsie looked like she'd been pulled through a hedge backwards. Her hair was all over the place, scraped up around her head like it had been done at one time, but left to droop for days on end. Her dressing gown was all pulled this way and that. She didn't even mind coming to the front door like it. That's what I meant when I said I don't remember her being like that. She was always careful with herself." "She must have been upset, though." Carrie sat at the table and poured more tea into Ida's cup and one for herself. "It was horrible, Ida. Really horrible. My heart went out to her. Could I give John up? Never. I could never give him up.
so I know she's made a sacrifice." "Would she not come with you?" Carrie shook her head. "No. We asked her, tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't. She's still enthralled to that Len West. Won't do anything without his say-so." Ida shook her head and looked sad. "He's got her right where he wants her, hasn't he? Earning money for him while he's up to all sorts. I'd like to know what else he does." "Whatever it is, you can bet your bottom dollar it's not legal." Carrie took John and Rose up to John's bedroom and made up a truckle bed for Rose. She put fresh linen sheets on the bed and an embroidered pillowcase and laid a pretty eider down over the top. Rose watched her while she worked, not speaking but taking everything in.
"Is that Rose's bed?"
she asked Carrie. "Yes, sweetheart," said Carrie, "just for tonight. I expect you'd like your own room, wouldn't you? Where did you sleep at the other house?"
"With Ma. In Ma's bed."
Carrie's eyes widened. "With your Ma?" Rose nodded, her thumb in her mouth. "All the time?" Rose nodded. "Oh." Carrie wanted to ask, needed to ask her. "Did Daddy stay?" Rose took her thumb out of her mouth.
"Daddy?"
"Yes, sweetheart. Your Daddy." Rose frowned.
"Daddy not there."
"What, never?" Rose frowned again as though searching for a memory, then shook her head. Carrie sat on the bed and pulled Rose next to her. "I have to know," she thought. "I must know, if only for Rose's sake. I need to know what she's seen in her short life and if she remembers it. And what about Ma's friends? She had friends visit her, didn't she?"
"Yes, Ma's friends came. Uncle Reg and Uncle Lou and Uncle Bill and Uncle Frank."
"And did they stay?" Rose nodded. "With Ma?" She nodded again. "And you?"
"When I woke up, they gave me sweets.
They didn't hurt you, did they?"
Once when I was naughty and wouldn't go to sleep, Uncle Lou smacked me and said I had to go to sleep, and fast."
She shouted the last two words. Carrie swallowed down her revulsion. "And what did Ma do?"
"She said I should try to sleep, so I did."
Carrie pulled her arms around her and hugged her close. "You know, that will never happen here, Rose," she said. "We'll look after you until Ma has somewhere nicer to live. Do you understand?"
"Is Ma at home?"
"She's at the house in Bucks Row." "It's not your home, sweetheart."
"With the other ladies. They're Ma's friends. They look after me sometimes when they're not working."
"Well, that's nice. But it's nearly Christmas Day and you and Grandad are going to be here."
"And Ma?"
"I think Ma will be working, Rose." Tears ran silently down Rose's cheeks as Carrie helped her undress. She pulled one of John's nightshirts over her head and helped her into bed.
"Oh, my Ma,"
Rose whispered.
"when will Ma come?"
"Maybe soon," said Carrie. "Hopefully soon." "I'm not sure, Tommy. We thought we were doing the right thing, but now I'm not sure. She's missing Elsie and it's breaking my heart." Tommy and Carrie were sitting with Pearl in the sitting room while Carrie told them of her misgivings. "She was bound to miss her," said Tommy. "But you can't think that living there is better for Rose than living here. You can't think that." "But she wants her Ma. She obviously loves her." "She loves her because she's known no different. What did you say about Len?" Carrie shook her head. "Don't think she even knows who he is." Tommy rolled his eyes. "That's a surprise. But he only goes there to pick up his money." "Do you think that brothel belongs to him?" "I'd put money on it." "So he's earning off all those girls?" Tommy nodded, and Pearl shook her head in disgust. "He sounds like a right charmer." "Charmer isn't the word I'd use. He's no good, never has been. So what did Rose tell you? Did you ask her about the house?" "She sleeps with Elsie, in her bed." Pearl gasped. "Not when she's got men there. Please say she's not there when Elsie's working." Carrie's mouth formed a straight line.
"She knows Uncle Frank and Uncle Bill and Uncle Lou, who smacked her for not going to sleep at the right time."
"And Elsie allowed that?" "Sounds like it." Tommy stared at Carrie. "And you think we've done the wrong thing? Well, we haven't. We've done the right thing. I know it's painful for Rose, and no doubt for Elsie too, because she's a little girl who wants to be with her Ma. But she's only 3 years old. All she's known is strange men sleeping with her Ma. How can that be right? No, Carrie, we did right. We can help Rose when she's missing Elsie, give her the care she's been missing, love her and hug her and keep her safe. She'll get fed regular, and she'll have John as a playmate, and Eliza too, when she comes home. And not a bunch of tarts who earn their living on their backs. She's not going back, and that's the end to it. Chapter 61. Elsie shut the front door, then stood with her back against it, her eyes closed, and thought about what it meant to her to have Rose away from her. She liked this time of day. It was quiet. The other girls would be in their own rooms getting ready for the night's business, and it meant she could be herself in her own space, and not what she had to pretend to be when the punters turned up. "Who was that?" Elsie opened her eyes at the sound of the voice she had come to hate. Mrs. Stroud, the madam Len had hired to keep the girls in order and make sure he got all the money that was due to him. Elsie had offered to do the job herself. As his wife, she felt it should have been her role, but Len had had other ideas. "Why would I want you to do that?" he said. "You're one of the best girls I've got. They all ask for you, prepared to pay a premium for your services. Don't make no sense, Elsie."
"But I'm your wife," she pleaded with him. "You can't be happy with other men using me for you-know-what when I could be part of the business. I could look after the girls. Take on some good ones. Please, Len, let me do it. Don't take on anyone else."
He'd grabbed her arm and pushed his fingers into what little flesh covered her bones, making her cry out in pain.
"When I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. And while we're on the subject, this business ain't nothing to do with you. You're a tart like the others, and don't you forget it."
He'd let her arm go, and she dropped it, trying to rub away the hurt, tears coursing down her cheeks.
"When you're older, when you've lost your looks and the punters don't fancy you anymore, you can do it. But not until I say, all right?"
"All right,"
she said in a small voice. She knew to cross Len wasn't a good idea. He didn't mind handing one out to her when he wanted. She'd had the bruises and the broken bones to prove it.
"None of your business,"
she said to Mrs. Stroud.
"Personal."
Mrs. Stroud crossed her arms over her ample bust and raised her eyebrows, chuckling.
"Oh, personal is it? We don't do personal here. When we have visitors, they pay, understand?"
Elsie went up to her and stood close to the woman, reeling at the alcohol in her breath.
"I think you're forgetting who I am."
"I know who you are," Mrs. Stroud answered her. "You're a tart like the others. Just because you're married to the owner of the brothel makes no never mind to me. He told me not to make allowances for you, so you need to get your ass up them stairs and get ready for your regulars. You look a proper mess, and we don't want them changing their minds, do we?"
"I shouldn't think they could care less. It's not my face or my clothes they're looking at."
Mrs. Stroud's face hardened.
"Just get up them stairs, girl."
In her room, Elsie sat at her dresser and covered her face with her hands. She knew what she'd sunk to, but couldn't remember how she'd got there. She pulled her hands away from her face and frowned into the mirror. She'd had such high hopes when she'd been chosen by Len West. She knew he had a reputation, but it made him more attractive because she knew he was popular with other women, and it seemed he'd chosen her. Florrie had been pleased too, and that had made her happy. She'd loved her mum and wanted to please her. But when Len had taken over the brothel on Box Row, not for a moment had Elsie thought she would be working there. Len had managed to fleece Florrie out of the money Arnold Bateman had given her so he could pay the first few months' rent on the house in Bucks Row, telling Florrie she would get earnings from it. Elsie wished she hadn't told him about Carrie going to India and the fact that Arnold had given Florrie a not insubstantial amount of money for Carrie's services, because immediately he had gone to see Florrie and put a business proposition to her, which Florrie had jumped at. Elsie hadn't liked it, but Florrie had practically thrown the money at him, which had surprised Elsie. She had never imagined her mother would have been happy to finance a brothel.
"I never told her what it was, did I, you silly cow?"
he'd said to Elsie when she'd questioned him about Florrie's involvement.
"Like I'd tell her it was rent on a brothel. Why would I tell her something like that, when she might have gone to the authorities and got me right in it?"
"What did you say?"
she asked him.
"That it was going to be a home for fallen women."
He'd thrown his head back and laughed.
"Which in a way it is. Clever of me to come up with that, I reckon, 'cause it's what I'm going to tell everyone." When I told her I'd got a contract from the government, the silly old bat believed me.
Don't call her that, Len. She's still my ma.
Yeah, well, she's as daft as you. Anyway, she helped me out. We're family now, aren't we? And families help each other. And she'll get something out of it.
Like what?
When it starts earning, she'll get an income.
And when will that be?
He'd pushed his face into hers. When you get on your back and when I say, he growled.
Elsie glanced towards the double bed where she and Rose slept, the dent where the little girl's warm body had rested still visible in the mattress. She'd swallowed hard, trying to stop tears from threatening to ruin her makeup. Not that she thought anyone would notice. Rose had been her reason for carrying on, the love of her life. She was such a sweet little thing, never questioning Elsie about her friends, who seemed to visit so often and changed with increasing regularity now that soldiers were coming home on leave. She felt incredibly alone, and she suddenly knew how much more Rose had meant to her. Not just her little girl, the girl she loved with all her heart, but in a way her protector. Because while Rose was there, she wasn't on her own, and she could face anything that came her way. Len never bothered about the child, had even questioned that Rose was his, and it was then that Elsie knew Len wasn't hers, and never had been. He had used her. Why he had married her, she didn't know. She knew he'd slept with some of the other girls because they had apologised for it, and she had shrugged her shoulders and said it wasn't their fault. Len wasn't someone you refused anything, and she was more than aware the girls wouldn't have been able to refuse him. A knock came on her bedroom door, and she got up and answered it.
Elsie?
It was Marcy, who had the room next door.
Have I heard right? Rose isn't here anymore.
Elsie shook her head. I had to let her go, Marcy.
But why? She was all right, wasn't she?
Was she? Would you want any kid of yours watching what you do?
But I thought you always made sure she was asleep.
Elsie shook her head and turned away.
How was I meant to make sure of that? You and the other girls helped me so much, Marcy, and I really appreciated it. But I had to decide, and I only had a few minutes to make the decision. They were waiting at the front door and old Stroud was circling. I knew she'd have something to say about having people here, even if I didn't invite them. Rose has gone to live with my sister in Nightingale Lane.
Not the one who married that soldier, her with the boy?
Yeah, that's the one.
I didn't think you and her got on.
We don't.
So why?
Because she can do for Rose what I can't. I didn't want to let her go, but I had to, Marcy. You can see that. What choice did I have? Leonard started saying Rose wasn't his, and it was time I got rid of her.
She is though, right?
Yeah, of course she is. She looked embarrassed. Len was my first.
Marcy looked surprised.
Jesus, you poor cow.
Anyway, it's done now. When things get better, I'll go and get her. She'll be all right. I don't like my sister, but that's not her fault. My brother's not too bad. He married Pearl Wilson, and she's a good one. They'll take care of Rose until I'm ready to take her somewhere better than this.
Marcy looked sceptical.
And when will that be?
Soon,
Elsie said confidently.
Very soon.
Chapter 62. Carrie looked out of her bedroom window and smiled. Christmas Eve had dawned, and it was still dark outside. A thrill went through her. She liked the dark mornings, could sense some security in them because she was at home with the people she loved, doing the work she loved, and with Christmas on the horizon, the day promised to be glorious with anticipation. She washed with her favourite lavender soap and dressed quickly, then ran down the stairs, as excited as she knew John would be when he woke. Ida was in the kitchen where she was to be found every morning, as efficient as a regularly wound clock. She made sure she was there before anyone else got up. It was her domain, and she took it very seriously, and would never have brooked anyone else doing the chores that were her daily staples, the things that kept her going for the family she loved. She would make sure there was enough fuel in the range to heat the hot water needed in such a large house. Then begin to cook breakfast, the first task, a huge pot of porridge on the hob, which everyone would be given to stave off the cold in the morning. Later that day, many of the soldiers would leave Nightingale Lane and go to their respective homes for Christmas. Some had already left, eager to get to their families for a Christmas break, before being sent to the front to continue fighting for their country.
By Christmas Day, there would be few left, and the family, along with the refugees, would be left in the house to enjoy the festivities together. Ida had used her contacts at the market to ensure a good supply of food so that no one went without on Christmas Day, even making up little food hampers for the soldiers to take with them when they left, which had been a wonderful surprise for all of them. For some a lifesaver for their families, who had suffered greatly because of the food shortages and lack of work. Not everyone in the country had the same war, and Ida and Carrie had acknowledged the fact between them. What difficulties the war had brought some, others had sailed through, perhaps because it had brought out their most ingenious and practical side to ensure that there was food on the table. Food, warmth and safety had become the most important things in their lives, and where some floundered, others rose to the challenge. Those who lived and worked at 99 Nightingale Lane had seen what war could do to the young men who had been sent to France to fight. The pain, the uncertainty, the mental anguish, the wondering if they would survive another stint in the trenches at the front. Ida, Carrie, Tommy and Pearl were aware what a seemingly endless war had delivered on the soldiers, so they never felt bad about being in a position to supply those young men with decent food. Ida never felt guilty about it. She had worked with market traders all her life. Her husband had been a market trader until he died of the consumption due to being out in every kind of weather, and she knew how it all worked. The greasing of palms when food became available, the scratching of one another's backs to keep the relationships going that could be useful to them, which had stood her in good stead when she'd begun her role as cook at number 99.
Morning, Ida. Happy Christmas Eve.
Morning, Ducky. You look happy?
I'm looking forward to seeing how John is today. Christmas Eve is such a special time, and it's the first he'll have some idea of what's going on.
And what about little Rose?
Yeah, I suppose it won't be the easiest day for her, but I'm hoping she'll be swept along by some of John's excitement.
I was wondering, Ida said, though she was really wondering if she could say what was on her mind. Should we not try and convince Elsie to come here tomorrow? Our celebrations will begin in the early morning, so I've been thinking, I can't see why she wouldn't come. What's to stop her?
Carrie nodded. You might be right, Ida, but how are we going to get to her? She said we weren't welcome at the house last time, so I don't know how she's going to feel about us turning up twice. And there's only one thing to stop her, and that thing is Len West.
I could go, Ducky. I wouldn't mind, and it would mean the little one would have a chance to spend Christmas Day with her ma.
Oh, Ida.
Carrie put her arms around the big woman as best she could.
Ida, I understand, I really do. You're thinking about your own ma, aren't you? I'm so sorry, Ida. Really I am. She held the woman at arm's length and looked into her eyes. Are you sure? Really sure you want to go there?
Ida nodded. Do you think I don't know people from Bucks Row? Of course I do. They were the people I knew, Carrie, that my mum knew. All of us from Whitechapel. It was a real community where we all knew each other. And you know, many of the women knew what my ma was up to, but they didn't judge her for it. She had no husband, no man in tow, and she had to put food on the table somehow. Ida sorrowfully shook her head. If only she'd been more careful. Too trusting, see? Trusted everyone because she thought she could. They all trusted one another, and then this stranger turns up and it's all over.
Was it him? You know what I mean.
That's what they said. But then they said it could have been someone else. A couple of men she'd been seeing. So we never got to the bottom of it.
When will you go?
Not till later. I want to get things ready for tomorrow. Hannah and Litza have offered to do some preparations so that we're not in the kitchen for hours. If we do it properly, we can all be together for Christmas Day. Is that all right, Carrie? I'd like to be with you, Tommy and Pearl.
Carrie smiled affectionately. Ida, it's all I want, for us to be together. It's been quite a year, and we need a day off where we can be us as a family, and not just people who work together.
And it will be the last time our Belgian friends will celebrate anything with us. They'll be leaving soon, won't they?
She tutted and looked around.
We won't know it here, will we?
No, not until the next lot of soldiers turns up. I think we should make the most of the quiet time while we can. I don't know how long all of this is going on for.
And then what? What will you do, Carrie, after the war? With number 99, I mean.
Carrie tipped her head to one side and smiled. I have thought about it. I won't say any more just now because I don't want to tempt fate. But I've got an idea that I reckon you'll love. Her face suddenly dropped. That's if I can keep Arnold Bateman's sticky mitts off. You haven't heard from him since Johann Stern was here, have you? No. I've been wondering about that and all. Do you think it scared him off? I hope so, Ida. I really hope so.
Ida left the house at 4 o'clock in the afternoon as the light began to fade. The dark didn't scare Ida. She'd been raised in a house that used only candles for light when the nights drew in, and sometimes for warmth if there hadn't been anything to put on the fire. Coal was an expensive luxury that most could ill afford, and often a chair or stool, or even a table would disappear from a room and the fire would suddenly be burning brightly. Everyone did it. If you needed warmth, you would burn anything. Ida had worn her best hat to give her confidence. There was nothing like a decent hat to make her feel good. And her peacock blue one usually got lots of compliments, so it was the one she'd chosen for her task. She knew it wasn't going to be easy. Prying a working girl away from her pimp was one thing, even if it was just for one day. But when that girl was married to him, well, that was a different matter altogether. She hurried down Nightingale Lane as fast as she could. She wasn't as agile on her feet as she used to be, and a fall could finish her off, so she took the pavements carefully, watching her step as she dodged the icy patches and snow drifting up the curbs as she made for the tram stop. When she got on the tram, there was a well-dressed couple in front of her. When she asked the tram conductor for a ticket to the Bucks Row stop of Whitechapel Road, they glanced at her through narrowed eyes, looking down their noses as though she was an oddity. Ida returned their stares, then turned to look out of the window, her own nose stuck in the air. She got off the tram in Whitechapel Road, crossing it at the corner of Brady Street, then walked the length of Brady Street until she got to Bucks Row. "I remember this," she said under her breath. "The school. And there were people here Mum knew." She stood on the corner of Brady Street and Bucks Row and drew in an icy breath. The temperature had dropped even lower, and her heavy coat and woolen muffler couldn't keep the cold from her bones. "I'm too old for this," she murmured to herself through her muffler. For a brief moment her confidence deserted her. But then she thought of the expectant face of the little girl back at Nightingale Lane, and knew she must continue. She pulled her muffler tighter over the lower half of her face and bent into the snow, her feet slipping on the ice, forming in the slush underfoot. When she got to the house she knew was her destination, she lifted her gloved hand and knocked on the door. Tommy had given her the code. 3 knocks, followed by 2 more. The door was opened immediately by the maid, who, when she saw Ida, and not a customer standing on the doorstep, nervously pushed her glasses back up her nose, even though it wasn't required. "Yes? I've come to see Elsie West." "And who might you be?" "I'm a friend of her family. She's not allowed personal visitors." "I understand, but I wouldn't come here if it wasn't necessary. I won't take up much of her time." The girl looked her up and down, then stepped back. "Wait here," she said, and closed the door. Ida heard footfall on wooden steps, the drone of a conversation not close enough to hear, then the sound of footsteps running down the stairs. The door was quickly flung open, and in the opening stood Elsie. She was dressed in pink satin, the tightly corseted dress cut low at the front. Her décolletage blushed with rouge, her makeup intact, and her hair coiffed into plaits wound around her head. She frowned when she saw Ida. "It's Ida Coyle, isn't it? What are you doing here?" "I'm sorry to bother you, Elsie. I'm the cook at Nightingale Lane. Your little girl came to stay last night." Elsie sprang forward and grabbed Ida's arm. "What's happened? Is she all right? Oh, God, I knew I'd done the wrong thing letting her go." "No," Ida said, grabbing Elsie's hand. "No, she's perfectly well. But, well, it's Christmas Day tomorrow. I know Carrie and Tommy wanted you to leave here and come to Nightingale Lane." Elsie put her finger to her lips. "Not so loud. If they thought I was escaping, they'd lock me in my room." Ida looked astonished. "I'm not joking," said Elsie. "If Rose is well, why are you here?" "Because my mum was a working girl. I remember her going out at night and not coming back for hours. It scared me and my sister to be left like that, and I'd stay awake all night waiting for her to come home, because I thought she'd left for good."
And one day she did. I've missed her from that day to this. All I'm saying is, if you can come with me now, you can stay with Rose tonight, Christmas Eve, the most special time of all for a little girl. Then be with her tomorrow. You don't have to stay forever. It's all been explained to her that you're working, and that when things get better, you'll come and get her. She knows. Ida nodded. She knows. And she took it all right. I'm not going to lie to you, Elsie. There were a few tears. But this morning she was up with our John eating porridge and telling him about Jesus and the stable. Elsie couldn't help but smile. Well, she would. She's clever like that. And kind, too. You've done very well with her. Elsie stared at Ida. Do you want to come in for a minute? Old Stroud's gone to her sister's in Bethnal Green for Christmas, so things are a bit easier here at present. You look frozen to the bone, missus. Yes, it's enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. I'm chilled right through. Elsie held the door open wider. Come in, Mrs. Coyle. I'll make you a hot toddy. I've got a little burner in my room. We're making spicy wine for the customers, a little extra treat to warm them up and part them from their money. She laughed to herself. Got to get it out of them somehow. Ida stamped her feet on the step to get rid of the slush clinging to her boots and went into the hall, which was surprisingly warm. Nice and toasty in here, she said, unwinding her muffler from around her neck. Yeah, and thank God for that. There's no fun in getting undressed in the cold, said Elsie. Goosebumps don't look nice. The punters don't like it. No, I don't suppose they do, ducky, said Ida, her eyebrows raised. As they got to the foot of the stairs, the maid came out of a side room that looked a bit like an office and stood in front of Elsie. Where do you think you're going? She asked her, her arms folded across her chest. Elsie leant against the wall and folded her arms too. Where the bloody hell do you think I'm going? Where do I ever go? To my room, Four Eyes. Mrs. Stroud don't like. Elsie pushed herself away from the wall and stood so close to the maid their bodies were touching. The maid took a step back, and Elsie's chin jutted forward. Mrs. Stroud ain't here, and you're not going to tell her, are you? When she's not here, I'm still the maid. My husband owns this gaff, so don't come that up-yourself stuff with me. It won't wash. Not unless you want to find them glasses pushed down your throat. Don't think they'll do much good down there. Ida watched silently as the maid turned and went back into the room from where she'd come, gently pushing the door shut. Elsie turned to Ida. That told her. Ida nodded and followed Elsie up the stairs. Come in, said Elsie, holding the door to her room wide so Ida could go in. It wasn't a large room and had little furniture. A brass bed, a dresser with a mirror and a stool, a washstand and a low chair. It was clean and tidy, the bed made and covered in an oriental shawl with golden tassels. The chair was old and threadbare, but Elsie had hidden the worst areas with a huge cushion. It's not much, she said, but it's mine. Sit down, missus. Make yourself comfortable. Ida doubted it was possible to get comfortable in such a claustrophobic room, but she sat in the chair offered, unbuttoning her coat and boots. Now, said Elsie, how about that toddy? Not too much whiskey, said Ida. I've got to walk home, don't forget. Oh, you'll be all right, chuckled Elsie. She passed Ida a little glass decorated with gold leaf that sparkled in the candlelight. Ida sipped it carefully, feeling the hot liquid go down past her chest and into her stomach. That's not whiskey, she said, holding the glass up to the candle. No, said Elsie, grinning. It's a liqueur. One of my gentleman friends gave it to me. What do you think? Ida licked her lips. Oh, it's lovely, that is. Very nice. Now, said Elsie, sitting on the stool in front of her dresser. You didn't come here for one of my toddies? No. Ida shook her head. I didn't. And this is none of my business, Elsie. We can agree on that, it ain't. No, but well, I know it can't be easy for you. Elsie laughed. No one's ever said that to me before. I shouldn't think they could care less. But you're wrong, you know. They do care.
Maybe you and Carrie haven't always seen eye to eye, and Tommy. Thick as thieves, aren't they? I was always left out of their little secrets. Well, that might have happened then. But you're not kids anymore. You've all got your own children, and that changes things. Elsie shook her head. I can't just walk out of here. I've got commitments. To Len West, no doubt. It's him I work for. He's your husband, and Rose's father. Not according to him, he isn't. Ida huffed. It makes no difference. You're her ma. Put her first, just this once. Forget about Len West. I bet you don't even know where he is. Elsie shrugged. There you are, then. Get dressed, Elsie. Not them things you wear for work, but ordinary things if you possess any. Let Rose know you've got her best interests at heart, and that you're missing her as much as she's missing you. You won't regret it. I can vouch for that. I want to be with her, Mrs. Coyle. She's all I've got now. Parting with her and handing her over to Carrie and Tommy was the hardest thing I've ever done. But they made me see it was all for her. She didn't ask for this life. None of us did, Ducky. None of us did. Half an hour later, Ida and Elsie walked side by side down Bucks Row, both wrapped up tightly against the cold. Ida's muffler against her face, and Elsie in an old fitted coat and shawl she'd pulled from the back of the wardrobe. She also dug out a bright red hat with a turned-up brim, tall feathers in the crown that swayed with every step. They were mine back in the day, she explained to Ida, before I came to live here. You kept them, Ida replied. I'm surprised. I thought you would have brought new ones with all the money he's earning. Don't you mean what I'm earning for him? He don't do anything apart from go round his various houses picking up the purses. So, he's got others then, Ida said, already out of breath as she got to the end of the street, her cheeks wobbling with the effort it took just to put one foot in front of the other. Oh, he's got others all right. They're not all in Whitechapel. He's got some where you'd least expect it. Even one round the corner from Nightingale Lane. Ida gasped, the shock contorting her expression. No. Oh, Lord, I bet the neighbours don't know. Elsie chuckled. I bet the men do. They carried on walking in silence, Ida finding it difficult to walk and talk at the same time until they got to the tram stop. There were a few others waiting, which meant there was one due. I don't have any money, Mrs. Coyle. I'm not allowed to have money in my room in case it gets nicked. Don't worry about that, Ducky, replied Ida. I've got enough here for the both of us. It won't take the tram long to get us to the corner of Nightingale Lane. Then you can go and see Rose. She'll be that surprised to see you. She don't know I'm coming then? I thought it best. I wasn't sure what you would decide. We didn't want her to get more upset, what with it being Christmas Day tomorrow. So, Carrie knows you're coming to see me, and Tommy. Yes, they know. Ida watched as Elsie looked down at her feet and momentarily closed her eyes. It'll be all right, you know, said Ida, her heart going out to the girl, whose brashness she felt sure was just an act to protect herself. Ashamed of me, aren't they? I know they are. Well, who wouldn't be? Who'd want a prosy for a sister? Who'd want a prostitute for a ma, replied Ida, and Elsie met her eyes with her own. Ida grabbed both of Elsie's hands and held them tight. I love my mum. I didn't care what she did. I loved her with all my heart, and I still do. I never stopped loving her, because I know what she was doing was because she didn't have any choices. She didn't have a good man helping her to raise her children and put food on the table. She got no help from no one, see? Things went wrong for her, and when things go wrong, you find out who your friends are. She released Elsie's hands as the tram pulled up, the sound of its bell muffled by the falling snow, its resonance eerie in the quiet street. Your Rose loves you, and so do your sister and brother. They want to help you. They've offered to help you, and they want to help Rose too. Don't throw it back in their faces, Elsie. That's my advice, which you don't have to take, but if you decide not to accept their help, do it with some grace. They're good people. It might not be the right time for you to leave Bucks Row, and I know because I know them like they're my own. They'll be the ones to help you do it. You came.
Carrie cried as they walked in the front door at Nightingale Lane. I wasn't sure. Elsie nodded, a small smile on her lips. Carrie caught Ida's eye, and Ida gave an almost imperceptible nod. Rose is in the kitchen with John, Elsie. They're just having some warm milk before I put them to bed. She'll be so happy to see you. Do you want to? Elsie nodded again and followed Carrie silently into the kitchen. When Rose looked up and saw her, she squealed, slid off her chair and ran to her mother, her long fair hair flying out behind her. Ma! Ma! She cried, pushing her face into Elsie's hair, nearly knocking her off her haunches. Did Father Christmas bring you? Did you come on his sleigh? Elsie glanced up at Ida and grinned. In a way, Rose, one of his helpers came to see me and told me you'd be here for Christmas Day, so here I am. You can stay? We stay here forever? Not forever, sweetheart. Not yet. Ma's got to sort some things out first. But when she's done, she'll come and get you, and we can go and live in a little cottage in a forest, just like we always said we would, remember? I remember, Rose replied, her voice a whisper. But it's a secret, isn't it? Yeah, it's our secret. Who's that lady? John was in bed, securely swaddled under the covers after Carrie had read him and Rose a bedtime story about a little mouse who was hiding in a house and saw Father Christmas come down the chimney to leave presents under the tree for the children who lived there. Both the children had found it fascinating, and Carrie had been delighted they had got so much pleasure from it. She's Auntie Elsie, John. She's Rose's mamma. Why does she have paint on her face? Is she a clown? Carrie glanced across at Elsie, who was sitting beside Rose on the bed. Even though they had eaten supper, Elsie's lips were stained bright red with lipstick. Her skin was pale and floury with face powder, and Carrie noticed the makeup had congealed into pink clumps on her cheeks. Underneath was the swarthiness of skin ravaged by the effects of too much alcohol. Auntie Elsie is an actress, and actresses must wear makeup when they go on stage, like in the pretend plays you and Dottie and Seraphina do for us when you dress up with clothes from the dress-out box. But she's a big girl, he whispered. Big girls don't do plays. She smells funny, like when Uncle Tommy comes back from the pub. Yes, John. Actresses act in plays. Anyway, it's time for you to go to sleep. You don't want to be awake when Father Christmas comes, do you? He might forget to leave you presents. John shut his eyes quickly, his long dark eyelashes resting against his cheeks. Carrie waited, smiling, knowing what he would do next. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes again, and Carrie tickled his tummy. Caught you? You caught me, Mama? He squealed. Yes, I did. Don't let Father Christmas catch you. Carrie put a finger to her lips, and glancing at Elsie, blew out the candle and left the room, followed by her sister, who blew kisses to Rose until they shut the bedroom door. They went into Carrie's bedroom, then through into her sitting room, where Elsie took a packet of cigarettes out of her pocket and lit one, drawing on it deeply. Carrie sat down, watching her, wishing she wouldn't smoke near the bedrooms, but was reluctant to say anything in case it antagonised her sister. She kept quiet. Mrs. Coyle's a nice lady, Elsie said. It was good of her to brave the cold and come over to Bucks Row. It was her suggestion, Elsie. She wanted to tell you about her mother. Did you know she thinks she was murdered by the Ripper? Elsie looked around the room. Thanks. Carrie bit her lip. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I just meant that she loved her Ma and regretted not being able to know her better. It was taken away from her when her mother was killed. I didn't know her story until yesterday. I've known her all this time, and she never said a word about it. Ashamed, I expect. Elsie shook her head. No, I don't think so. When she was telling us about her, she said what a good woman she was, and that she was doing her best to take care of Ida and her sister. Elsie lifted her chin, and Carrie realised it wasn't going to be easy to get through to her. What she was trying to achieve with Elsie, she wasn't sure. That Ida had persuaded her to leave Bucks Row when she should have been working was a miracle in itself. Carrie was sure she would never have been able to persuade her sister to come to Nightingale Lane, let alone stay the night and spend Christmas Day with them. We're not children anymore, Elsie. Whatever you thought of Tommy and me when we were kids living with Florrie and Arthur at Hanbury Street can be forgotten, can't it? We were just kids, who didn't know anything. Look what happened to me. I was too naive for my own good. Do you think I'm a good woman? Carrie stared at her.
You said Ida said her mother was a good woman trying to do her best for her kids. Do you think of me like that?
Carrie nodded. Yes, Elsie, I do. Elsie's eyes filled with tears. Why? She said in a whisper. Why would you ever think of me like that when I'm married to someone like Len West and I do what I do? She swallowed and took a deep pull on her cigarette, her hand shaking. Your sister is a tart, Carrie. I might be married to the bloke who owns everything and everyone, but he owns me too. I have to do what I'm told. I never planned for any of this.
Carrie pulled her chair closer to Elsie's and put her arm around her.
I know you didn't, she said quietly. We all know you didn't. Elsie sniffed and put her head in her hands. Can I tell you something? Asked Carrie. Elsie looked up and nodded. When we left Bucks Row yesterday, we went to Hanbury Street to see Dad. When he saw Rose in Tommy's arms, he thought you were with us. You should have seen the look of disappointment on his face when he realised you weren't there. Elsie stared at Carrie, her eyes red-rimmed, her skin blotchy with crying. Honest? Carrie nodded. He wanted to see you and Rose so much, but Florrie had told him to leave well alone. Carrie shrugged. So he did. I'm glad he did. Len would have made mincemeat out of him. She laughed through her tears. Can you imagine Arthur trying to fight back? Put your jukes up, he'd have said, with his fists rolled up into tight little balls, and Len would have swung one punch and floored him. Carrie laughed with her. Poor old Dad. He had a lot to put up with. Not least me ma. Carrie pulled a face and shrugged again. It's all right, Carrie. I know what she was like. I'm more like her than I care to admit. You're more like me Dad. She led him a merry dance. But he loved her, Elsie. More than we knew. Did he? He misses her so much. I saw Dad cry properly for the first time in my life. It's something I don't want to see again. I'm surprised you haven't asked him to come and live here. I have. Blimey. Surely you don't want us all here. Not sure how that will work. We'd make it work.
Later, when supper was over and preparations had been made for the next day, they all sat in the sitting room at the front of the house, watching the snow through the window. Ida and Francis included, sipping sherry and warming themselves by a roaring fire.
I can't believe I'm going to have a proper Christmas day with Rose, said Elsie. It'll be the first. Last year we spent it in one of those caravan things, made of metal, and when it rains it sounds like an earthquake. Len's cousin lent it to us. God, it was bloody freezing, and we didn't have no presents or Christmas dinner. Her face dropped. Oh no, I haven't got anything for Rose. She pressed her hand to her face, pushing the blood out of her cheek. She won't have anything to open Christmas morning.
She will, said Tommy. Me and Pearl got the kids something on the way back from the hospital. We went to see Eliza today. Pearl as well.
Elsie smiled at them both. Thank you for thinking of her. It's more than her ma did.
You didn't know you were going to be here, said Ida. If you had, you would have got her something, wouldn't you?
Elsie nodded. Yes, I would have. My little girl, my little Rose. She turned to them again. And how is she, your little Eliza? Who does she look like? Carrie beamed. This is what she wanted. Her family together, talking as friends. It must be the Christmas spirit, she thought. It's got into all of us.
She's grand, said Tommy, isn't she, Pearl?
She is, answered Pearl, pushing her hand into Tommy's. She's done so well. A proper little fighter. That's what they said, isn't it, Tommy? That she's a little fighter. He nodded.
And she's Pearl to a T. Red hair and everything, even a few freckles I noticed today. I can't wait for her to come home and be with her family.
I hope I get to see her, said Elsie wistfully. I love babies. Of course you will, said Pearl. We'll let you know when she's home and you can visit. I'd like that. I'd really like that.
A knock on the door made them jump. There you go, said Tommy. Father Christmas is early tonight.
I'm hoping it's Dad, said Carrie, getting up to answer the door. He had to work today, and he said he wouldn't be here till after supper. What he means is our supper, not his. I doubt he's eaten. Any stew left, Ida? He'll be wanting something to eat, I expect. And for Alfie. He should be with him.
I'll go and get it, Carrie. They can have it here with us, can't they, in front of the fire?
Ida got up and followed Carrie out, she going into the kitchen and Carrie humming a Christmas carol as she went to the door. She was looking forward to Arthur arriving. It meant her family would be together again, just as it should be. As she got the door open, someone barged against it with their elbow and pushed their way in.
She here?
Carrie froze. Len?
Yep, that's me. Got the name right, didn't you? Is my wife here? She needs to come home. She's needed.
On hearing the commotion in the hall, Tommy left the sitting room followed by Elsie, who recognised her husband's voice. Tommy tried to push her back into the sitting room, but she stood her ground. No, Tommy, let me speak to him. Len peered round Carrie and spoke to Elsie using a wheedling tone.
What are you doing here, darling? I thought we were spending Christmas Eve together.
He glanced at Carrie.
Or are we both invited for the evening's entertainment?
No, afraid not, said Carrie firmly.
Just as I thought. Come on now, Elsie. You've had your fun. Let's get home. It's freezing out here.
Elsie didn't answer.
Elsie,
Len said, firmer this time, gritting his teeth.
We've got guests. They're waiting for you. Us.
Elsie pushed her way forward, past Tommy, and stood next to Carrie. I'm having a night off, Len. One night, that's all. I'll be back for business tomorrow afternoon. Rose is here. She's staying with her aunt, and tomorrow is Christmas Day, and I'm going to be here.
Did we discuss this?
No, we didn't, but it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and you weren't at the house, so I didn't think it would make no never mind to you whether I was there or not.
Except you're meant to be working.
Tommy stood behind Elsie and Carrie.
Not tonight, she isn't, mate. She's just told you she's staying here with her family. She said she'll be back tomorrow. Unless, of course, I have anything to do with it. Meaning what? Meaning that if she wants to stay here for good, she can.
Len frowned.
She's my missus. I think you'll find she has to do what she's told.
Shut the door, Carrie, said Tommy. I'm bored with this conversation.
Go home, Len. Maybe you could see to your guests.
Len pushed forward and tried to get to Elsie, but Tommy stood in front of her. When they were both standing in the hall, Len barely came up to Tommy's shoulder.
So, Len,
you want to take this further?
I ain't scared of no cripple.
Tommy laughed and bent down to look in his eyes.
Well, you look scared. Now get lost, you little weasel. Here, Len. You got problems?
Carrie looked past Len and saw Arnold standing by the railings. Her heart sank, and she wondered what she'd done to deserve everything that was happening at her front door on what was supposed to be the most peaceful night of the year.
What's up? Won't they let you in? It's all right. I had the same trouble, and the house is half mine.
Len turned on his heel and stared at Arnold.
And what the hell's it got to do with you? I don't know you from Adam.
Carrie watched as Arnold's face blanched.
Look, I came to see my wife. I don't want no trouble. Then get your nose out of my business.
Arnold nodded and stepped back, shoving his hands in his pockets and lowering his eyes to the pavement.
Who are you, anyway?
Arnold glanced up, clearly scared of Len West, whose reputation was well known in Whitechapel.
Her husband,
he said, lifting his chin to Carrie.
So what are you doing, standing here, sticking your nose into my business?
Arnold cleared his throat.
Long story.
Len sneered.
It always is, mate. Tell you what, come back with me. Got something at my place that'll interest you.
Arnold looked flustered, knowing exactly what Len was alluding to.
No, it's all right. Got some business here.
You've got no business here, said Tommy.
You've been told. You're not welcome here. Neither of you are welcome. Just get lost, the pair of you, before I call the police.
Len ignored him and stared at Elsie.
You get your arse home within the hour. You got clients waiting. They're queuing outside the front door and it don't look good. You've got a job to do.
Not tonight, Len, said Elsie. I'm staying here, I told you. I'm here for Rose. I'll be back tomorrow. Len West narrowed his eyes, his pupils as black as flint, his gaze as cold as a snake's.
You made a bad decision there, Elsie. Lost me money. And when I lose money, I don't like it.
He stepped away from the front of the house and stood on the pavement looking up at the windows on the other floors.
Nice place, this. Be a shame if it burnt down.
Carrie gripped the door even tighter. Len West was threatening them, and when he made a threat, you listened. She turned her attention to Arnold, who was staring at Len, clearly shaken by the threat that if carried out would leave Arnold with nothing. "You should go, Arnold. You won't get anything here." As she finished speaking, Joshka and Benjamin appeared in the hallway, their faces hard with anger.
"What is this?"
Joshka asked.
"Who is this man?" "The taller one is the bloke I told you about, Carrie's husband. The one she left in India, but who unfortunately decided to come back to London," answered Tommy. "He wants the house."
Joshka made his way to Carrie's side and lifted his chin to Arnold.
"Why do you come here wanting? You have no right to demand anything from her,"
he shouted at Arnold.
"You should go, or we make you go." "Mind your own sodding business," said Arnold. "I own half this house, and I'm not permitted to step across the threshold. Yet you're the dregs from another country sucking us all dry, and you're living here. It's not right."
He turned his attention to Carrie.
"But I'm going to put it right. I'm going to get it sorted out, and you and that brat of yours will be out on your ear. I'll make sure of it."
Joshka ran down the steps and grabbed Arnold by the front of his shirt, gritting his teeth and pushing his face towards him.
"You can't speak to me like that. You have no right to speak to me like that. No one gives Joshka Weiss anything. I work for everything. You will regret it. I will make sure of it."
He pushed Arnold away from him. Arnold slipped on the snow and fell into the gutter, leaving him sprawling in the slush. He floundered before hauling himself up, water dripping from his clothes.
"And you'll regret that, you bastard."
He glared at Carrie.
"This is another of your blokes, isn't it? They're like flies around a jam pot. Didn't take you long, did it? Does the other one know about him? You know, the one in the loony bin? Well, if he doesn't, he soon will. I'll make sure of that as well."
He turned to Len, who had been watching the unfolding events with some amusement.
"Come on, mate. Let's go to the pub," cajoled Arnold, his face like thunder. "I'll get your whiskey. All my mates are in France, and I don't want to be drinking alone on Christmas Eve."
Len raised his chin, then nodded as Arnold pointed a finger at Carrie.
"Lucky old you, Carrie Bateman. I came here to do some damage tonight, but it looks like my new friend here," at this he slung his arm around Len's shoulders, "has given you a bit of a reprieve. For now. I'll be back tomorrow. Get the brandy out. I want a deal."
Carrie swallowed down her fear and tried to look as though she was in control. "It's Christmas Day tomorrow. You won't be welcome. You'll never be welcome here."
"Then I haven't got nothing to lose, have I, lady?" he sneered at her. "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Bateman."
Carrie, Tommy and Elsie watched Len and Arnold until they got to the corner of Nightingale Lane and couldn't be seen any more through the falling snow.
"We're going out, Carrie. Is it all right?" said Joshka. "We are meeting some of the Silver Street workers at the pub because we will not see them again. Our work there is finished, and we go back to Belgium next week. I hope it is customary for us to go out on such a festive night."
"Oh, Joshka, of course it is. This is your home for now. You must come and go as you please." The men thanked her with a smile and went out into the cold, the vapour of their breath trailing behind them as they hurried down the street. Carrie closed the door with a click, and she and her brother and sister were silent as they went back into the sitting room. "Fancy him coming here," said Elsie. "That man. He won't be happy till he's been the death of me."
"All the more reason for you to stay with us," said Tommy. "What do you think will happen when you go back to Bucks Row? The only present you'll get from him is a black eye and a broken face."
"I can talk him round."
"Is that right? Well, you didn't do so well just now."
Elsie sat down in front of the fire and sighed heavily. "Can we leave it? I want to enjoy my time here. I don't know when I'll be back again. I know what it'll do, but it won't be the first time, and it won't be the last." Carrie filled everyone's glasses again, her heart still thumping hard in her chest. "That was awful. What a way to spend Christmas Eve. It's meant to be the most peaceful night of the year. I'm just thankful the children didn't see it." She closed her eyes and sighed. "I just want some quiet." Just as she was about to sit down, the door knocked again. "Please don't let that be him again. I've had enough for one night."
"I'll go," said Ida. "I'll see them off. They can't stand me, and the feeling's mutual."
Carrie heard the door open, and she held her breath, then Ida's voice welcoming someone into the hall. "It's your pa, Carrie and Tommy, and Alfie's with him," she cried. Carrie opened her eyes and smiled. "Thank goodness." When Arthur and Alfie had eaten, they and the others gathered around the Christmas tree and toasted each other with a special mention for Florrie, then placed presents under the tree in readiness for Christmas morning. Carrie's thoughts went to how she had arrived at this place in her life, that she was now a mother of a little boy she loved with all her heart, the owner of a house in Nightingale Lane where she once worked as a lowly scullery maid, and she wondered what the future would bring for them all. She glanced around at the joyous faces glowing in the candlelight. "You all look so happy," she thought. "You've all been through so much. A great deal has happened to us, and so much courage has had to be found, not just to get through it, but to believe there's good in the world as well as bad. Another toast," she said. They all raised their glasses in anticipation. "To the boys at the front, to all the young men who have graced our home with their presence, and to all of those who will never see our shores again. We think of you on this Christmas Eve and send you our love, our best wishes for you and your families, and our deepest gratitude." Chapter 63. Elsie was up before anyone else in the house. She had slept with Carrie in her bed, and they had felt like sisters, talking about the past, reminiscing about their childhood, and wondering what the future held for them. "We never did this," Elsie had said. "It was always you and Tommy." Carrie had giggled, her mood buoyed up by the sherry she had drunk before finally going to bed. "Tommy? Ugh, I'd have never got into bed with him, or Alfie for that matter. Dirty little Ikes." Elsie had laughed out loud, drawing her knees up to her stomach and howling. "I know. Didn't they smell horrible?" "Yeah. What was that?" "Just muck, I suppose. Florrie was never that bothered about sending them to the wash house, was she? They both got away with murder, stinky little buggers." "But you were closer to her, Elsie. You were the ladylike one, the one she was proudest of." "Yeah, and look at me now." They glanced at each other and burst into laughter again, until Tommy knocked and put his head round the door. "You two ever gonna sleep?" "I think we've had too much sherry," Carrie said, still giggling. "I think you did. You should sleep soon, though. Busy day tomorrow." "All right, Pa," said Elsie, which set her and Carrie off again. "I need to go out for some cigarettes," said Tommy. "I forgot them earlier, and I can't be without me cigs tomorrow, and there probably won't be anywhere open. I'll go to the Ship Tavern to get them, so I won't be long. They've got a lock-in tonight, so I know they'll let me in." "Yeah, but they might not let you out," said Elsie. "They'll want you to spend your money." "Don't worry, I'll be up bright and early tomorrow. It's you two I'm worried about." Elsie had wanted to get up first because she wanted to have the opportunity to walk around the house without anyone watching her. She wanted to get to know it, feel the atmosphere in the rooms without other people around her, even if they were family. To pick up and look at the things that made Carrie happy, the little ornaments, the gifts of thanks she'd received from some of the boys she'd nursed back to health, the funny little things John had made with help from Dottie and Seraphina. In essence, she wanted to get to know her sister as an adult, to put aside their thoughts of each other when they were children and living in the circumstances they faced, which even with Elsie's life the way it was now, she knew had been difficult for their parents. She often wondered why Florrie and Arthur had had 4 kids, 4 more mouths to feed, 4 more backs to clothe, but had realised they probably hadn't had a choice in it. She'd also worked out that Florrie had probably been pregnant with her when she married Arthur. She looked at the date of their wedding and then her birthday, and realised that she had either been 6 weeks early, or Florrie had had a bun in the oven when she walked down the aisle. She'd asked Florrie about it, and she'd shrugged and given her a look which had more or less confirmed it for Elsie. Not that it matters, she thought to herself. None of that matters any more. She's gone, and I never got to say goodbye. That was my fault. There's no one else to blame. She frowned to herself as she strolled around the living room, fingering the damask pink velvet curtains and the tasselled tie-backs, running her hand across the dust-free dresser where Carrie had displayed her favourite things, the gifts she'd received for doing something good for someone else. I could have done things differently, she thought. I can see that now. I could have gone home, left Len and taken Rose with me.
But I was so sure he would give me a glamorous life. I thought he was glamorous. She silently shook her head and momentarily closed her eyes, the image of him not the way she'd seen him when they'd first met. The cocky, good-looking guy with all the answers. Now it was distorted, smudged, disfigured with distrust. How could I have let him make me do those things? She thought. Those awful things with those other men who only wanted to be with me because they could pay. Most of them were married men who weren't getting what they thought they deserved at home, many of them old enough to know better, who were mourning the loss of their youth and wanted a bit of fun. Sometimes that fun came at a cost. She rubbed the back of her neck and sighed. She could ask herself the question as many times as she liked, but the answer was always the same. She knew why. It was because she thought she was better than a Dobbs, better than the family she'd been born into and lived with, better than a girl who lived in a backstreet slum whose diet consisted of tripe, vegetables picked up off the ground when the markets had closed, and a beef bone from the butcher's if her mother could get it. I thought I was better, she said to herself under her breath. I thought I deserved better, and I made Len take notice of me. Made him want me because I knew he was the only man who had anything, even if he didn't come by what he had in what other people thought was an acceptable way. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Elsie? Elsie was startled by a voice from the sitting-room door. Pearl was at the opening. You all right? Pearl looked into the room. I thought there was someone in here with you. Elsie shook her head. I was talking to myself. Oh, right. Pearl frowned. Want a cuppa? Yeah, thanks, she replied, following Pearl into the kitchen. You're up early. I know. I got used to hospital hours. They had us up at the crack of dawn. Even if you were dying, they still wanted you up and washed before the doctors came round. Elsie sat at the table while Pearl made the tea. Must have been awful. Pearl nodded. And scary. It's funny. I wasn't really scared for me. I thought if I died, it was because it was meant to happen. My time. But not Eliza. She hadn't had a chance to make her mark on life yet. I wanted her to live more than anything. Elsie sighed. I can understand that. They mean everything, don't they? I didn't realise how much. Pearl poured them both a breakfast mug of tea, and they both sat warming their hands on them. What will you do, Elsie? Will you stay? Tommy and Carrie want you to, and I know Arthur wants you to stay too. Wouldn't you consider it? Elsie chuckled. Do you think I'd fit in here? What about when people find out who I am and what I did for a living? What do you think would happen if I opened the front door and realised one of the neighbours was one of my customers? Pearl shrugged. I don't think they care about that, Elsie. They know what Len West is like. Everyone knows what he's like. Aren't you worried about what he'll do if you go back to Bucks Row? Yes, I'm worried. But he's my husband, Pearl. That must mean something. I'm married to the bloke, which gives me... She shrugged. I don't know. Some say over things. I'm not sure I'm ready to walk away yet. Not even for Rose. She's who I'm doing it for. I promised her, didn't I? A cottage for her and me. Far away from everyone else. No Len, no madam, no maid, and no tarts. Just her and me. Pearl suddenly caught on. You're putting money away. Elsie pulled a small smile and nodded. Is it safe? I better hope so, because if Len finds out, I'm the headline in tomorrow's newspaper. Carrie woke with a start. She could hear the sound of someone playing the piano, and for a moment couldn't work out where she was or what day it was. She lay back on the pillows and put her hand to her forehead. There was a pain across her eyes, and she realised for the first time ever she was suffering from the effects of the previous night's sherry. Elsie, you're a bad influence, she murmured as she swung her legs out of bed. She pulled the curtain aside, broad daylight. Oh, hell, what's the time? She gasped, picking up the clock from her bedside and seeing it was gone 8, swiftly banged the clock down on the cabinet and hastily got dressed. Why didn't someone wake me? She cried as she washed quickly, then fixed her hair. She ran down the 2 flights of stairs and went to the kitchen. It was empty. The range was lit,
From its oven the smell of a roasting turkey filled the room, making her mouth water even at that early hour. The big copper pot was on the range, bubbling gently with porridge, and Carrie could see that everyone had had their share. In the hall she made for the front sitting room and found the others, bowls of porridge on their laps, listening to Arthur playing Christmas carols on the piano.
"Morning, sleepyhead," said Tommy as she sat beside Ida. "Or is it afternoon?"
Carrie pulled a face at him. "You should have woken me."
"We didn't want to wake you," said Elsie. "You were snoring away deep in the land of Nod."
Carrie's mouth dropped open. "I don't snore."
Elsie's eyes widened. Yes you do. Like one of them trains what run under the ground."
Everyone laughed and Carrie grinned.
"Want some porridge?" asked Ida. "I've taken the boys who stayed theirs. Elsie helped me, and Hannah Elitza and the others will be down later. They don't celebrate in the same way we do, so they're giving us time to open our presents."
"I bought presents for Lila and Rebecca," said Carrie, frowning. "I hope they won't be upset."
"Oh, I shouldn't think so. They're just children, aren't they? And maybe we could say they're farewell presents. I must admit, I bought them something too."
"Oh, Ida," said Carrie, rubbing the kindly woman's arm with affection. "That was good of you."
"I'll get that porridge."
"No, Ida. Sit there, I'll get it. You're part of the family. You don't have to run around after us." Carrie went back into the kitchen and Elsie followed her.
"Thanks for today, Carrie. It's like old times, only better." Carrie ladled porridge from the pot into a china bowl and sat at the table.
"I wish you'd change your mind and stay with us. We're all worried about you going back to Bucks Row. Len West isn't the time to take the snub you gave him lying down, is he?"
"No, I'm the one who he wants to lie down," she grinned, and Carrie shook her head, grinning in return. "Anyway, I've got my reasons for going back. I've made a decision about it, and I think it's what you want. When the time is right, I'm going to leave him. Seeing him at the door yesterday opened my eyes. He couldn't care less about Rose, and even less about me. I'm just someone he uses, like all the other girls, to make money. It's all he cares about." She sat down and leant towards Carrie. "The thing is, I don't want you to think I want charity from you." Carrie started to protest, and Elsie held up her hand. "Let me finish. Since you came to see me, I've realised that I'm still part of a family, even after everything I've done. I'm a whore, Carrie, someone who other women wouldn't give the drippings from their nose. I'm a nothing, a no one, and all the time I live in Whitechapel, it's all I'll ever be. One day I'll move out. I'll come and get Rose, and we'll move away, but we can start again. You and Tommy and Dad will know where I am, but you're the only ones who'll know. I'll do it for Rose. She's the important one." Carrie gently placed a hand on one of Elsie's. "If I can help you, Elsie, I will. Don't do it alone. You're my sister, and I don't care what you've had to do. Len West made you do it. If you'd had a choice, you wouldn't have lived that life, but you didn't. Let me and Tommy help you, and Dad. We'll do all we can." Elsie nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. "I know," she said in a whisper. "I know." The presents were undone, the wrappings whisked away, and Rose and John were sitting on the rug playing with their new toys. Arthur had bought Rose a dolly as he had promised, and it hadn't left her side since she'd unwrapped it. "Thanks, Pa," said Elsie. "She's so happy. I don't think I've ever seen her so happy. And Carrie, those lovely doll's clothes." Elsie shook her head and wiped away a tear. "This is the life I wanted for her," she whispered. "This life." Carrie grabbed her hand. "And you'll get it too, one way or another. I don't know what you've got planned, but you'll get there." Later they all sat around the huge table in the dining room, decorated with tiny Christmas ornaments and an angel candelabra in the centre. The family were joined by Gregor and Elitza, Benjamin and Hannah and their girls, Lila and Rebecca, and Joshka. Hannah and Elitza had taken over the kitchen when Ida had gone to Bucks Row and produced some dishes of their own to add to the feast. The table groaned with Christmas treats. Sitting between them were 3 soldiers who had been unable to return home for Christmas. Tommy and Joshka had helped them down the stairs, and they, along with everyone else, wore the paper hats that Lila and Rebecca had made for the festivities. "You've done us proud, Ida," Arthur said to her. "I've never seen food like it. We never had anything like this at home, did we, Carrie, Elsie and Tommy? And look at Alfie. He can't take his eyes off it all."
Carrie had noticed that Alfie hadn't been able to take his eyes from Rebecca either. She didn't say anything for fear of embarrassing him and Rebecca. Rebecca was a beautiful girl with long dark hair that today she wore without a scarf. It fell down her back like a chestnut-coloured waterfall. Her eyes were the same dark brown and fringed with long lashes. Carrie wondered if she knew that Alfie admired her, and she remembered when she was Rebecca's age. She was already in love with Johann when she was 16. "It's my pleasure, Arthur," said Ida, flushing a little under everyone's gaze. "I love my cooking." She looked around at them all. "Get stuck in then," she said, laughing, "or it will go cold, and then I won't be happy." Dishes were passed from hand to hand, the chink of bottle against glass, laughter when gravy was spilt on the white tablecloth, and everyone chatting as they tucked into the best meal of the year.
"You wouldn't think there was a war on," said Arthur.
He raised a glass to the 3 lads that sat with him.
"But you know better than any of us. I'm proud to sit and eat with you, and I wish you and your mates the very best. Stay safe and get as many of them Bosch as you can."
"Dad!" cried Carrie. She stared at him, then burst into laughter at the sight of his flushed cheeks, and everyone joined in, even the soldiers.
"That be as loosens your tongue, Arthur," said Ida. "I don't reckon that's something you'd say any other day. But you're just saying what we all think. Good on you."
Arthur put his hand on Alfie's shoulder.
"I'm praying they call an end to it before this one gets to France. I can't believe he's going to war."
He looked up at everyone sitting around the table, his eyes glassy and moist with tears.
"And we must remember that there are young men we call the enemy who are just like my son. The youngest in the family. The baby whose parents don't want him to go to war either. I'm sure I'm not the only one, neither here nor in Germany."
Alfie stared at him.
"I'm not a baby, Dad. I'm a full-grown man."
His eyes flicked over to Rebecca, and Carrie saw a small smile playing on her lips.
"You'll need to be, mate," one of the soldiers said. "It gets rough over there."
Carrie looked from one to the other. "Well, we're all here now. Let's enjoy today together. We know we're the lucky ones, and our thoughts are with all of them, wherever they're from. Who aren't so lucky?"
"Quite right," said Ida.
Later, when everything had been cleared away and Arthur had resumed his place at the piano, they sang Christmas carols and ate klepskoje, sweet biscuits made by Elitza. "Like these, Mama?" John said as he tucked into a 3rd biscuit. Carrie laughed. "I can see you do, John, but that's the last one until tea time." John and Rose, Lila and Rebecca played a game with a board and counters, and Ida and Elsie brought in glasses of hot spiced wine before they settled down for a peaceful evening in front of the fire.
"I wish Florrie was here,"
Arthur said, as he settled back onto the large, squashy chair nearest the fire.
"I don't know why she couldn't have let herself go and put her stubbornness behind her and let us all be a family."
"We'll never know, Dad," said Tommy. "And it doesn't matter now, does it? It's a shame you missed out, but you're here now, and I hope you've made the decision to stay, at least for a few weeks."
"I'll have to get my stuff,"
Arthur said, as he took another sip of piping hot, spiced wine. Carrie sat forward, a grin across her face. "So you will stay, Dad? You'll stay at Nightingale Lane?"
Arthur nodded. "I can't see it doing any harm. You said you'd keep the house in Hanbury Street for me for a while, and that'll be my safety net in case I change my mind. And if I do, it's nothing against you. It'll be because I've lost the thoughts and memories of your mother, that's all."
Carrie sat back, satisfied at last. That Arthur had chosen to stay, even if just for a while, was a step forward. It meant she could hope to persuade him to stay for good. She wanted her dad with her, so she could be sure he was safe. He deserved that at least. Her reverie was interrupted by a loud rapping on the front door. "Who on earth can that be on Christmas night and all? And it's chucking it down outside."
"I'll go,"
Tommy said, putting his drink on the dresser.
"It might be that arsehole West again. Come for Elsie."
I'm not ready to leave yet, she said, dipping the contents of her glass into her mouth. He'll have a long wait ahead of him. Hope he's got an umbrella. Tommy went to the door and gingerly opened it, hoping there wouldn't be a repeat of his confrontation with Len the night before. The last thing he wanted was to get involved with him. Len West had a habit of getting arrested, and so did the blokes he came up against. A woman stood on the step, dressed in a policewoman's uniform, her black cloak sodden by the heavy rain that had replaced the snow and almost washed it away from the streets, leaving them dank and mucky with the usual grime. Tommy, taken aback, couldn't speak, and stared at her for a few moments, his mind whirring. Sir? Can I help you, officer? Yes, sir. I'm an officer of the law. I'm looking for Mrs. Carrie Bateman. This is her home. Yes. Yes, it is. Can I come in then? I'm getting soaked out here. Yes, sorry. Please, come in. I just wasn't expecting. It might be best if I show you into the kitchen. It's warm in there. I'll tell you here. He showed her into the kitchen, unsure of what to do. Would you like to sit down? I'll stand, sir, if it's all the same to you. Fair enough. Moments later, Carrie joined the police officer in the kitchen, her face pale, her eyebrows knotted in a frown, as she couldn't fathom why the police would be calling her on Christmas Day. Officer, how can I be of help? I'm sorry to interrupt your Christmas Day, Mrs. Bateman. My name is Officer Dawlish. I'm with the station in Brick Lane. She reached into her top pocket and pulled out a notebook. You are Mrs. Carrie Bateman, the wife of Mr. Arnold Bateman. Carrie nodded. Yes, she said in a whisper, her mind in turmoil, her frown deepening. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bateman, but your husband's body was found in the yard of the Old Angel public house this morning. The officer swallowed. I'm afraid he's dead, Mrs. Bateman. Carrie reached for the back of a chair as the room swam around her. Her breath got stuck in her throat, and she thought she was going to be sick. Tommy, she cried. Tommy, Dad! Tommy and Arthur rushed into the kitchen, and when he saw Carrie's distress, Tommy grabbed her to stop her falling and sat her in a chair. Put your head between your knees, Carrie. She held on to him as he got down onto his haunches in front of her and glanced at the officer. What the hell's happened, officer? Can you tell me, please? Well, Mrs. Bateman's husband was found dead behind the Old Angel public house in Whitechapel this morning. She opened her notebook again. At about 11:30, he had received a blow on the back of the head with an instrument yet to be identified. Arnold Bateman, dead. Arthur stood by the door with his hands in his pockets. Well, it's no loss to the world. I'm not sure that's the best thing to say under the circumstances, Dad, Tommy said, rolling his eyes. Just saying. What happens now? Tommy asked the officer. You're saying he was murdered? Oh, yes. It was the blow that killed him. Will you need to question my sister? Yes, but not until tomorrow. We have some leads we need to follow up, but someone will be in touch with Mrs. Bateman. Thank you, officer. Shall I see you out? No. I think Mrs. Bateman needs some attention. I can find my own way out. They sat together in the sitting room, quiet now, not one of them knowing what to say. Hannah and Benjamin had taken their daughters up to the attic flat, joined by Joshka, Elitza and Gregor. No one in the Dobbs family mourned Arnold Bateman. Arthur had never spoken a truer word when he said his death was no loss to the world, but no one wanted to acknowledge it. I can't believe it, said Carrie. She put her hand to her cheek. Have you any idea how many times I've wished for him to be... And now he is? Was it me? Did I wish it so much that it happened? If it was, I'll never be forgiven, will I? The good Lord will never forgive me. Ida sat next to her and put an arm around her. Now, Carrie, you're being silly. Don't get yourself all upset now. Bateman was not a popular person in Whitechapel, was he? Too arrogant for his own good. Seems like he got himself mixed up in something and he came off worse. Left here with Len, didn't he? Said Elsie. Maybe they got involved in something. They all stared at her. You think it was Len? Said Pearl. No one would be surprised, would they, if it was him who did it? He'd need a reason. I know Len. He wouldn't put himself in the frame for something unless he thought it was worth it. He's much too canny for that. He'd have to have gained from it in some way. As far as I know, he's never killed anyone.
There's a first time for everything, said Tommy. I know they left here looking as thick as thieves, but that doesn't mean much. Len didn't like Bayman sticking his nose in his business. Maybe they argued.
Elsie got up and stubbed her cigarette out in the ashtray. I'm going back.
What?
Look, Tommy, he's my husband and I need to know, and I will know. Everyone has a tell. If he lies to me, I'll know. You're not going to ask him, surely, said Carrie. He's already threatened you. If you put him on the spot, he might lash out, and you'll be body number 2 found behind a pub somewhere. She shrugged and went into the hall to get her coat and hat, the red feathers looking worse for wear. He won't do me so much damage that I won't be able to work. My gentlemen friends don't like bruises on their girls. He's not that stupid. If he puts me out of action, I can't earn. Carrie rose from her chair and went across to Elsie. She looked into her sister's eyes and then put her arms around her and hugged her. I'm going to ask you not to go, but I know you won't listen. I have to go, Carrie, I told you. I've got my reasons, but I promise I'll keep in touch. I'll get a message to you somehow. Maybe we could meet up somewhere for a cuppa. I'd like that. Carrie released her and kissed her on the cheek. I won't say goodbye to Rose. She's happy playing with the other children, and I'd like to keep it that way. Carrie nodded. All right, Elsie. Me and Tommy will see you out. At the door, Elsie turned on the step and smiled at both of them. I'll never forget today and what you're doing for Rose. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Keep her safe. She's all I've got.
Of course we will, Elsie. Just keep yourself safe, that's all we ask, Tommy said, giving her a hug.
He and Carrie watched as Elsie walked the length of Nightingale Lane and turned the corner. Carrie sighed as they pushed the door shut. I'm worried, Tommy. Tommy nodded.
So am I, sis.
Carrie rubbed her hand across Rose's forehead as the little girl snuggled sleepily into the bedcovers, clutching her new doll closely to her. The little girl's eyelashes fluttered with tiredness. She'd sobbed when she realised Elsie was no longer at Nightingale Lane, and both Carrie and Pearl had done their best to comfort her, although they both knew there was no comfort when a child wanted the mother who was the most important person in their life. I hope she's made the right decision, whispered Pearl as she'd pulled Rose onto her lap and cuddled her. That bloke, he's not to be trusted. Carrie nodded and nervously pushed a lock of hair behind her ear. I know. Oh my God, Pearl. What if he killed Arnold? It must have been him. Who else could it have been? We don't know anyone else like that, do we? We don't. But there are plenty in Whitechapel who would have done it, particularly if they found out about, well, you know. Some men hate that sort of thing.
It's a mystery, but no doubt the police will get to the bottom of it.
The force is made up mostly of women these days. And we know what we're like dogs with rags, aren't we? We never give up. Well, whoever it is will be wishing he'd walked away by the time they get hold of him. Hey. Pearl's eyes had widened.
Why? You don't think it could have been a woman, do you?
Carrie shrugged. Why not? We're just as capable. The officer said an instrument had been used. Anyone can use a hammer or a crowbar, or anything else if necessary. Yes, I think it could have been a woman, just as easily as a man. John stirred, and Carrie went across to his bed. Mama, he said sleepily. Yes, I'm here, she said, as she tucked the eiderdown around him. Is Rose here? She's here too. He nodded and smiled, satisfied that his playmate hadn't left with Elsie. A wave of anxiety went through Carrie as Arnold appeared in her mind's eye. The man who had caused her so much pain and heartache was dead, but she couldn't rejoice at someone's death. Someone had deliberately taken his life, and the thought of it chilled her to the bone. She wondered what the circumstances had been and why his body was found behind a public house. She knew the pub, knew it was popular with the inhabitants of Whitechapel. But no one ever went to the back. Why would they? It was like a waste ground where the owners kept the rubbish bins and the used barrels, like in lots of pubs.
Why would Arnold have been out there? Tommy had alluded to the way he lived his life, and she wondered if this was why. Men like Arnold had to remain hidden, keep themselves below the parapet so they wouldn't be discovered. Is this what happened to him? John's breathing had slowed and he was fast asleep. Carrie rose from his bed and went across the window. It had poured with rain all day and had all but melted the snow. What was left was an unpleasant-looking slush, mixed with the grime from the feet of passers-by and mud from horses' hooves. A movement at the corner of her vision took her attention, and she turned towards it. There was someone there, standing as far back in the shadows of the house opposite as they could. A curl of smoke slowly ascended into the dark, and then the bright orange glow of the end of a cigarette as it was drawn on. Carrie's heart began to beat, like the paradiddle of a drummer boy. Is it him? She thought. Her need for David overwhelmed her, and she allowed her head to drop in her despair, not caring if he saw her there. When she raised her face again, there he was, standing in the street, David, looking up at the house, his eyes on her. She stared at him, then smiled and raised her hand in a wave. He smiled and nodded, then stepped back into the shadows. Carrie turned and ran out of the room, through her bedroom and sitting room, then down the 2 flights of stairs. When she got to the hall, she made for the front door, its weight banging against the wall as she opened it. She ran out onto the street, blind to the rain soaking her hair and clothes. "David," she called. "David." She stared into the darkness, her vision slowly getting used to the gloom, until she realised he wasn't there. Her shoulders drooped, and her head fell forward as she realised she was too late. He was gone. She felt someone put a shawl around her shoulders, and then a pair of strong arms as Ida walked her back inside and shut the door behind them. "He was there, Ida," she said, her voice breaking. "He was there. I saw him." "I know, Ducky. You'd know him anywhere." "He disappeared before I could get to him. He doesn't want to talk to me, does he?" "He will. He will, Carrie. When he's ready." Chapter 64. "What about Dolores?" said Carrie the following morning as she and Ida prepared breakfast for the soldiers. "Do you think she knows?" "God, I don't know. I was thinking I should go and see her, but if she doesn't know yet, I don't want to be the one to tell her." "Poor woman. I know he was a wrong un, but no one wants to hear news like that." "She doesn't have anyone else, as far as I know." "I could come with you, if you want me to." "Would you, Ida? If she doesn't know about Arnold, I'd appreciate your help." Pratt Street looked even worse in the rain. The fronts of the houses were sodden where water had seeped behind the flaking paintwork and got into the wood, and most of them had gutters that weren't fit for purpose. Landlords weren't bothered about the aesthetics of the houses they owned, just the money they would bring in. "Oh dear," said Ida, "and I thought I had it bad when I lived in Spitalfields, but this is awful." "Have you never been here before, then?" Carrie asked her. "No, and with a bit of luck I won't need to come back here. She needs to find somewhere else, doesn't she, after what's happened? What number is she?" 13. "Oh my goodness, it gets worse." As soon as the door was opened, Carrie knew Dolores had heard the news. "Oh, Carrie," she sobbed. "Whatever did he do to deserve having his head bashed in?" Carrie glanced at Ida, whose mouth was a straight line. "I know, Dolores. I'm so sorry. You must be heartbroken." Dolores pulled the door open as far as it would go and beckoned them into the front room. Ida glanced at the room, neater and tidier than she'd expected, but put together with the shabbiest of things. "Can I make you a cup of tea, missus?" Ida asked Dolores. "A cuppa makes everything a bit better, and I don't suppose you've had many visitors." "That would be lovely, Mrs. Coyle. Ida Coyle. You can call me Ida." "You're right. I've had no visitors. I've got no family to care about Arnold, or for me, for that matter." "What about Arnold's aunt and uncle?" asked Carrie. "He spoke about them." "On his father's side. They couldn't stand me." Carrie glanced away. "Oh." The 3 women sat nursing the cups of tea that Ida made. Conversation was stilted, and Carrie willed the meeting to be swiftly over.
What will you do now? Carrie asked Dolores. Would you want to stay here?
Dolores looked surprised at the question.
I'm not sure what else I can do, Carrie. Where would I go? This is our home, my home. I've not got much coming in, to be honest. Arnold kept me poor, never really paid his way. I've had to rely on charity for years, and I expect I will to the day I die. There aren't many prospects in the offing.
Carrie and Ida walked down Pratt Street in silence until they got to the corner, and Ida spotted a tea shop over the other side of the road.
Come on, she said. Let's go in there and have a decent cup of tea. Dolores's milk was on the turn, did you notice? It smelled horrible, and I could murder one of them cream slice things. Come on, Carrie, my treat.
Carrie silently followed Ida across the road, and they got a small round table covered in a pristine white cloth in the window where they could watch people go by.
That was awful, said Carrie.
Poor woman, losing her son like that. But I get the feeling Dolores Bateman might be one of those people you can't help no matter what you do for her. Do you know what I mean?
Determined for life to be difficult?
Yes, Ida answered, as she poured tea from a teapot decorated with rosebuds.
You might need to be careful there.
Carrie picked up her cup and gingerly sipped at the hot tea.
Why?
You're the only person with a connection to her.
Right.
Carrie put her cup down on the saucer with a chink.
I'll do what I can, Ida. I always do what I can, you know that.
Ida nodded. I know you will. But don't let her become a burden. That's my advice. You've got enough on your plate. And you're a widow now.
Blimey. I hadn't thought of that. I am, aren't I? A widow.
And you'll get his army pension.
Will I?
Ida nodded.
Should I give it to Dolores, do you think?
Ida smiled. That might be an idea. Back at the house, Carrie waited for the police to call about Arnold. She knew it was something she had to face, but the thought of talking about the man she disliked more than anyone in the world concerned her. What if the police realised how much antipathy there was between them? And how many people knew he was trying to get half of the house? It was motive enough to kill for some people, or to have him killed.
I'm absolutely innocent, she thought. So why do I feel guilty?
She threw herself into her duties, keen to resume the normal working day as soon as she could. The men weren't at work until the following day, with it being Boxing Day, so Tommy was at home when the police finally showed up.
We've been talking to people who knew your husband, Mrs. Bateman, said the elderly police sergeant, who was accompanied by the female officer who had broken the news to Carrie the day before. It seems you and him were estranged.
Carrie nodded.
Yes, we were.
Why?
We travelled to India together, Secunderabad. But while we were there, we realised the marriage wasn't working. So I came back to London and left Arnold in Secunderabad.
He wasn't the father of your child?
No.
Is it necessary to ask her that? Tommy asked him, interrupting the questioning. Why should it matter? We're just trying to get a picture of the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Bateman, sir, if you'll allow me to continue.
Tommy leant back, sighing.
And did Mr. Bateman know he wasn't the child's father?
Carrie nodded.
So that fact didn't cause you any problems?
No.
The sergeant glanced at Officer Dawlish.
Did he have an interest in this house?
Carrie stared at him, not knowing how to answer him.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. An interest?
Did he own it?
No.
But surely, as your husband.
I bought this house, Sergeant. I purchased it with money I earned in India from a business I shared with a friend,
and with the intention of turning it into a convalescent home for injured soldiers,
which for the past year and a half has been its purpose.
Did your husband think he had a lawful right to it?
He'd recently begun to bother me by calling here and making threats. He wanted me to give him half the house, saying he had a right to it because he and I had been married, even though we had not lived together for a long time.
Had you consulted a man of legal qualifications?
Yes.
So you would have been ready to dispute his assertions?
Yes.
Even though you took his name and lived as man and wife for a period of time?
We did not.
The sergeant looked askance for a moment, then glanced at Officer Dawlish again.
"But you said—"
"I said we were married, Sergeant. I said we went through a marriage ceremony, but we did not live as man and wife." The sergeant frowned. "I can see you're confused, and I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Living as man and wife means every aspect of marriage, doesn't it? We were married, but the marriage was never consummated." The sergeant's face turned the colour of puce, and he shuffled his papers about on the table, as if not sure where to take the interview from there. Aren't you going to ask me why? I'd have thought it was the first thing you'd have asked."
"All right, Mrs. Bateman. Why?"
"Because my husband did not have an attraction for women, which I didn't discover until after we were married. His preference was for other men. I unfortunately witnessed this with my own eyes when I found him in our marital bed with a young man. It tolled the funeral bell for our marriage, as I'm sure you understand, Sergeant."
"Is that so?"
"It is."
"We have spoken to a young woman of Mr. Bateman's acquaintance who would dispute what you've just said, Mrs. Bateman. A Miss Betty Baker, who was apparently Mr. Bateman's girlfriend." "It doesn't prove anything," said Tommy. "I know Betty Baker. She's a prostitute. She'll say anything as long as she's being paid." "I'm curious as to how you know Miss Baker, Mr. Dobbs, but I don't think Mr. Bateman will be paying her anything any time soon, do you?"
"Had an answer for everything, didn't he?" said Tommy, as he shut the door behind the officers with a slam. "He thinks it was me," Carrie said, as she wrung her hands together. "He thinks I had Arnold killed because he was trying to get his hands on the house."
"It doesn't matter what they think. They have to prove it first."
"Tommy, I'm scared." Tommy guided her into the living room and sat her down.
"Did you kill him?"
He sunk down onto his haunches in front of her, holding onto the arms of her chair. "No," she cried.
"Did you get someone else to kill him?"
"Of course I didn't." He slapped his hands on his thighs.
"Well, there you are then. You've got nothing to worry about."
"Who the hell is Betty Baker?"
"A tart from the pub Arnold obviously paid to support his story that he likes women. And you told the officers about Arnold leaving here Christmas Eve with Len West, didn't you? What's the bet they're around there now, grilling Len West about his role in all this? He'll be at the top of the list of suspects, believe me."
"Do you think it was him?"
Tommy shrugged. "I don't know. I can't say I care that much. Arnold Bateman is out of the picture, and it's the best thing that could have happened. He'll never bother you again, Carrie. Just think, a life without Arnold Bateman doing his best to poison it. Surely part of you is glad about that."
Carrie wasn't convinced with Tommy's assertion that she had nothing to worry about. She was being truthful, of course, but she also knew that sometimes even people who told the absolute truth were not believed, and out of everyone who knew Arnold, surely she had more motive than anyone to want him out of her life.
"But you're not a killer, darling," said Dorothy, when Carrie took her worries to her. "Anyone can see that. You wouldn't hurt a fly."
"I'm not sure about that. There were plenty of times when I wanted rid of him. He was a real thorn in my side, you know that, and other people knew it too. I hadn't made it public, but he had. He'd told people that he thought he should own half of the house. Even a woman down the pub called Betty Baker who told the police he was her boyfriend."
Dorothy snorted. "Betty Baker, eh? And how much had he paid her to say it, I wonder?"
"That's what Tommy said."
"Tommy is correct, I should imagine."
"I hope they don't come back. The police, I mean. I think I look guilty even though I know I'm not. I can feel my face going red and my palms going clammy. It's awful, it really is."
"Do you think they've questioned Elsie's husband?"
Carrie nodded. "He's definitely in the frame. Christmas Eve certainly didn't turn out the way I'd planned. Peace and goodwill to all, I don't think so. Even Joshka and Benjamin got involved, and I think it would have been much worse if Joshka hadn't pushed Arnold into the gutter. It wasn't just me he threatened. It was John too. Called him something horrible."
Dorothy went across to the long window in her sitting room and gazed out onto the square, although not really seeing anything.
"Life is hard, isn't it? What with one thing and another. There's always something to ruin one's happiness." "Dorothy, there's something wrong, isn't there?"
What is it? There's me, banging on about my own troubles. I'm so sorry.
Don't be, darling. It's not as though I didn't know it was going to happen. Marcus has been posted to the Western Front. His training days are over, I'm afraid.
Carrie's face clouded over. Oh.
She was nervous to answer Dorothy, because she knew how awful the men had found it on the Western Front, the main theatre of war instigated by the Germans when they invaded Belgium and Luxembourg. The injuries sustained, the fear, the deaths. She'd heard from the young soldiers who had stayed with them at Nightingale Lane about the defences soldiers constructed using sandbags and wood, protecting them with barbed wire to prevent enemy soldiers from getting to them. Unfortunately, the defences would become waterlogged, leading the soldiers developing trench foot, a fungal infection of the feet. She had seen the effects of it, and she shook her head, wondering if Marcus would survive one of the most vicious battlegrounds.
Is there nothing he can do to promote his cause to stay at the training academy? Why are they sending him now?
Dorothy turned from the window and returned to her chair, picking up a marble box containing her favourite cocktail cigarettes. She took one from the box and lit it, drawing on it deeply and closing her eyes. They want to end this war, Carrie. It's gone on for far too long. Do you remember they said it would be over by Christmas 1914? We're about to see 1918 and still it continues. Look at what happened in 1916 at the Battle of Verdun, where up to 700,000 men died, and the Battle of the Somme the same year with more than 1 million casualties. And then there was the Battle of Passchendaele, the Battle of Ypres in 1917, and nearly 5,000 men taken from their families. The numbers we speak of are momentous, monstrous. One cannot even imagine such great loss. Marcus and those like him are strategists. He and his colleagues will hopefully find a way to bring the war to a close. It's why he must go. And he must go because our lives in 1917 are so entwined with the war. Everyone must do something. I organised homes for refugees and you took them in. You and those who work with you look after the young men who return injured from the front, to help them recover enough to be sent back to fight for their country. We're all involved.
Carrie nodded and looked down at her hands. But he might...
Yes, Carrie. He might be killed, or he might be terribly injured, or suffer like your beloved David because of the horrors he has experienced, and not know the world in which he now lives.
She glanced at Carrie.
Have you seen him again?
Yes.
Carrie's voice was little more than a whisper. When?
Christmas night. The snow had gone, which made Nightingale Lane darker than before, but I saw someone standing in the shadows of the house opposite. I ran outside to him, Dorothy.
Dorothy gasped. Did you? What happened?
Carrie shook her head. Nothing. He'd gone. Vanished into thin air like a ghost.
It's a step forward, though, isn't it? He wants to make contact, Carrie. Perhaps he's frightened of hurting you again.
Maybe. She inhaled a deep breath into her lungs, thinking about what Dorothy had told her. It all pales into insignificance when you hear about the men who have given their lives for their country. I'll keep on hoping, Dorothy. It's all I can do. It's all any of us can do.
You've got a visitor, said Ida, coming out of the kitchen into the hall as Carrie hung up her coat. And they haven't chosen the best of times. Carrie followed her into the kitchen and poured herself a cup of tea. She had chosen to walk home from Victoria Square, and the cold had seeped into her bones and chilled them to the marrow.
Who's the visitor? What do you mean they haven't chosen the best of times?
It's Master Stern. I've put him in your sitting room. The other thing is, she took a breath, Tommy's been arrested. Carrie sat heavily on one of the wooden chairs around the kitchen table, her eyes wide with shock.
What? Why?
Len West. Ida sat too, clutching onto the skirt of her apron, her hands nervously crumpling fabric into a ball. He told the police that Tommy threatened Arnold Bateman, that they saw him in the pub down the road in a lock-in after hours on Christmas Eve. They had words, Tommy and Bateman, and apparently Tommy lost his temper. Did Tommy tell you about it?
No.
Well, the police said it's what Len West told them.
And they believed him. Len West, of all people.
Ida nodded. He told the police Tommy warned Arnold if ever he went near you and John again he'd kill him.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I.
What can we do?
In my experience, Carrie, nothing. We wait. They might let him go because they've got no evidence other than the word of Lem West, and we know that won't amount to much. She rose from the chair and smoothed down the front of her apron. Don't forget Master Fern is in your sitting room.
Where's Pearl?
In her room.
Should I go to her?
See what Master Stern wants first. I'm sorry, Carrie, but he was here when Tommy was arrested. Carrie's mouth fell open and her shoulders slumped.
You're joking.
Afraid not, Ducky. Johann stood as Carrie joined him in the sitting room. Carrie, my dear. He held his hands out to her, and she automatically grasped them, regretting it when she felt the warmth of his hands in hers.
Johann, I think your visit here has been rather interesting. I can only apologise.
She sat on a small sofa by the window, and he sat opposite her, his eyes full of sympathy. I came to offer my condolences for the loss of your husband. I hope my visit is not misplaced. If it is inconvenient, I will come another time.
No, Johann, of course not. I appreciate your visit. However, you've probably worked out my husband's death was less than straightforward.
So I've been led to understand. But your brother, he frowned, he would not do such a thing.
No, it's unthinkable. Of course, it's no secret that Arnold was a difficult man, and they and I were not together, but no. His death was caused by another, but by no one in this household.
My visit before, when your husband and I came to tell you that Caleb had unfortunately passed away.
Carrie's hands flew to her mouth, and her eyes filled with tears. Oh, Johann, I'm so sorry. Oh, my goodness, poor Elizabeth, she must be beside herself.
Yes, it has been a difficult time for her, for us as a family. She has been lonely since she lived in London. Because of Caleb's condition, she did not make friends. We did not mix socially with other people. I have worried a great deal about her.
Would you like me to visit? Does she...
know about when you and I were young? No, she does not know.
Carrie nodded and sat back in the sofa, relief flooding her body.
I thought it would be better for her to be with her family in America at this time. She shut herself away and sank deep within herself. Caleb's loss has been overwhelming for her. I wanted to go with her, but business kept me here, so my parents have travelled with her. She was happy to go to her mother and father and sister, who will give her the comfort she needs. She'll be away for some time, I think.
And what about you? Was she away for Christmas?
Johann smiled. We do not celebrate Christmas, Carrie. We have our own festivities. Of course, when our family was living here, he lifted his hand, we made sure we had some of the accoutrements of Christmas celebrations for my father's business associates, many of whom were not of the Jewish faith.
I see.
She didn't really see, but she remembered Conrad Stern being a man who knew how to flatter the right people when it suited him.
You must come for dinner one evening, Johann, when this silliness with my brother is cleared up. Mrs. Coyle is still a wonderful cook.
You're lucky to have her, and of course I accept.
He placed his hands on his knees, and it was then that Carrie saw his beautifully manicured nails and hands that had never seen a day's manual work, which made the deep blood-ingrained scratch on his right hand even more visible. Johann, your hand, it looks very sore.
He pulled his hand up and inspected the scratch. Our neighbour's dog, a lovely animal but too affectionate. I tried to stop petting him and he objected and scratched me. I'll think twice before I fondle his ears again.
Would you like me to dress it for you?
Oh, thank you. No, it's not necessary. Better in the air. It will heal faster. Carrie knocked on the door to Pearl and Tommy's sitting room. She was worried about the young woman who had had so much to face during the last few months, and yet always believed that things would come right. She was certain the news of Tommy's arrest must have shaken her confidence to the core.
Pearl?
The door was opened by a white-faced Pearl, whose eyes looked enormous in her pale face.
Come in, Carrie. You're a welcome sight, I can tell you. I'm sorry. I didn't come before. Johan. I know. It's all right. He was here when the police came for Tommy. What are they thinking, Carrie? Tommy could no more kill a man than fly in the air. Did Dad go with him? Arthur went down to the station afterwards. They wouldn't let anyone go with Tommy. Not even me. They sat on the sofa in front of the fire, and Carrie wrapped her arms around Pearl. What did they say? This has all happened because of Len West. He told them Tommy threatened Arnold, and it seemed they believed him. But it's rubbish, isn't it? Pearl stared at her. Of course it is. Do you doubt it? No. But Tommy did go out after we'd all gone to bed. Did you know? Pearl shook her head. I must have been asleep. It was the first day I'd actually felt anything like back to normal, and it took it out of me. He told Elsie and me he was going to the pub down the road because they were opening after hours and he needed cigarettes. The Ship's Tavern, it's called. That's not where Arnold's body was found, though, is it? The Old Angel on Whitechapel Road. But that's quite a walk away. So why do they think Tommy had anything to do with it? Probably because he fell out with Len West on Christmas Eve, and when they questioned him about Arnold, Len saw a way to get his own back. You know what kind of man he is, the lowest of the low. As long as he's in the clear, he wouldn't care who else he implicated, innocent or not. I'm sure it's of no concern to him. I hope Tommy's all right. We were hoping to bring Eliza home in the new year. How can that happen if he's in prison? Carrie hugged her. He's not in prison, Pearl. They're questioning him, and once they've questioned everyone else who was at the pub, they'll see he's innocent. They've got a lot to prove, and they'll have trouble with that, seeing as he didn't have anything to do with it. My money's on Len West. He must be a suspect. The police know what he gets up to. He'd throw his own grandmother under a cart if he thought it would get him off the hook. Do you think they'll let me visit him while he's at the police station? Carrie shrugged. I don't know. We'll ask Dad when he comes back. He'll be able to tell us more. She rested her cheek on the top of Pearl's head. Please don't worry, Pearl. Tommy's innocent, and they'll soon realise it. It'll be all right. Is this another of your Pollyanna moments? I believe in Tommy, and so do you. It's all that matters. Arthur returned to the house later that evening, his face lined with worry. He sat in the kitchen, resting his elbows on the table, and put his head in his hands. I can't believe this is happening. Even stone cold dead, that bloody man is causing us trouble. Oh, Florrie. Florrie, why did you have any truck with him? I knew he was trouble the minute I laid eyes on him, but she wouldn't listen. All she could see were the pound notes he put on the table. Carrie sat at the table with him, Pearl the other side, both waiting to see what was happening to Tommy. What have they said, Dad? They suspect him of killing Arnold Bateman. That's all they would say. Len West is there as well. Pearl's eyes widened. So it's not just Tommy they're questioning. Did you see him, Arthur? Tommy, I mean. Arthur shook his head. Wouldn't let me see him. In the end, I got so exhausted I just left. I sat in the waiting room all of them hours with not even a cup of tea. Felt like they suspected me too. They just ignored me. The sergeant at the desk kept looking at me and shaking his head as if to let me know there was no point in me being there. And there wasn't. They were never going to let me speak to him. Ida pushed a huge mug of tea across the table towards Arthur, along with a plate on which there were 2 rounds of bacon sandwiches. Get that down, you Arthur. You look like you need it. Thanks, Ida. He nodded. You're right, I'm starving. Ida sat at the table with the others. All you can do now is wait. Like I said to Carrie, there's nothing you can do. It's a waiting game. They'll be playing cat and mouse with Tommy. It's what they do. They'll try and trick him, trip him up so he says things to incriminate himself. So you better hope he's innocent, and they had nothing to do with Arnold Bateman copping for it. Because if he isn't innocent, and he did have something to do with it, anything, they'll know. Ida, Carrie cried. Of course he's innocent. He had nothing to do with it. Ida pulled a face. We all want to believe that. None of us want to think our loved ones are capable of doing wrong. But you have to face things. Arnold Bateman was causing you problems, and Tommy had threatened him at the door. She shook her head.
It won't go down well, and you should be prepared for the worst. I'm just playing devil's advocate, Ducky. My advice is, think about it and be prepared."
Arthur nodded as he chewed.
"Ida's right, girls. It could happen, and we should be prepared for an outcome we don't want."
Carrie sat up straight, her expression determined. "If it ever comes to that, we'll get a good solicitor and barrister. Johann Stern will know someone, I'm sure of it. I've got some savings. It'll be worth every penny."
Tears ran down Pearl's face as she pushed herself away from the table.
"He didn't do anything wrong. That's the thing. My Tommy would never take someone else's life, no matter what he thought of them. I'll never believe any different whatever happens. Eliza and I will always believe in him. They could be putting his head through the noose, and I would still believe in him. He's never let me down, even when everyone thought I was going to die. I'll never, ever give up on him."
Chapter 65. Carrie pulled on her gloves and turned to the large mirror in the hall to adjust her hat. She replaced the diamante-topped pins to secure the hat into her chignon, and as she lowered her arms, she stared at her reflection. Her eyes were drawn to the eyes in the mirror, the ones that had seen so much, that had cried tears of laughter and of sorrow. What a story those eyes could tell if they could speak. The story of a young woman who had changed her life from one of fear for the future and a journey into the unknown, to one where she had borne a beautiful child, had known the most intimate love and the deepest sorrow, had worked as hard as her body would allow, and used her intelligence to ensure a safe future for her son. She was no longer a girl. The girl had gone forever. Those years had dissolved away like a cloud of vapour without her even noticing, and in her place was a woman of means, a mother, daughter, sister and friend, and now a widow. Her clothes reflected her new status, for status is what it was in the world in which she lived. It was expected that she would go into a period of mourning for Arnold Bateman, for after all he had been her husband. She had married him in a Church of Christ, and in his eyes and in the eyes of the law, regardless of the limitations of their relationship, they were man and wife. She had taken vows on that fateful day, the day she had worn a pale green silk dress and carried peonies, and said goodbye to her girlhood, to her best friend Pearl, and to the life she had known. She had vowed in a voice so quiet it could barely be heard, to love, honour, and obey the man she would call her husband. She had not loved Arnold Bateman, for she didn't know him, had never honoured him, and would never do so because he was dishonourable, and had been forced with violence to obey him so he could further his career. His thoughts for her and her welfare had not existed. He had never once shown her any kindness, even less for her son. She sighed and thought of Tommy. She knew her brother. He was a quiet, gentle man, someone who had never been in trouble in his life. When his friends had stolen and cheated, or had caroused in the public houses after dark and flirted with the girls on the street who offered men the route to paradise for a shilling, Tommy had chosen not to be with them. He had always been shy and had suffered because of it. She closed her eyes and bent her head. Tears threatened yet again. The thought of him being incarcerated in a police cell, caged like an animal, with no prospect of release, overwhelmed her with the most all-consuming sadness. Their Tommy, her little brother. She could only imagine how frightened he was. "Carrie?" Ida came into the hall, a pile of freshly laundered towels in her arms. "I thought you'd gone, Ducky." Carrie smiled and nodded, and pulled the black net veil over her face. "Yes, I'm about to go." "Do you think he's still there?" Shrugging, she picked up a dolly bag from the dresser. "Something tells me he isn't, but I don't have any clue where he might be staying if he's not still at the Alexandria. I would have expected him to stay with Dorothy and Marcus, but," she sighed, "I know he hasn't gone there." "Family?" "Maybe." She shook her head in frustration. "When we were in Secundrabad, we were so besotted with one another we didn't get as far as discussing his family. I wish we had. It might be the answer to all of this. If he has left the Alexandria and I knew where he was, I could go and see him. He might not like it, but it'd be more difficult to turn me away if he's staying in someone's house."
Ida observed Carrie like a mother watches her own child. "You're right, love. I'm worried about you. You have so much on your plate." Carrie momentarily closed her eyes and blinked away the threatened tears. "All of this will pass, won't it? It won't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. Soon we'll know about Tommy, which is uppermost in my mind right now, and Pearl." "Is she still in her room?" Carrie nodded. "Perhaps it's best to let her work things out her own way." "Yes, Ida. You're right. We all have to. No one can tell us how to feel and how we'll all cope with things in a different way, but we have each other. We all have each other, and we'll get through it, whatever happens." Carrie stood at the entrance of the Alexandria nursing home. The building looked more like a palatial bungalow belonging to one of the snooty matrons at the top of the social tree in Secunderabad than a nursing home. But she knew as soon as she went through the half-glazed double doors, the rustling efficiency of the nurses and a smell she couldn't describe, rather like a mixture of flowers and disinfectant, would remind her of why she was there. The gardens were still beautiful. Not many flowers, with it being the last week in December, but someone had cleverly and thoughtfully planted grasses and shrubs that gave the patients a pleasant vista to look out on when the weather was inclement, and somewhere for them to explore if they were of mind when the weather permitted. She wondered if David had ever wandered the paths around the flower beds, appreciating the tranquility of the place, and it was tranquil. She began the walk down the drive towards the entrance, her stomach churning with apprehension. She wasn't sure what she was hoping for. If David was still there, it would mean that any progress he had made was limited, but at least she would know where he was. If he had been discharged, then it would signal that he was better, but she doubted the staff would be willing to tell her where he was staying. In either case, he had made a choice. He wasn't ready to see her. "My name is Carrie Bateman. I've come to discover if David Lawrence is still a patient here." The young nurse eyed her with some confusion, clearly recognising her from a previous visit, yet her veil obscured her features, and Carrie was glad of it. Carrie remembered her as the nurse who took her note to David, and wondered if it was her voice the nurse recognised, but was unable to reconcile her with her morning dress. "Captain Lawrence?" asked the nurse. Carrie nodded. "Why, he left some weeks ago." "Oh, I didn't realise. He'd made such good progress, you see," said the nurse, cutting Carrie off. "He'd asked to be discharged at the earliest opportunity, and of course the doctors were pleased for him to go back into normal life as soon as possible." "Normal life?" The nurse nodded. "He returned home. To his wife. It was quite the reunion." "His wife? There must be some mistake. Captain Lawrence isn't married." The nurse pulled a large leather-bound book from a shelf behind her and began to swiftly turn the pages with a licked finger. "Yes, here we are. Captain David Lawrence, discharge date the 5th of December. Discharge to Mrs. Sadie Lawrence of Henrietta Street, Covent Garden." Carrie's world stopped turning. Time seemed to come to an abrupt halt. David had a wife, had been married when he was in Secunderabad, yet not once did he allude to any life other than the one he seemed to have, that of a single man. "Are you sure?" she said to the nurse, who cheerfully replaced the book on the shelf. "Oh yes, I was on duty, you see. We all came into the foyer to wish them good health and happiness and to wave them goodbye. The doctors were so pleased. David Lawrence is one of our successes." Carrie stood at the railings, looking into the ground she knew she would never see again. She wished fervently that David had become well enough to be discharged, and she had finally got her wish. He had left the Alexandria, returned to the life he'd had before being posted to Secunderabad, the one in which he had concealed a wife and a home, in Henrietta Street in Covent Garden, no less. "You never said," she whispered. "You never told me. Why? Why didn't you tell me, David? You knew about me, knew my situation with Arnold, was aware he wasn't John's father. I was open and honest with you, totally and utterly honest. Yet you felt it was unnecessary to be the same with me. No wonder you stopped me from visiting. You didn't want me to bump into your wife." As she made her way to the tram stop, the misery of rejection sitting on her shoulders, she wondered if they were children. She lay on her bed in the darkness, trying not to think of him, The moments they shared when they were together in India, the promise of a future together, one that had been taken away so abruptly when David had been sent to France. She remembered how she had feared for him, how she'd prayed every day that somehow he would be brought back to her, that they would be together again. She wondered if in some way it had been her fault. Had she been so overwhelmed with her love for him that she had missed that moment when he had told her he was married? Did he tell her? In every thought of him, in every image of her mind's eye of him, she had never thought of him with someone else, had never considered that someone could have been waiting for him in England, someone other than her. She lay on her side and stared into the gloom of her bedroom. Suddenly, she didn't know what to hope for anymore. She realised that waiting for David had almost become an occupation in itself, that behind everything that had happened, there had always been the thought that David would be thinking of her as much as she was thinking about him. His appearances in Nightingale Lane had given her such hope, she had begun to picture them together again at the house, with John, even perhaps getting married one day. When Florrie had died, Carrie knew she hadn't grieved like a daughter who had lost her mother. Because of their history, and because of the decisions Florrie had made for her concerning Carrie's future, her grief did not have the depth of feeling it would have had they been closer. Arnold's death had been a shock to her, but Tommy had been right when he suggested there must have been part of her that was relieved he could no longer plague her with his hatred and violence. She did not regret his passing. She had gradually begun to feel a sense of freedom, a releasing of the shackles that had bound her to him. What she felt at the discovery of David's deceit was grief at its most raw and ragged. She would never find the words to define how much he had hurt her. She had upheld him as an honourable man, had made her love for him an open book for her family and friends. They had listened to her glowing portrayal of him and never once questioned his love for her, had supported her when it became impossible for her to nurse him back to health. She had felt an uncomfortable, powerful guilt in supporting his admittance to the Alexandria, and had lived with that guilt every day. Yet behind all of this was a secret, one that he had done everything in his power to keep from her, even taking steps to prevent her and the friends they shared from visiting him at the Alexandria. She sat up suddenly. Dorothy and Marcus, did they know? Had they any idea that David was married? She slid off the bed, grabbed her dolly bag and ran downstairs. In the hall she threw on her coat, fastened her hat and veil and left the house, slamming the front door behind her. Ida ran into the hall and Pearl pushed her wheelchair out of her bedroom at the sound of the door slamming and looked at each other in astonishment. "What's that about?" said Ida. "She never came to see me after she'd been to the Alexandra and I didn't want to pry." "She went upstairs, didn't she? I heard her. Heard the door go. Heard her fling her keys on the dresser and the sound of the squeaky step as she went up. It was like she was wading through treacle, as though she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. Something's happened." "You don't think it's got anything to do with Tommy, do you?" Ida shook her head. She would have said, and you would have been the first to know. "No, it's something else. She went to the Alexandria to try and find out where Captain Lawrence is." "Maybe she did, and it wasn't what she wanted to hear." Ida sighed. "Maybe." Carrie ran down Nightingale Lane, her coat unbuttoned and flying behind her as she ran. She held her hat to her head, then tried to secure it as she made her way down the street. She pulled her veil down over her face and thought it was the only thing she would ever thank Arnold Bateman for. The veil hid the paleness of her skin and the puffy redness surrounding her eyes where she had cried into her pillow to muffle the sound of her tears. Pearl had put John to bed before Carrie had returned from the Alexandria, and the last thing she wanted was for her son to see her distress. She hadn't wanted anyone to see her sorrow, because she knew it would provoke questions that she didn't have the strength to answer. She waited at the tram stop for 10 minutes, then walked quickly to the next one, thinking that by the time it arrived at the stops, it was likely she would get to Victoria Square quicker by running and walking. By the time she had reached the third stop, the tram had caught up with her progress, and she gratefully bought a ticket and sat at the front, her breath coming in short bursts. She looked down at herself and fastened her coat, aware that some of the other travellers were looking at her strangely. A widow with her coat undone in the winter weather was unthinkable, pulling the veil lower down her face so none of it could be seen. She stared out of the front window as the tram rumbled round the streets, down Great Marlborough Street and Grosvenor Street, and around the palatial squares where the war had not seemed to penetrate. Yet by virtue of numbers must have been touched by the huge losses the country had experienced. Christmas trees still shone in the window of the salons of people whose lives could well have been blighted by sorrow, their future changed forever, yet were determined to prove their strength, and belief in their sons would never be diminished. Carrie felt chastened and her breathing slowed, knowing her reaction to the news of David's wife had been because of shock, that nothing had prepared her for the realization that David was the same as everyone else, that he had the same weaknesses as other people. She had never thought this of him, had placed him on a pedestal that had possibly been too high for anyone to achieve and maintain. She considered that she may have expected too much, and perhaps she had. But one of the lessons she had tried to teach her son was that lying was unacceptable, and David had lied to her. By omission it was true, but it was still a lie. She got off the tram at the stop just before Victoria Square and walked the few hundred yards to Dorothy and Marcus's home, where she stood outside for a moment looking up at the windows. She hoped with all her heart that Marcus wasn't home. She needed to be herself, to cry if needs be, and she knew she would never feel comfortable doing so with Marcus present. She stepped up to the double doors and knocked. A maid answered almost immediately, and without asking who she was and what her business was with the family, immediately showed her to Dorothy's sitting room where she was alone, the twins on a rug at her feet. She looked up as Carrie went into the room. "Darling, I saw you from the window. Carrie, you never come here at this time. Has something happened? I heard that Tommy had been arrested for Arnold Bateman's murder. Has he been charged?" Carrie removed her veil and shook her head. Dorothy frowned and went to her, hugging her close, and encouraged her to sit. "What's happened, Carrie? I'm sorry to say it, but you look awful. Wait a moment. We need something to bolster us." She rang the bell for a maid and asked for food, light snacks and hot wine. "Right. Now tell me. Something has happened." "I went to the Alexandria today." Dorothy grasped both Carrie's hands in hers. "Yes? Was he there?" "No. He was discharged at the beginning of December. Dorothy, I must ask you because I have no one else to ask. Did you know David was married?" Dorothy frowned. "What? No, he isn't. Is he?" "Do you not know?" Dorothy sat back in her chair, looking bewildered. "But Marcus would have told me." "If he knew. David didn't tell me. At least, he didn't not tell me. He omitted it from his story. Not once. Even when I told him about Johann and my arranged marriage to Arnold, did he ever mention he had a wife." "How did you find out?" "The new nurse at the Alexandria. I don't think she knew she wasn't meant to discuss David with anyone. She was the one who took my note to him. Whether he read it or not, I've no idea. She said the day he was discharged, she was there on duty. That they had all congregated in the foyer to wave him goodbye when his wife, Mrs. Sadie Lawrence, took him home." Dorothy's expression changed from one of astonishment to sympathy. She shook her head and looked down at her hands. "It's all my fault." Carrie stared at her. "What do you mean?" "I introduced you to him, didn't I? Facilitated your first meeting with him when I came home to London from India, because I thought he would look out for you, take care of you. It's my fault. I'm so sorry, Carrie." "No, Dorothy, no, it's not your fault. I fell in love with him. I fell in love with the man I thought he was. A truthful man, who I thought would never deceive me. After living with Arnold, he was a breath of fresh air. He was so kind and thoughtful." "But he was all of those things to you, wasn't he?" "He still is a lovely man. And underneath everything he had become, after being involved in the fighting which would change anyone, I believe he's still a lovely man. He loves you, Carrie. I know he does. Surely if he had no feelings for you, he wouldn't stand outside your house in the freezing cold waiting for a glimpse of you. There must be a reason why he does it." Carrie shook her head. "Does it matter why? We can never be together, not in the way I'd hoped. He already has a wife, and I, better than anyone, know how difficult it can be to end a marriage, even if both parties really want to, and I don't know if he would really want to. She went to him and took him back to their home to care for him. I can't overcome that."
Do you know where it is? His home, I mean.
Henrietta Street.
Gosh, really, I'm surprised.
Why?
Dorothy raised her eyebrows in surprise. You don't know it? It's, shall we say, a place you would live in if you had made connections in your life. An area to which one would aspire. The houses are huge, palatial, one could say. Beautiful. I know David came from a good family. His father is a doctor, a professor, I believe. His mother was a society girl, Lady something or other. But Henrietta Street, she frowned. They must be wealthier than I thought. Carrie leant forward, smiling, reaching for the twins' tiny hands and holding them in her own.
They're gorgeous, Dorothy. I'm so happy for you and for Marcus.
Dorothy's face softened as her eyes went to her babies.
But it doesn't matter now. I can't fight a wife, can I? And I don't want to. Marriage is untouchable. I wouldn't want to be the cause of anyone's unhappiness.
She stood to go, and Dorothy walked her to the door of the sitting room.
I don't know what to say.
I didn't know, I promise you.
Carrie kissed her cheek and smiled. I know. I know you didn't. I have so much to be grateful for, Dorothy, and Tommy needs me right now. If his situation gets worse, I'll need to find someone to defend him. He'll never cope alone. He's not made like that.
If there's anything I or Marcus can do, please, Carrie, don't hesitate to ask. Carrie walked home from Dorothy's with a heavy heart. She had learnt nothing about David, as it seemed he had kept his marriage a secret from Dorothy and Marcus, which Carrie found strange.
Why would you keep something as important as that a secret from one of your closest friends? She said under her breath as she hailed a hansom cab. Henrietta Street, please, she said to the driver. She sat back into the darkness of the cab, wanting to think without distraction, needing to weigh up everything David had said to her about his life when they were in Secunderabad. Nothing he had ever said to her had made her think he was married. She did not expect him to be a man without experience. He was in his 30s. Of course he would have had relationships. It was something she hadn't questioned. But a wife. It felt as though she was thinking about someone who was a stranger to her, someone she thought she knew but didn't. Henrietta Street, madam, the hansom cab driver called down. Which number was you wanting? No number. Please continue down the street, as slowly as you can.
Madam?
Don't worry, I have the means to pay for the fare, extra if you want to do it without question.
As you wish, madam. The cab took Carrie the length of Henrietta Street, and when they got to the end, Carrie asked the driver to turn the cab about and go back the other way. The driver shrugged, but did as he was asked. As they went, Carrie observed the polished white stone of the palatial facades, the unblemished paintwork of the front entrances and wrought iron railings, the long windows dressed with ruched curtains, from which muted light glowed with a velvet luminosity into the darkness of the evening. The street had a stately superiority, an imposing air that had to be seen to be understood. Dorothy's description of Henrietta Street had not done it the justice it deserved. Where now, madam?
Nightingale Lane, please, driver. Number 99.
The warmth hit her as she went into the hall. She felt the blood returning to the tips of her fingers and toes, and it was so welcome she almost wept. She hung her coat on the coat stand, then removed her hat and veil, throwing her keys onto the dresser. Before she had time to go upstairs, the door to Pearl's sitting room opened, and Pearl sat in her wheelchair on the threshold.
Carrie? Any news about Tommy? Carrie asked her. Nothing. Arthur went to the police station again today, but they wouldn't allow him to see him. Not while there's an ongoing investigation, they said. Carrie looked up at the ceiling and sighed. What's happened, Carrie? Something has. Ardra and I are worried about you. Please don't. You have enough to think about, and whatever it is, we'll keep. We need to decide what to do about Tommy. If this goes on for too long, he's going to need help.
You mean a solicitor?
Yes. I'll ask Johann Stern if he knows anyone. I haven't a clue where to start.
Neither do I. I feel useless, to be honest.
I don't know how to help him. I think I might have to call in a few favours. We can't let Tommy take the blame for something he hasn't done. You do believe that, don't you? That he had nothing to do with it?
Carrie went to Pearl and enveloped her in her arms.
Of course I believe it. He wouldn't hurt a fly. The problem is, if it's a choice between Tommy and Len West, well, Len West knows how it all works, knows how to play the police and say and do the right things. I'd bet my last penny he has a few in his pocket, especially if they make use of his services. We don't know how it all works, so we must learn, and fast. Look how many times the police have let Len go because they didn't have anything on him. He's got friends in the right places, which is why he carries on doing what he does. Tommy reckons half the men who go to Bucks Row are in the police force or the judiciary. Carrie nodded. He's likely right. Not much help to us. But it might not have been West who killed Arnold. It could have been anyone. Perhaps someone who took umbrage at Arnold's advances to them. Perhaps he picked on the wrong one this time. Someone who was prepared to fight back. In John's bedroom, Carrie gently lowered herself on the edge of his bed and watched him as he slept. She leant forward and kissed his hair. Pearl had obviously bathed him when she was out. He smelt of soap and talcum powder. His eyelids fluttered a little, and she leant back, not wanting to wake him, but needing to be close to him. The one constant in her life. The little boy who brought her so much joy and pride. Her eyes glazed with tears, which she rubbed away. This wasn't the time for regrets over David, or what her and John's future would hold. If Tommy hadn't returned to them by New Year's Day, Carrie knew it meant he was in trouble, and they would need to act. To act too soon might point towards his guilt, as if they were trying to preempt a charge. But if they were too late, she knew he would flounder. She rose from the bed, gently smoothing the covers around John's body, then went to the window. It had become a force of habit for her to do so. To go to the window, either in John's bedroom or her own, and move one of the curtains aside slightly, just enough for her to see the houses opposite. The muted glow from the windows through the curtains, or a movement in the shadows cast by the glow out into the night. She frowned and concentrated her focus on the doorway of the opposite house as her eyes became familiar with the intense darkness. There was someone there, standing silently across the road, watching the house as he had before. Without seeing him, she knew it was David, sensed his presence, his close proximity to her. Exhilaration went through her, then utter anger. He didn't know she knew about his wife, and he thought it was acceptable to make her believe he still wanted her, to make her think there could be a future for them. She grabbed hold of both curtains and yanked them apart, then stood in the window in full view of the street, where it would have been impossible for him not to see her. David stepped out of the darkness into the middle of the street and looked up at her. She returned the look without smiling, raising her chin slightly in defiance, then drew the curtains together again. "Enough games, David," she whispered. "It's over." She heard the knocker being dropped against the front door with a loud clang. She glanced at John, concerned that it had woken him, but he slept soundly. Downstairs she could hear Ida's voice, her tones punctuated by an exclamation mark. Was it Tommy? She prayed it was. She hurried across the landing and went down the stairs. Ida was in the hall, her face drawn into a wide smile. And so was David. "Carrie, look! It's Captain Lawrence!" Carrie nodded and crossed her arms in front of her. "So I see." She pressed her lips together and averted her gaze. "Well?" said Ida, rubbing her hands together with embarrassment, aware of an awkwardness between them. "I've got things to do. I'll leave you to it," she said as she bustled out of the hall and into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. "Can we talk?" David asked her. "I should have come before, but I wasn't sure. I didn't know if you felt the same." She took a deep breath, wondering how she should break the news to him that she knew about his wife. She knew she loved him. Her churning stomach and desire for him told her that. But she felt a need to hurt him as much as she was hurting. "How's Sadie?" "Who?" "Come now, David. You can't have forgotten about her again. Sadie, your wife." David's mouth formed a straight line, but in his eyes was amusement which angered Carrie even further. She lowered her arms and leant forward, her chin jutting towards him in anger, her eyes dark with hurt. "You think it's funny that you deceived me? You think it's amusing that I discovered your deceit from someone else? You never mentioned her when we were in Secunderabad. Or did you get married whilst you were in the Alexandria?"
"Sadie's not my wife," he said quietly. Carrie faltered.
"What?" she chuckled. "There you go again. I suppose you think the scullery maid's stupid and can't work things out for herself. The nurse at the hospital said you were discharged to your wife, the one who lives in Henrietta Street."
"Sadie's not my wife. She's my sister-in-law." Carrie stepped back and put her hand to her cheek.
She said it was his wife, she thought. She definitely said it was his wife who had met him at the nursing home. The nurse!
David nodded, nervously turning his cap around and around in his fingers. "We had to say Sadie was my wife, otherwise they wouldn't have discharged me. They were on the brink of a decision and wouldn't agree to release me unless I had a family member to take care of me, preferably a spouse. I desperately wanted to leave because, well, I know you said you would wait, but, well, I read your letter, and I needed you, Carrie. That place, it's lonely, and I wanted so much to see you, particularly after I got your letter. I made a real effort, did everything they asked me to do. Therapy, long walks, fresh air. I even tried painting, which I was hopeless at. But I did whatever I had to do to get out of there. Don't get me wrong. They were wonderful. They helped me to get back to who I was, before. But I needed to leave."
"And your brother agreed to it?"
"My brother's dead, Carrie. Killed on the Somme. Sadie is his wife, Mrs. Sadie Lawrence." Carrie put her face into her hands and began to sob, guilt running through her.
"I should have known," she thought. I know him so well. I should have known he would never. I'm a terrible person," she cried. "Oh, David, I'm sorry, so sorry about your brother. I'm so sorry to have doubted you. Why would you still love me? I thought the very worst of you. Thought you'd lied to me. Thought you'd deceived me."
David flung his cap onto the hall dresser and wrapped her in his arms, kissing her hair, her eyes, and then her lips. She clung to him as though she would never let him go, loving his voice and the smell of him, which was all David, the man she remembered, the one she'd fallen for. "You weren't to know," he whispered. "Staff at the Alexandria were given instructions not to give anyone information about me or my whereabouts. Clearly the young nurse didn't receive those instructions or completely ignored them. She's a sweet girl, but her head's not on her task sometimes. I'm so sorry, Carrie. There is no way I would have wanted you to be hurt. You must have hated me."
"I didn't hate you, David, but I won't pretend I was hurt, devastated really. It was something I had never questioned, never thought about. I even went to see Dorothy to ask her if she knew if you were married. Of course she said she had no idea."
He chuckled. "I'm surprised. If I know Dorothy, she has plenty to say about most things. I bet she questioned Marcus about it." Carrie laughed through her tears.
"I don't think there's any doubt about that."
They looked at one another, wondering how they could have ever got to this point.
"Are you staying for a while?"
she asked him quietly. He smiled. "Could I? I expect you have questions."
"A few."
She led him into the front living room and shut the door. At the sound of the click of the door, Pearl came out of her room and Ida cracked open the door to the kitchen.
"Did you hear that?" whispered Ida, grinning. "Who'd have thought it?"
Pearl nodded.
"I think it's all right, though," she whispered back. "They've gone in there."
She nodded towards the front living room, smiling.
"He sounds all right. Better. More like she told us about him. Thank goodness something's going right for once. She hasn't been herself all day, barely spoken. And then she went out again this evening, in a right flurry she was. And I know she thought no one had seen her. That's nothing like our Carrie. I knew there was something. That girl is like a daughter to me. I know her as well as I know Frances. A woman should always trust her gut instinct." "Why didn't you contact me before, David? I thought that was it between us. You were so angry with me for taking you to the Alexandria." They were sitting together, his hands holding hers, their eyes softly observing each other as they spoke. David had the grace to look sheepish. "Yes, about that. I owe you an apology. I was awful to you. And what you did, it was the best thing. I don't know what would have happened to me if I hadn't been admitted. They put me back on track. I didn't much like their methods. At first it made me feel like less of a man. But whatever they did, it worked. The doctors were marvellous." "I'm glad. So glad it worked for you. And what about your sister-in-law? How did she get to know about you?" David's face changed, a look of regret passing across his features. "She didn't at first, because, as you discovered to your cost, I wanted to be left alone. But when I knew the only way to be discharged was to go to a family member, ideally a spouse, I knew she was the person I needed to contact. I got a message to her, a telegram which she answered immediately. Sadie's a good sort. My brother was lucky when he found her." He winced, but not so lucky later on. "She misses him terribly, says he was the love of her life, and that there'll be no other." "Are there children?" "Yes, 2 boys. Both need their father, but she'll manage alone. She will manage, because she's a strong woman." "He was older than you?" "Yes, by 5 years. A lieutenant colonel, Peter, a clever chap. I looked up to him." "Do you mind me asking you something?" He smiled, a frown knotting his eyebrows. "Of course not. You can ask me anything." "Henrietta Street." He smiled. "The house belongs to Sadie's family. It's nothing to do with mine. We don't have that kind of money. When Peter was killed, they offered her the house for as long as she wanted it, so when I left the Alexandria, it was there I stayed." He leant into her. "I think the address helped," he joked. "No one argues with someone who lives in Henrietta Street. And to be honest, Sadie wouldn't brook any arguments from them. She can be quite stern, as I discovered." "Really? In what way?" "The doctor gave her a list of things I must do to maintain my mood. She's enforcing them." Carrie laughed. "Oh dear, good for her." A quiet descended upon them, but there was no embarrassment. Sitting together in the quiet felt natural and comfortable, an easy silence. "I suppose I should go back." Carrie smiled and nodded. "I suppose so. We don't want Sadie hammering the door down." "She knows about you." "Oh?" "And utterly approves. Thinks what you're doing for our lads is marvellous." "Oh, well, that's nice." He got up and reached for his coat. "Before I go, I heard something about your brother." Carrie sighed, the anxiety over Tommy she'd managed to forget for a while, hurtling her back to her fear for him. "What did you hear?" "That he'd been arrested for Arnold Bateman's murder." "Yes, he was." "I would console you for your loss, and of course the loss of a man's life is a terrible thing, as I know from experience. But it must have brought you some relief, I should think. He wasn't kind to you." "I'm ashamed to say it has." "I don't think you should be ashamed, Carrie. He plagued your life." She lowered her face and bit her lip. "Is Tommy still under arrest?" "He's being held at the station in Brick Lane." "Well then, that's another reason I'm glad I came to see you, apart from the obvious, of course. Tommy couldn't have murdered Bateman on Christmas Eve." She looked at him in astonishment. "Why ever not?" "Because he was with me. We'd met on Nightingale Lane. I'd been waiting for you to open the curtains a little, like you had before. But you didn't, and I was about to leave when Tommy came out of the house. He immediately came over to me and shook my hand and suggested we went for a drink, which we did. I took him to my brother's club, where they were holding a sort of Christmas Eve memorial drink to him, which I had intended to attend alone. But when I met Tommy, I thought he might like to join me, which he did. Your brother's a quiet chap, but good company. Thinks very highly of you. We seemed to talk about you for most of the night. To be honest, he's the reason I found the courage to knock on your door. I don't think I would have otherwise." "So we didn't go to the Ship Tavern then?" she gasped. Len West said he was in the Ship Tavern, and they had argued with Arnold and threatened him. It's why the police arrested him. They said he was the most likely suspect.
Couldn't have done any of that. He spent the evening with me, and afterwards we walked here together until I managed to get a cab to Henrietta Street, which was the devil of a job on Christmas Eve. One came along just as Tommy reached the front door, and it was an awful night. Can't imagine him prowling the streets at that time of the morning. She flung her arms around him and kissed him over and over.
David Lawrence, thank the good Lord for you. Thank you so much. You have no idea what you've done.
He chuckled. If that's the response I'm going to get, I'll do it again right away. Carrie kissed David again, then ran into the hall, her heart thumping in her chest with excitement.
Pearl, Ida, Tommy's going to be all right. He's going to be all right.
Chapter 66. David assured Carrie that he would go to the police station in Brick Lane and tell them what he'd told her. The atmosphere at number 99 lifted immediately, with Ida bustling around the kitchen, announcing she would make Tommy's favourite cake, the granny loaf, which he loved to liberally spread with butter if he could get away with it, without Ida seeing him and slapping his hand away from the butter dish, and Pearl finding her favourite dress and diamante-topped hairpins so she could welcome him home looking well and happy for his arrival.
I want to look nice for him, she said. When do you think it will be? She asked Carrie breathlessly. Will it be today, do you think? Did David go right away? He won't leave it, will he? He knows how important it is.
Carrie chuckled.
He went straight from here, although I doubt Tommy will be released tonight, Pearl. You know what the police are like. They want to check everything first. Even with David's station in life, they won't believe him just because of it. They'll probably want to question people at the club David and Tommy went to on Christmas Eve to make sure what David is telling them is the truth. And they won't do it tonight. I think Tommy might have another night to spend in a cell before he can come home to us.
They waited, the following day and evening, and the day after that. Their positive feelings were replaced by those of doubt and anxiety. David returned to Carrie the next day and assured her he had seen the investigating officer, who had promised he would look into his story, and if it held up, Tommy would be released.
So why isn't he back yet?
Said Pearl, misery etching her pale features.
I thought he'd be home by now.
Carrie sighed.
Yes, so did I. New Year's Eve already. He's been at the station for nearly a week. God knows how he must be feeling. He's not even had a change of clothes, and what they've been giving him to eat is anyone's guess.
They'll have given him clothes,
Arthur said, quietly tucking into one of Ida's fruit scones laden with homemade jam.
Old ones, they keep for such occasions. Can't make a guess at the food, though. I hope they remember to feed him. You know what he's like about his food.
You're doing all right,
said Carrie, eyeing him as he took another bite out of the scone.
I hate to say it, Carrie, because I don't want to speak ill of Florrie, but I've never eaten so well. Look at this.
He pulled aside his waistcoat to reveal his shirt almost bursting at the buttons.
Not had a belly on me since I was a nipper. Ida's a wonderful cook, he breathed. And I can't get enough of these, he said, as he shovelled the last of the scone into his mouth.
Tommy won't be the only one who needs a change of wardrobe if you keep eating like that, Dad. You're almost bursting out of that shirt.
He looked at her with penitence.
It's all right, though, isn't it?
She smiled affectionately and kissed the top of his head.
It's more than all right, she said. And lovely to see. You've always been too skinny. About time you had a bit more flesh on you.
The day felt too long. Carrie found herself looking at the clock every few minutes and sighing. There was still no word from Tommy, and certainly no appearance of him.
Maybe the police didn't believe you're David,
said Ida, as she wrapped up the granny cake and put it on a shelf in the pantry.
Len West can tell a good tale. He's been doing it all his life.
But they have to believe the truth, don't they? Said Pearl. David is telling the truth. Poor Tommy. What it must be like to be accused of something so awful and know you didn't do it. Couldn't have done it because you were somewhere else. He must be going out of his mind with worry.
That evening, Carrie, Pearl, Ida, Arthur, Alfie and David sat in the living room trying to feel positive about the dawning of 1918.
10 o'clock, said Arthur, and in 2 hours we'll start another year. God help us if it's not an improvement on 1917. What a terrible year it's been.
The only good thing for us has been Eliza, said Pearl quietly, waving away the offer of a drink from Carrie.
and I'm hoping we'll bring her home next month. We need it, Tommy and me. Need to get our little girl home to be with her mum and dad. She belongs here, not in some hospital room. I want to get to know her, and for her to know me. She'll think her mum wears a nurse's uniform if she stays there much longer." Carrie put a hand over Pearl's and looked into her eyes. "Things will get better, Pearl." Pearl nodded, and her mouth turned down. Couldn't get much worse, could they? They sat in front of the fire, nursing their glasses of sherry and ignoring the titbits Ida had put out for them to nibble on while they waited for the turning of the year. "Do you think the bells will ring?" asked Alfie. "Are they allowed to?" "They rang in November, didn't they?" answered Arthur. "After the Battle of Cambrai. Now that's something to celebrate. But I doubt Big Ben will ring. Even the clock-face lights have been turned off. Too much of a temptation for enemy aircraft. I miss it, to be honest. Big Ben is a bit of a symbol for us, isn't it? When it rings again, we'll know we're all right." At 11:30, they were quieter than before, their spirits dampened, their hope all but gone. "I might take that cake to the station tomorrow," said Ida. "They can let them have a bit of cake, surely." A knock on the door startled them, and all you could hear were expulsions of breath as they were brought out of their personal thoughts. "I'll go," said Ida. "It'll be a first footer. You know, the superstition. Coal, salt, bread and whiskey. For warmth, well, food and good health. If he hasn't got any of those, I'll kick him up the arse and tell him to get lost." Arthur and Alfie chuckled, and Carrie managed to raise a smile. "Just the whiskey," said Arthur. "That'll do." Ida went into the hall, then returned to the living room pulling a face. "As I thought," she said. "A first footer. Gave me a bit of coal. No salt, bread or whiskey. First footers aren't like they used to be." "It was all I could find," said a voice from the door, "and I had to get that from out the gutter." "Tommy!" squealed Pearl, holding out her arms for her husband. "You're home, thank God you're home. Are you all right? Do you need to eat or drink? What do you want? Sit down, sit down." Tommy laughed. "Steady, steady. Let a man sit down for a minute. Yes, I'm home, thanks to David Lawrence. They checked out his story at the club and released me an hour ago. It was close, though. I was ready to spend another night in a police cell. God, they're uncomfortable. The beds are no more than a plank of wood chained to the wall with a thin bit of, I don't know what it was, over it. One blanket. It was bloody freezing." "What about the food?" asked Ida, thinking about her favourite subject. "Terrible. About as bad as you can get. Don't know who's doing the cooking down there, but it's not you, Ida, that's for sure." "Is this it now, son?" asked Arthur, sitting in the chair next to Tommy's and leaning in towards his son. "Is it the finish of it?" "Yeah. They said the evidence was inconclusive to suggest my involvement. Len West did a real number on me. Blamed me for Bateman's death and hiding the body." He glanced at Carrie. "Sorry, sis. This can't have been easy for you either." "Not as hard for me as it's been for you. You must have been scared, Tommy."
"I'm not going to lie. I was scared. There was nothing I could do. West had given them such a convincing story, I had nothing to fight back with, and his friends backed him up. Yeah, it was pretty awful. It's the last time I ever want to see the inside of a police station cell."
"Do you think he did it?"
Tommy looked up at her, and she suddenly realised how gaunt he was, that his skin was grey and his eyes had lost their brightness. "He was released as well, but he'll be done for lying to the police. No doubt he'll pay someone off and get away with it. He's a regular down there."
"Why did they release him?" asked Pearl, looking worried. "We all thought he was a dead cert for it."
"They found something in the yard behind the old Angel pub. A gold pin covered in blood. Did you know there are different types of blood? I didn't. Hadn't even occurred to me. But it was what got Len West released. The blood on the pin wasn't Arnold Bateman's, and it wasn't mine or Len's."
"Did they test you then?"
"A pinprick. It's one of the reasons why I was held so long. They found the pin on Christmas morning, but it takes a while to test the blood. Because they were investigating a murder, they pushed it to the top of the list, and it's still in its early stages, but they found enough difference to know it wasn't our blood."
Carrie sat on the sofa and reached for her drink, deep in thought and needing the fortification of alcohol to steady her and get her thoughts in order. "This pin they found, when they asked you about it, did they say what kind of pin it was?"
They showed it to me. Asked me if I recognised it. Cleaned up, of course. It wasn't very big. Solid gold with a diamond in the middle, surrounded by a 6-pointed star. Don't know what that is, although they seem to know. Mentioned it might be a religious thing. Carrie sipped at her glass and inhaled deeply, then stared into the fire, biting her lip in uneasiness, as though searching the flames for answers. She knew exactly what the pin meant. The Star of David was a symbol of the Jewish faith. Chapter 67. The snow fell solidly past the window, and Arthur sighed. It was the day of Florrie's funeral, and he'd prayed for fine weather. But like everything else in life, things never turned out quite the way he wanted. This was the day he'd been dreading, when he said the final goodbye to the woman he'd lived with for 26 years, with whom he'd had 4 children, plus 2 they'd lost as babies, one between Elsie and Carrie, and one after Alfie. He'd wondered about those babies, had considered what they would have been like had they lived, and now they were going to be joined by their mother, the woman who gave birth to them and had mourned them. Not for long, mind. Florrie had got on with it because she had to. What with having the other kids to care for. No, Florrie wasn't one for sentimentality. He let the curtain fall back. He'd come home to Hanbury Street the night before, feeling it was only right and proper for Florrie to leave from the house she'd lived in for most of her life. And it was only right and proper for him, too. Anything else would have been less than respectful, and the family had reluctantly agreed with him. He thought about his time at Nightingale Lane over Christmas and New Year, and acknowledged it was the best thing for him to stay with Carrie, Tommy and Pearl. He wasn't getting any younger, and although Hanbury Street had always been his home, he was born in a house down the street. The contrast between the 2 houses was stark. Everything about Hanbury Street seemed dismal to him now, not least because it was where Florrie had died. He would never forget it, of course. His memories of Florrie, and the beginning of his own family, of which his time there was an intrinsic part, meant he wouldn't forget. But the kids had been right. His memories of Florrie went where he went. It didn't matter where he was. He saw Tommy, Carrie, Pearl and Alfie go past the front window and got up to let them in. They shook off the snow from their clothes as they stepped into the small front room, then went across to the fire to warm up before leaving for the church. "You all right, Dad?" Carrie asked him. "We were a bit worried about you coming back here on your own last night. It must have been freezing in here. There hasn't been a fire lit in here for nearly 3 weeks. Yeah, it was a bit cold, but I had that soup Ida made me, and once I'd got the fire going, it soon heated up." Carrie nodded and smiled, thinking how awful he must be feeling. "Will you come back here? Afterwards, I mean." "No, love. I'll come back with you. I've let the landlord know there won't be any more rent coming from me, that he needs to rent it out to someone else. It'll do someone, won't it? Another family." Carrie glanced at Tommy and smiled. "It will do someone grand, Dad." They stood at the graveside as Florrie's coffin was lowered into the earth. Arthur buried his face into a handkerchief as he said his last goodbye, Carrie's arm around his waist to comfort him. Tommy and Alfie, the youngest child and Florrie's favourite, stood stoically behind their father like sentries, Alfie allowing his tears to fall unchecked down his cheeks until he wiped them away with his sleeve. "Where's Elsie?" Pearl whispered to Carrie. "I looked for her in church, but she wasn't there. Little Rose was asking after her. She thought she would see her today." "It won't matter even if she comes now. Rose won't see her. I sent the children home with Ida. Standing at a graveside is no place for a child. I wonder why she didn't attend. I thought she and Florrie were close." "They were. But Elsie's life is changed. She's enthralled to Len West, and if he says she doesn't come, she doesn't come." Pearl sighed and shook her head, then gasped and grabbed Carrie's sleeve. "Oh my goodness, talk of the devil. What's he doing here?" Carrie frowned, then looked across the graveyard to the entrance. Len West was leaning against the wrought iron railing, smoking a cigarette, looking for all the world as though he was waiting for the pubs to open instead of witnessing a funeral. Carrie glanced at Tommy, then at Pearl. "Don't let Tommy see him," she said to Pearl, sotto voce. "He didn't murder Arnold Bateman, but if Tommy gets his mitts on Len West, there's no telling what he'll do." She pushed Pearl next to Arthur. "I'll go and talk to him. There's a reason he's here, and I need to find out what it is."
She quietly left Arthur's side and walked across the new fall of snow towards Len West, who watched her with narrowed eyes as she got closer to him. She stopped a few feet away from him, noticing he was no taller than her. His face gaunt with undernourishment, his frame scrawny, made to look bigger in his bulky overcoat. A beautiful coat, clearly expensive, with an astrakhan collar, the sleeves far too long for his arms, reaching the middle of his hands. She immediately thought of a schoolboy wearing clothes passed down from an older brother, someone who was trying to look more substantial than they were, and she realised how pathetic he looked. Yet there was an air about him, a confidence that belied his gaunt appearance, one that said he was sure of himself, and Elsie fell for it, she thought. "Why are you here?" she said. "I need to speak to your sister," he said, squinting through the smoke of his cigarette. "She's let me down." Carrie frowned. "You're talking in riddles. My sister lives in a house that you own, works for you, on her back mostly." "Whatever my business concerns are, they're none of your business, missus. But I need to speak to her. She's my wife. Don't get yourself involved in what she does. I can assure you it's something you could never do. Just tell me where she is." Carrie shrugged, a curl of anxiety reasserting itself in her chest. "She's not here." Len smirked, then chuckled. "Not at Florrie's funeral? Come on, Mrs. Bateman. Oh, you're still Mrs. Bateman, are you? Or are you calling yourself something else these days since your old man copped for it?" Carrie's jaw hardened, and as she turned away from him, he called her back. "No. Wait, look. She hasn't been home for 2 days. I thought she went off with one of her punters, a rich old git from Westminster who kept asking her to run away with him. But he's been back looking for a tumble. So I thought she was with you, or with her pa. I just want to know where she is, that's all." "Your guess is as good as mine, Mr. West. I haven't seen her since Christmas night." "Her little un's still with you, is she?" Carrie ignored the question and walked away, her head held high, her heart thumping in her chest. She momentarily closed her eyes, then opened them quickly, and arranged her features so that they matched the other mourners standing at the graveside. "Well," said Pearl, close to her ear, "why is he here?" "Looking for Elsie. She's missing." "What?" "He says he hasn't seen her for 2 days." Pearl stared at her. "Oh no, Carrie, what now?" "We find her, Pearl. She's our sister. We must find her."